Chapter 1. One Marriage, Two Wives. In the grand palace of the Great Xia, within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, a celebratory banquet was underway in honor of the recent victory at the Qianqing Pass. The center of attention was none other than Guo Yi, who had just been bestowed the title of General of National Defense. The Emperor of Xia gazed at Guo Yi with approval despite the fall of the Shen family. A valiant and obedient figure like Guo Yi had emerged, much to his satisfaction. Beside Guo Yi sat Shen Wanyin, her eyes a tempest of coldness and resentment as she cast a sidelong glance at the man who had once treated her as a mere stepping stone in his past life. Now he sought to ascend further by leveraging her achievements to marry another, the pinnacle of the banquet's revelry. Guo Yi, clad in his martial attire, rose and moved to the center of the hall, kneeling before the emperor. The emperor waved his hand, silencing the music, while several dancing maidens bowed and gracefully retreated. General Guo, do you have something to say? Please rise and speak, the emperor prompted. Guo Yi remained kneeling, his back straight and proud, hands clasped in salute. His broad shoulders and subtly defined muscles radiated a primal strength, drawing the attention of many young ladies in the hall. Your Majesty, I wish to request a marriage based on my military achievements. As his words echoed, the emperor burst into hearty laughter, followed by the chortles of courtiers, while some unmarried noble ladies felt a pang of regret. Such a handsome and imposing young man was regrettably already betrothed to Miss Shen. You speak of your engagement to Miss Shen, do you not? You two are already promised to one another. There is no need for me to confer another marriage, the emperor replied. Guo Yi's expression tightened, and he bowed his head slightly, as if steeling himself for a significant declaration. He then lifted his gaze, resolute. I wish to marry another. A fleeting moment of regret washed over Guo Yi, yet he could not afford to wait any longer. He could not bear to witness the woman he cherished suffer from unrequited love day after day. She had loved him dearly and waited for him for so long he could not betray her. General Guo, you are already engaged to Miss Shen. How can you seek to marry another? The emperor's expression faltered slightly as he turned to the slightly displeased empress, raising an eyebrow. The empress, having spoken out of anger, felt immediate remorse for interrupting the emperor. While I am indeed engaged to Miss Shen and would never forsake her, there is another woman in the capital who has awaited my return for many years. How can I bear to let her down? I beseech your Majesty to allow me to welcome both into my household. A wave of gasps swept through the hall, and the attendees exchanged incredulous glances. One marriage, two wives? General Guo, you truly are audacious. The emperor shot a warning glare at the loquacious Prince Yan, as if to say that silence would be a more prudent choice. Prince Yan Xie wore an expression of amusement, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. Guo Yi's complexion paled slightly, the flickers of determination in his eyes transforming into an unwavering resolve. He believed that with his military accomplishments, the emperor would undoubtedly grant his request. After all, the Shen family now stood precariously with only Shen Wanyin to uphold its legacy. He was the future bastion of the Great Xia on the battlefield. The hall erupted into a frenzy as the newly risen General Guo boldly disregarded his betrothal to the daughter of General Shen in pursuit of another love. In an instant, countless gazes turned towards Shen Wanyin, some mocking, some disdainful, others amused, and even a few sympathetic. With fingers as delicate as jade, she gently lifted her teacup, leisurely bringing it to her lips, and then offered a faint, icy smile. Such scrutiny was not foreign to her. 3 years prior, when her father departed for war and never returned, her elder brother returned with a broken leg, while her second brother became blind and could no longer wield a brush. The illustrious legacy of the Shen family, which had flourished for decades, seemed to vanish in an instant. The derisive stares rained down upon them, all waiting to witness their downfall. It was during this tumultuous time that Guo Yi, accompanied by his mother, came to propose to the Shen family. Before both mothers, he declared his affection for her, expressing his desire to take her as his wife. To this day, she vividly recalls the exhilaration that surged within her, for she had harbored feelings for Guo Yi for a long time. Guo Yi had been the youngest subordinate under her father's command, favored for his striking looks and charm. Shen Wanyin had developed an affection for him early on, as he frequently visited the military camp. Guo Yi expressed his ambition to take command of the Shen family army, vowing to uphold her father's legacy and continue securing victories for the safety of the Great Xia. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Wanyin sought the imperial decree, pledging her family's honor to support Guo Yi in leading the troops to Qianqing Pass. To ensure their success in battle, she stood by his side, devising strategies and exerting all her efforts to guarantee his triumph and glorious return. Her sacrifices stemmed not solely from his assumption of command over the Shen family army, but also from the fact that he was her fiancé and the man she had cherished for many years. Yet, in the end, he used the accolade she had helped him earn to seek another's hand in marriage before the court, leaving her humiliated and a laughingstock within the imperial city. That moment, Guo Yi likely believed he had her firmly in his grasp, convinced that, like in their past life, she would acquiesce to his every demand, including his proposed union with Ai Zhiqian. The emperor gazed at the composed Shen Wanyin, who still sat serenely with her teacup in hand, unfazed even as her fiancé sought another in the grand hall. She was not the same woman who had once approached the palace to request that Guo Yi lead the army on behalf of the Shen family. Back then, her heart and mind were consumed by Guo Yi, to the extent that she was willing to risk the family's last vestiges of honor for him. General Guo is indeed a man of sentiment, since that young lady harbors feelings for him. I'm inclined to grant this favor. However, this matter ultimately concerns your prior engagement with Miss Shen, and I must inquire about her sentiments. Though the emperor's tone was gentle, it carried an air of casual authority. Upon concluding his statement, he turned his gaze towards Shen Wanyin, who appeared equally as an observer of the unfolding drama. Instantly, myriad eyes converged upon her, and the sudden focus rendered Shen Wanyin momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise gracing her features. Setting down her teacup, she looked towards the emperor, her lips curving into a smile that, while outwardly pleasant, bore an undercurrent of cold detachment. With her fair complexion and striking features, her ethereal grace drew the attention of many men in the hall, inciting envy among the women present. Had she not spent 3 years in the military camp? In such an environment, exposed to the elements, how could she possibly maintain such a fair and delicate visage, along with a demeanor that exudes an air of cool aloofness? Even Guo Yi, who had long been well acquainted with her, found himself puzzled by Shen Wanyin's demeanor today. He sensed a certain difference in her compared to her usual self, whether it was from the journey or upon her arrival at this moment. Could it be that she was displeased by his sudden mention of inviting Zhiqian to enter together? Upon reflecting on this, Guo Yi felt no anxiety. He believed that even if Shen Wanyin harbored some discontent, she would not act against his wishes. Her profound affection for him would surely lead her to accept Zhiqian. Chapter 2. Your love. My withdrawal. Shen Wanyin's voice was cold and her tone indifferent, disregarding Guo Yi's implicit glances as she turned her attention to Emperor Xia. Your Majesty, she reported, I wish for the lovers to achieve their union. General Guo, who bore the weight of the battlefield, still harbored thoughts of the fair maiden in the capital. Although Miss Ai resided in the capital, she yearned day and night for the general's safe return. Such a poignant and touching romance. How could I bear to oppose it? In my humble opinion, this couple must be bound together. Any separation would be a desecration of their sacred love. Shen Wanyin's melodious voice carried a hint of mockery, unmistakable to all present. Nevertheless, they merely assumed that she was daring to express her discontent without the courage to voice it outright. No matter how biting her sarcasm, her former status as the legitimate daughter of the Shen family rendered her now powerless. Who could support her in her current plight? At that moment, Guo Yi had just achieved military glory, ascending to the ranks of the court's new elite. It was inconceivable that he would not only marry another woman, but also dismiss his engagement to the Shen family, disregarding Shen Wanyin entirely. The emperor would not deny him such a request. The current state of the Western Zhou, restless on the borders of the Great Xia, could ignite warfare at any moment, and the emperor awaited Guo Yi to don his armor and return to the battlefield. Upon hearing Shen Wanyin's somewhat sardonic tone, Guo Yi's expression shifted slightly, casting her a displeased glance. Had he been too indulgent with her lately? How dare she mock him in such a setting? His irritation was fleeting, and he sighed softly. It was indeed abrupt of him to bring this matter up, and it was natural for Shen Wanyin to feel discomfort. However, her anger had not prompted her to outright reject the proposal, indicating her tacit agreement for Ai Zhiqian to enter their lives together. Contemplating this, Guo Yi's gaze softened as he looked at Shen Wanyin, seemingly pleased with her compliance. Yet, how had she discerned that the person who shared his heart for so many years was AI Zhiqian? He had been exceedingly discreet. Their correspondence over the years in the military was sparse, and he was certain he had never revealed any hints before Shen Wanyin. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, but he could not dwell on them. Since the emperor sought Shen Wanyin's opinion and she had not opposed it, then his arrangement with Zhiqian was likely sealed. With the emperor's endorsement of their union, Zhiqian's status would be elevated significantly, and Shen Wanyin would surely think twice before making things difficult for her. Inin, thank you. Rest assured, you are of utmost importance to me, and I shall never betray you. Listening to Guo Yi's hollow promise, Shen Wanyin felt a wave of nausea. In her past life, he had uttered the same words, claiming he would never let her down. Yet, the moment he decided to marry AI Zhiqian alongside her had already been a betrayal. In her unwillingness to accept this fate, she had endured the ridicule and scorn of the court, marrying him on the same day as AI Zhiqian, believing she had secured his heart. She thought that by supporting him, he would come to appreciate her devotion and cherish her more deeply. She had hoped he would gradually recognize that she was his true love. Yet, despite her countless sacrifices to elevate the Guo family status, to help him achieve more military feats, to assist him in ascending to nobility, in the end, she realized that to him, she would forever remain merely a tool to help him conquer battles and rise in prominence. The frail woman, incapable of self-sufficiency, is indeed his true love. When she expressed a mere pang of discomfort, he seized the opportunity to take her family's treasured millennium ginseng, a rare remedy, to aid her. His elder brother, merely seeking to defend his own honor, was nearly whipped to death after rebuking AI Zhiqian, while his second brother, who dared to confront him, was left unconscious after a brutal assault. Contemplating this, a scornful glint intensified in Shen Wanyin's eyes as flickers of resentment swirled within. She is determined to reclaim the accolades of the past 3 years, including the triumph at Qianqing Pass, seeking to reveal to the world that the formidable General Jinghua is but a valiant yet tactless commander, scarcely versed in strategy. Over these 3 years within the military, had it not been for her astute planning and counsel, where would his illustrious achievements have stemmed from? How much of the honor belonging to this national general rightfully belongs to her, Shen Wanyin? Does Guo Yi dare to calculate that? Straightening her back, Shen Wanyin met the derisive gazes directed at her with an indifferent smile, one that resembled starlight cascading across the night sky, cold and shimmering, evoking an involuntary shiver in those who beheld it. The corners of her lips curled into an even more radiant smile. She intends to demonstrate to the world that the Shen family has never truly fallen from grace. General Guo, there is no need for gratitude. We have served together in the military for 3 years, and you were once the promising young general my father favored. Surely, had he been present, he would have blessed your union with a worthy lady. Upon hearing these words, Guo Yi's expression darkened further. Mentioning General Shen in front of so many would inevitably paint him as a heartless and ungrateful man. Whispers had already circulated alleging that he had gained his position only through his association with General Shen's daughter, and now, having returned victorious, he sought to marry another woman. Such rumors would undoubtedly suggest that he had used a woman to ascend and, upon achieving success, turned his back on her. Indeed, as Shen Wanyin's words lingered in the air, the nobility seated in the hall exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions laden with insinuation. The ungrateful seemed to garner little favor in any circumstance. TSK, I dare say that if General Shen were here, she would not offer her blessings, remarked the ever-persistent Prince Yin, his brow furrowed in a feigned air of innocence, as if his words had been uttered after considerable contemplation. Instantly, the officials and nobility seated on either side of the hall erupted into laughter. Moments prior, they had been amused by the prince's jest about General Guo's prowess. Now, his mock innocence only served to heighten their amusement. Prince Yin remained as unabashedly sharp-tongued as ever, his innocence and simplicity contrasting with his cunning nature. Hearing the crescendo of laughter, Guo Yi's demeanor grew icy. Why should Shen Weifeng oppose him? Guo Yi had exchanged his military achievements for the emperor's marriage decree. Did he require anyone's consent? He had never contemplated abandoning Shen Wanyin or even considered retracting the engagement. He merely wished to marry Qian as well. He would fulfill his promise, treating her well and ensuring she faced no grievances. After all, she loved him so deeply that even if she endured some hardships, it would not be a significant concern. With just a little coaxing, her spirits would lift. From beginning to end, it was she who clung to him, despite the fact that he was the one who had sought her hand in marriage years ago. His motives were driven by the recognition of the admiration and affection that glimmered in Shen Wanyin's eyes. Although he had ulterior intentions in his pursuit, did he not ultimately fulfill her desires? Inin, Guo Yi remarked with dissatisfaction, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Shen Wanyin. In response, Shen Wanyin offered a cold smile, then turned her attention to Emperor Xia. This humble servant expresses gratitude for your majesty's benevolence and righteousness. Regarding the wishes of this humble servant, I shall seize this opportunity today to annul the engagement with General Guo, so as not to disrupt the profound love between General Guo and Miss AI. Chapter 3. He awaits her apology as Shen Wanyin's words fell. A moment of silence enveloped the grand hall, swiftly followed by a flurry of astonished murmurs. What? The eldest daughter of the Shen family wishes to break off the engagement? Have they lost their senses? Would she truly let go of General Guo? Surely, she must feel unworthy of him. Guo Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to the composed Shen Wanyin. A fleeting moment of shock crossed his face, unable to fathom that she would utter the words of breaking the engagement. How could this be? She would risk her life for him. Her love for him was profound. So how could she possibly contemplate such a decision? Surely, this was merely a ploy, a manifestation of her jealousy over his intentions to marry another woman. A way to provoke him. Inin, you must not act impulsively. I have assured you that you hold the utmost significance in my heart. Why must you sulk and engage in petty quarrels? Such words are inappropriate in the presence of His Majesty, Guo Yi implored. The Emperor's gaze turned slightly cold, recognizing the obstinate temperament characteristic of the Shen family. Miss Shen, your impulsiveness may not bode well. Your engagement to General Guo is a matter of parental decree and matchmaking. It cannot simply be dismissed by your solitary declaration. To rashly breach an agreement is not the custom of the Shen family. The Empress's tone carried an undercurrent of irritation. Her words, though seemingly conciliatory, were discomforting to the ears. Shen Wanyin remained composed, rising to address the court, and knelt before the Empress. Your Majesty, indeed, my engagement to General Guo was established upon parental command and matchmaking. However, it is not I, the Shen family, who have violated our agreement first. It is the Guo family who has broken it. Since the agreement has been shattered, why should I cling to a promise that is no longer intact? You, the Empress retorted, her face flushed with anger. Just as she was about to continue, a glance from the Emperor silenced her, compelling her to remain mute. Though the Shen family's current stature may have waned, the loyalty of the generals who once served under the old general remained steadfast. Should the imperial court disregard the daughters of the Shen family, it would surely dishearten many loyal veterans. The Emperor's deep eyes softened with a warm smile. You young people are often prone to impulsiveness. Marriage is no trivial matter. Do not find yourselves crying in regret after a few days. Here is what I propose. I shall grant you a month. If, after a month, you still wish to break the engagement, I shall no longer intervene in the affairs between your families. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your graciousness. Shen Wanyin bowed deeply in gratitude. She understood that the Emperor's decision to grant her a month's grace instead of outright refusal was a considerable favor, and she must not overreach. A month later would coincide with the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and she was certain that the Dowager would summon her to the palace then. Meanwhile, Guo Yi was anything but calm. He had never entertained the notion of breaking the engagement. Your Majesty? His tone was laced with discontent. The Emperor could have easily rejected her request outright. Why grant Shen Wanyin a month's time? Enough. This matter ends here for today. We shall make a decision after 1 month. Noticing the impatience in the Emperor's eyes, Guo Yi wisely fell silent, though his heart simmered with frustration. All of this turmoil stemmed from Shen Wanyin, and the Emperor had yet to bestow a marriage decree upon him and Qian. What was initially a situation ripe for mutual benefit has instead culminated in an awkward conclusion, largely due to her actions. He has been overly indulgent with her lately, which has rendered her somewhat oblivious to the boundaries of propriety. However, a month is ample time for her to come to her senses. This girl merely spoke in haste out of frustration, and by tomorrow, she is likely to regret her impulsive behavior today. He awaits her apology, eager to hear her call him Brother Zhiqian with genuine contrition. Throughout the banquet, Shen Wanyin did not cast a single glance in Guo Yi's direction. Regardless of the nature of his gazes, be they questioning, angry, or apologetic, she paid them no heed. Seeing that Shen Wanyin was ignoring him, Guo Yi, in his frustration, shot her a glare before hastily departing. He was quite certain that this woman would come to regret her actions by the end of the evening. Shen Wanyin coldly observed Guo Yi's retreating figure before striding out herself, determined to ascertain just how thick-skinned he truly was. Indeed, upon exiting the palace gates, she discovered that the carriage which had brought her and Guo Yi had already departed, and it belonged to the Shen family. In his eyes, she was merely a means to an end, someone who selflessly sacrificed for him while he took all she offered for granted. Damn it, Shen Wanyin muttered under her breath, taking a deep breath as she made her way back to the Shen residence. However, it wasn't long before a carriage slowly approached and halted in front of her. Furrowing her brow, Shen Wanyin noticed a slender hand casually lifting the curtain of the carriage, accompanied by a pair of languid eyes that spoke of playful mockery. "Miss Shen, have you been abandoned?" It was none other than Prince Yin, Xie Yunqin, the man who had just humiliated Guo Yi twice in the Grand Hall with mere words. Prince Yin was the third son of the current emperor, his mother having been the beloved consort Shen, who unfortunately passed away a decade ago. Following his mother's death, Prince Yin fell into deep sorrow, suffering both physically and mentally, which led the emperor to send him to his mother's family in Lingnan for a decade of recuperation. Just recently, he had returned to the capital, yet his frail appearance still bore the marks of his illness. Shen Wanyin was momentarily taken aback, not merely by the unexpected presence before her, but by the stunning beauty that was undeniably captivating. In the Grand Hall, she had not dared to scrutinize a prince closely, but now, despite his frail condition, he exuded an undeniable charm, with every smile and frown resembling a work of art. Prince Yin chuckled lightly, seemingly pleased by her dazed expression, a hint of pride evident in his laughter. "See, my charm is indeed irresistible. I have captivated this young lady. What? You feel a sense of guilt?" Shen Wanyin was momentarily speechless, puzzled by his assertion. "My charm burdens me with a sense of responsibility, as though it drives women to the brink of irrationality." Shen Wanyin. It was often said that Prince Yin was carefree and unrestrained, a master of light-hearted pursuits despite his frail health. However, she had not expected him to be quite so self-absorbed. Shen Wanyin instinctively dismissed Xie Yunqin's narcissistic discourse, and, feeling somewhat awkward, spoke up. "My carriage has been stolen, which is why I must walk back to my residence." "Oh, your carriage has been stolen? Would you like me to accompany you to the Shuntian prefecture to report it?" Shen Wanyin quickly declined. There was an unsettling excitement in Xie Yunqin's voice that startled her. Why was he so thrilled about her misfortune? "No, there is no need to trouble His Highness, the Prince of Yan. I can manage to go to the Shuntian prefecture on my own." Though Xie Yunqin's demeanor was filled with a carefree arrogance, Shen Wanyin felt an inexplicable unease at the glimmer of ambition lurking in his seemingly indifferent gaze, a light that hinted at an insatiable desire to consume everything. That familiar yet elusive look in his eyes stirred a sense of dread within her, as if she had encountered it somewhere before. At the very moment Shen Wanyin waved her hand in dismissal, Xie Yunqin suddenly reached out, seizing her wrist. In an instant, as if the world had spun around her, she gasped, finding herself securely nestled against a firm chest within the carriage. Chapter 4. Strict Punishment for Thieves. Shen Wanyin. No. How could he possess such strength if he were truly unwell? Moreover, what on earth was he doing? He was shameless, yet she, Shen Wanyin, had to endure this. With a sudden shove, she pushed Xie Yunqin away and seated herself opposite in the carriage, evidently taken aback by the force of her push. Xie Yunqin collided against the carriage with a dull thud. He inhaled sharply, inwardly cursing. That little minx was surprisingly strong. Your Highness, what is your intention? Shen Wanyin's voice carried a hint of wariness as she scrutinized Xie Yunshin. She had never anticipated that this man would be so audacious. While his usual frivolity could be overlooked, she was still a legitimate daughter of the Shen family, albeit in decline. Even the emperor treated her with a measure of respect due to her father's former allies. Yet, this Prince of Yin dared to pull her into the carriage without hesitation. What else could I do? I couldn't bear to see a beauty walking alone. Besides, I find the pursuit of thieves rather amusing and thought it would be enjoyable to accompany you, he replied. Shen Wanyin, it was evident that this Prince of Yin was devoid of serious matters. Her earlier mention of the stolen carriage had been but a moment of vexation, and her desire to report the theft to the authorities was merely to irritate Guo Yi. However, if the prince accompanied her to file a report, it could potentially escalate the matter of the stolen carriage. The consequence might be perhaps it would vex Guo Yi even further, which did not seem too bad. Realizing that lingering in the carriage would only attract more attention, she graciously thanked the prince and settled quietly in her seat. The carriage soon arrived at the Wutian Prefecture. Upon hearing that His Highness the Prince of Yin had arrived, the prefect, Lu Zhiqing, rushed out, adjusting his official robe. Ah, Your Highness, if you have matters to attend to, you need only send word. There is no need for you to come in person. Xie Yunshin alighted from the carriage, clearing his throat with a cough that seemed to carry an air of illness. Shen Wanyin frowned. Just moments ago, he had exhibited such vigor in pulling her into the carriage with remarkable speed, likely before anyone had even noticed her abrupt disappearance. It was I who encountered Miss Shen at the palace gates when her carriage was stolen, and thus I brought her here to report the incident. The audacity of that thief to strike at the palace gates is unprecedented. If we do not apprehend this rogue, what will become of the imperial majesty? Upon hearing Xie Yunshin's words, Lu Zhiqing's complexion paled slightly. The notion of a theft occurring at the palace gates was unheard of. Such brazen criminals should not exist in this realm. Today's attendees at the palace banquet were either royal kin or high-ranking officials, and the gates were heavily guarded by the imperial army, patrolling night and day. He couldn't shake the feeling that the prince was merely toying with him, for it was said that this young master often acted unpredictably. Lu Zhiqing cast a hesitant glance at Shen Wanyin, as if seeking confirmation. Shen Wanyin performed a slight bow. I implore you, Master Lu, to assist in the investigation. Indeed, my family's carriage is truly missing. It was only out of necessity that I traveled in His Highness's carriage, and I am grateful for his company in reporting this matter. Upon hearing Shen Wanyin speak with such earnestness, Lord Lu's expression deepened with gravity. Indeed, there were those audacious enough to steal a carriage at the palace gates. An investigation was imperative, and it presented an opportunity to showcase his remarkable efficiency as the governor of Wutian Prefecture, solving cases with divine swiftness. I must kindly request Miss Shen to step forward and elaborate on the situation for me. Lu Zhiqing gestured invitingly, ushering her into the grand hall. While Shen Wanyin conversed with Lu Zhiqing, Xie Yunk sat leisurely to the side, seemingly oblivious to their dialogue. Yet, as their discussion neared its conclusion, he languidly interjected, I wonder what punishment awaits the thief, if apprehended. Lu Zhiqing's countenance momentarily faltered as he cautiously turned to Xie Yunk. In accordance with our dynasty's laws, Your Highness, stealing a carriage is a serious crime, punishable by up to 20 years of imprisonment or exile. Xie Yunk nodded, appearing indifferent. Lu Zhiqing sighed in relief, about to reveal a smile, when suddenly Xie Yunk's demeanor shifted. He slammed his palm onto the table with a force that seemed to strike at Lu Zhiqing's very core, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Shen Wanyin couldn't help but twitch her lips at Xie Yunk's demeanor, as he spoke with an air of authority. Stealing a carriage is a grave offense, but pilfering one from the palace gates is an even graver sin. I demand that, should the perpetrator be captured, a notice be posted throughout the city, ensuring that all inhabitants of the imperial city are aware of this thief. Now, it was Lu Zhiqing's turn to be taken aback. Was a mere carriage worth such fervor? Moreover, even if a portrait of the criminal were to be distributed, how many would truly recognize the rogue? Nevertheless, as it was merely a request to post a notice, Lu Zhiqing readily acquiesced. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall take care of everything. As they exited Shuntian Prefecture, Shen Wanyin naturally ascended into Xie Yang's carriage. At this moment, she felt that being forthright would dispel any undue speculation from others. Ignoring Xie Yang's scrutinizing gaze, she fixed her attention on the scenery beyond the window. A surge of excitement coursed through her. She had finally returned and could soon reunite with her family. 3 years after the deaths of her mother and 2 brothers in her previous life, she had learned that her father was still alive. Regrettably, her joy was short-lived, for she never had the chance to bid her father farewell. He was accused of treason, and, despite her sharing the news of his survival only with Guo Yi, he was granted death before he could even reach the capital. It was during her pursuit of Guo Yi to seek answers about this grim fate that she was intercepted by AI Zhiqian. On that day, AI Zhiqian revealed the entire truth. Her father's and brother's defeats and injuries were orchestrated by Guo Yi. He had long been covertly aligned with the Empress and the Crown Prince. And since the Shen family had not succumbed to their overtures, they became objects of suspicion. Thus, when Guo Yi proposed to marry another, the Empress's agitation was merely a ploy to secure him, holding on to the last flicker of hope for the Shen family, ensuring their complete ruin before she could rest easy. At this moment of her rebirth, it appeared that events had reached an irrevocable juncture. Her father was missing following a defeat, and both her elder and younger brothers bore grievous injuries. The once obscure Guo Yi, now elevated to the position of Grand General of Jinhua, was covertly supported by the Empress and the Crown Prince. It seemed that everything had only just begun, yet they had already fallen into a stalemate. How could she possibly break this deadlock? The voice of the coachman interrupted Shen Wanyin's reverie, prompting her to half-rise and respectfully bow to Xie Yanqin. Your Highness, the Prince of Yin, is quite considerate, but such gestures are unnecessary in the future. I express my gratitude for your return of this humble lady. Does Miss Shen only express her gratitude with words? Chapter 5. Her family to protect the person across from her casually stretched. Shen Wanyin momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps she could arrange for her brother to invite His Highness, the Prince of Yin, for a drink another day. While drinking was not out of the question, why should she involve her brother to treat His Highness? She preferred to handle her own affairs. The Prince of Yin had no inclination to drink with men. Shen Wanyin felt a pang of indignation. This man was indeed insufferable, his roguish behavior utterly detestable. Seeing Shen Wanyin's face flush with anger, the patience of the person across from her was nearly exhausted. He straightened his posture, speaking in a tone that was both teasing and somewhat serious. Otherwise, how about considering offering yourself in exchange? Consider your grandfather. Shen Wanyin's expression darkened completely. He had merely given her a ride. He had not saved her life. To suggest such a thing? Was the Prince of Yin out of his mind? Clearly, he recognized her displeasure, and his demeanor shifted from frivolity to a more sober tone. Miss Shen, you truly are angry. I am quite generous. Such trivial matters do not require repayment. If one day I were to save your life, then you may consider offering yourself. Impossible. At that moment, Shen Wanyin was consumed by hatred, fixated solely on revenge, utterly dismissing any notions of romantic entanglement. She had come to a resolute understanding. Seeking a man was far less desirable than keeping a dog. Moreover, she would never afford Xie Yanqin the opportunity to save her life. Then let us await the day when Miss Shen rescues me, and I shall reciprocate. Shen Wanyin, what on earth was wrong with this man? Were it not for his status, she would have dearly liked to slap him. Your servant shall take her leave now, Your Highness. Please walk slowly. With that, Shen Wanyin exited the carriage without a backward glance, heading directly into the Shen residence. Such a cold girl. Xie Yanqin could not help but mutter to himself, then issued a command. Return to the manor. Finally, unable to contain himself, Zhao De spoke up from outside the carriage. Your Highness, a lady of such grace and beauty as Miss Shen surely favors someone refined and elegant, not a man of your frivolous disposition. Xie Yanqin raised an eyebrow, casting a knowing glare at Zhao De. Recognizing the hint, retreated slightly, redirecting his attention to instructing the coachman on how to drive. The coachman. Why is he everywhere? Xie Yanqin. Does he resemble that frivolous man? Shen Wanyin could hardly wait to return home, even breaking into a light jog toward her mother's quarters. Mother! Mother! Jiang Shi, hearing her daughter's voice, was taken aback and hurried out of the room. Yinyin, upon hearing her mother tenderly call her name, the tears Shen Wanyin had forced back now flowed freely down her cheeks. Mother! She finally collapsed into her mother's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. She had reunited with her mother. Her voice was so gentle, her embrace so warm. How wonderful it was that her mother was still here. Dear child, what has happened? Were you bullied in the palace today? Why didn't we escort you back? Zhang's heart ached as she gazed at her heartbroken daughter, who was typically strong and resilient, seldom allowing her emotions to surface so openly. Yinyin, do not weep. I shall seek out Guo Yi at once to redress your grievances. Upon hearing her brother's voice, Shen Wanyin's emotions settled somewhat. She permitted herself to indulge in tears only for a brief moment in her mother's embrace. From this point forward, she vowed to spare her family further sorrow and distress. Her brother, Shen Wanyin, had sustained a leg injury on the battlefield and was now confined to a wheelchair. As she turned to face him, her eyes brimmed with guilt and compassion, for it was Guo Yi's clandestine malice that had caused her brother's affliction. In her previous life, she had only come to understand this after her brother's death, a realization that filled her with foolishness and regret. It was her misplaced trust in Guo Yi that had invited disaster into the Shen family. All their misfortunes stemmed from her blind faith in him. After her brother's injury, he had succumbed to a melancholic disposition, losing interest in everything and secluding himself within the confines of their home. The once charming and spirited young general had seemingly abandoned his soul on the battlefield, leaving behind a man devoid of his former zeal. Yet, despite his despair, he was the first to consider stepping forth to protect his sister and reclaim her dignity. Brother, I am fine. We shall settle the score with Guo Yi in due time. What transpired? Jiang was evidently unaware of Guo Yi's intention to marry another woman concurrently, and she was taken aback by her children's mention of confronting him. Her daughter had always expressed unwavering affection for Guo Yi, never allowing an unkind word to be spoken of him. Mother, Guo Yi intends to marry another woman. I wish to withdraw from the engagement, Shen Wanyin declared resolutely. She understood that her mother might struggle to accept this revelation, yet it was imperative to be clear. Now was not the time for entanglements with the Guo family, lest the dissolution of the engagement become even more arduous. What? How could this be? How dare he? Jiang exclaimed, shocked. Withdrawing from the engagement is wise. I support you wholeheartedly. Such a fickle man is not worth your affection. I have long held disdain for him. Hearing his sister's decision to break off the engagement, Shen Wanyin wholeheartedly agreed. He had always found Guo Yi insufferable. Had it not been for his sister's infatuation, he would have relished the opportunity to confront the arrogant youth. On the battlefield, Guo Yi seemed solely focused on victory, indifferent to the lives of his soldiers and willing to inflict harm on himself to achieve it, all while considering himself a remarkable commander. Such selfishness often breeds unscrupulous ambition. It was indeed sagacious of his sister to seek an end to their engagement. It was through his gradual acquaintance with Guo Yi that these traits had become evident, yet his sister had already committed to the engagement, declaring him her only choice. By the time he had wished to intervene, it was far too late. Yinyin, have you considered this thoroughly? Jiang asked, her concern evident as she gently brushed a stray lock of hair behind her daughter's ear. She recognized her daughter's affection for Guo Yi, but if she had resolved to break the engagement, it must have been born from profound hurt. Since her daughter was determined to proceed, Jiang would not stand in her way. Her daughter is deserving of the finest man in this world. With her husband gone, she must protect her children, and no one shall dare to bully them. Mother, the daughter has made her decision. It is only to ensure our general's residence does not suffer disgrace. What are you saying? When have we ever brought shame upon our general's house? Yinyin has returned with military achievements. Second brother? Shen Wanyin hurried forward, having received a letter from home while in the military, stating that her second brother had suddenly lost his sight. Shen Wanyin approached with the assistance of a servant, and upon hearing his sister run towards him, his eyes, though devoid of light, bore a tender smile. Do not run, just stand there, and second brother will come to you. Chapter 6. Shedding the dust of past lives, Shen Wanyin hurriedly approached and grasped her elder brother's hand, which remained as broad and warm as it had been in their childhood. He would often ruffle her hair and affectionately declare, "Our Wanyin is so clever." At that moment, Shen Wanyin felt a twinge of relief that her brother could not see her, for otherwise he would witness the tears streaming down her cheeks. Her elder brother, refined and handsome, had once been hailed as the foremost talent in the capital, with his literary works praised by the emperor as possessing the stature of a chancellor. The Shen family had long relied on their martial prowess on the battlefield, predominantly producing military leaders, with few scholars emerging from their lineage. Her father had once believed that with her elder brother's presence, the future of the Shen family was destined for greater heights. However, in what seemed like an instant, misfortune struck. Her father, elder brother, and second brother all faced calamities, leaving the Shen family seemingly devoid of hope for resurgence. Regaining her composure, Shen Wanyin had initially worried that if she were to propose an annulment of her engagement, her mother would vehemently oppose it. The world has always been excessively harsh towards women. After all, she was merely the legitimate daughter of a general, and the once glorious general's household had long since fallen from grace. Even a princess of noble birth would attract censure if she were to break an engagement. Yet, such concerns were trivial compared to the paramount importance of safeguarding her family and ensuring her enemies faced their reckoning in the depths of hell. Thank you, mother. Thank you, elder brother and second brother, for your unwavering support. Surrounded by her loved ones, Shen Wanyin smiled, a smile akin to a rose basking in sunlight, elegant and solemn, yet imbued with an indescribable resilience. Those around her sensed a transformation in Shen Wanyin, though they could not articulate the specifics. If one were to ask her elder brother, Shen Jinyan, he might suggest that her perspective had simply improved. Upon returning to her courtyard, her two maids, Biyu and Bijou, immediately rushed to greet her. "Miss, you have returned," Biyu remarked cautiously, as the two maids had recently learned of the events at the palace banquet. "Yes, I'm tired. Please prepare the bathwater," Shen Wanyin replied. "Certainly," Biyu responded, casting a furtive glance at Shen Wanyin before lowering her eyes. She hesitated, wishing to speak, but was pulled away by Bijou. Once they had distanced themselves, Bijou whispered, "If the miss does not mention it, then neither shall we, lest we bring sorrow to her heart. Had I known that Guo Yi was such a treacherous soul, I would not have prayed for his victories." Biu, after a moment's deliberation, could not contain herself. "However, it is customary for men to take multiple wives. General Guo merely adds another woman to his household. Given her status, that woman would never overshadow the Mississippi. Why must she insist on breaking the engagement? Is marrying General Guo not the best option available? Look at the noble ladies in the capital. Who does not aspire to marry General Guo? If the miss allows this opportunity to slip away and truly annuls the engagement, it will be challenging to secure a match with General Guo in the future. Would you not agree?" Bijou gazed at Biu in astonishment. How could Biu hold such a perspective? After all, the madam and the two young masters supported the miss in annulling the engagement, and she too believed it was the right course of action for the miss's welfare. Yet, why do I feel that your reasoning is flawed? Bijou pondered aloud. General Guo has yet to marry the young lady, yet he displays such a heartless demeanor, causing her great distress. Should she truly wed him? One can only imagine the extent of her future grievances. Biu fidgeted with her hands, visibly irritated, yet concealing her emotions. "Alas, I am merely looking out for the young lady's best interests, to prevent her from experiencing regret later. This impulsive decision may lead her to withdraw from the engagement, only to lament her choice without recourse to express her sorrow. Thus, it is imperative that you join me in persuading her wisely." Unbeknownst to the two young maidens, their conversation had been overheard by Shen Wanyin, who stood not far away. With a cold smile, she regarded Bayu's retreating figure, realizing the futility of her efforts. In her past life, her infatuation with Guo Yi was indeed influenced by that foolish girl. It is unclear when Guo Yi began to manipulate those around her, a master of intricate schemes, although others perceived her as having just departed for a royal banquet. For the recently reborn Shen Wanyin, the overwhelming fatigue weighed heavily upon her. After the joy of reclaiming all that had been lost, a profound exhaustion settled in. It felt as though she had traversed an interminable journey, fraught with turmoil, leaving her utterly drained. All she desired was a warm bath to cleanse away the remnants of her former life, as if that alone could grant her rebirth. As she sat in the bath, her gaze sharpened with clarity. There was no time for rest. She must rid herself of this filth and swiftly embark upon her mission. She needed to find a way to heal her elder brother's leg and her second brother's eyes. Her elder brother's leg had suffered due to delayed treatment, resulting in a misalignment that left one leg shorter than the other. Under normal circumstances, he would not require a wheelchair, yet he now walked with a pronounced limp. Restoring his leg would necessitate a painful re-breaking and realignment, a suffering few could endure, and the risks involved were daunting. No physician would dare attempt it, for failure would leave him with no hope of recovery. However, there exists one with the skill to accomplish this, the renowned healer, Mo Xiaoyao, known for his unparalleled expertise in orthopedic medicine. Following her brother's accident, the Shen family had tirelessly sought Mo Xiaoyao, only to find him vanished as if into thin air, never to be seen again. It was only upon her death in her previous life that she learned from AI Jiqian that Guo Yi had secretly imprisoned Mo Xiaoyao for over a decade, ensuring her brother would be rendered helpless. Currently, this healer was confined in a villa belonging to AI Jiqian, with her responsible for delivering his daily meals. Yet, she could not divulge this information to her brother, lest the Shen family, driven by rage, unwittingly alarm their enemies. Guo Yi's audacity in humiliating the Shen family stemmed from the backing of the crown prince, who orchestrated all his actions. Thus, confronting Guo Yi openly could invite even greater calamity upon the Shen family. As for her second brother, his blindness was the result of treachery by the crown prince, who conspired with Su Yuran, a childhood friend, to poison him, rendering him sightless. The poison was a secret royal concoction from the Western Zhou dynasty, unknown to outsiders. Consequently, even though they recognized that her brother's affliction was due to poisoning, they remained oblivious to the nature of the toxin, let alone the means to procure an antidote. In her previous life, amidst the turmoil of regret and resentment, she finally discerned the nature of the poison that had afflicted her second brother, as well as the existence of the antidote within the royal family of the Western Zhou. Yet, it was all too late. Her family had already perished, and she herself met a tragic end. Miss Su has arrived and is waiting for you in the courtyard. A cold glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Shen Wanyin's eyes as she gently curved her lips into a smile. Su Yuran, your timing is indeed impeccable. Chapter 7. The lesson of the inconsiderate servant. As Shen Wanyin bathed, she did not allow Bai Yu to attend to her, a hint of jealousy lacing the latter's voice. Shen Wanyin scoffed. She had previously indulged this maid far too much. Both Bai Yu and Bai Zhu had served her since childhood. Though their roles were that of master and servant, they often shared a sisterly bond. Besides attending to her needs, they were never required to perform menial tasks in the courtyard, thus enjoying a certain status and pride. In this household, being in close attendance to the mistress was a privilege, and in the past, both maids would have accompanied her during her baths. Now, with Bai Yu excluded and only Bai Zhu permitted to enter, it naturally left a discontented feeling within her. Have her wait outside, she commanded. The person outside hesitated for a moment before responding affirmatively. Miss, are you unwell? Would you like me to fetch a doctor? Bai Zhu sensed something amiss with her mistress. Usually, the two maids would assist during her baths, and it was clear that Shen Wanyin favored Bai Yu slightly more. Today, however, she was left to attend to her mistress alone. Moreover, whenever Miss Su visited, Shen Wanyin always appeared quite delighted. Why was she so indifferent today? Just moments ago, she had seemed eager to dry off, but upon hearing of Miss Su's arrival, she wished to linger longer in the water. No, Shen Wanyin replied coolly, fixing her gaze on Bai Zhu, the very maid who had, in her past life, bravely shielded her from the humiliation inflicted by the Guo family servants, ultimately at the cost of her own life. At that time, Bai Zhu must have felt immense fear and despair. Yet she had resolutely stood before her without a trace of hesitation. Bai Zhu felt a fleeting moment of panic as her mistress regarded her so intently. What is it? Miss, have I done something wrong? Shen Wanyin smiled gently. No, you have done splendidly. In the Tinglan courtyard, you are my most trusted companion. Tinglong Courtyard was where Shen Wanyin resided. Bai Zhu's cheeks flushed slightly, a smile revealing her teeth. The mistress had declared her the most trusted, which was quite a surprise. Wasn't she supposed to favor Bai Yu more? Surely, if Bai Yu heard such praise, she would be displeased. Bai Zhu was not one to engage in rivalry. Unlike Bai Yu, who was competitive by nature, if she were to overhear this, it would surely cause discontent. And Shen Wanyin was aware that Bai Yu was eavesdropping at the door. The one outside clenched her fists, a flicker of resentment crossing her eyes. Meanwhile, Su Yuran had grown increasingly impatient, eager to leave and meet her prince brother. How dare this wretched girl take her time bathing in broad daylight? Didn't your mistress just say she would finish soon? Su Yuran managed to suppress her displeasure as she spoke. Just then, Bai Yu happened to pass by and shook her head slightly, confirming that it had indeed sounded as if she would be done shortly, yet she was still soaking. Suppressing her irritation, Su Yuran rolled her eyes. Suddenly, Bai Yu seemed to recall something and cautiously began to speak. Miss Su, please persuade our young lady not to break off her engagement. I fear that she may act impulsively and later regret her decision. Su Yuran smiled gently and replied, Rest assured, your young lady would never truly cancel her engagement. She adores General Guo. Her words were merely spoken in a moment of frustration. Did not the emperor grant her a month to contemplate? Perhaps by tomorrow, she will come to regret this uproar. Upon hearing Su Yuran's reassurance, Bai Yu's furrowed brow began to relax. Miss Su is right. It is likely that Our Lady will have a change of heart by tomorrow. Who else could she marry, if not General Guo? Who says I can only marry Guo Yi? A sharp rebuke interrupted their conversation. Shen Wanyin's voice was icy and commanding, causing Bai Yu, who had been speaking, to weaken at the knees, almost collapsing. Su Yuran, who had been smiling, was momentarily stunned into silence, forgetting to rise. After a brief moment of shocked silence, Bai Yu, trembling with fear, spoke, Miss, I did not mean it that way. I believe you and General Guo are truly a match made in heaven. Shen Wanyin scoffed, slowly approaching. Fresh from her bath, she exuded an ethereal beauty, captivating yet intimidating. Although Su Yuran found Shen Wanyin's unusual demeanor perplexing, the sight of her pure and delicate face ignited a spark of jealousy within her. A match made in heaven, indeed. Shen Wanyin retorted coldly, raising her hand to deliver a slap. This slap was merely the beginning. Bai Yu, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground dazed. In her 3 years at the military camp, Shen Wanyin had not only served as a strategist, but had also claimed countless enemy heads. She was no weakling, merely a woman who had suffered in love. Ah, Su Yuran exclaimed, finally reacting as she rose, alarmed. Wanyin, what are you doing? Can you not see? I am teaching a lesson to an ignorant servant. Shen Wanyin replied with a faint smile, as if discussing something trivial. Yet the fleeting chill in her gaze sent shivers down the spine. Su Yuran did not perceive the situation as lightly as Shen Wanyin suggested. Teaching a lesson to an ignorant servant? Her eyes flickered, and in a moment of clarity, she understood. Shen Wanyin was angry because Guo Yi intended to marry another woman, hence her emotional outburst regarding him. To alter her temperament for the sake of a man speaks volumes of her affection for him, and it was evident that she had no true desire to break off the engagement. As long as she remained engaged, everything could be resolved. All right, Wanyin, I understand you're upset about General Guo. Is it worth such anger over a woman of little significance? Su Yuran said as she affectionately took Shen Wanyin's arm. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, kneeling on the ground, seemed to have finally grasped the situation and began to sob pitifully. I know you are trouble, miss. Everything I do is for your sake. How can you misunderstand my intentions? Shen Wanyin looked down at Bai Yu, who feigned innocence. After years of companionship, it is disheartening to realize that it pales in comparison to a man's sweet nothings. How she longs to wed Guo Yi, for it would bring her closer to the beloved General Guo. Shen Wanyin discreetly withdrew her arm and seated herself at the table's edge. Since you hold General Guo in such high regard, why not allow me to escort you to his side? Bai Yu's eyes widened in alarm, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Miss, I remain ever loyal to you and would never dare to entertain any unwarranted desires. Shen Wanyin let out a cold scoff, nonchalantly raising her hands in indifference. I merely spoke in jest. Why must you be so agitated as if I had struck a chord? Enough. You may leave. There is no need for your service in the coming days, as I wish to be spared your company. As you wish, Bai Yi replied, her voice tinged with panic, hastily departing. Meanwhile, Su Yuran, awkwardly standing by, found herself at a loss for words. She had come to mediate, but how could she proceed in such a situation? Chapter 8. Is this person unwell? Year 1. Shall we have dinner at the manor? I have much to discuss with you, said Shen Wanyin. Su Yuran jolted awake, a faint smile gracing her lips as she looked at Shen Wanyin. I have already informed my mother that I cannot return too late. Perhaps it would be best to dine together another day. The time is nearly upon me, so I shall take my leave today and visit you another time. Indeed, Su Yuran had little time to linger at the Shen residence. Her visit served merely as an excuse to step outside. She had initially intended to persuade Shen Wanyin against calling off the engagement, but she found herself without an opportunity to voice her thoughts. Shen Wanyin, being keenly aware, nodded in agreement. Very well. I too am rather fatigued today and shall not keep you. After watching Su Yuran depart, darkness gradually enveloped the sky. Shen Wanyin claimed fatigue and decided to rest, instructing Bijou to stand guard outside, forbidding anyone from entering without her command. Bijou dutifully remained at the door. Yet the Navi girl was entirely oblivious to the fact that her mistress had changed into a set of night attire and was currently perched atop the roof of a finely adorned courtyard in the capital. Though the courtyard was modest in size, its exquisite decor offered a unique and serene ambience, reminiscent of a secluded paradise. Shen Wanyin gently lifted a tile, peering through a gap, her eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, the angle is just right, perfectly aligned with the grand bed. On the antique bed, a woman smiled alluringly, while a man gazed at her with desire. The rhythmic movements caused the sturdy wooden bed to emit soft creaking sounds, heightening the erotic spectacle before her. A wave of nausea washed over Shen Wanyin, yet instinctively, she leaned forward to observe more closely, only to be abruptly blinded by a pair of large hands covering her eyes. She inhaled sharply, her heart racing, though she remained outwardly composed. Clearly, she had been too engrossed in the scene, and anyone capable of approaching her unnoticed possessed formidable skills. She was no match for them, thus resistance seemed futile. Who are you? Shen Wanyin whispered, striving to mask her unease. The figure behind her continued to shield her eyes, moving closer, their chest pressing against her back. The warmth radiating from their body intensified her anxiety. Before she could furrow her brow to question further, a warm breath brushed against her ear, tinged with a hint of gentleness. Unable to contain her irritation, Shen Wanyin slightly turned her head. What do you intend to do? What is so captivating about those two? I fear it may tarnish your vision, Wanyin. If you wish to see, I might as well show you. My physique surpasses that of that wretched prince. Shen Wanyin, is it you? Shen Wanyin recognized the voice. Once, she had led a small contingent to divert the enemy's main forces, allowing Guo Yi to encircle them from behind. Though they ultimately triumphed, her group had suffered grievously, and she had nearly believed her life was forfeit, only to be rescued by the man now before her. Are you Guo Yi, the leader of Wutian Pavilion? Is indeed I. I am surprised that you still remember me. Shen Wanyin furrowed her brow slightly, as the voices of the two individuals below grew increasingly tumultuous, stirring her curiosity. Yet, the hands covering her eyes clung tightly, leaving not even the slightest gap. Truly, it rendered her speechless. Do you remember me? What is it? Are you so utterly idle? Shen Wanyin spoke with irritation. The reason this person had saved her was merely that he happened to pass by while committing murder, and despite his crimes, he was still a citizen of the Great Xia, thus morally obligated to rescue the soldiers of Great Xia. Guo Yi chuckled softly, as if feeling triumphant. Is this still your attitude towards me? Such a rude little girl. Is this how you treat your savior? Could you perhaps release me, so I may repay your life-saving grace? If you do not relent, those below will have concluded their affair. The crown prince's state was truly dire. It had been but a short while, and the evident commotion had diminished significantly. Not a chance, Shen Wanyin retorted. A moment of silence ensued, and it seemed the individuals on the bed had finished their encounter. Is that it? Shen Wanyin thought, exasperated. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly noticed that the person behind her had vanished without a trace. What? Is this person unwell? Shen Wanyin inwardly cursed, but found that the individual bore an inexplicable resemblance to the Prince Yan she had encountered earlier that day in the carriage. Realizing this, she quickly shook her head, scolding herself for comparing the physiques of two men. They could not possibly be the same person. Their appearances and voices were distinctly different. Meanwhile, the leader of the Wutian Pavilion lurked in a corner, continuing to observe the enraged woman on the roof. This time, I have not acted frivolously. I merely sought to shield her from those unsavory sights. Zhao, Your Highness, you have not acted with restraint. Your lips were nearly upon hers. I dare say Miss Shen could smell the chive and egg pancake you had for lunch. Zhao spoke with utmost sincerity, for it was a rare occasion when the prince harbored such sentiments for a woman. If you engage in such actions again, please do refrain from consuming chives. Xie Yunkin, I shall punish you with 3 days of chive and egg pancakes. Zhao lamented, on the verge of tears. He had no love for chives. The thought of enduring 3 days of their pungent odor was more torturous than receiving 20 lashes. At this moment, the two individuals on the bed were merely covered by a thin blanket, shielding their most intimate areas. After their passionate encounter, Su Yuran lay somewhat weakly in the embrace of Crown Prince Xie Yunjin. Your Highness, when will you take me into your residence as your bride? Yuran, the time is not yet right. Although you are not officially betrothed to Shun Jiyun, who in the capital does not know of your childhood bond, if you were to rashly marry me due to his blindness, you would face insurmountable scrutiny. Let us wait until Shun Jiyun has completely abandoned hope and can no longer face you. Then I shall gradually bestow upon you your rightful title. On the rooftop, Shen Wanyin's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. The entire Shen family is indeed blind to the truth. Even though the second brother has lost his sight, he has never doubted the pastries gifted by Su Yuran. His affection for her remains unwavering. Initially, he cherished her deeply, yet after losing his vision, he intentionally distanced himself, encouraging her to seek her own happiness. Consequently, the family feels a profound sense of guilt towards Su Yuran. Later, when she married into the prince's residence as a concubine, their mother bestowed upon her a considerable dowry, treating her as if she were a daughter, despite Su Yuran not marrying the second brother. Little did they know that this daughter figure would ultimately play them for fools. The second brother is a man of resolute character. Despite his blindness, he did not succumb to despair. However, Su Yuran's repeated attempts to enlighten him only served to further diminish his spirit, leading him to entertain thoughts of self-harm. Su Yuran, I shall repay you for all the misfortunes you have inflicted upon my family, piece by piece. In a swift motion, Shen Wanyin vanished into the night. Reappearing in the kitchen, the young maid preparing the herbal soup from his carriage felt a brief dizziness before losing consciousness. Moments later, she slowly regained her senses. The voice of the prince's personal guard echoed from the doorway. Is the soup not ready yet? The young maid paused for an instant, feeling as though she had merely dozed off. It's almost done, just a moment. Chapter 9. The distorted abortion pills in a state of panic. She responded with a hurried acknowledgement, pouring the contents of the vial into a bowl before bringing it into the room. Su Yuran reluctantly accepted the bowl of contraceptive soup, aware of the common belief that excessive consumption could adversely affect her future fertility. Should she marry into the crown prince's residence without bearing children? How could she secure her position? Momentarily lost in thought, she was startled by the cold glare from the man beside her. Unable to hesitate any longer, Su Yuran furrowed her brow and gulped down the bitter concoction, noting that today's taste seemed somewhat different from what she remembered. Before she could ponder further, the crown prince's voice rang out, urging her to leave. All right, you should return early to avoid raising suspicions. Despite her reluctance, Su Yuran dared not defy the crown princess' wishes, forcing a compliant expression as she began to straighten her attire. By the time she was dressed and ready to depart, the crown prince had lost interest in her entirely, not even sparing her a glance. A sense of suffocation gripped her heart. Having aided the crown prince in harming Shen Jiyun, she found herself with no retreat. Her best outcome was to marry into the crown prince's residence, not necessarily seeking the status of the crown princess, but content as a concubine. To her, entering the crown prince's household was already a significant elevation in status. Even knowing that the crown prince's initial admiration was merely a means to exploit her, she accepted it willingly, for she was determined to enter the crown prince's abode, while Shen Wanyin, who had always overshadowed her, would gradually descend into despair. Meanwhile, Shen Wanyin hurried back to the Shen residence, entering through the window with deftness, swiftly changing her clothes before opening her door. Bihua remained steadfastly at the door. "Miss, you are awake?" "Yes. Have someone prepare a snack to send to Su Mansion, and tell them that Miss Su did not stay for dinner. I feel quite guilty and wish to send her a treat." Without hesitation, Bihua hurried off to fulfill the request. At that moment, in the Su household, Lord Su, Madame Su, and Yifeng, and Su Yuran's younger brother, Su Zhongxian, were dining with the old matriarch. It seemed they had just realized someone was missing from the table, prompting the old matriarch to voice her displeasure. "Where is Yuran? Why hasn't she come to eat?" Madame Su smiled gently. "Yuran has gone to the Shen residence. Since Wanyin has returned, it is only natural for them to wish to spend more time together, given their close bond since childhood." The old matriarch replied, shaking her head slightly with a sigh. "It is truly a pity about that second son of the Shen family, but they are kind-hearted folk. Yuran will undoubtedly not suffer any indignities in marrying into their family." A flicker of annoyance crossed Madame Su's eyes, yet she remained silent, feeling exasperated that her daughter was to wed a blind man. What on earth was that old woman thinking? Lord Su, nearing the age of discernment, held a mere fifth-rank position as a reader at the Hamlin Academy. He had initially believed that a union with the Shen family would be a fortuitous match, but the Shen family had since lost their former glory. Besides the Shens, given his official rank, it would be increasingly difficult for his daughter to marry into a higher status. The Shens would have to suffice. "Grandmother, what are you saying? The Shen family has not only lost one son, but now another is crippled, and even Shen Wanyin is on the verge of being jilted. What right does such a family have to wed my sister?" Su Zhongxian, at the tender age of 16, is a well-known second-rate scoundrel in the capital. Lacking both literary and martial prowess, he has always loathed being compared to the two sons of the Shen family. One is a martial general, the other a gifted scholar, and he finds himself to be a mere wretch, inferior even to their little finger. However, fate has turned the tide. The general now limps, and the scholar has lost his sight. Both have become invalids, rendering any comparisons moot. At least he possesses good health and a complete set of organs. If his sister were to marry well in the future and secure him a minor official position, he could enjoy considerable prestige in the capital. Just as old Madame Su was about to express her anger, a servant announced from outside, "Madam, the Shen family has sent pastries," stating that Miss Shen was not dining there. Miss Shen felt quite apologetic and had someone deliver pastries to our Mississippi Fang's gentle visage immediately stiffened. What was the meaning of this sudden gesture from Shen Wanyin? Wasn't Yuran still at the Shen residence? "Call on the person who delivered the pastries," she ordered. The servant complied and left. Perhaps Yuran was delayed on her way back, unexpectedly allowing the messenger from the Shen family to arrive first. Feng attempted to mask her concern, but old Madame Su ignored her entirely. She set down her chopsticks and sat in silence, while the others at the table obediently followed suit. Su Darren glanced at Feng with eyes full of ire, causing her to lower her head in guilt. Before long, the servant from the Shen family who had delivered the pastries was brought in. "When did Yuran depart from your Shen household?" Old Madame Su inquired in a stern tone. "Miss Su left nearly 2 hours ago," came the reply. Old Madame Su's expression darkened at once, her voice sharp as she declared, "Well, this is truly remarkable. Since when did she learn to lie so brazenly? It is so late. What could a young lady from a noble family be doing outside?" "Mother, silence. Do you wish to cover for her?" Feng fell silent, her face grave and troubled, unsure of how to proceed. By the time the Su family's dinner had concluded, the unsuspecting Su Yuran returned home. Upon her arrival, she was summoned to the old Madame's quarters. She had assumed her grandmother wished to inquire about Shen Wanyin. Upon entering, she was surprised to find both her father and mother present, oblivious to the knowing glances exchanged between her and Chao. "Returned from the Shen household?" Old Madame Su asked directly. "Yes, granddaughter has not seen Wanyin in quite some time, so we chatted for a while," she replied. Old Madame Su scoffed. You lie without a hint of shame. Is this how you routinely spin your tales? Su Yuran's eyes widened in shock, and she knelt down immediately. Grandmother. Aye. She struggled to find a way to weave another lie, her heart racing with anxiety. How could her grandmother know she had not been at the Shen residence? Speak. Where exactly have you been? Old Madame Su's gaze was piercing, filled with disappointment, though her expression revealed tension and probing. She had once shared a close friendship with a matriarch of the Shen family. One had married into the Shen family, while the other had wed into the Su family. The relationship between the Shen and Su families has always been amicable. Among the younger generation, one is a civil servant while the other is a military officer, resulting in minimal interaction. However, in the next generation, Su Yuran has formed a close bond with several of the Shen children, having grown up together since childhood. The sons of the Shen family are exceptionally talented and handsome, renowned throughout the capital. Although the two families had not formally arranged a marriage, it was tacitly understood that Su Yuran would wed Shen Jiyun, the second son of the Shen family. Unfortunately, misfortune struck the Shen family, and fate cruelly took the side of their two sons. Madame Shen, a woman of unwavering integrity, regarded Su Yuran as destined to marry into the Shen family, believing that the mishap that befell Shen Jiyun should not sway her granddaughter's heart. In their heyday, the Shen family was highly esteemed in the capital, a status that the Su family could scarcely hope to attain. Nevertheless, the Shen family never looked down upon the Su family's standing. Even after the loss of her old sister, their descendants continued to treat her and the Su family with respect. At this juncture, the Su family could not act in a manner that would betray their loyalty. Chapter 10. Who leaked the information? Su Yuran cast a panicked glance at Mrs. Feng, who subtly averted her gaze and signaled her with a slight nod. Granddaughter, I merely ventured out for a stroll to alleviate my melancholy. Su Yuran's excuse was plausible. Any woman would undoubtedly feel discomfort upon learning that her future husband had suddenly gone blind. However, could the old matriarch truly be unaware of her granddaughter's heart? In recent days, she had hardly witnessed her shed a tear, as Su Yuran appeared to be in high spirits, akin to a young maiden blossoming in love. Could one leisurely stroll extend to 2 or 3 hours? Moreover, why would she conceal her outing from the family and weave lies on both ends? Once again, the old matriarch's voice rose sharply, her frustration palpable. She could not fathom why her sons and grandsons, men of integrity, had a granddaughter who did not mirror their virtues. My dear granddaughter, I genuinely just wish to clear my mind and find some tranquility. Su Yuran was now at a loss, knowing she could not reveal the truth about the crown prince. Very well, if you seek calm, then go to the ancestral hall and reflect there for 3 days, and only then shall we discuss your whereabouts. Grandmother. Su Yuran's eyes widened in disbelief. Was she truly to kneel for 3 days in the ancestral hall, simply for returning late? Mother, my constitution is frail. How could I possibly endure 3 days of kneeling? Mrs. Feng gazed at her daughter with concern, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the old matriarch. Were it not for the shops under her control, she would have long devised a means to rid herself of this oppressive woman. Mrs. Su shot a warning glance at Mrs. Feng, who immediately lowered her head in trepidation. Lord Su regarded Su Yuran with discontent. Enough. Heed your grandmother's wishes and do not provoke her further. Hurry along to the ancestral hall and kneel. Filled with indignation, Su Yuran felt a flicker of resentment in her eyes as she rose and made her way to the ancestral hall. Once the room was emptied, the old matriarch wearily closed her eyes and reclined on the soft couch. Have I been too demanding? Although the second son of the Shen family is blind, his character remains intact. Marrying into the Shen family would be an excellent match. Old madam, forgive my frankness, but Miss Yuran possesses considerable pride and may not be inclined to accept the current second master Shen, came a voice from the shadows. Indeed, the old matriarch nodded slightly, sighing and shaking her head, feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness. In a vast Su family, filled with her descendants, not one was truly close to her. Su Yuran spent a restless night in the ancestral hall, her hatred for Shen Wanyin intensifying. Why did she have to send those pastries, nearly exposing her secret? Yuran, something terrible has happened. Mrs. Feng rushed into the ancestral hall, her expression fraught with anxiety. What is it? Su Yuran approached the door, a sense of foreboding swelling within her. News of your clandestine meeting with the Crown Prince has spread like wildfire. Even the reason for your late return and subsequent punishment of kneeling in the ancestral hall is being recounted with vivid detail outside. What? Su Yuran stumbled for a moment, nearly losing her balance and falling to the ground. The Crown Prince had repeatedly urged her to exercise caution and to never expose their affairs. Yet somehow, their secrets had been revealed. How could this happen? Who was responsible? Someone must have known about her meeting with the Crown Prince and her kneeling in the ancestral hall. This person had to be from the Su family. Su Yuran cast a scrutinizing glance at Madame Feng, who quickly recoiled and waved her hands in protest. Oh dear, you can't possibly suspect me, can you? I haven't even mentioned it to your brother. I only fear he might spout nonsense after drinking outside. Su Yuran's eyes widened in sudden realization. The only other person who knew about this, aside from her father, was her personal maid, Qingning. Mother, summon Qingning. Madame Feng appeared to have had a sudden epiphany as well. It must be her, that little wretch. She hastily ordered someone to fetch Qingning, who was privy to many of Su Yuran's secrets, including how she had conspired with the Crown Prince to drug Shenjian. The moment Qingning was dragged over by two young servants, she sensed that her mistress had begun to suspect her. However, she remained silent. Kneeling on the ground, she clutched Su Yuran's skirt, pleading, "Miss, I haven't told anyone anything." Su Yuran kicked her away, sending Qingning sprawling to the floor. You wretched girl, how dare you touch my skirts? Su Yuran's face contorted with rage, and before Qingning could utter another plea for mercy, she kicked her again. Ah! Qingning cried out. Miss, I swear I haven't said anything. It truly wasn't me, it wasn't me. As she watched Qingning's desperate cries for forgiveness, Su Yuran momentarily questioned whether she had wronged her maid. Perhaps it was indeed her visit to the Crown Prince that had been discovered, coincidentally leading to the knowledge of her punishment in the ancestral hall, thus giving rise to the rumors. After all, Qingning had served her faithfully for many years, and Su Yuran was well aware of the girl's character. She had never divulged any of her secrets. Several servants watched in fear, hesitant to approach as one of the older women trembled, unable to lift her gaze. The previous night, it was unclear which servant had spoken of the mistress's clandestine meeting with the Crown Prince, but it had fortuitously reached her ears. She had always been unable to keep a secret, and somehow the entire household had learned of it, but how could it have spread so quickly beyond the estate? Su Yuran gritted her teeth and struck Qingning across the face once more. If it's not you, then who is it? Panic surged within her as she considered how the Crown Prince might react upon learning of this. He could very well lay the blame at her feet. I truly don't know. Qingning pleaded, her voice trembling. Madame Feng approached with a stern expression. It is indeed her. I have investigated, and this news originated from our Su family. Who else could it be? Su Yuran narrowed her eyes, regretting that she had initially thought herself unjust to Qingning. Take her away and beat her. Break her mouth. Upon her command, two maids seized Qingning and dragged her away. Qingning's face was a portrait of disbelief. It was clearly not her, so why insist that it was? No matter how she cried out, Qingning was still dragged down. Su Yuran's mind was a tumult of confusion, feeling that even 1,000 cuts to Qingning would not quench her hatred. Mother, what should I do? Grandmother must have already found out, and the Crown Prince will surely blame me as well. Feng's expression turned icy, tinged with helplessness. If she knows, so be it. At least she will no longer press you to marry that blind man. As for the Crown Prince, Feng paused, suddenly curling her lips into a smile. Isn't this just perfect? Given the rumors surrounding you and the Crown Prince, if he does not take responsibility, it will not only tarnish your reputation. Awakening from her reverie, Su Yuran's eyes widened in sudden realization, a hint of joy illuminating her face. Meanwhile, within the prince's residence, the Crown Prince, Shen Wanyin, furiously overturned the teacup on the table upon hearing the news. That wretched woman! Shen Wanyin's countenance darkened as he uttered a curse. Who in the capital does not know of the childhood bond between the second young master of the Shen family and the Miss Su? The second young master has only just gone blind, and already rumors have begun swirling about him and Su Yuran. What will the public think of her? What will his father think of him? He is the Crown Prince, and his reputation is of utmost importance. Chapter 11. How could she bear to annul the engagement? A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Xie Yunjin's eyes as she coldly spoke. This Su Yuran, despite Ji's countless admonitions urging her to behave modestly, had dared to be so audacious, thus provoking Ji's limits. Your Highness, General Guo has arrived. Let him in. Xie Yunjin's mood was already far from pleasant, and upon hearing Guo Yi's name, her brows knitted further. How audacious of him to exchange military merit for a marriage decree from the emperor without consulting either her or the Empress Dowager. Was this sheer arrogance? Did he truly believe that his military accomplishments granted him the authority to act independently? Before long, Guo Yi entered, acutely aware that his actions had incurred the prince's displeasure. He bowed cautiously. Your Highness. Xie Yunjin let out a cold snort, casting a glance at Guo Yi. The imposing aura of the superior made Guo Yi instinctively lower his body slightly. General Guo is now the emperor's appointed Grand General of Jinghua. There is no need for such formality. Guo Yi could easily discern the prince's sarcasm and, keeping his posture unchanged, cautiously replied, Everything I possess is bestowed upon me by your Highness and Her Majesty. I dare not claim credit in your Highness's presence. What a clever avoidance of credit. Yet you had the audacity to barter for a marriage decree in front of the emperor? For the sake of woman, you nearly disrupted my grand plans. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Guo Yi's eyes as he knelt gracefully. Rest assured, your Highness, Shen Wanyin is utterly devoted to me. She will never annul our engagement. All her previous actions were merely a moment of frustration. She is likely already regretting it. Xie Yunjin refrained from disputing Guo Yi's words, for he too harbored similar thoughts. The Shen family could no longer sustain themselves, and if Shen Wanyin were to refuse Guo Yi, who else would she marry? Should she annul the engagement? Not only would her reputation be tarnished, but she would also bear the burden of 2 disabled brothers. Even with her extraordinary beauty, finding a suitable match from a noble family would be exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, this did not justify Guo Yi's reckless behavior. Such actions could alienate many in the military, including loyal veterans who remained devoted to the Shen family. Regardless, your marriage with the Shen family must not be affected. I require you to secure the Shen family firmly within your grasp. There must be no slackening. Yes, your Highness, rest assured, Guo Yi confidently replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. With Shen Wanyin's affection for him, how could she possibly bear to annul their engagement? At this moment, she was likely in the Shen household, weeping inconsolably. Guo Yi's smile grew more confident, since she dared to threaten him with the prospect of annulling their engagement. She ought to learn the consequences of such a threat. The prince also instructed him to go to the Shen family to console her, but he had no intention of doing so. The prince was unaware of just how much Shen Wanyin cherished him. He needn't intervene. She would come to apologize on her own. Ji Qian, with her gentle disposition, was easily bullied. He intended to prepare Shen Wanyin's temperament before they entered the household, ensuring Ji Qian would not be mistreated. With unwavering confidence, Guo Yi exited the prince's residence. His visit today was solely to atone for the marriage decree. Although he feigned an apology, deep down he knew that given his current military achievements and reputation, the crown prince would not take any action against him. Just as Guo Yi stepped out, the coachman hurriedly approached him. General, our carriage has been detained by the officials of Shentian Prefecture, claiming it belongs to the Shen family and was stolen. The coachman, filled with indignation, was named Song Dahu, a fellow townsman of Guo Yi. He had joined the army alongside Guo Yi, yet their paths diverged dramatically. Guo Yi, possessing both intelligence and courage, quickly established himself in the military and eventually rose to become the general of Jinghua. In contrast, Song Dahu languished in mediocrity until an injury in battle rendered him a cripple. Out of camaraderie, Guo Yi had retained him in the capital as his coachman. Having shared life and death experiences, and with Guo Yi providing him a livelihood, Song Dahu was eternally grateful and fiercely loyal. His simple mind recognized only one principle. Those who were kind to him were always right. Thus he believed Guo Yi to be infallible, regardless of the circumstances. Guo Yi's confident smile faltered, and he gazed at Song Dahu in disbelief. What? A stolen carriage? He seemed somewhat bewildered. Song Dahu, anxious, insisted, This carriage was clearly sent by the Shen family for the general's use. How could it be lost? Surely there must be some misunderstanding, but I cannot articulate it clearly. Perhaps you should inquire personally, General, he suggested, pointing towards the carriage nearby, where two officials from Wutian Prefecture stood. Those officials had insisted on taking the carriage, dismissing Song Dahu's claims that it belonged to General Zheng Guo. Fortunately, being at the gates of the Crown Prince's residence, the officials had refrained from forcibly seizing it. Guo Yi hastened towards the officials, his tall and handsome stature, accentuated by the formidable aura cultivated through battle, instilled a sense of trepidation in the two lesser officials. Initially skeptical, they soon realized the truth of the lame coachman's statement. The carriage indeed belonged to General Guo, which implied that the alleged thief was none other than the general himself. They widened their eyes in astonishment, contemplating how a figure of such stature could be so destitute. Having heard tales of his humble beginnings and reliance on the Shen family support, is it truly General Guo? One of the officials ventured tentatively. Have you not yet paid your respects to the general? Guo Yi's tone was sharp. After all, he was a newly minted noble, recently honored by the emperor with a celebratory banquet. How dare these officials label him a thief? We humbly greet General Guo. Recognizing the gravity of the moment and the possibility that this was indeed the newly appointed General Zheng Guo, the officials immediately bowed respectfully. Standing tall with hands clasped behind his back, Guo Yi regarded the officials with an air of authority. What is the meaning of this? This carriage is clearly in my possession. Why would you accuse me of theft? As he spoke, he glanced around nervously, fearing that others might overhear and tarnish his reputation as the General of Jingguo. Two constables were at a loss for words. One was Miss Shen, and the other was General Jingguo, with the presence of Prince Yin looming between them. General Guo, it was reported that Miss Shen visited the Wutian Prefecture yesterday, claiming that the carriage she was riding had been stolen. Thus, we were led to investigate your premises. And indeed, this carriage corresponds precisely with the description provided by Miss Shen. Guo Yi's expression darkened in an instant, a sardonic smile flickering across his face. So was Shen Wanyin. He had wondered why she had maintained such composure and had yet to seek him out. It turned out she was here waiting for him. The esteemed daughter of the Shen family, reducing herself to such absurdity merely due to their quarrel. Was she attempting to blame him for requesting a marriage proposal while simultaneously taking another as a bride? Chapter 12. Taking without asking is theft. How absurd. To resort to such means just to see me. Guo Yi scornfully rebuked, then turned to the two constables. You two should return and report to Lord Lu that Miss Shen merely acted out of a momentary quarrel with me, and that this matter of the stolen carriage is entirely baseless. I shall personally negotiate with Miss Shen, and there is no need for Lord Lu to concern himself further. The two constables frowned, having heard of the situation between Guo Yi and Shen Wanyin. However, since a report had been made to the Wutian Prefecture, they were obliged to follow protocol, with the crux of the matter resting upon Miss Shen's statement. General Guo, it would be prudent for you to accompany us. For only if Miss Shen deems this matter resolved can we conclude the case. After all, we are under the Emperor's jurisdiction, and Lord Lu must adhere to regulations. Guo Yi exhaled in displeasure. Very well, I shall accompany you. He had intended to spare Shen Wanyin some embarrassment, but since she had chosen to act thus, he would not hold back. After all, he had already resolved to marry her, and no one could deter him. Before long, Guo Yi arrived at the Wutian Prefecture with the two constables. Upon seeing Guo Yi, Lord Lu momentarily appeared taken aback, instructing the constables to search for the missing carriage belonging to Miss Shen. How could the newly risen star of the court, General Guo, have come here? Ah, is that not General Guo? Lu Zhiqing welcomed him with enthusiasm. Lord Lu, Guo Yi greeted with a respectful gesture. You certainly have quite a number of rules here in the Wutian Prefecture. Guo Yi's tone carried a hint of mockery. Lu Zhiqing glanced towards the carriage at the entrance, identical to the one Miss Shen had described the previous day. So, this meant that Miss Shen's carriage had been taken by Guo Yi? What? This was far more complicated than he had anticipated. It is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I shall summon Miss Shen, so that General Guo and she may discuss this matter face to face. After all, how can there be lingering grudges between a couple? Guo Yi did not object, striding into the main hall of the Wutian Prefecture and taking a seat. while Lu Jiqing maintained a friendly demeanor. He was acutely aware of the attitude displayed by his guest and silently assessed him. This Guo Yi had merely recently achieved a military success. Though his title had grown somewhat, he was merely conferred the rank of a fourth-class general. What audacity to treat him, the prefect of Shuntian, with such disregard. He promptly instructed the constables to fetch Shen Wanyin from her home, then turned back to Guo Yi, engaging in pleasantries with a forced smile. Before long, Shen Wanyin arrived at the Shuntian prefecture and spotted the carriage stationed at the entrance. She walked in with poise, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Lord Lu. Shen Wanyin greeted with a respectful gesture, seemingly oblivious to Guo Yi seated nearby. Ah, Miss Shen, you have arrived. I have located your carriage, which should have been borrowed by General Guo, who forgot to inform you. Guo Yi had anticipated that Shen Wanyin would arrive looking haggard, perhaps with tear-stained eyes. Yet, she appeared remarkably composed, showing no signs of distress, her complexion surprisingly radiant. Guo Yi did not deign to glance at Shen Wanyin, yet he noticed that she too failed to regard him. Very well, he thought. He would observe how long this woman could maintain her stance. Shen Wanyin smiled innocently, speaking with a measured tone. Is it not theft to take what is not yours? What does it mean to forget? If one could simply take another's possessions under the pretense of forgetfulness, would that not render theft non-existent in this world? The genial smile of Lord Lu cracked under the tension. Shen Wanyin, what are you causing such a stir about? Is it because I left without waiting for you yesterday? Must you escalate this trivial matter to the capital? Do you not fear humiliation? Upon hearing Shen Wanyin's words, Guo Yi erupted with anger. Stir? Shen Wanyin retorted sharply. You brazenly stole my carriage, and yet have the audacity to claim I am causing a scene? Is it customary for General Guo to take others' belongings with such righteousness? Guo Yi's face darkened, disappointment etched in his expression as he glared at Shen Wanyin. What do you intend to achieve? Have I not declared that you are of utmost importance to me? Jiqian merely seeks a title. She will not contest anything with you. Shen Wanyin chuckled lightly, exasperation evident in her gaze towards Guo Yi. Miss AI's desires are of no concern to me. I have stated my intention to end our engagement and wish you well with Miss AI. Therefore, she may possess your title, but she cannot claim your heart. Shen Wanyin, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Such statements should not be uttered lightly. How have you become so thoughtless? Guo Yi stepped forward, attempting to grasp Shen Wanyin's wrist, but she deftly evaded him. Rolling her eyes with disdain, she turned to Lord Lu. Since the carriage has been recovered, this thief should be dealt with according to the law, should he not? Moreover, you promised Prince Yan that upon capturing the thief, a public notice will be posted throughout the city to unveil his identity. Guo Yi was taken aback. Shen Wanyin, when did you become so vindictive? Are you seeking revenge against me? Shen Wanyin shot him a scornful glance, a smirk gracing her lips. Guo Yi gritted his teeth, realizing the truth of her words. Shen Wanyin, do not come to regret this. Your actions will only drive me further away. Oh, General Guo, such bravado from a mere thief. Just as Guo Yi's words fell, a familiar voice resonated from the entrance. Guo Yi furrowed his brow as he regarded the newcomer, a seething anger boiling beneath the surface. Yet he restrained himself. It was Prince Yan. He found the prince increasingly irksome. What did his affairs with Shen Wanyin have to do with him? Since yesterday in the main hall, Guo Yi had sensed that Prince Yan was deliberately mocking him. Shen Wanyin turned, her brow furrowed, as she regarded the pale and somewhat frail Xie Yonk. Why had he returned? Prince Yan. Lord Lu greeted him with fervent enthusiasm, and Guo Yi, lifting his chin, observed Lord Lu's obsequious demeanor with disdain. Your Highness, are you not being a tad excessive? How could a dignified general of the nation stoop to stealing a carriage? TSK, TSK, TSK. This sovereign believes that General Guo's act of pilfering a mere cart is not inherently disgraceful, for it is widely acknowledged that he hails from a humble background, unable to afford such luxuries. The true shame lies in his audacious denial of the theft, coupled with a venomous accusation against the victim. Such behavior is indeed unbearable for me to witness or hear. Your Highness, the Prince of Yan, Guo Yi is genuinely on the verge of madness. Even if I come from a modest lineage, I ought not to endure such humiliation at your hands. It is not Guo Yi's fault to be born into a lowly family. The fault lies in his acute sensitivity to this matter, a topic he is most reluctant to address. Ahem. It seems that Guo Yi's wrath has rattled the Prince of Yan, who coughs weakly, his complexion paling noticeably. Guo Yi instinctively retreats a couple of steps, eyeing the prince warily, as if fearing that he might implicate him in this affair. Shen Wanyin. It appears this person always feigns weakness at just the right moment. When have I ever humiliated you, General Guo? I merely asserted that your theft of the cart was unjustifiable. Even if the Guo family cannot afford a cart, it should not resort to thievery. Guo Yi. He longs to erupt, to succumb to a frenzy of frustration. Chapter 13. Who are you trying to intimidate with a marriage withdrawal? He turned to Shen Wanyin, his expression weary. Inin, stop this nonsense. I can pay you for that carriage. Shen Wanyin scoffed coldly. She was not in need of silver. Her sole desire was to ensure his discomfort. Could he not perceive that? Since Prince Yin enjoyed the commotion, she saw no reason not to utilize him for a while longer. With His Highness the Prince of Yin as a witness, she implored Lord Lu to exercise fairness in his judgment. At that moment, Lord Lu wished for nothing more than to vanish into thin air. Why must these two, embroiled in conflict, drag him into their turmoil? He raised an eyebrow, casting a troubled glance at Xie Yunshin. Under the emperor's gaze, should not Lord Lu, as the prefect of Shuntian, uphold justice? Yet, the frail prince, Yin, spoke with an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. Lu Zhiqing felt a bead of sweat form. It would be child's play for the prince to whisper a word to the emperor against him. Offending him was not an option. Straightening his back, Lu Zhiqing turned his attention to General Guo Yi. General Guo, you have committed theft of a carriage, which warrants a sentence of 10 years imprisonment and exile. However, considering this is your first offense, I shall impose a fine of 2,000 taels of silver as a means of reprimand. Guo Yi clenched his teeth and shut his eyes, wishing to say nothing further. After delivering his ruling, Lord Lu cautiously glanced at Xie Yunshin. Knowing he could not genuinely impose imprisonment or exile on Guo Yi, the fine was merely a means to establish guilt. Xie Yunshin nodded with a smile, clearly satisfied with the ruling. Shen Wanyin also found it agreeable. Her intention was merely to vex Guo Yi, to expose the so-called illustrious general of the state, admired by many, as nothing more than a petty thief who had pilfered someone else's carriage. She was curious how the noble ladies who admired him would react to this revelation. Once the case was concluded, Guo Yi stormed out of the Shuntian prefecture. Just as he was about to board his carriage, Shen Wanyin called out to him. He turned, casting a disdainful glance in her direction. Shen Wanyin, how dare you call my name? Do you truly believe that throwing a tantrum will compel me to indulge you? Abandoning my betrothal to Ji Qian in favor of you alone? Dream on. If you genuinely wish to withdraw from the engagement, then I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Guo Yi spoke through gritted teeth, eager to witness Shen Wanyin's reaction upon hearing his consent to annul their engagement. Huh! Shen Wanyin mocked with a sneer. Who you marry is of no concern to me, General Guo. However, should you not return my carriage? The fine you paid goes to the Shuntian prefecture, not as compensation for my carriage. Guo Yi's face turned crimson in an instant, as a throng of citizens milled about outside the Shuntian prefecture. He stumbled back, distancing himself from the carriage, and Song Dahu, standing beside the horse, suddenly grasped the situation. Miss Shen, you're being rather petty. It was you who initially consented to let me drive those two carriages. Shen Wanyin shot a sidelong glance at Song Dao, noting his injured leg. Had it not been for Guo Yi, he would not have lost a limb. She felt a twinge of pity for him, reminiscent of her past life, foolish and oblivious. Song Dahu, you could have avoided losing that leg in the battle at Lumen Gorge. Shen Wanyin's cold laughter carried an unsettling undertone, sending chills down one's spine. What? Song Dahua was momentarily perplexed, yet Guo Yi, standing nearby, suddenly grasped the situation. Shen Wanyin, what nonsense are you spouting? Do not seek trouble where none exists. With that, he attempted to pull Song Dahua aside, but due to his injured leg, the effort was arduous. Shen Wanyin's cold smile deepened as she spoke loudly. Since General Guo has consented to the annulment of the engagement, let us arrange for our families to exchange the marriage contract on another day. Guo Yi halted momentarily, his gaze shifting back as he noticed Shen Wanyin had already boarded the carriage. His eyes darkened, recalling her earlier words. No one knew what he had truly done at the Lumen Valley station, and what exactly had Shen Wanyin been about to say. Did she possess some knowledge? General, are we truly giving the carriage to Miss Shen? Does that mean I can no longer be the coachman? Song Dahua fretted over his potential unemployment, pondering why Miss Shen, who had always been obedient to the general, had suddenly grown so assertive. Do not worry. The Guo residents will procure a carriage, Guo Yi reassured. With that, Song Dahua felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he hesitated to voice another concern. Would his monthly salary henceforth be disbursed by the Guo family? When Guo Yi left the house, he radiated vitality, but upon his return, he appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Upon seeing her son, Mother Guo, Chao Shi, greeted him with a beaming smile, oblivious to his disheartened expression. Oh, my son, I have already accounted for all the rewards sent from the palace and had them appraised. The gold, silver, and jewels, along with the paintings and calligraphy, amount to over 20,000 taels. Our Guo family has truly made a name for ourselves this time. When can we return to our hometown in Qinghe? I want everyone in the village to see how accomplished my son has become. Mother, please take 2,000 taels from the rewards for me, Guo Yi wearily requested. What? Chao Shi was taken aback. 2,000 taels was no trivial sum to her. What do you need so much money for? Please do not ask. Just give it to me. Guo Yi, feeling frustrated and embarrassed, turned away and headed toward his courtyard. Hey, Chao Shi called out discontentedly, but when she saw Guo Yi not even glance back, she turned to Song Dahua beside her. What on earth is going on? Aunt. Chao Shi interrupted, displeased. What aunt? I am now the general's wife. If outsiders hear you address me that way, it would be a disgrace to our Guo family. From now on, call me madam. Song Dahua's expression became awkward as he forced a smile and addressed her as madam, then recounted the recent events at the Shuntian prefecture. Chao Shi was taken aback, her disbelief evident. Has Shen Wanyin lost her mind? How dare she cause such a commotion? Guo Yi is now the emperor's appointed general of Jingwa. She has truly brought shame upon him. This woman truly requires proper discipline. Claiming to be a daughter of a noble family, does she not comprehend the concept of male superiority over female subservience? In Qinghe County, a woman of her ilk would have been swiftly dealt with by men. Song Dahu nodded in agreement. From Miss Shen's words, it seems she intends to withdraw from the engagement. Chao, however, was filled with skepticism, her face instantly adorned with a mocking expression. Is she truly considering a withdrawal? Who does she think she is to intimidate us with such threats? She has been betrothed to our Guo Yi for 3 years and has accompanied him to the military for another 3. If she were to withdraw now, who would still desire her? Furthermore, our Guo Yi is now a rising star within the court. Numerous young ladies are eager to marry him. Shen Wanyin dares to assert she will not marry, but if she refuses, there are plenty who would gladly accept. After a tirade of insults, Chao reluctantly said about preparing the 2,000 taels in silver notes. Upon returning to her courtyard, Shen Wanyin was met by Biyu, who hurried to her side, her face betraying her deep concern. What happened? Today, Shen Wanyin had intentionally instructed Biyu to keep an eye on Biyu. The latter had just scolded a servant and then dashed out of the estate. Surely she is not contemplating something drastic? Having always been favored, Biyu would undoubtedly feel discomfort from being neglected by her mistress. Biyu, with her kind heart, feared for her friend's well-being. The way her mistress currently treats her is exemplary. Should there come a day when she is suddenly cast aside, it would surely sadden her. Shen Wanyin curled her lips into a cold smile. She was well aware of Biyu's whereabouts. That clever girl was merely seeking a pretext to leave the estate. She would not allow that. When she returns, I shall have her come see me. After voicing her thoughts, Shen Wanyin recalled her second brother and turned to inquire, how is the second young master faring? Biyu shook her head in resignation. Ever since news of Miss Su's clandestine meetings with the crown prince emerged, the second young master has remained cloistered in his room, refusing to eat or see anyone. Chapter 14. In the future, he shall undoubtedly take 3 or 4 wives. A fleeting shadow of melancholy passed through Shen Wanyin's eyes as she spoke. When it comes time for dinner, prepare the meal. I shall take it to my second brother. As the two conversed, a stewardess from the household approached them. "Miss, a few exceptionally rare shoe brocades have just arrived at the fabric shop. Master Bai has requested to present them for the masters of the household to select before they are sold in the store. Would you care to take a look now?" "Very well," Shen Wanyin replied indifferently and followed the stewardess to the front hall. When Jiang Shi married into the Shen family, she brought a generous dowry, along with several estates and shops. This fabric shop was among them. Jiang Shi had entrusted these matters to Shen Wanyin long before she went to the battlefield. And now that she had returned, she naturally resumed her responsibilities. The family intended these assets to serve as her dowry when she married, so upon her return, the shopkeepers began seeking her counsel once more. "Miss," Master Bai approached Shen Wanyin with great respect, bowing deeply. Though she was only 20 years old now, 3 years prior, her adept management of the shops had already earned her the admiration of the shopkeepers. This young mistress was indeed a worthy heir of the Jiang family's business acumen. "Please, serve tea to Master Bai." Master Bai, somewhat taken aback, instructed a servant to open several boxes. The shoe brocade within shimmered like clouds at dawn, its brilliance evident even within the confines of the boxes. "Miss, this shoe brocade is exceedingly precious. Only a few pieces can be harvested each year at this time. How would you prefer to allocate it, particularly for the Guo family?" "The Guo family?" Shen Wanyin raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. She almost forgot. It was not merely a matter of a single carriage. Nowadays, everything the Guo family consumed or utilized was provided by the Shen family. There is no need to send anything to the Guo family in the future. Moreover, inform all shopkeepers that no items are to be delivered to the Guo household, nor are they to extend any credit. Master Bai was momentarily stunned, but soon comprehended her intent. It was clear that she was resolutely severing ties with General Guo. "Yes, I understand." As an old servant of the Shen family, Master Bai was well acquainted with the temperaments of its various members. After a brief pause, Master Bai suddenly recalled something. "The Guo family frequently visits our fabric and jewelry shops, as well as others. Any items taken without payment will be treated as theft and reported to the authorities." Shen Wanyin interjected before he could finish. She recognized his attempt to gauge her sentiments. She was well aware of the Guo family's character. Previously, she had turned a blind eye, thinking they would eventually become one family. And the Shen family did not lack for such trifles. But now it was time to settle the score. "Guo Yi, do you still think yourself high and mighty? I shall allow you to experience the sensation of gradually descending from your lofty perch. I wonder if you can endure the anguish of gaining something only to lose it slowly, akin to the torturous act of slicing flesh." "Understood. I shall comply." The expression of joy blossomed on Master Bai's face, for he had long endured the insufferable behavior of the Guo family, those shameless individuals who took advantage of others while displaying a remarkably rude demeanor. Never had he encountered such a brazen family. Once Master Bai departed, Shen Wanyin summoned the steward of the Shen household. In 5 days, she intended to reclaim the property from the Guo family, ensuring they left without taking a single item from the courtyard. "What?" Steward Zhu swallowed hard. "Do you not comprehend?" Shen Wanyin's tone was unyielding, her expression indifferent, suggesting it was not a mere impulse. "Understood," Steward Zhu nodded, suddenly sensing an aura of authority reminiscent of General Shen. After giving her orders, Shen Wanyin returned to her quarters. The reason for the 5-day timeline was that she intended to gradually extract every last gift bestowed upon Guo Yi. Those rewards were unmerited. At this moment, within Guo Yi's residence, Biu was both bashful and anxious, unable to meet his gaze. "Did your young lady truly strike you for that remark?" Guo Yi lifted her chin, noticing the unmistakable marks of a slap on her face. The tension in Biu's eyes intensified. The man before her was the emperor's appointed General Jingguo, her idol and hero. "Moreover, for the past few days, the young lady has not permitted me to attend to you, General, so I have been unable to persuade her on your behalf." Upon hearing Biu's words, Guo Yi suddenly laughed, his previously clouded mood lifting significantly. Shen Wanyin was merely putting on a brave front, pretending to be indifferent in his presence. Let her make a scene. After her outburst, she will realize such tactics are futile against me and will come to apologize. Guo Yi felt remarkably confident. Initially, He harbored some concerns about the possibility of Shen Wanyin calling off their engagement, fearing the reproach he would face and the difficulty in explaining it to the crown prince. Yet, it seemed he had overthought the situation. Shen Wanyin would never willingly part from him. Bu, still worried, hesitated to speak, though the general claimed there was no issue. She sensed something was amiss with the young lady's recent behavior. Guo Yi gently caressed Bu's cheek, his expression tinged with concern. Does it still hurt? Bu's face lit up with joy, momentarily overwhelmed by his attention. No, not all. I understand your feelings for me. Once I wed your young lady, I shall certainly find an opportunity to give you a rightful place. Bu was nearly moved to tears, overwhelmed by the thought of receiving the general's affection. After Bu left, Guo Yi's demeanor shifted, his expression tightening. He never saw an issue with having multiple wives. From a young age, he knew that wealthy men in the county often had several wives. His father had stated that a man of success could have many women. Now that he was General Zhenghua, having multiple wives seemed entirely normal. Shen Wanyin's quarrel over such matters struck him as childish. When Bu returned to the Shen residence, she suppressed the fluttering in her heart, masking her smile with an expression of feigned grievance. Upon seeing Baiyu enter the courtyard, Baizhu hastily approached her. Sister Baiyu, the young lady has asked for you. Baiyu let out a soft huff, yet deep down, she couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. She had always known that the young lady could not do without her service. Having grown up together since childhood, the young lady had always relied on her. This time, the young lady's anger was merely a result of the situation with General Guo, and she would eventually come to regret her misplaced ire towards Baiyu, intentionally throwing a minor tantrum and feigning a sense of grievance. Baiyu considered it a way to provide the young lady with an opportunity to reinstate her service. Do you see? Who is truly the most favored maid before the young lady? Though honest words may hurt, the young lady simply needed time to reflect and would soon recognize my value. Chapter 15. She resented being a servant having spoken. Baiyu turned her back and held her head high as she walked into the room, as if she were not merely a maid but the mistress of the courtyard. Once inside, Baiyu pouted, wearing an expression of grievance, gazing intently at Shen Wanyin. Mississippi. She called out softly, awaiting Shen Wanyin's response in silence. Shen Wanyin turned the teacup in her hands and raised her head slightly. Kneel. Baiyu seemed momentarily taken aback, her pupils widening in disbelief at Shen Wanyin's command. Miss, am I no longer in your command? Upon seeing the indifference etched on Shen Wanyin's face, Baiyu fell to her knees with a thud. Miss, what wrong have I committed? I have never harbored any ill intentions towards you. I am the most devoted in this household. Oh, is that so? Then where did you go today? Baiyu's expression faltered. She had been exceedingly cautious when visiting the Guo family, entering through the back door, confident that no one would discover her. Miss, I. Stammering, Baiyu struggled to articulate an explanation, and Shen Wanyin's lips curled into a knowing smile. Indeed, her suspicion was confirmed. You ventured outside the residence without my permission. Do you still remember your place? Upon hearing Shen Wanyin's disapproval of her unauthorized outing, Baiyu's expression softened somewhat, and she exhaled a breath of relief. Miss, I merely stepped out because my heart was troubled, with a tone of feigned innocence. Baiyu sought to convey her grievances to Shen Wanyin, hoping to illustrate that her distress was rooted in her mistress's misunderstanding, which had caused her sorrow. A whole day had passed. Did Shen Wanyin not yet quell her anger? To let your discontent drive you to leave the residence without permission, I must have been too indulgent with you. Shen Wanyin's voice was frigid, a tone Baiyu had never encountered before, and fear began to creep into her heart. Miss, I shall never dare to do so again. Please grant me this mercy. Tears streamed down Baiyu's cheeks, erasing the earlier defiance and grievance from her countenance. Shen Wanyin approached Baiyu, looking down upon her from a higher vantage point. In that moment of eye contact, Baiyu felt as though her very being was pierced by Shen Wanyin's piercing gaze. She could not help but shiver, her lips trembling slightly. Remember your position. You are but a maid in this household. At my whim, I could sell you off at any moment. Shen Wanyin's voice bore a harshness akin to poison, seeping into the very core of Baiyu's already restless heart. Baiyu's body slackened, her hands pressing against the ground as her head hung low, her eyes suddenly glinting with defiance. Yes, she was merely a maid. Her contract of servitude held firmly in her mistress's hands. If she remained a servant forever, her fate would eternally be in another's grasp. But why? Why must she be confined to the role of a maid? Why could her contract not be in her own possession? Why could she not draw near to the one she cherished? Though Bu lowered her head, Shen Wanyin could perceive the resentment tightly clenched within her fists, a palpable hatred for her current humble self. Surely, she must harbor deep animosity. Was she not discontented? Did she not aspire to become Guo Yi's concubine? In her previous life, she had waited long for such an opportunity. In this life, she had personally facilitated Bu's journey to fulfill her desires, thereby honoring the bond they had shared over the years. Ultimately, Bu exited in tears, striving to suppress her sobs, for she had once been the most esteemed maid in the courtyard. Her pride forbade her from weeping before the second and third-tier maids, especially not wanting Bijou to witness her sorrow. Yet, despite her efforts to stifle her cries, tears cascaded down her cheeks one by one. "Sister Bu, are you all right?" Bu's distress prompted Bu to inquire, drawing the attention of others. Reflecting on her earlier arrogance before Bu, she felt an even deeper sense of shame, her eyes darkening with resentment. The bondage contract. If she were to become General Guo's concubine in the future, what claim would her mistress have to her contract? Surely, General Guo would ensure its retrieval. At that moment, she would no longer be her mistress's maid. The titles of lady or concubine would hold no distinction, as they would all simply serve the general. During the evening meal, Shen Wanyin knocked on her elder brother's door. "Elder brother, it's me. I'm coming in." Almost before Shen Jiyun could refuse, Shen Wanyin pushed the door open. Shen Jiyun appeared to be seated at his desk, practicing calligraphy, with countless crumpled balls of paper strewn across the floor. As Shen Wanyin entered, one of the paper balls landed at her feet. Recognizing his sister, Shen Jiyun managed a strained smile, despite his earlier grim expression. "Little sister, what brings you here? My room is a mess. I haven't had time to tidy up." Shen Wanyin picked up a crumpled paper ball, displaying a hint of admiration. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Even with your eyes closed, your handwriting remains so neat." Though her tone was lighthearted, a hint of stiffness crept into Shen Jiyun's smile, quickly transforming into a bitter grin. "Please refrain from teasing me, little sister. Had I known I would become blind, I would not have exerted myself so tirelessly in practicing my writing." Was Shen Jiyun's sorrow due to his blindness? Or was it because of Su Yuran? His expression faltered, and the emptiness in his gaze seemed to betray the turmoil brewing within him, his resentment and sorrow. I. Shen Jiyun struggled to articulate a coherent thought, grappling with feelings of injustice from the heavens for rendering him blind, while simultaneously feeling unjustly wronged by Su Yuran's perceived coldness. Yet, what right did he have to condemn her? He was blind, after all. Why should he expect a fine young lady to remain by his side? She deserved to pursue her own happiness. But, just recently, she had assured him she would not leave, and in a blink, she was with the crown prince. Why did she have to deceive him? She could have been forthright. He had never intended to bind her to him. Shen Jiyun's voice was imbued with profound sorrow, and this version of his brother stirred a deep compassion within Shen Wanyin. In that fleeting moment, she hesitated to unveil the cruel truth to him. The members of the Shen family held their affections in high regard, utterly oblivious to the possibility that those they cherished might wield a dagger against them. "Brother, Su Yuran has long been entangled with the crown prince, even before your sight was clouded." Shen Yun was momentarily taken aback, as if the silence in the room could be pierced by the faintest sound of a falling needle. He suddenly slumped into his chair, grappling with the implication of his own inquiry. "So my vision," as his question trailed off, hanging in the air, and Shen Wanyin's silence served as tacit confirmation. Her brother was astute. With but a hint, he could unravel the truth without her further elaboration. "I cannot believe I have continued to harbor guilt toward her. Ha ha ha. I prided myself on my intellect, yet I find myself irredeemably foolish." Although Shen Jiyun appeared to laugh, his voice was laced with a choke of emotion. Chapter 16, No More Shoe Brocade Delivery. He clenched his fists, nervously glancing at Shen Wanyin. Was his father's disappearance and his elder brother's leg injury also connected? The crown prince could not possibly target the Shen family solely through him. Indeed, everything was intertwined with the crown prince and the empress. Both his father's disappearance and his brother's injury were orchestrated by Guo Yi under the crown prince's covert orders. At that moment, despite her calm demeanor, an undercurrent of hatred surged in Shen Wanyin's eyes when Guo Yi was mentioned. Guo Yi, that scoundrel, how dare he? Shen Jian finally comprehended the changes in his younger sister over the past few days. She had discovered everything, bearing the burden alone. God knows the torment she endured while knowing all these truths by herself. Inin, it is I who have failed you. I should have realized this sooner. At this moment, Shen Jian felt a genuine hatred. He despised being powerless and unable to act. He slammed his clenched fist onto the table, as if seeking release for his pent-up frustration. Suddenly, Shen Wanyin stepped forward, grasping her elder brother's swollen hand, tenderly massaging it with concern, and then leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Elder brother, there is still hope for your eyes. Shen Yun widened his eyes in shock, turning towards her voice with a bewildered expression, yearning to ask if it were true, yet lacking the courage to voice his question. You have been poisoned by a toxin from the Western Zhou royal family. I will surely help you find the antidote. So you must not lose hope. The reason she had not disclosed these matters to him earlier was that Su Yuran had disguised herself so well. She feared her brother might relent and think he had misjudged Su Yuran. Very well, I shall heed your words, regardless of whether he could find the antidote. Shen Jiyun understood he could not hinder his sister any further nor succumb to despair. For now, do not mention today's events to elder brother or mother. Elder brother is too impulsive, and mother tends to overthink. Shen Jiyun nodded, and after exchanging a few more words, Shen Wanyin exited her brother's room. However, she had scarcely stepped out when the sound of shattered porcelain echoed from within. Get out, get out! A man's anguished roar resonated through the room. Shen Wanyin shook her head sorrowfully, her eyes reddened as if she had just wept. In a corner of the courtyard, an inconspicuous maid observed intently before turning and leaving the premises. At the Guo residence, Guo Chui had waited several days without receiving this year's shipment of shoe brocade from the Shen family's fabric shop. In previous years, during this time, the Shen family would have delivered some exquisite shoe brocade for her selection. Those brocades were rare and precious, highly sought after. Wearing such fabric made her the envy of even the noble young ladies in the capital. It was through those exquisite garments and luxurious accessories that she garnered their admiration, affording her the opportunity to engage in conversation with them. However, from now on, she need not remain so humble. Her brother is now the illustrious General Zhenghua in the capital, and she is his beloved sister. Those young ladies who once required her subservience to form friendships will likely now seek to curry favor with her. Guo Chui smiled with pride, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, but after a mere moment, she could not help but frown. No matter how many exquisite jewels she adorned herself with, she still appeared somewhat rustic. She picked up a jade hairpin from the table and inserted it into the last remaining gap in her hair, then looked from side to side, seemingly still unsatisfied. Mississippi. A timid maid entered the room, slightly breathless, as though she had just hurried back from outside. The manager from the Shen family's textile shop said they will no longer deliver shoe brocade to us, and also, Guo Chui impatiently glared. What else did he say? But before the maid could finish, a pained cry escaped Guo Chui's lips. The weight of her adornments was too much. As she swiftly turned her head, she strained her neck. Ouch! Hurry and help me remove these things from my head. The maid, initially at a loss, stepped forward only when Guo Chui commanded her and carefully began to take down the items from Guo Chui's head. Once her neck felt somewhat better, Guo Chui dared to tilt her head to inquire, her appearance quite comical. Speak quickly, what else did he say? Manager Bai also mentioned that the other shops of the Shen family would cease deliveries to the Guo family. Guo Chui's face reflected disbelief. What could this mean? Was it a directive from Shen Wanyin? She quickly dismissed that notion. Her elder brother was about to marry someone else, and Shen Wanyin was eager to ingratiate herself with the Guo family. There was no way she would dare to act so defiantly. The thought of not acquiring the coveted shoe brocade left Guo Chui feeling quite discontented, especially after longing for it for so long. In just a few days, The birthday banquet of Princess Yao would take place. Previously, she had never had the opportunity to attend such grand occasions. Yet just yesterday, she received an invitation from Princess Yao herself. The very fact that the princess had sent her an invitation was of great significance. Those who would attend the banquet were of distinguished status. The host's invitation was a recognition of her current standing. Therefore, she must present herself in all her splendor that day, ensuring that everyone remembers her. "Has my brother returned?" Guo Yi suddenly inquired, causing the maid to almost falter in response. "Yes, the general has returned." "Then prepare the carriage. We shall visit the Shen family's textile shop." With her brother back, it meant the carriage had also returned. She was determined to go to the Shen family's shop herself. She would not believe that the manager would dare to neglect her if she made the visit personally. After all, he was merely a servant who feared the strong and bullied the weak. The maid's complexion paled slightly. "Well, I just entered. I overheard the coachman Song Dahu say that the carriage seems to have been returned to the Shen family." "What?" Guo Yi was momentarily taken aback. Why would a mere carriage be returned to the Shen family? Did Shen Wanyin truly require an additional carriage? She found today's events to be rather peculiar, even inexplicably so. Without a carriage, her outings would be exceedingly inconvenient. As the esteemed young lady of the general's residence, how could she possibly walk? It was truly vexing. Guo Yi muttered in frustration, tilting her head as she led her maid out the door. For today, they would have to walk, but she was determined that her mother must promptly procure a carriage by tomorrow. No, with her elder brother's return, at least 2 carriages were necessary. Chapter 17. Since she intended to marry into the Guo family, all her belongings would naturally belong to them. The Shen family fabric shop was bustling with business. So much so that even manager Bai had taken on the role of a server, introducing the shop's new arrivals to customers. As spring transitioned into summer, the young ladies of the capital were particularly eager to have new garments made, often feeling that one was never enough. Guo Yi entered the Shen family fabric shop, initially seeking out manager Bai, but she was soon captivated by the array of beautiful fabrics on display. Although these were not the exquisite shoe brocade, their patterns and colors were equally delightful. Before the attendant could approach her, she began to select fabrics on her own, reasoning that shoe brocade and these materials were not mutually exclusive. After all, one could never have too many clothes. She felt fortunate to have visited in person that day, for otherwise, she would have missed such splendid fabrics. Unlike before, she was now the sister of General Jinghua, and her attire and possessions had to reflect her elevated status. It was essential to frequently update her wardrobe to maintain the dignity of the general's household. This piece, and this one too. As Guo Yi selected the fabrics, she instructed her accompanying maid to gather her chosen items, her demeanor as casual as if she were selecting cabbages. Anything that caught her, I was deemed worthy, and the maid behind her was already struggling under the weight of the numerous fabrics she had collected. "Oh, and this one," Guo Yi exclaimed, halting before a vibrant purple satin. The color purple exuded elegance, and a dress crafted from this fabric would surely dazzle in this season. She eagerly held the material up for comparison when a gruff female voice interrupted her. "What do you think you're doing? This fabric was chosen by me first." Guo Yi had been so engrossed in the fabrics that she had not noticed the presence of another person nearby. Turning at the sound, she was taken aback by the imposing figure beside her. "Ah," Guo Yi gasped, then took a moment to scrutinize her opponent. The woman was of similar height, yet her width was at least 3 times Guo Yi's, and her ordinary features were overshadowed by her plumpness, leaving her eyes nearly closed and her expression obscured by a round, expansive face. "What else with the fuss? Haven't you seen a beauty before?" The rotund young lady huffed dismissively, clearly unaccustomed to such rudeness. Guo Yi smirked. She had never encountered someone so large and unappealing. "This fabric is not suited for someone of your size. It is much better suited for me." With that, Guo Yi proudly turned to display her figure and then snatched the fabric, placing it into the maid's arms. This was an overt provocation, and the plump young lady felt her temper flare, her indignation rising. As the legitimate daughter of a grand marshal, she had never been subjected to such disrespect. Everyone who encountered her treated her with utmost reverence, showering her with compliments, and though she understood these were often mere flattery to please her, she relished the attention, basking in the admiration. However, this unattractive girl dares to claim she is overweight, while everyone praises her graceful figure. Whoever said she was fat? No. This fabric was first spotted by me, and I shall have it. Upon finishing her words, Pan Zhizhi shot a glare at the maid behind her, who immediately understood and snatched the fabric away. Guo Chui's little maid was already burdened with an abundance of cloth and was nearly unable to hold it all. As a result of the theft, the remaining pieces fell to the ground. The loud commotion instantly attracted the attention of those nearby, and countless gazes turned in their direction. What do you think you're doing? How dare you compete with me? Do you even know who I am? Guo Chui was taken aback that someone would dare to snatch from her. Back in the village, she had never been outdone by the other young women when foraging for wild vegetables, and now that her brother was a general, she could not afford to lose face. Pan Zhizhi seemed to have heard the most absurd joke, laughing at the audacity of someone stealing her thunder. I care not who you are. This fabric is mine, and if you wish to avoid trouble, you would do well to leave at once. Manager Bai, having observed the ruckus, pondered for a moment before approaching. Oh dear, both of you young ladies are of noble birth. Why engage in a scuffle over a piece of fabric? It is not worth your anger, truly not worth it. This piece is the last of its kind. Perhaps I could have the attendants separate you, allowing each to take half. The attendant, standing nearby, was perplexed. Was this fabric truly the last of its kind? The inventory had clearly indicated otherwise during the stock check. I want the entire piece. No one is to share. Guo Chui tilted her head defiantly, unwilling to yield. Once Shen Wanyin married her brother, all the fabric from the Shen family would belong to the Guo family. And as the eldest daughter of the Guo family, the decision of who to sell rested solely with her. Manager Bai, wrap it up and send it directly to the Guo residence. Guo Chui cast a glance at Manager Bai, issuing her command with an air of authority, as if commanding her own servant. At this moment, many of the onlookers began to speculate about Guo Chui's identity. The Shen fabric store was renowned in the capital, frequented by the wealthy and noble. Although Manager Bai was merely a shopkeeper, he commanded respect among the affluent families of the city. Not many dared to issue orders to him in such a manner. More importantly, she had the audacity to contend with Miss Pan. She was indeed the first to challenge her in the capital. I want only this. Pan Zhizhi shouted fiercely, causing the crowd to furrow their brows, her voice resonating like thunder. Manager Bai appeared quite troubled. Well, how about this? The price for this fabric is 200 taels. Whoever pays first can take it. The crowd found the situation amusing. After all, who could not afford 200 taels? Yet this did not resolve the underlying issue. Manager Bai, do you expect me to pay you? Why has the shoe brocade not been delivered yet? Must I inquire personally? Guo Chui's voice brimmed with irritation. The shopkeeper Bai, in his advancing years, had become increasingly muddled, unable to distinguish between the significant and the trivial. At such a moment, he ought to have presented the fabric to her with utmost respect, yet he had the audacity to demand payment in front of others. It was utterly inconceivable for her to part with any silver. Accustomed as she was to receiving goods without cost, the sudden expectation to spend was unbearable. Miss Guo, Our Lady has decreed that we shall no longer provide you with shoe brocade. Furthermore, any future fabric selections from our shop must be paid for at the store's listed prices. What? Hearing these words directly from the shopkeeper, Bai left Guo Chui in a state of disbelief. How could this be? She no longer wished to marry my brother, who is now General Jinghua. How dare she treat me in such a manner? Guo Chui's self-introduction eventually clarified her identity. She was, in fact, the sister of the illustrious General Guo. But what was the situation with the Guo family? Had Shen Wanyin not yet married into the Guo family? And yet the Guo family members came to take advantage? Moreover, the attitude. Chapter 18, even clothing must be obtained for free from the Shen family, Miss Guo. Over these past 3 years, you have taken an unquantifiable amount of fabric from our shop without payment. Furthermore, every year you have had fine shoe brocade delivered to you, each bolt valued at 1,000 taels. In the past, our young lady felt compassion for General Guo's humble beginnings and thus extended her generosity. However, now that both families have decided to call off the engagement, it is no longer reasonable for you to take from us without recompense. The onlookers were taken aback by the words of Manager Bai. Goodness, how shameless can the Guo family be? Indeed, I had heard that General Guo's background was rather ordinary. But to think they would even seek to obtain clothing from the Shen family for free. Have you not heard? General Guo even pilfered a carriage from the Shen family, leading Miss Shen to file a complaint at the capital. Ah, how utterly disgraceful. Oh, a mere country bumpkin from a backwater. How can they ever shed that air of poverty? The surrounding mockery nearly drove Guo Yi to madness. What do they mean by country bumpkin? Her family is now a rising power in the court. So many aspire to curry favor with them. Withdraw from the engagement? Impossible. How could Shen Wanyin bear to break off the engagement with my brother, who is now a general bestowed by the emperor? Guo Yi raised her voice, brimming with pride, for she did not believe that Shen Wanyin would truly dare to sever ties with her elder brother. It was merely a tantrum from a young girl. However, Manager Bai had no intention of indulging her. It seems that Miss Guo has come without any silver. Thus, this fabric shall be sold to Miss Pan. With that, he instructed a servant to wrap it up. You dare? Guo Yi felt deeply insulted. Who said that this young lady has no silver? Deliver all of this to the Guo residence. I will certainly provide you with payment later. Guo Yi believed that as long as the items were delivered, she could refuse to pay, and Shen Wanyin would not dare to retaliate. She was merely attempting to intimidate her elder brother, should he truly become enraged. It would be her to regret it. With that, Guo Yi lunged forward and snatched the fabric from Miss Pan's maidservant. The suddenness of her actions resulted in a loud thud as it struck the back of Miss Pan's head. Ah! Miss Pan let out a deafening scream, prompting the crowd to step back, afraid to approach. You foolish girl, do you wish to die? Miss Pan seized Guo Yi and delivered a resounding slap, her hand heavy and firm, akin to a mighty hammer. In an instant, Guo Yi felt dizzy, stars danced before her eyes, and a metallic taste filled her mouth as she involuntarily licked her teeth, discovering two had been knocked loose. Ah! After a brief moment, Guo Yi emitted a wail akin to that of slaughtered pig and, in a fit of rage, lunged at Miss Pan, though she was not as physically imposing. Having grown up in a farming household, she had partaken in laborious tasks since childhood, and her strength was formidable, making her a fierce opponent in a brawl. Moreover, she discovered a troubling issue. It seemed as though her neck had been struck squarely by Pan Gigi's slap. Soon, the two were embroiled in a fierce altercation, with spectators aplenty but few attempting to intervene. The innkeeper, Bai, considered stepping in but nearly found himself harmed in the fray. Quickly, go inform both the Pan and Guo families, he urged. The two attendants hurriedly rushed to relay the news. As the two women continued their scuffle, their garments became disheveled, their faces smeared, and hairpins scattered about. Eventually, exhaustion took hold, and they resorted to spitting at one another. This was a familiar sight for Guo Yi when she fought in the village. After tiring, they would often resort to such childish antics. Guo Yi spat, and Pan Gigi reciprocated, dismissing any notions of genteel decorum. Even at home, she often left Pan Darren and Pan for an exasperated. Upon hearing that Guo Yi was embroiled in a brawl, Guo Yi wasted no time and rushed over. He harbored little concern for his sister's well-being, as he was well aware of her formidable nature during her time in the village. General Guo has arrived, called out an attendant from behind the crowd, prompting everyone to turn and part to create a path. Guo Yi, tall and handsome, entered the fabric store, causing many young ladies and noble women to blush profusely. Yet, despite their admiration for his striking appearance, the unsavory reputation of the Guo family quickly diminished their favorable impressions. Brother, upon seeing her elder sibling, Guo Yi immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, genuinely distressed, as she had never experienced such a humiliating defeat in a fight. Facing Pan Gigi, she found herself at a distinct disadvantage, appearing quite disheveled. Observing the blood trickling from her sister's mouth, Guo Yi was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of concern. How could anyone dare to bully his sister so? Who did this? Guo Yi did not seek to understand the circumstances, already concluding that his sister had been wronged. It was her, Guo Yi exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Pan Gigi, who at that moment appeared infatuated and dazed. Though her hair was also disheveled, She seemed far more composed than Guo Yi, standing firmly in place. Guo Yi's gaze fell upon Pan Zhizhi, and he found himself momentarily taken aback by her figure, followed by an unsettling feeling as he observed her blissfully foolish expression. "You, why did you bully my sister?" The pressure he felt in that moment was unlike anything he had encountered on the battlefield. Pan Zhizhi, though currently lost in a daydream, was not so oblivious as to neglect her defense. "Who bullied your sister? That fabric was clearly my choice first. She insisted on contesting me for it. Ask the attendant if you don't believe me." He instinctively turned to the attendant, who, aware of the innkeeper's stance towards the Guo family, was reluctant to side with them. "General Guo, it is true that Miss Pan chose that fabric first." Miss Guo, disregarding the order of selection, instigated the conflict, and her words were somewhat excessive. Before the attendant could finish, several women in the crowd echoed their agreement, attributing the fault to Guo Yi. At that moment, Guo Yi felt a profound sense of embarrassment. However, despite this, the young lady should not have resorted to such extreme measures. Guo Yi did not demand an apology from Guo Yi. Instead, he felt that her actions were rather excessive. After all, it was merely a piece of fabric. Was it truly necessary to respond with such ferocity? Why did General Guo not admonish his sister for her unreasonable behavior? When one cannot prevail, must they then accuse others of having struck too forcefully? Is it only acceptable for my daughter to endure bullying and suffer grievously at your hands? A commanding voice resonated from the doorway, prompting everyone to turn around. They beheld a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, striding forward with a purposeful gait. The man's expression exuded authority, his chin held high, and a hint of disdain gracing his countenance. Guo Yi immediately recognized him as none other than Pan Taiwei, one of the 3 esteemed officials of the current dynasty. His pupils dilated in shock as he reflected on Pan Taiwei's words. Could it truly be that this stout woman was his daughter? Chapter 19. A woman he cannot subdue, Lord Taiwei? Guo Yi stepped forward to salute, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Guo Yi, unaware of the position of the Taiwei, noticed her brother's respectful gesture and the disdainful demeanor of the other party. Realizing that this person must indeed hold significant authority, she quickly restrained her arrogance, no longer daring to act presumptuously. "Father," after a skirmish, regardless of victory or defeat, the mere sight of a supportive figure brings forth a wave of grievance. Pan Zhizhi felt equally aggrieved, rushing forward to embrace Taiwei Pan, nearly leaving him breathless. "You must stand up for your daughter. I am being bullied mercilessly." All right, I will certainly seek justice for you," the Taiwei replied, troubled by the thought of his daughter remaining unmarried and unwilling to allow any tarnish on her reputation. He turned to Guo Yi. "General Guo, the onlookers have witnessed the unfolding of events. Will you not provide my daughter with an explanation?" Guo Yi felt an overwhelming pressure, the kind derived from the Taiwei's years of experience in the political arena. He felt increasingly uncomfortable, realizing that this plump woman was indeed the Taiwei's daughter. Xiao Chui quickly apologized to Miss Pan. Guo Chui's face contorted with reluctance. She had believed her brother, a general, was the most formidable figure in the capital aside from the emperor himself. With great unwillingness, she cast a resentful glance at Pan Zhizhi, especially at her smug expression, and truly did not wish to apologize. "Hurry up," Guo Yi urged in a hushed tone. He could afford to side with his family regardless of right or wrong. But in the face of power, he had to bow his head first, for that was the only way for him to ascend further. With a steeling of her resolve, Guo Yi reluctantly said, "I am sorry." Pan Zhizhi turned and scoffed, raising her chin. If it were not for General Guo, this matter would not conclude today. Her words implied that she would no longer pursue the issue. After saying this, she gazed at Guo Yi with a gaze full of emotion, causing him to break out in goosebumps. Guo Yi awkwardly smiled at Taiwei Pan. It was merely a misunderstanding. The fabric Miss Pan purchased today will be charged to the Guo residence's account. Please feel free to select anything else you desire. Guo Yi was quite magnanimous, knowing well that the Shen family had ample wealth and Shen Wanyin would not mind these trivialities. Seeing Guo Yi's attitude, Taiwei Pan forced a smile, nodding without hesitation. "Then let it be as General Guo has said." He showed no sign of embarrassment, then turned to his daughter. Look for anything else you fancy. Once you have made your selections, I shall take you to Baixiangju for a meal. Upon hearing the mention of a meal, Pan Gigi's eyes sparkled with excitement, even brighter than when she had looked at Guo Yi. Then, father, I would like 5 roast chickens. I am feeling quite hungry. Indeed, one could hardly blame her for hunger. Fighting was indeed a labor-intensive endeavor. Pan Gigi selected quite a few items, ultimately taking the purple fabric that they had tussled over for half the day right before Guo Chui's eyes. Guo Chui's teeth ached with resentment, yet she dared not unleash her fury. Her heart brimmed with loathing for Pan Gigi, who could consume so much without gaining an ounce. She secretly wished that the latter would remain unmarried for life. Eventually, Pan Gigi shyly passed by Guo Yi, her voluminous skirt purposefully brushing against him. With a bashful glance, she cast a flirtatious look in his direction before scampering away like a plump little ball. Guo Yi felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He resolved that he would rather remain single for eternity than wed such a woman. It was not that she was unworthy, but rather that he could not bear her presence. After Pan Tai Wei and Pan Gigi departed, the shopkeeper approached. General Guo, what about the payment for the fabrics Miss Pan selected today? The gathering was still substantial, and Guo Yi could not openly declare he would not pay. Put it on the account of the Guo residence. I shall ensure the silver is sent over shortly. Bai, a man of discernment, nodded respectfully with a mild smile, refraining from further comment. Guo Yi doubted that Shen Wanyin would prolong her dispute. She had already made a fuss over the carriage, and surely her anger would have subsided by now. He merely needed to inform Shen Wanyin about the fabrics. If he did not send the silver, Bai would not truly dare to approach the Guo household for payment. To placate the aggrieved Guo Chui, Guo Yi permitted her to select several more fabrics to take home, assuring her they would be charged to the account and that he would send silver later. Once Guo Yi and Guo Chui had departed, Bai instructed his staff to tally the cost of the fabrics taken by both families, as well as those damaged during the altercation, amounting to a total of 3,500 taels. He prepared to send this invoice to the Guo residence the following day. The young attendant was momentarily astonished, puzzled by Bai's intention to request payment from General Guo. If the young lady learned of this, there would be trouble. Master, are we truly sending this invoice to General Guo? Of course, and it must be done with great fanfare, Bai replied. What? The young attendant, a Chiu, was also Bai's apprentice and regarded as a son in Bai's eyes. Bai shot him an impatient glare. Just do as instructed. Our young lady is terminating her engagement with General Guo. We cannot allow his family to continue profiting from us. Achio was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face. The young lady is genuinely ending the engagement? Has the sun risen from the west? He had long been displeased with the Guo family, who often came to the shop to take advantage of them. His irritation had reached a point where he felt compelled to hide whenever they visited, believing that what one did not see could not trouble the heart. The mere sight of them was enough to infuriate him. Indeed, not only this time, but in the future, the Guo family shall not leave with even a single thread from our shop. Achio nodded vigorously, suddenly recalling something. Earlier, both young ladies had their eyes set on the same fabric. The storeroom clearly had stock, yet Master insisted there was none, provoking a quarrel between them. Why did Master claim the purple fabric was unavailable when it was in the storeroom? Master tapped Achio's head lightly with a feather duster, his expression tinged with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. Foolish. If it were not for your incompetence, how could we have sold so much fabric in one go? Achio's eyes widened in surprise as he raised a thumb in admiration towards his master. Impressive. Truly impressive. Master, should we consider increasing the price by an additional 500 taels? After all, the Guo family cannot inspect the value of the fabric they have taken. Master narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment. Let us add 1,000 taels. Amazing. In light of the incident involving Guo Chui, Guo Yi had not had the opportunity to return to Shuntian Prefecture to pay the 2,000 taels in fines until the following day. When he arrived with the silver note, Lord Liu remained courteous, though a subtle hint of guilt flickered in his eyes. Now that I have paid this fine, this matter should be resolved, correct? Lord Liu smiled, yet the warmth did not reach his eyes. Indeed, once the fine is settled, the case is closed. After a brief pause, Lord Lu donned a more ingratiating smile and continued, "The root of this issue primarily stems from the conflict between you and Miss Shen. I am well aware that you would never engage in the theft of a carriage. However, since Miss Shen has lodged a report, I must handle this matter impartially." Guo Yi displayed a look of understanding and bowed slightly to Lord Lu. "This general acknowledges that it was her capriciousness that caused you trouble, my lord." A hint of relief finally graced Lord Lu's features, as if he had exhaled a long-held breath. Observing Lord Lu's inexplicable reaction, Guo Yi was momentarily taken aback. Yet before he could voice his curiosity, Lord Lu excused him under the pretense of pressing official business. Chapter 20. Establishing rules for her after Guo Yi departed. He contemplated a visit to the horse market. Accustomed to traveling by carriage in the imperial city, he found the absence of one quite inconvenient. Moreover, as the formidable general of Zhenghua, it would surely be a source of ridicule if word spread that his household lacked even a single carriage. Reflecting on the recent antics of Shen Wanyin, Guo Yi furrowed his brow in displeasure. How could she cause such a ruckus over a mere carriage? The Guo family had already lost 2,000 taels because of her, and for someone of her stature, she displayed not an ounce of the gentility and grace expected of a lady. Could it truly be that the illustrious general of Zhenghua could not afford a single carriage? With a disdainful expression, Guo Yi marched forward, oblivious to the occasional mocking glances cast his way by passers-by. Watching Guo Yi's retreating figure, Lu Zhiqing let out a deep sigh of relief, unable to suppress a gentle pat on his own heart. "Ah, I hope that General Guo does not lay the blame for this incident at my feet," he murmured thoughtfully. Nearby, another official remarked, "The master has already shifted the responsibility onto Miss Shen. General Guo should not hold you accountable. Besides, had it not been for the third prince's intervention, you would not have allowed that notice to be posted publicly." In the Guo residence, Guo Chui was busy sorting through the fabrics she had retrieved the previous day, cursing Miss Shen under her breath. It was all because of their quarrel yesterday that she had forgotten about the precious shoe brocade. Although the fabrics she had refined and costly, they paled in comparison to the exquisite shoe brocade. She was to attend Princess Yaoha's birthday banquet and could not possibly wear such inferior goods. As Guo Chui vented her frustrations, Chao Shi entered, still troubled by the events surrounding the carriage. Upon hearing that her daughter had brought back some fabrics, she had come to inspect them. Only when she beheld the fine materials did a smug smile grace her face. She knew that her daughter was merely throwing a tantrum, uttering a few harsh words. After all, such splendid items had still been brought home. Her son was highly regarded by the emperor, and she could not believe that Shen Wanyin would willingly let go of him. As expected, she had ultimately capitulated. 3 years in the military had spoiled her daughter's temperament. How dare she attempt to thwart her future husband? It seemed that she would need to impart some lessons to this future daughter-in-law. Upon her mother's entrance, Lu Chui's expression soured. "Mother, the Shen family's fabric shop has yet to deliver the shoe brocade. What is Shen Wanyin up to? What is she doing?" "Just throwing a little fit," Chao Shi replied. "No, our daughter must wear the shoe brocade. The birthday banquet for Princess Yaoha is fast approaching, and she must make a splendid impression among the other young ladies. After all, she represents the dignity of our Guo family." Chao Shi's expression darkened as she huffed through her nose. She had hoped that Shen Wanyin would come to her with an explanation. Yet the girl had not even set foot in the estate. In the past, even without any incidents, she would often bring fine gifts to curry favor. The signature dishes of the restaurant and the exquisite pastries that can only be obtained after queuing are typically delivered periodically. However, the atmosphere in the mansion has been particularly tranquil these past few days, as if no one is bringing anything anymore. It is all due to your brother's impending marriage to Ji Qian, and in a couple of days, when she realizes that your brother is indifferent to her tantrums, she will undoubtedly send you the shoe brocade you desire. Upon hearing this from Chao, Guo Chui's face was filled with discontent. 2 days is hardly enough time. Simply acquiring the shoe brocade is insufficient. She also needs to have it tailored into garments, and time is truly of the essence. This won't do, it's too late. Mother, you are to be her future mother-in-law. How could she disregard your wishes? You must urge her to send the shoe brocade promptly, and also arrange for the finest tailor in the capital to help me with my clothing. As Guo Chui spoke, She clutched Chao's arm, shaking it playfully. Chao, feeling dizzy from the motion, exclaimed impatiently, all right. Oh dear, you will surely shake your poor mother to death. I truly owe much to the both of you. Although Chao supported Guo Yi's intention to marry AI Qian, she was quite displeased that he insisted on seeking the emperor's decree for AI Qian and granting her a status that would allow her to enter the mansion alongside Shen Wanyin. Had Guo Yi consulted her beforehand, she would have certainly opposed it. After marrying Shen Wanyin, he could have simply found an excuse to bring AI Qian into the household. It is customary for a primary wife to take such actions regarding a husband's concubine, and at that point, Shen Wanyin would have had little ground to contest it. It seems her foolish son believes that Qian, with her gentle and unassuming demeanor, is easy to manipulate. Being a woman herself, she is not blind to the subtleties. Unfortunately, her son has been utterly bewitched by that little minx Qian, not only seeking her hand through valiant deeds, but also insisting on her simultaneous entrance with Shen Wanyin. What kind of sorcery has she cast? Nevertheless, as she is her own niece, Chao cannot help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Which woman wouldn't he wish to employ some stratagems to secure a capable man? It is only Shen Wanyin, who fancies herself a lady of status, that remains oblivious to her own limitations. If this truly incites her son's ire and causes him to drift away, she will certainly have her regrets. Upon hearing Chao's agreement, Guo Chui's countenance brightened instantly, and she spoke with satisfaction. Summon Shen Wanyin, mother will set some rules for her. When it came to establishing those rules, Guo Chui emphasized her words, her previous joy morphing into a gleeful anticipation. Chao nodded and then turned to the maid behind her. Go to the Shen residence and relay a message to Miss Shen, telling her I miss her and would like her to visit when she has the time. Chao believed she was offering Shen Wanyin a significant opportunity. If she were wise, she would surely come running. When Chao's maid arrived at the Shen residence, Shen Wanyin was not home. At that moment, she was leisurely enjoying tea in a private room of a tea house. It was only during the second request for a tea refill that she seemingly carelessly produced a jade pendant from her person and placed it on the table. The server's gaze lingered on the jade pendant for a moment, before he smiled naturally and said, please take your time. I shall step out to fetch you some more tea and snacks. Shen Wanyin was utterly convinced that the young attendant's gaze had indeed recognized the jade pendant. Thus, she concluded that the individual had not deceived her. This tea house truly belonged to him. With a calm resolve, she recalled the man's assurance that once she entered this establishment, the staff would exert their utmost efforts to fulfill any request she might make. Therefore, she merely awaited the unfolding of events, curious to see if the truth aligned with his words. Before long, a knock echoed at the door, the sound suggesting it was not the same young attendant from earlier. Please enter. Shen Wanyin's voice was cool and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. The person who stepped inside was a middle-aged man, approximately 30, slightly stout with a round face that exuded an air of sincerity and warmth. His lips perpetually curled into a semblance of a smile. Without preamble, he addressed her directly. What is it that you seek, young lady? I desire 2 skilled maidservants, one to operate in the open and the other discreetly, Shen Wanyin replied, placing a banknote of 10,000 taels upon the table. She harbored no illusions about the existence of fortune falling from the sky. Although the man had promised that her words would suffice, she was reluctant to incur a debt of gratitude. Chapter 21. Why is the prince being so extravagant this time? The middle-aged man glanced at the banknotes on the table, his expression remaining unchanged as he merely nodded slightly and performed a respectful bow before exiting. Shen Wanyin understood that he was going to consult someone else, indicating that there was a possibility for this matter. She remained unperturbed, confident that she would achieve her objective today. In the adjoining room, a man leisurely toyed with the empty teacup in his hand, slightly craning his neck with furrowed brows, seemingly listening intently to the sounds from the neighboring space. In tandem with the man's posture, the guards cautiously bent forward, straining to listen closely. Did the prince hear something? No. Did you hear anything? No. Xie Yanqin felt a wave of exasperation. If you can't hear anything, why are you stretching your neck? I saw you stretching yours, so I thought you could hear something. The man shot him an annoyed glance just as a knock on the door interrupted them. Soon, the slightly plump middle-aged man re-entered. "Your Highness, Miss Shen has requested 2 female guards, one in plain sight and one hidden. She wants a Yu and a Xing." The middle-aged man paused, his expression momentarily incredulous as he glanced at the seated man. Miss Shen also produced a banknote of 10,000 taels. The man's attractive features softened into a slight smile. "Send them back." He had no intention of giving her the opportunity to repay with money. "Understood." As the middle-aged man turned to exit, his gaze briefly met Zhao De's, revealing a hint of curiosity. "What does this mean?" The prince seems particularly different towards Miss Shen. Zhao De shook his head in uncertainty. "It appears to be just as you observed. A Yu and a Xing were the most formidable female assassins of their guild, and the prince was willing to part with these 2 young ladies for Miss Shen. Moreover, he was relinquishing the silver. This was exceedingly generous. Unusually generous, indeed. It was rare to see the prince display such magnanimity. A Yu and a Xing each earned 10,000 taels for a month's mission. Extravagant, to be honest, somewhat wasteful. The middle-aged man soon returned to Shen Wanyin's room. He bowed slightly, speaking with respect. "Miss, you may leave now. Those you requested will arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, Shen Wanyin nodded slightly and prepared to rise, only to hear the middle-aged man seemingly recalling something and hastily adding, "Please keep the silver." Shen Wanyin paused, looking up at the middle-aged man. "Is it insufficient?" The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly, admitting that the amount was indeed modest. "No, it is our guild leader's instruction not to accept your silver. Miss Shen, you may return with peace of mind. We shall fulfill your requests. However, I prefer a transaction of silver for services rendered." With that, Shen Wanyin stood up and left the tea house without even touching the banknotes on the table. The middle-aged man was left speechless, gazing at the 10,000 taels before him. "Do you think the prince is foolish? This is akin to completing a task worth 100,000 taels without accepting any payment, merely to engender a favor. In the end, he has dispatched a task valued at 100,000 taels with just 10,000 taels, gaining neither profit nor goodwill. Indeed, beauty can lead one astray. The prince, typically astute and shrewd, seldom suffers losses. Your Highness, what shall we do about this silver?" Zhao De inquired, placing the banknotes on the table. Miss Shen had contributed 10,000 taels, and in return, the prince had bestowed upon her A Xing and A Yu, demonstrating his considerable regard for Miss Shen. "Give it to me. I shall return it to her." Zhao De looked at Xie Yanqin with surprise, pondering the prince's intentions. Guo Yi soon arrived at the horse market. Having spent years in the barracks, he was well acquainted with horses, and selecting one posed no challenge for him. His only uncertainty lay in the pricing. As he passed several stables, one in particular caught his attention. Noticing a customer, the proprietor greeted him with enthusiasm. "Are you here to view the horses, my lord?" Guo Yi nodded slightly and resumed his examination of the horses within the stable. Indeed, they appeared more robust than those in other stables, their coats shining with vitality. Such horses could easily outpace others on the road. However, they still seemed inferior to the horse that Shen Wanyin was to retrieve. "Do you have any finer specimens?" Guo Yi inquired. Upon hearing this, the proprietor's smile broadened, recognizing Guo Yi's distinguished attire and surmising that he had encountered a wealthy patron. "Indeed, follow me. I have a premium stable just inside, where you may select from the finest." Guo Yi's eyes brightened. He sought nothing less than the best, superior to the Shen family's finest. Following the proprietor, Guo Yi quickly arrived at another stable. Upon witnessing the sleek and vigorous horses inside, he felt a surge of excitement. Truly splendid horses. I had not anticipated encountering such quality here. He examined each one, his admiration growing. This was indeed the capital's horse market. Prior to enlisting, he had visited the horse market in Qinghe County, which paled in comparison to the imperial capital's offerings. "What is the price of this one?" Guo Yi halted before a majestic steed, captivated by its proud demeanor and piercing gaze. He felt a kinship with this horse, sensing a commanding presence. He envisioned it harnessed for his carriage at home, and in time, he might ride it into battle. Just the thought filled him with exhilaration. "My lord, you possess an exquisite eye. This horse has just arrived from the western regions and has only recently been tamed," the proprietor explained. Guo Yi felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing the horse was merely newly trained. He would have preferred a spirited steed to Braken himself. However, his countenance darkened upon hearing the proprietor's subsequent words. This fine horse is priced at 10,000 taels. The proprietor continued cheerfully, yet Guo Yi's expression soured. 10,000 taels for a single horse? His voice rose incredulously, clearly taken aback by the exorbitant price. The proprietor's smile faltered slightly. My lord, can you find another horse in this entire market that rivals this one? What you desire are fine steeds, and naturally, they come at a commensurate price. Should you find this to be exorbitant, you may peruse other options. The proprietor, while maintaining his composure, exhibited a noticeable decline in respect compared to earlier. When Guo Yi arrived, he exuded an air of affluence, believing he had encountered a wealthy individual. However, upon hearing the price of merely 10,000 taels, the man was left utterly astonished, his expression a mixture of disbelief and shock. Had it been made clear from the outset that such a sum was beyond his means, there would have been no need for this entire ordeal. Guo Yi felt a surge of indignation and suddenly recalled Shen Wanyin. If he were to express his interest in this horse to her, she would likely arrange for it to be delivered directly to his residence. Thus, why could he not simply take the horse and request the fund from Shen Wanyin thereafter? Chapter 22. The habit of relishing soft rice. This notion briefly flickered in Guo Yi's mind before being swiftly dismissed. They had only quarreled yesterday over the matter of the carriage, and Shen Wanyin had yet to come and apologize to him. If he were to act in such a manner, it would merely provide her with an easy way out. Guo Yi hesitated internally, but his fondness for the horse was undeniable. He inquired about the prices of other horses, only to be astonished by the exorbitant costs in the capital. A horse that he deemed quite ordinary was priced at a staggering 1,000 taels. To construct a lavish yet dignified stable would amount to nearly 2,000 taels, an outrageous sum. After much contemplation, Guo Yi ultimately refrained from spending his own silver. Despite his inquiries, the horse he favored most remained the one he had first laid eyes upon. A steed worthy of a hero, he believed he was deserving of such a fine horse. This one it shall be, he resolved, envisioning it paired with an exquisite stable. He would later procure the necessary funds from the Shen family. Since he had already decided that this silver would be covered by the Shens, naturally, he would select the most expensive horse. It did not even bother to ask how much it would cost to pair this magnificent steed with a splendid stable, as the funds would come from the Shen family. Excuse me. The shopkeeper hesitated before continuing. Might I inquire if you were a young master of the Shen family? Observing Guo Yi's actions, many onlookers began to speculate about his identity. With his youthful appearance and extraordinary demeanor, the first thought that crossed their minds was that he must be a scion of the Shen family. However, they recalled hearing rumors about the family recently. One son was blind, and the other was lame. Had a renowned physician perhaps healed one of them? Guo Yi's expression tightened, his posture straightened, and he exuded a certain presence as he spoke with conviction. I am Guo Yi, the general of the state, personally appointed by the emperor, and I am betrothed to the young lady of the Shen family. Guo Yi anticipated that upon introducing himself, the shopkeeper would cease any further questioning, perhaps even exhibit a look of admiration. However, just as a smug smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, the shopkeeper's expression suddenly turned frigid. Ah, so it is the general who enjoys riding on the coattails of the Shen family. Such a skill in leveraging soft rice. I see. I cannot sell you this horse. I suggest you look elsewhere. The shopkeeper concluded, his face darkening as he turned away, summoning someone to lead the prized steed away while muttering softly. Almost fell for it. Guo Yi's countenance froze in shock as he realized that the gazes of those around him were now laced with mockery and derision. What do you mean by enjoying soft rice? That sounds quite off, he retorted, demanding clarity as he sought to defend his reputation. Stepping forward, he grasped the shopkeeper's shoulder, having spent years in the military. He possessed considerable strength, and coupled with his anxious demeanor, his grip tightened. Ah, the shopkeeper yelped, eliciting even more curious glances from the onlookers. General Guo seems to be resorting to violence after failing to secure his horse. Startled, Guo Yi quickly withdrew his hand, only to hear the shopkeeper muttering angrily, as if he longed to retaliate, slandering the officials of the court. Do you comprehend the consequences of such actions? The shopkeeper retorted coldly, unperturbed by Guo Yi's threats, while rubbing his shoulder. Who has slandered you? Your actions are transparently documented. I never anticipated that you would deceive the horse market today. You have taken the horse away. What if the unscrupulous individual goes to the Shen residence and they refuse to pay the sum? Guo Yi wore a bewildered expression. Where is this clarity you speak of? The matter of the stolen carriage has already been resolved. Although it caused quite a spectacle, fortunately, aside from a few individuals from the Wutian prefecture, no outsiders are privy to it. Moreover, how could the Shen family possibly refuse to compensate him? Given his current status, the members of a Shen family would surely be eager to secure him for their daughter. They would not allow him to lose face over a mere 10,000 taels. Cease your unfounded ramblings. When has this general ever taken someone else's horse? You need only go to the Shen family. They are certain to provide you with the exact amount owed. The dialogue between the two was clearly audible to those nearby, and Guo Yi, filled with indignation, could not be bothered to lower his voice. What audacity to shamelessly demand such a thing! Why should he, having purchased the horse, necessitate others to seek compensation from a Shen family? Indeed, and to act so brazenly. If Miss Shen wishes to break off the engagement, then so be it. It is truly disgraceful. How could such a petty thief rise to the rank of general? Ah, it is merely a result of the late General Shen's patronage. What a pity, for the late general was astute throughout his life. It seems he misjudged this one. The murmurs of the crowd pushed Guo Yi to the brink of fury. What nonsense about living off others' fortunes. Many of the Guo family's possessions were funded by the Shen family, and no one had ever spoken of it in such a manner. Why, for the sake of a mere 10,000 taels, should they speak so disparagingly today? How could Shen Wanyin possibly wish to dissolve their engagement? What absurdities are they uttering? In truth, the citizens of the capital also doubt that Miss Shen would consider breaking off the engagement with Guo Yi. Logically, General Guo's career is on an upward trajectory, and he is in the prime of his youth. Should he win a few more battles, he might even surpass the glory of the late General Shen. A young talent like him will be highly sought after. No family would willingly let him go. However, early this morning, 2 notices were posted at the entrance of the horse market. One was from Wutian prefecture, stating that General Guo had stolen the Shen family's carriage without Miss Shen's consent, and the case had been investigated. General Guo returned the carriage and paid a fine of 2,000 taels. The other notice was from the Shen residence, indicating that the Shen family would indeed annul the engagement with the Guo family. If General Guo came to the horse market to purchase horses and sought compensation from the Shen family, the Shen family would bear no responsibility. Since the Shen family disavowed any responsibility, who would dare sell horses to Guo Yi? Wouldn't that money be thrown away? Initially, upon seeing the notices, they thought Miss Shen was making a mountain out of a molehill, overreacting to the incident of a single carriage. Posting notices everywhere, wouldn't that invite ridicule? In hindsight, the Shen family's actions were indeed wise. A prized horse worth 10,000 taels could be claimed at will by General Guo, leaving only a message for others to seek payment from the Shen family. It seems he has indulged in such living off others' fortunes for years. Guo Yi, witnessing the growing mockery and disdain from the crowd, felt an ominous premonition arise within him and glared at the horse dealer with a cold voice. What are you all talking about? Go to the entrance of the horse market and see for yourself. The commendable deeds of General Guo are posted there. Upon hearing this, Guo Yi, disregarding the glares from those around him, hurriedly made his way outside. The crowd, observing Guo Yi's retreating figure, resumed their mockery. Were it not for the promotion by the esteemed General Shen years ago, he would still be nothing today. Indeed, had it not been for the Shen family support, how could the Guo family have enjoyed such lavish living over the past 3 years? To think he would impose upon Miss Shen after achieving some military merit is truly heartless. Guo Yi, ignoring the cruel taunts behind him, dashed out. Indeed, both sides of the horse market displayed identical notices. He quickly approached and, with a single glance, comprehended the message inscribed. A surge of fury welled up within him, and he immediately reached out to tear down the 2 notices. Chapter 23. The way to the token. No wonder Lord Lu appeared peculiar and spoke in riddles during their conversation today. It seems he harbors a guilty conscience. How outrageous! Yet, even more outrageous is Shen Wanyin. What does she mean by this? Does Guo Yi truly lack her meager silver? To post such a notice in public is utterly nonsensical. What benefit does defaming his reputation serve her? Is this merely a childish act of pique? To force his compliance? To extinguish his desire to wed Ji Qian? She shall not succeed. This foolish woman, does she not realize that her actions will only push me further away? Guo Yi's eyes blazed with fury, and the thought of the mocking gazes he had just endured made him wish to confront Shen Wanyin at once. He is the esteemed general of the state, and his reputation is of utmost importance. Should this matter reach the emperor's ears, how could he ever face him again? Suddenly, Guo Yi turned and returned to the horse market, approaching the proprietor from whom he had just purchased a horse. This matter concerns his dignity. He must secure this horse today. I shall take this horse. The silver shall be provided by the Guo family. As a respected general of the state, how could I possibly be unable to afford a single horse? Allowing the Shen family to provide the silver would merely be a gesture of respect towards them. The horse dealer, concealing a smirk, responded with mock civility. If General Wu desires this steed, please settle the sum of 10,000 taels in cash at once. Cash. Guo Yi frowned, displeased. I did not bring such a substantial amount today. Prepare the stable for me, and I shall have the silver delivered to the Guo residence tomorrow. With so many witnesses present, I would never jest with my reputation. The proprietor hesitated, still wary of Guo Yi. It is not that I distrust you, General, but your reputation for horse theft has become rather notorious. Before Guo Yi could respond in anger, the proprietor, seemingly struck by a thought, continued in a conciliatory tone, "Perhaps, General, you might leave something of value here as assurance. Once the silver is in hand, I shall gladly return it to you. Otherwise, should you deny the agreement, I would be left with no choice but to sell this stable, thus incurring a loss." After a moment of contemplation, Guo Yi realized the proprietor's argument held merit. Unfortunately, he had only 2,000 taels after settling accounts at Shuntian Prefecture, leaving him unable to provide even a deposit. If he were to leave empty-handed, others might believe he could not afford the Shen family's silver, and his reputation would be tarnished even further. In pursuit of dignity, he was determined to secure this horse today. Sensing Guo Yi's resolve, the proprietor grinned. Since General Guo lacks any valuables, perhaps that token you wear could suffice as collateral. It appears to be worth a fair amount. Guo Yi instinctively reached for the token at his waist. That token, symbolizing his rank as general of the state, was not something he could relinquish in such a marketplace. Absurd. Do you comprehend the weight of this matter? To lose such an item would be a grave offense deserving of death. The shopkeeper merely scoffed. General Wu, no matter how precious this item may be, it cannot be worth 1,000 taels of silver. If you deem it significant enough to be entrusted to me, then if you find it unsatisfactory, we may discuss it another day. With that, the shopkeeper waved his hand dismissively, indicating he wished to say no more as he turned to leave. Suddenly, feeling a surge of urgency, called out, "Stop." He grasped the waist token at his side, hesitating as to whether to remove it, though it held great importance. It served little purpose with this young shopkeeper, and it was an item exclusively his, of no use to anyone else. Temporarily, leaving it here seemed harmless. After all, once he received his silver, the token would be returned. Resolving his indecision, Guo Yi yanked the waist token from his side and presented it before the shopkeeper. "Ensure you take good care of this. If it is lost, your entire family will be unable to compensate for it." The young shopkeeper received the token with utmost caution. "General Guo, rest assured, 1,000 taels of silver far surpasses the value of this token. To you, it may seem invaluable, but to me, it is merely a trinket." Guo Yi refrained from contesting the shopkeeper's words. By some strange twist of fate, it was settled. It was only after leaving the horse market that he began to feel a twinge of regret. He realized that his earlier actions had been rather impulsive. How could he have so foolishly relinquished his waist token? Yet, returning now to retract his decision would be even more embarrassing, as he could only imagine the laughter it would provoke among the horse market patrons. After a moment of hesitation, driven by his fragile pride and sense of dignity, he turned and made his way back to the Guo residence. At the Guo household, Madame Chow was displeased to hear from a maid that Shen Wanyin was not at home and had only left a message for the Shen family. Now that she has returned from the military camp, she ought to remain at home, not venturing beyond the threshold. As a woman of marriageable age, how could she be so reckless as to show herself to the world? Madame Chow grumbled, her expression sour, before instructing the maid, if she returns shortly, tell her to wait in the courtyard and say that I am unwell and asleep. Madame Chow thought to herself that once Shen Wanyin arrived at the Shen residence, upon learning that she had sent for her, she would surely rush over. At that moment, Madame Chow intended to show her a glimpse of her authority as a future mother-in-law. Yes, let her stand in the courtyard for a while. She will soon learn to fear me. Otherwise, she might mistakenly believe that I, her future mother-in-law, possess a gentle disposition. The more this seemingly haughty young lady acted in such a manner, the more it was essential for the prospective mother-in-law to establish clear rules from the outset. Otherwise, she might later presume to dominate over her. Madame Chow nodded, convinced of her daughter's wisdom. Throughout history, it was known that a daughter-in-law often sought to secure her livelihood from her mother-in-law. In grand households, traditions were numerous, and a slight excess was of little consequence. As the two contemplated how they would impose regulations upon Shen Wanyin upon her return, they were interrupted by a servant's announcement. Madam Miss, someone from the Shen family's cloth shop has arrived. Upon hearing that someone from the Shen family's fabric shop had arrived, the expressions of the mother and daughter instantly illuminated with joy. Mother, it must be the people from Shen's fabric shop bringing the shoe brocade. A hint of disdain flickered across Chow's face as she let out a soft snort. I knew this girl wouldn't last 2 days. Your brother has been ignoring her. And indeed, she has grown fearful. It appears that your elder brother's charm is formidable, keeping Shen Wanyin firmly under control. As Guo Yi spoke, Chow's smile widened even further. Naturally, having spent 3 years in the military camp, if she were to break off her engagement with your brother, who else could she hope to marry? If she were wise, she would cling tightly to your elder brother. Guo Yi nodded eagerly, already pulling Chow towards the entrance. However, upon reaching the doorway, they were greeted merely by 2 young attendants standing there, with not a single delivery card in sight. Chapter 24. Unabashedly brazen, Guo Yi glanced around in astonishment, her tone laced with impatience as she inquired, "Where are the items?" The 2 attendants first bowed respectfully, and upon hearing Guo Yi's request for the goods, they hurriedly presented the invoice with both hands. "What is this?" Guo Yi's surprise deepened. "Did you not come to deliver the shoe brocade?" Achio suppressed a smirk, maintaining an air of indifference as she replied, "This pertains to the expenses incurred by General Guo and Miss Guo at our fabric shop yesterday. Did we not agree to charge all the fabrics, including those damaged during your altercation with Miss Pan, to the Guo residence? I have come to collect the payment today." Both mother and daughter were momentarily taken aback. Collect payment? What payment? Guo Yi was the first to awaken from her stupor, recalling that the shopkeeper had indeed mentioned charging all the fabrics taken by both families to the Guo estate. Moreover, her elder brother had generously consented to this arrangement. However, they had both assumed it was merely for show, believing the shopkeeper would never actually send the invoice to the Guo residence. As this realization dawned upon her, a flicker of panic ignited within Guo Yi. She distinctly remembered the shopkeeper stating that the fabrics she had her eye on would also require payment. Guo Yi raised her eyebrows in disbelief, her mouth agape in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words, and she cast a frantic glance at Chao Shi. Chao Shi was well aware of the events that had transpired at the Shen family fabric shop the previous day. When Guo Yi returned, she had appeared utterly disheveled, having lost 2 teeth, and had lamented to Chao Shi for quite some time. However, over the past 2 years in the capital, she had heard numerous rumors. The young lady from the Pan family was known to be a formidable opponent, ill-tempered and lacking in civility, notorious throughout the city. Most importantly, the Pan family, led by the esteemed Tai Wei, was not to be trifled with. This time, it seemed his daughter had met with misfortune and would have to bear the burden of her misdeeds in silence. She had been contemplating that if anyone were to blame, it would be Shen Wanyin for not promptly delivering the shoe brocade, leading to Guo Yi's personal visit to the fabric shop, where the conflict with Miss Pan had erupted. Yet, She had not anticipated that the people from the Shen fabric shop would be so audacious as to come demanding payment. She had not even sought retribution from them. Preposterous. You dare come here to demand money? Is your young lady aware of this? Achio slightly bowed once more, speaking courteously. This matter was indeed mentioned by the young lady a couple of days ago. Since both families have decided to call off the engagement, it is only right to settle these accounts. You speak nonsense. Who said the two are breaking off the engagement? How dare you, a mere servant, fabricate tales about your master's affairs? If it were not for the public setting, Chao Shi would have struck Achio across the face to assert her authority. I would not dare to speak falsely. Everything is as the young lady wishes. Moreover, it was General Guo himself who stated at the fabric shop that I should take the invoice to the Guo residence to collect the payment. And Miss Guo was present at the time. You, Chao Shi, infuriated, recalled having heard Guo Chui mention this matter, but she had not expected the shop to genuinely come to collect. Achio, sensing Chao Shi's fury, turned her gaze back to Guo Chui. Miss Guo, did we not agree yesterday? General Guo clearly stated that you could come to the Guo residence to collect the silver. You were present at the time. Surely, General Guo does not intend to go back on his word. Achio deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of neighbors and passers-by who were eager to witness the unfolding drama. For the past few days, these onlookers have been anticipating the scandal between the Shen and Guo families, ever since Guo had sought to marry another woman using his military achievements in the court. In mere moments, the crowd began to gather, much like cats drawn to the scent of fish. Guo Chui, still shaken by the earlier surprise, had begun to retreat, her mind now more consumed by indignation. How petty could Shen Wanyin be to demand such a paltry sum? Was she out of her wits? Enraged, Guo Chui failed to notice the encroaching crowd and directed her ire towards Achio without an ounce of civility. Are you lacking in common sense? Could you not tell my brother was speaking to others yesterday? Why have we ever required silver for the goods acquired from the Shen family's cloth shop over the years? Upon hearing this, the onlookers gasped in unison. They had witnessed shamelessness before, but never such brazen audacity. The derisive laughter from the crowd snapped Chao Shi back to reality, prompting her to glare at Guo Chui and chastise her. What nonsense are you spouting? When have we ever taken anything from the Shen family without payment? As she scolded, she cast a warning glance at Guo Chui. Knowing her daughter was usually reasonable, yet often blurted out the most thoughtless remarks in moments of distress. Chao Shi's reprimand finally registered with Guo Chui. Indeed, how could she acknowledge that the Guo family intended to take advantage of the Shen family? It would be better to assert that they had never taken anything at all. I have not set foot in your Shen family shop, nor have I ever purchased your cloth. You come here demanding silver based on a baseless list, thinking that the Guo family's wealth is so easily deceived? Chao Shi was taken aback by Guo Chui's sudden declaration. Was she not just deluding herself? The previous day's commotion at the cloth shop had drawn a significant audience, and she was well aware of it. Yet, with so many witnesses present, Guo Chui's words could not be retracted without consequence. Stepping forward with a smile, Chao Shi pulled Achio aside. There must be some misunderstanding regarding today's events. We are almost family. How could such a trivial matter lead you to demand silver? If you offend us over something so minor. Chao Shi hesitated, her tone laced with a subtle threat, believing a mere hint would suffice to intimidate a shop assistant. Suddenly, Achio's expression shifted from fear to sheer terror, as he instinctively took a step back. Madam, I assure you that I have not erred in my recollection. Indeed, Miss Guo visited our Shen family's cloth shop yesterday and even engaged in a confrontation with Miss Pan. Ultimately, she summoned General Guo to the scene. I would not dare to speak falsely, even if I possessed 100-fold courage. Should you wish, you may call upon General Guo for a confrontation to clarify matters. Furthermore, our young lady has explicitly stated her intention to annul the engagement with General Guo. The notion that our family might be considered kin in the future, thereby rendering monetary compensation unnecessary, is rather implausible. With the esteemed instructions from Master Bai, Achio has no intention of extending any courtesy to the Guo family. Upon Achio's exclamation, it became immediately clear to all present what Mrs. Chao had surreptitiously whispered to this young attendant. There is no need for further discussion. Everyone understands the situation. The Guo family has taken advantage of our goods while seeking to evade payment. Previously, the Shen family refrained from contesting matters due to the impending marriage alliance. But now that General Guo has achieved a measure of military success, he has acted in a most ungrateful manner, likely causing great distress to Miss Shen. Thus, it is evident that she is resolute in her decision to break off the engagement. Chapter 25. My general's mansion lacks. Not in silver, the engagement was on the verge of dissolution, and naturally, the Guo family could not be allowed to benefit any further. Chao's unexpected outburst, as she shouted at Qiu, turned her face a shade of crimson with anger. What do you think you are? Do you believe you can see General Guo whenever you wish? How dare you? You have no shame. Chao was utterly enraged. The fabric that Guo Chui had brought back yesterday was quite substantial, and it was rumored that the young ladies from the Pan family had taken a considerable amount as well. If all of this were to be charged to the Guo family's account, it would surely amount to several hundred taels. How could she possibly part with silver that could be obtained for free? After declaring her frustrations, she turned to the doorman behind her and commanded, "Throw them out." Onlookers, witnessing Chao's demeanor, began to voice their disapproval. It's only right for Miss Shen to break off the engagement with such a family. They deserve it. Indeed, a family devoid of shame. Chao, incensed, pointed at the crowd. Leave. Our family's affairs have nothing to do with you. Just go. Guo Yi had just returned from the horse market, feeling the fatigue in his feet from the past few days of walking. As he approached his home, he was met with the sight of a gathering of people, with his mother and sister standing there, hands on their hips, engaged in a heated exchange. A foreboding feeling welled up in his heart. Their demeanor reminded him of past encounters in the village when his mother would create a scene, bickering with the neighbors. In the past, it had mattered little, but now circumstances were different. This was the imperial capital, not the small village of Qinga County. He was now general of the state, not the village boy, Yi. What on earth was his mother doing? Guo Yi's eyes widened, and the pent-up anger within him erupted. Mother! His furious shout drew all eyes toward him. Chao was startled, and upon seeing her beloved son return, she hastened through the crowd to inquire about the situation. As Guo Yi approached the entrance, the crowd parted, allowing his mother to step forward and look up at him. What is it, son? What troubles you? Noticing Guo Yi's grim countenance, coupled with his earlier shout, Chao felt a twinge of fear. Guo Yi's anger had somewhat dissipated with his outburst, and he attempted to control his emotions as he addressed Chao. Mother, what has transpired? As he inquired, he finally noticed a Qiu standing to the side after ascending a couple of steps. He recalled that it was a Qiu who had come to summon him the previous day, and he remembered the words of manager Bai as he left Shen's fabric shop. However, he had initially dismissed them. Guo Yi's brows knitted together in disbelief. You, what are you doing here? The question slipped from his lips before he could restrain himself, and even as he spoke, he found it hard to believe that manager Bai had indeed sent someone to collect silver. When he first became engaged to Shen Wanyin, he was introduced to Bai Zhang, who treated him with utmost courtesy and was well aware of Shen Wanyin's affections for him. Many of the items delivered to the Guo family had passed through Bai Zhang's hands. How could he possibly be unaware of such matters? What he had said yesterday about sending someone to collect the bill and retrieve the silver was merely for the ears of outsiders. He could not have taken it seriously. General Guo, did you not say yesterday that you would send someone today to collect the silver? It seems your busy schedule has made you forget about the fabric shop, a Qiu said, bowing respectfully with a smile. In that instant, Guo Yi's complexion paled slightly. Caught off guard by a scenario he could never have anticipated, Shen Wanyin had actually sent someone to demand payment at his doorstep over a few scraps of cloth. The woman who once spent extravagantly for him, who tirelessly researched tactics day and night for his sake, who had once risked herself as bait on the battlefield to ensure his victory, was now making him a laughingstock in the imperial city over a mere handful of fabric and a card. Why? Just because he was to marry Ji Qian. She could not tolerate a delicate woman? He had truly misjudged her character. Very well, if Shen Wanyin wishes to sever ties, let it be so. I shall see how long she can maintain this stance. I hope she does not come crying to find me. Guo Yi declared. How much silver is required? I shall provide it. A few pieces of cloth are hardly a burden for the general's residence. Son, upon hearing this, Madam Chao hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Guo Yi's arm. Why should we give her anything? Sooner or later, she will still be a member of the Guo family. Mother, go fetch the silver, Guo Yi replied with unwavering resolve, raising his chin and casting a glance at the onlookers, his pride seemingly poised to overshadow them all. Now, as the general of the state and a newly favored official of the court, who would dare to mock or belittle him, merely a sum of gold and silver? He would earn far greater military achievements in the future and even more rewards, bringing the entire Shen family to their knees before him. Seeing that today, a situation could not be delayed any longer, Madame Chow realized that they could not allow such a trivial amount of silver to tarnish her son's reputation. She raised her eyelids and spoke with a tone of disdain. How much silver are we talking about? 4,500 taels, Achio reported the price. Aside from the curious onlookers, the entire Guo family stood there, eyes wide in shock for quite some time. Madame Chow reacted like a startled dog, exclaiming, How much? 4,500 taels, Achio repeated slowly, slightly lowering his head to conceal his own unease. In truth, he had inflated the figure by 1,000 taels. Guo Yi, who had just moments ago been brimming with arrogance, now found his face drained of color. He had expected at most a few hundred taels. How could the sum suddenly escalate to 4,500? Was this fabric woven with golden threads? Clenching his teeth, he glared at Achio, fury boiling his eyes. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter a single question. Have you truly calculated this correctly? Guo Yi's voice was laced with a hint of gritted teeth. After all, he had carved his way through countless adversaries, and the aura of menace surrounding him made Achio's heart race with trepidation. Indeed, our esteemed manager had calculated the situation. As you are aware, Miss Pan took a considerable quantity of fabric yesterday, and there were also damages caused by a skirmish between two young ladies. Did you not instruct Miss Guo to select additional items before her departure? Upon finishing his words, Achio silently exhaled, feeling a pang of guilt towards his master. He had no choice but to momentarily betray him. Otherwise, he feared that General Guo, in a fit of rage, might strike him down with a single blow. For he was merely a humble attendant. Guo Yi gently closed his eyes, filled with regret. Had he known the true cost, he would not have been so impulsive in boasting moments ago. Yet, the words had already escaped his lips, and failing to produce the silver would only serve to slap his own face. Well, he declared, the words seemingly infused with a touch of inner strength. With that, Guo Yi turned to look at the Chow family. Go and fetch the silver. Chapter 26. Has the 10,000 taels returned? Chow stomped her foot in frustration as she entered the grand door. Moments later, she produced 2 silver notes, one for 4,000 taels and the other for 500 taels, which she tossed at Achio. Achio hastily collected the notes with care, bowed in gratitude, and departed at a swift pace. Once Achio was gone, Guo Yi entered without a backward glance, prompting Chow to hurriedly close the door to shield themselves from the idle gossip outside. Upon entering, Guo Chui could hardly contain herself. What does Shen Wanyin truly intend? Is she genuinely seeking to break off the engagement with my elder brother? Who knows what that little vixen is plotting? Has she lost her senses? Chow interjected, hastening to keep pace with Guo Yi. After the day's tumult, she felt a genuine fear. Could Shen Wanyin really intend to sever ties with her son? Son, why not appease that little vixen? This marriage cannot be dissolved. Chow was calculating. Though the Shen family had fallen into misfortune, their foundations remained solid. Marrying Shen Wanyin would ensure her son's ascent, with gold and silver flowing abundantly in his path. Suddenly, Guo Yi halted, gritting his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging with barely contained rage. In silence, he turned and strode towards the entrance. Where are you going, son? Chow called out. To the West City Villa, Guo Yi replied tersely, quickening his pace and leaving the Guo residence without looking back. Chow shouted a few more times, but Guo Yi remained indifferent. Once he had departed, Chow stamped her foot in agitation. What business does he have with that insufferable girl? ISNT, he just provoking that little vixen further? AI Jiqian resided in a tranquil little courtyard in West City, a place Guo Yi had rented during his tenure as a 6th-grade cavalry commander. After securing the rental, he brought Chow and Guo Chui to the royal city. Following his engagement to Shen Wanyin, she provided Guo Yi with the current residence, leaving the West City Villa vacant. Unbeknownst to anyone, Guo Yi had quietly brought AI Zhiqian to stay there as well. Fearing Shen Wanyin would discover this before he achieved any military merit, Guo Yi rarely visited, managing to keep this secret well hidden. With swift strides, Guo Yi made his way to the West City Villa, his mind replaying the scene when Shen Wanyin carelessly spoke of breaking their engagement at the gates of Shentian Prefecture. If she relished being jealous, then let her indulge to her heart's content. If she enjoyed causing a ruckus, she would soon learn the consequences of her actions, which would only drive him towards another woman. Shen Wanyin would come to realize the price of her capriciousness. As he reached the entrance of the West City Villa, thoughts of the gentle, unassuming woman who never demanded anything of him but only wished for his well-being softened his heart. A woman should be gentle and nurturing, capable of soothing a man's spirit. If only he had not prevented Shen Wanyin from accompanying him to the battlefield, perhaps she would not have developed such a hardened temperament, which was indeed unappealing. Lost in his reflections, Guo Yi suddenly heard a soft, trembling voice tinged with sorrow drifting towards him. Cousin, this one heartfelt call is imbued with an unending affection, a profound longing, and a hint of resentment akin to that of one who feels forsaken. In an instant, this single utterance melts Guo Yi's heart, overwhelming him with a tide of guilt. Zhiqian, I am sorry. Guo Yi strides forward, and AI Zhiqian stumbles towards him, collapsing into his embrace. There is no need for apologies. Zhiqian has never sought any formal recognition. As long as she can remain by your side, witnessing your well-being day by day, she would find contentment, even if it meant serving as a concubine. With her head nestled against Guo Yi's chest, her voice trembles with barely suppressed sobs, her frail shoulders exuding a sense of vulnerability that only deepens Guo Yi's compassion, compelling him to hold her tighter. No, I cannot allow you to endure such indignity. Even if the emperor does not grant a marriage, I shall wed you simultaneously, ensuring that you stand equal with Shen Wanyin, never allowing her to overshadow you. Hidden beneath her lowered head, AI Zhiqian's lips involuntarily curl into a smile. She had been waiting for Guo Yi to voice this assurance. She had believed that his request for marriage through military merit would surely succeed, and despite Shen Wanyin's underlying discontent, she would not dare to voice it. However, to her astonishment, Wanyin publicly proposed a withdrawal from the engagement, leaving the matter of marriage uncertain. The day of celebration should have been the emperor's most joyous, and any further mention of marriage would likely meet with resistance. With Shen Wanyin's sudden withdrawal, she genuinely feared that Guo Yi might hesitate to pursue her, relegating her to the status of a mere concubine. The tears that sprang forth upon seeing him were genuine, as was the feeling of grievance. Heaven knows the effort she expended to cultivate his affection, his dependence, and his guilt. If she were to end up merely as a concubine, all her efforts over these 3 years would have been in vain. She refuses to settle for being a concubine. She demands the position of general's wife. Even if she must enter alongside Shen Wanyin, with her understanding of Guo Yi, she is confident of capturing his heart entirely. Moreover, she is well aware of Guo Yi's initial inclinations towards Shen Wanyin. Once he secures the Shen family under his influence, given the crown prince's disdain for the Shens, what favorable outcome could await Wanyin within the Guo household? Cousin, Miss Shen was engaged to you first. If you do not wish to wrong me, you must, in turn, wrong her. As women, Zhiqian cannot bear to see Miss Shen in distress. AI Zhiqian, with tear-filled eyes, gazes up at Guo Yi, her innocence and purity evident. Zhiqian, your kindness towards her is admirable, yet she holds no regard for you. If we allow you to be wrong this time, it may lead to repeated grievances in the future. I will not yield. I shall ensure you stand equal with her when you marry into the Guo family. Cousin, your kindness overwhelms me. It feels as though I have accumulated lifetimes of good fortune to be by your side. AI Zhiqian suppresses the smile that threatens to break forth. Yet even upon hearing Guo Yi's words, she cannot fully relinquish her concerns. She trusts herself more than anyone else. She will not remain passive. Before the Empress Dowager's birthday, she will demonstrate her worth to Guo Yi. Let more people know that AI Zhiqian is no less capable than Shen Wanyin. In the Tinglan courtyard, Buju rushed over to greet her. Miss, you have returned. I was so worried about you going out without me. Shen Wanyin smiled lightly. What is there to worry about? Do you not know my capabilities? Buju was momentarily taken aback, her expression suddenly tinged with disappointment. She had no skills of her own. If danger were to arise, it would be her mistress who would have to protect her. If only she possessed some skills herself. Miss, I wish to practice martial arts as well. Once I have trained, you could take me along when you go out. Noticing the dejection in Buju's eyes, Shen Wanyin felt a pang of compassion. In her previous life, Buju had perished while protecting her, and in this life, Shen Wanyin was determined to shield her from danger, which is why she endeavored to keep her from accompanying her on outings. Observing that Shen Wanyin's lips appeared slightly parched, Buju hurriedly went to brew tea. Upon returning to the room, Shen Wanyin sensed that something was amiss, though she could not quite articulate it. It was not until she caught sight of the 10,000 taels silver note on the table that her eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 27. I am willing to break the rules for you. This was the silver note she had left at the tea house, arriving even before her return. What could the other party mean by this? Did they wish to decline her business proposition? This thought flickered momentarily in her mind before being promptly dismissed. What on earth was that oblivious man up to? Shen Wanyin murmured to herself, just as Bichu knocked and entered with tea. By the way, miss, today General was mother sent word. Bichu seemed to have just recalled this matter, as she would have deemed any stir from the Guo family significant. What did she say? Shen Wanyin lifted the teacup, barely bothering to raise her eyelids. She expressed that she misses you and wishes for you to visit the Guo residence. Shen Wanyin let out a cold laugh, her lips curling disdainfully. Miss me? Or what does she wish to show me some color? Furthermore, regarding the incident at the fabric shop, Master Bai instructed Ichio to demand payment from the Guo household. General Guo was furious, yet he still paid the sum. Both Master Bai and Ichio performed admirably. Should the Guo family attempt to exploit the Shun family's name again, they need not be afforded an ounce of grace. I shall withdraw from this engagement. Bichu assumed Shen Wanyin's words were intended for her ears alone, nodding vigorously, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, at the door, Biu felt her heart tighten at these words. The flicker of hope she had harbored was extinguished in an instant. The young lady had been unusually resolute these past few days. She initially thought it was merely a fleeting anger that would dissipate, but the lady's actions indicated a steadfast intent to call off the marriage. Biu felt a pang of anxiety, pondering when she might venture out again to consult with Guo Yi about their next steps. If the young lady did not marry into the Guo family, what would become of her? I wish to rest. You may leave now. Upon hearing Shen Wanyin's voice from within, Biu hastily departed, fearing to linger. Bichu exited the room and closed the door, plunging the space into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Shen Wanyin's slender, fair fingers lightly tapped the tabletop before she spoke coldly. Come out. In the quiet chamber, a figure suddenly descended, clad in black, with a silver mask obscuring half of his face. Despite the mask, the sharpness of his nose and the perfect line of his jaw revealed a strikingly handsome visage beneath. For some inexplicable reason, his deep-set eyes evoked a sense of familiarity, their corners slightly upturned, resembling those of a cunning fox, imbued with a hint of allure that seemed to ensnare the beholder. No, it was simply provocative. A flicker of wariness ignited in Shen Wanyin's eyes. This individual possessed unfathomable martial prowess, appearing and vanishing at will, as though no place was beyond his reach. The defenses of the Shun family proved utterly ineffective against him, as he effortlessly descended from the rafters of her room. What do you want? Chao Yi feigned innocence, spreading his hands in a gesture of nonchalance, his expression akin to that of idle conversation. Nothing much, just wandering about, and I ended up here. Please, carry on with your business. Do not mind me. She had previously remarked that the man possessed certain flaws. Are you dissatisfied with the amount of silver notes? Shen Wanyin disregarded his nonsensical prattle, her gaze fixated on the notes laid out on the table. Zhao Yi hastily waved his hand, wearing an expression that suggested he considered the silver to be of little significance. No, it is not that I find it insufficient. I simply do not wish to accept it. Why? Observing Shen Wanyin's flawless and exquisite visage, Zhao Yi could not help but take a couple of steps closer, hesitating, for they were merely a step apart. He understood that advancing any further would elicit an expression of profound disdain from the woman before him. He did not wish to provoke such a reaction, for it was rather hurtful. Despite wearing a mask, he was undeniably handsome from any angle. Initially, he held a fair amount of confidence, yet the sight of the young girl's expression instilled in him an overwhelming sense of inadequacy regarding his own appearance. He questioned whether he was truly worthy of her. Thus, such a gaze felt particularly stinging, exceedingly painful. He acknowledged that he was somewhat superficial. Shen Wanyin was beautiful, and he was not lacking either. Guo Yi rubbed his nose, stammering as he spoke. There's nothing much. I merely wish to have you owe me a favor. Shen Wanyin. She exhaled heavily, suppressing her anger. Had she known, she would have been better off finding two individuals herself. She should have anticipated that the master of Wutian Pavilion was rather eccentric. It was simply inviting trouble upon herself. Isn't Wutian Pavilion known for conducting business with silver? I offer you silver. You assist me in my endeavors. Isn't that the rule of your esteemed establishment? Yes. Guo Yi replied decisively, suddenly donning a serious and heartfelt expression as he regarded Shen Wanyin. Yet, I would willingly break the rules for you. Shen Wanyin. Who could silence this foolhardy man? In the shadows, a Xing and a Yu watched in horror as their master appeared to be under some form of enchantment. A Xing inquired, Is that person a prince? Is he our master? A Yu responded, Surely, he resembles one. We have been following him all along, have we not? A Xing was astonished to discover that their master could act as annoyingly as those greasy men. A Yu cautioned, Be careful not to let the master hear you. He could flay your skin. The master is not greasy. It is Miss Shun who is somewhat ungrateful. A Xing gave Yu a speechless glance. Only those who admire the master would perceive his recent actions as affectionate. Those who do not would find them repulsive and distasteful. A Yu exclaimed, Can it be that a woman would disdain their master? Impossible. Shen Wanyin felt a shiver run down her spine. As a phrase she often heard in the military suddenly surfaced in her mind, one she found exceedingly unpleasant. Any person with a shred of dignity would surely find it intolerable. If you are so idle, go catch a fly and chew on it. Begone. Shen Wanyin reclaimed the silver notes, signaling the conclusion of their transaction. She believed that with such words, the esteemed master of Wutian Pavilion would naturally be unable to endure such humiliation and would surely storm off. Regrettably, she misjudged the thickness of some people's skin. Before she could retort, May I pose a question? Shen Wanyin gazed at Guo Yi in surprise, for his tone did not convey the usual banter. Are you truly intending to annul your engagement with Guo Yi? Shen Wanyin replied, It is none of your concern. No sooner had her words escaped her lips than a sudden gust of cool air swept by, and the man had already darted behind her. Instinctively, she spun around swiftly, her delicate lips brushing against the man's silver mask, leaving a faint trace of crimson lipstick. Enraged, Shen Wanyin stepped back, ready to strike. But her outstretched arm was firmly grasped by the other party. With a forceful tug, she found herself helplessly pulled into the man's embrace, colliding against a solid chest. Chapter 28. Is the prince in heat? Zhao Zhe, a flustered and irate Shen Wanyin, could not comprehend the madness that had overtaken this man. Zhao Zhe himself was perplexed. Perhaps the previous two encounters had intensified his insatiable desire. Her body was so soft and fragrant. It was as if upon contact he became ensnared by an addictive poison, impossible to resist or forget. Even at this moment, he could not ascertain whether Shen Wanyin truly intended to call off her engagement with Guo Yi. The instant she declared it was none of his business, his heart raced, and he yearned to draw her closer, wishing to abandon the constraint of distance. Once his momentary greed was satiated, he craved even more. Thus, as if compelled by some mysterious force, he pulled her into his embrace. Whether deemed reckless or frivolous, he cared not in that moment. It was he who had first known this girl. They had promised each other that when they grew up, she would marry him, and he would take her as his bride. Why, then, had she developed feelings for another? And such a poor choice at that, falling for scoundrel. With a soft sigh, Zhao Zhe released her, and the liberated Shen Wanyin forcefully shoved him away, retreating several steps, her hand reaching for the sword hanging on the wall. Hey, don't be agitated. I was wrong. I'll leave, all right? Before Shen Wanyin could draw her sword, the window was flung open with great force, and the occupants of the room vanished in an instant. Yu stared in astonishment at the prince's audacious behavior. Is he In heat? Indeed, it seems so, replied a Xing. Just as Shen Wanyin thought the incident had concluded, a Xing and Yu reappeared before her. Are you from the Wutian Pavilion? Shen Wanyin inquired coldly. No, we are Miss Shen's people. Yu and a Xing responded in unison, kneeling on one knee. Leave. My dealings with the Wutian Pavilion have concluded, Shen Wanyin declared, falling silent thereafter, yet the two on the ground remained unmoved. The two young girls, seemingly not very robust at 17 or 18 years of age, were adept at concealing their presence, revealing their remarkable skills to Shen Wanyin. Had she not maintained a vigilant heart since her rebirth, she might not have noticed them at all, and initially, she had indeed been oblivious. They sought no silver, but instead delivered such formidable talents to her. What was that man scheming? She did not perceive the Wutian Pavilion's leader as a shameless libertine, recalling their earlier physical contact. Shen Wanyin did not doubt that he had approached her with intent. Perhaps the multitude of memories from her past life had rendered her more sensitive, leading her to ponder the true motives behind his approach. Who was he, and what was his purpose? One thing was certain. He was absolutely not aligned with the Crown Prince. During the last encounter on the roof of the courtyard, he had clearly witnessed her uncovering the Crown Prince's secret, yet it had ultimately come to nothing. In the incident at Qianqing Pass, she had always believed his rescue of her was mere coincidence. Now, upon reflection, such coincidences seemed improbable. He often wondered what compelled him to venture there. What manner of individual required the direct intervention of a lord to enact vengeance? If it were to rescue someone, perhaps it would be. No, wait, was he there to save himself? Preposterous. What a farcical notion, for they were complete strangers, having never crossed paths until now. She had only heard tales of the legendary lord of the Wutian Pavilion, whose true visage remained a mystery. Yet, many were beguiled by the allure of his appearance, believing that beneath the mask lay a countenance so divine it could enchant all mortals. Yet to her eyes, he appeared quite ordinary. They spoke of his ruthless methods, likening him to the king of hell, mercilessly dispatching foes without a flicker of emotion. And some even claimed he never smiled, save for the moments when a life would be extinguished. However, the man before her starkly contradicted such rumors. Could it be that this individual was an impostor? After the two maidens bowed in reverence, they could not help but glance up at Shen Wanyin. Miss Shen was seemingly a far cry from the fragile lady they had envisioned. Initially, upon receiving this assignment, they had deemed it an overestimation of their capabilities. After all, a young heiress, revered like a precious gem, was unlikely to encounter peril. Yet, witnessing Miss Shen's vigilance and the sharpness in her gaze, they quickly realized that she was no ordinary woman. Miss, from this day forth, we shall remain by your side, sworn to protect you at all costs, declared Xing, a girl with a doll-like face, her cheeks still bearing a hint of baby fat. Though her eyes were not large, they were deep and dark, exuding an innate charm that made one feel an instant affinity. Had she not known of the girl's origins, Shen Wanyin would never have associated her with the life of an assassin. In contrast, Yu stood with a cooler demeanor, her expression serious and her gaze piercing, making it clear she was not to be trifled with. Truth be told, Shen Wanyin felt quite pleased with these two maidens. If they could indeed remain, they would serve as invaluable allies. I have already declared my dealings with your Wutian Pavilion at an end. Do you truly believe I would trust you? A flicker of apprehension crossed a Xing's and a Yu's faces. Their lord was indeed more trouble than he was worth, complicating their mission. Rest assured, miss, now that we stand by your side, we are yours and have no ties to the Wutian Pavilion. Yes, please be assured, from this moment forward, we are no longer of the Wutian Pavilion, but rather your loyal servants, they affirmed. Shen Wanyin, there is no need for such proclamations. She pondered the man's intentions. However, since he had so generously bestowed upon her two loyal companions, she would graciously accept. A Xing shall serve as my head maid in the light, while a Yu shall remain discreet, hidden from prying eyes. Understood, they both responded with deep respect, having been instructed to treat her with greater reverence than they would their own master, vowing to protect Miss Shen at all costs. Rise, Shen Wanyin commanded, and the two maidens stood at her behest. Yu, I shall assign you a task at this very moment. Upon hearing this, Yu immediately perked up and cautiously approached Shen Wanyin's side. Once she grasped the situation, Yu bowed respectfully to Shen Wanyin and swiftly leaped out of the window. Xing rose, her hands elegantly folded before her, wearing a composed smile akin to that of a well-trained maidservant from a distinguished household. Shen Wanyin could not help but admire her. Truly, she was a talent nurtured by Wutian Pavilion. Go to the entrance and call for the maids in the courtyard, she instructed. Yes, Xing replied, then proceeded to summon them. There were at least 7 or 8 maids in the Tinglan courtyard alone. However, among them, only 2 were first-rank maids, attending to Shen Wanyin personally. Previously, they were Bai Zhu and Bai Yu, but now only Bai Zhu remained. It turned out that Bai Yu still harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that Shen Wanyin had not promoted any other first-rank maid, surely waiting for her return. Once the anger subsided, she thought she would still wield power and influence as a first-rank maid in this courtyard. Chapter 29. She intends to gradually usher him away, however. In recent days, the attitude of Shen Wanyin towards her has intensified her sense of crisis. Suddenly, she heard that the young lady wanted them all to come over. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu hurried towards the room. To summon them all, could it signify a significant matter, or has the young lady reached a conclusion? With a heart full of trepidation, she arrived at Shen Wanyin's door, only to find several maidservants lined up, with Bai Zhu standing foremost among them. A fierce expression flickered across Bai Yu's face as she longed to push Bai Zhu aside. After all, that position had once rightfully belonged to her. As Bai Yu approached, the younger maidservants regarded her with a hint of schadenfreude. In her days as the head maid, Bai Yu had often flaunted her authority, almost declaring herself a half-mistress of the household. Now that she had fallen from grace, their delight was palpable. They were all aware of the relationship between the eldest young lady and General Gu, who wouldn't express indignation on the young lady's behalf, denouncing General Gu for his ungratefulness. Why should their esteemed lady endure the indignities imposed by the Gu family? Anyone genuinely concerned for the young lady would never counsel her to marry into the Gu family. Yet, Bai Yu insisted on defending General Gu, attempting to suppress their lady. Accustomed to her haughty demeanor in front of these maidservants, Bai Yu strode over with her chin held high, exuding an air of superiority. Remembering the promises made by Guo Yi that day, that she would indeed become a half-mistress of the general's residence, she felt an inexplicable thrill at her heart. With this thought, a powerful desire surged within her. She could not distance herself from the young lady. She must devise a way to return to her side as the head maid, so she could seize the opportunity to reconcile the young lady with General Gu. Moreover, having spent several days as a lowly maidservant, the young lady had yet to find a replacement for her position, indicating that she still held her in mind. Could it be? Could it be that the young lady intended to invite her back to serve her? Bai Yu's face brightened at the thought, and she excitedly positioned herself among the ranks. Before long, the door swung open, and Shen Wanyin stepped out gracefully. The smile that had adorned Bai Yu's face evaporated in an instant as she beheld a new maidservant behind Shen Wanyin, a fresh face, remarkably demure, with a fitting smile. Who was she? Not only Bai Yu, but all the maidservants were captivated by Xing. Initially, they had anticipated that, with Bai Yu's absence, the young lady would select one among them to fill the esteemed position of head maid. To their astonishment, a new face had suddenly appeared by the young lady's side. It appeared that their hopes had been dashed. Miss, who is she? Bai Yu could not contain her agitation, questioning in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the young lady could so swiftly replace their years of companionship with another maid. If she could not return to the young lady's side, how would she ever have the chance to become General Gu's concubine? The notion of superiority would dissolve into mere illusion. Shen Wanyin cast a cold glance at Bai Yu, a smirk involuntarily curling her lips upon witnessing the panic in her eyes. She introduced to Xing, who would henceforth serve as the foremost maid in the household, attending to her alongside Bai Zhu. After uttering this single statement, Shen Wanyin turned and entered the house, leaving behind a throng of young maids chattering animatedly in the courtyard. Xing, when did you enter the manor? I've never seen you before, one of them inquired. You must take good care of us younger sisters from now on. If you need anything, do let us know. Bai Yu felt a swirl of emotions as she observed her usual admirers lavishing praise upon Xing. Just days prior, she had been scolded by her mistress for leaving the manor without permission, and now she had intended to remain quietly until her mistress calmed down. But it was evident that she need not wait for her mistress's wrath to subside. Her position as the foremost maid had been usurped, and she could no longer afford to remain passive. She resolved to seek out General Guo and promptly convey the information she had overheard today. This time, her mistress was serious. It was not merely a matter of temper. With this thought, Bai Yu hurriedly slipped out of the Shen residence and made her way to the Guo manor. Upon Bai Yu's departure from the Shen household, she observed a man who had received Guo Yi's token being escorted into the manor by Bai Zhu. Miss, the shopkeeper from the horse market respectfully presented Guo Yi's token to Shen Wanyin, holding it with both hands before her. Shen Wanyin merely cast a cursory glance. Leave it with you for now. There is no rush to demand money from him. Await my instructions. Understood. Tomorrow, take this token to some bustling tea houses and show it off. Aim to let more people know that Guo Yi has staked his token with you. The shopkeeper's face displayed a hint of schadenfreude, barely suppressing a chuckle. I understand. Such matters are my specialty. Very well, you may leave. Once the room fell silent, Shen Wanyin began to ponder aloud. The reward for military achievements amounts to 20,000 taels, deduct 2,000, then 4,500, and finally 12,000 taels. As she calculated, a cold smile crept across Shen Wanyin's lips. Those rewards never rightfully belonged to him. She intended to methodically strip him of every last coin. She was curious to see how the Guo family, accustomed to lavish spending, would react with the remaining funds. In a western villa, the room was filled with sound that would make anyone blush. Though Yu had little experience with matters of intimacy, she understood this much. She scoffed and spat towards the direction of the room, then followed the path Shen Wanyin had indicated to a certain area in the backyard. There, she discovered a sunken spot covered by a broken board, with several faint footprints nearby, suggesting that someone frequented this location. Yu lifted the broken board to reveal a dark pit, where one could not see a hand in front of their face. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she stealthily descended into the pit while the two inside the house were engrossed in their activities. Shen Miss had instructed her not to rescue anyone, merely to ascertain whether anyone was present. Yu held her breath and cautiously ventured inside. As she progressed further, the flickering candlelight gradually illuminated the space. In the brightness of the flame, a man was bound, his hands shackled to the wall by 2 iron chains, his body adorned with ill-gotten treasures. His eyes were blindfolded, rendering his ears unusually sensitive. Who could it be? Yu was taken aback by the man's alertness. Despite her careful approach, he had detected her presence. In order to avoid alarming him, she remained still, holding her breath for a considerable time. Eventually, the man sighed, tilting his head back, and a bitter smile crept upon his lips. Yu decided not to linger any longer and turned to exit the cellar. After restoring the cellar to its original state, she passed through the front courtyard. The sounds within persisted, causing her to grimace in disgust. How vulgar! Initially intending to leave immediately, she found herself unable to resist taking a couple of steps back, glancing towards the doorway. She extended her hand, and a slender white snake, no thicker than a pinky finger, slithered from her sleeve and promptly leapt to the ground. Chapter 30. Bitten by a dog, Yu merely mouthed the words, her voice failing to escape her lips, and the little snake nimbly slithered into the house. With a cold smirk, Yu turned and exited the courtyard, leaving no trace behind. Inside, the two entangled individuals suddenly let out a shrill scream. There's a snake. A snake. Ai Jiqian cried out, pushing the man away. And in her haste, she leapt from the bed without a moment to grab her clothes. The man, caught up in the fervor of the moment, was instantly rendered impotent by her shriek. The warmth that coursed through his veins seemed to freeze in an instant, and a wave of frustration surged towards his mind. What is wrong? Guo Yi asked, puzzled as he looked at Ai Jiqian. After 3 years in the military, he had finally found a moment of intimacy, only to have it shattered by her scream that nearly stole his soul away. He wondered if this sudden fright might affect his little brother in the future. There's a snake. There's a snake. Ai Jiqian dared not return to the bed, disregarding her clothes, fearing that the serpent might be hiding within them. Where's the snake? Just put on your clothes, Guo Yi urged, attempting to hand her the garments. Yet AI, Zhiqian recoiled, terrified that the snake lay coiled within the fabric. She was not even willing to touch it. There really is a snake. It just flicked its tongue at me. Under normal circumstances, Guo Yi would have felt deep sympathy for AI Zhiqian's plight, but the abrupt extinguishing of his desire, coupled with her refusal to accept the clothes, ignited a surge of irritation within him. Even if there's a snake, how could it harm you? There are no venomous snakes here, merely some harmless grass snakes. The imperial city, situated in the northern region, seldom harbored poisonous serpents, primarily housing common grass snakes. As a seasoned general who had faced death on the battlefield, he could not fathom AI Zhiqian's agitation toward a mere creature. However, witnessing Guo Yi's growing anger, AI Zhiqian reluctantly reached out to grasp her clothes. Oh my goodness, what have I just seen? Just as she took hold of the garments, an exclamation resonated from the doorway. Both Guo Yi and AI Zhiqian's expressions shifted drastically as they turned in astonishment towards the entrance, where a woman stood, having witnessed their compromising situation. Upon catching sight of their wide-eyed stares, the woman's face paled, and she hurriedly retreated. Oh dear, I didn't see anything. I was just looking for my dog. In truth, the woman had indeed been searching for her pet. She had noticed the courtyard gate ajar and followed her dog inside, anxious that it might disturb the residents. Little did she expect to stumble upon such an unseemly scene. What a misfortune! Engaging in such behavior in broad daylight with the doors wide open. How could one be so reckless? Guo Yi and AI Zhiqian were momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene, only regaining their senses when the woman approached the entrance. In a flurry, Guo Yi hastily donned a garment and hurried after her. Should the events of that moment circulate, Shen Wanyin would undoubtedly cause an uproar. He acknowledged that he had acted impulsively today. In truth, he had never crossed boundaries with AI Zhiqian before. Perhaps the monotony of his years in the military had finally taken its toll, leading him to lose control in an instant. Stop right there. The woman was startled by the shout, nearly fleeing, when a large dog suddenly bounded out, barking aggressively at Guo Yi. The dog, towering half the height of a man, seemed to perceive Guo Yi as a threat to its owner, baring its teeth and revealing a fierce demeanor, causing Guo Yi to instinctively take a step back. Hearing her dog bark, the woman halted and turned back. I assure you, I came to find my dog. I truly stumbled in by accident. Guo Yi, with a stern expression, attempted to advance, only to be thwarted by the imposing dog. Frustrated, he lifted his foot to kick the animal. Underestimating the protective instinct of the dog, he was taken aback when it bit into his calf before he could strike. Guo Yi cried out in agony. The pain was more excruciating than a blade slicing flesh, as the dog clamped down resolutely. Driven by desperation, he struck the dog's head, which caused it to release its grip and collapse, convulsing on the ground. Huzi! Huzi! The woman screamed as she rushed forward to attend to her beloved pet, clearly deeply attached to the creature. Even after she returned, the dog continued to twitch, showing no signs of recovery. Why did you harm my Huzi? Guo Yi had no intention of escalating the situation. He had not meant to injure the dog. It had attacked him unexpectedly, and he only wished to caution the woman against spreading word of the earlier incident. He never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. As the woman lamented, AI Zhiqian, who had been lingering in the background, could no longer restrain herself. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and she had hastily thrown on her clothes. If it hadn't bitten me first, I would not have harmed it, Guo Yi retorted, feeling that the woman was being unreasonable. It was evident that she and her dog had intruded upon another's property, yet she was now casting blame upon him. If you hadn't pursued me, my dog wouldn't have bitten you. He never bites anyone. Guo Yi was at a loss, incredulous at her assertion. Never bites anyone? His leg was still bleeding, and the dog's earlier display was far from that of a well-behaved pet. You inexplicably trespassed into my yard. Naturally, I have the right to question you. The commotion attracted the curiosity of onlookers gathered at the entrance, where the door stood wide open, allowing easy passage. Isn't that Widow Li and her massive black dog? It seems the dog is in dire straits. Oh dear, this is splendid news. That big black dog roams the streets recklessly. I've been startled by it countless times. It must have finally met its match and gotten itself beaten. Indeed, every time my child encounters her, She is utterly terrified and bursts into tears. When I suggest tying her up, she feigns ignorance and deliberately misbehaves. As the crowd continues to voice their grievances, we hear Widow Li wailing loudly and throwing a tantrum. Is it not true that I caught you red-handed in broad daylight, engaging in your shameless acts? What is there to question? Must you pursue me to inquire whether you look appealing in your nakedness? Suddenly, Widow Li stands up, hands on her hips, glaring at Guo Yi. As an elderly widow, she has long since lost any sense of shame and speaks without restraint. Upon hearing her words, Ai Zhiqian's face instantly flushes with embarrassment. She hides behind Guo Yi, feeling utterly mortified and too ashamed to show her face. Today, she had indeed put considerable thought into winning Guo Yi's affection. Yet she never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. The whispers of her compromising situation before even marrying a man would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation, leading others to label her as shameless and seductive. Chapter 31. Unable to silence so many voices, cease your nonsensical chatter. We have done nothing. Guo Yi intended to suppress the incident, but to his astonishment, it escalated beyond his control. How perplexing it was. Now, several onlookers at the entrance were enthralled by the commotion. No wonder they had been so aggressive towards the large black dog. It turned out that Widow Li and the dog had disturbed someone's clandestine affairs. Who could blame them for their ire? Wait a moment, isn't that General Guo, who paraded through the streets the other day? Upon closer inspection, it indeed bore resemblance. His stature and features unmistakably belonged to General Guo. Could that woman be the one he longed for, waiting for his return in the capital? It was evident, and it was truly unfortunate for Miss Shen, who had been kept in the dark, as General Guo had evidently been entangled with this woman all along. How shameless, to cloak such impropriety in the guise of deep affection. Guo Yi, in agony from his wounded leg, was embroiled in a dispute with the woman, oblivious to the gathering crowd at the entrance. It was only when Ai Zhiqian tugged at his sleeve, indicating the throng, that he realized the extent of their audience. With so many mouths to silence, his efforts were futile. The expressions of schadenfreude among the spectators confirmed that they had overheard his earlier comments. This unexpected turn of events had caught Guo Yi completely off guard. What had transpired? He had arranged for 2 young servants, 2 maidservants, and an elderly woman to attend to matters in the courtyard. Yet now there was not a soul in sight. How had these people gained entry? With no time to ponder, Guo Yi rushed to disperse the crowd. Today's events are merely a misunderstanding. My aunt has mistaken the situation. We were merely engaged in conversation. Let me be clear. Should anyone step forward to spread falsehoods, this general will not let them go unpunished and will seek to uncover the source of such gossip. His words conveyed a thinly veiled threat. The onlookers understood the implication. Noticing the glint of coldness in Guo Yi's gaze, they hastily dispersed, recognizing the formidable presence of a national general. Ordinary folk like themselves could not afford to provoke him. They could only murmur amongst themselves, eager to spread the juicy tidbit throughout the street, for such a scandal deserved immediate attention. However, Widow Li showed no intention of departing. Her once vibrant dog, which had guarded her home, had been slain at Guo Yi's hands, and she was not one to let this injustice slide. You shall compensate for my dog, or else you can forget about silencing me. Yet, the chilling threat Guo Yi had just issued had instilled a certain trepidation in her voice. Nevertheless, being seasoned in such matters, her words implicitly demanded compensation for her loss and a fee for her silence. If it were not against the law to take a life, Guo Yi might have delivered a blow to this old widow, sending her to join the large black dog. Ultimately, Guo Yi compensated Widow Li with 20 taels of silver, after which she reluctantly dragged her deceased dog away. Had it not been for Guo Yi's exceedingly intimidating gaze, it is likely that Widow Li would have attempted to extort an additional 10 taels. Once everyone had departed, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, and Guo Yi seemed to recall something, abruptly making his way to the backyard. Ai Zhiqian, aware of Guo Yi's intent to investigate, cautiously monitored the individual hidden in the cellar, despite her ignorance of their identity. Aside from a few servants who had signed a death contract, no one else was privy to the presence of a person confined in the cellar. Observing Guo Yi's anxious rush to the backyard, she hurriedly followed suit. By the time she arrived, Guo Yi had emerged from the cellar, his expression considerably softened. Upon their return to the front courtyard, they noticed a maid and a few servants standing nervously nearby, while two young attendants returned, clutching their stomachs. Enraged, Guo Yi unleashed his fury upon the servants. "Where have you all been? Why was no one attending to matters just now?" His thunderous roar sent them all collapsing to their knees in fear. "General, it was the young lady who instructed us not to." "Silence. Do you dare to make excuses while the general reprimands you? You are servants bound by a death contract. Do you still have the audacity to retort against your master?" Ai Jiqian's face was a mask of anger as she glared fiercely at the maid who had spoken. Today, in her pursuit of securing Guo Yi's favor, she had sent the two maids and an elderly servant elsewhere to avoid disrupting her plans. However, she did not anticipate this predicament, and she was perplexed as to why the two young attendants had failed to guard the entrance properly. The elderly servant, having once served in a prominent household, understood the complexities of the estate and immediately signaled to the timid maid, who dared not utter another word. After all, being a servant left one with little recourse. If the master deemed her wrong, then she was indeed at fault. To shift the focus, Ai Jiqian directed her ire towards the two young attendants. "Were you just now? Why was the main gate left wide open, allowing outsiders to enter freely?" The two young attendants, clutching their stomachs in apparent agony, claimed they had suffered from a poor meal at noon and had not emerged from the latrine until now, finally feeling somewhat better. Guo Yi, exasperated, felt as though even if he were to strike them down, it would not resolve the underlying issue. Meanwhile, Ayu crouched atop the roof, satisfied with her handiwork. She had long desired to rid herself of the widow's large black dog. Previously, she had witnessed a young girl fleeing from the dog, seeking refuge behind her. When the dog attempted to attack, the surrounding townsfolk had intervened to protect both her and the girl. Subsequently, a group had insisted that the widow restrain her dog. Yet she had shown no remorse and instead encouraged the dog to bite people, displaying utter arrogance. The crowd had been powerless to do anything at that moment, and in her haste to continue on her way, she had departed without resolving the matter. However, she had unexpectedly returned today, and it seemed fitting to deal with both the woman and her dog at once. After all, the dog's demise was well-deserved, especially after it had taken a bite of meat on its way out. At this moment in the Guo household, Baiyu had mustered the courage to come forth, yet she found no trace of Guo Yi. Upon learning that the visitors were from the Shen family, Lady Chao immediately rushed towards the back door with her maidservant in tow. She was eager to witness for herself what Shen Wanyin would say by sending a mere servant girl in her stead. As Baiyu entered through the back door, she spotted Lady Chao approaching her. A surge of joy filled her heart as she contemplated her future alongside her mistress in the household. Realizing that she would need to curry favor with Lady Chao, the esteemed mother of General Guo, though her mistress might be inexperienced, Baiyu saw this as an opportunity to ingratiate herself with Lady Chao, hoping to win the affection of her future mother-in-law. She hurriedly took small steps forward, intending to pay her respects, but Lady Chao, filled with resentment, swiftly struck her with a sharp slap as soon as she drew near. Chapter 32. What right does she have to annul the engagement? The smile of Baiyu froze on her face as she was struck, her head tilting to the side. For a moment, stars danced before her eyes, and a ringing filled her ears. It took a while for her mind to clear. Turning to face Madame Chao, a flicker of resentment ignited in her gaze. Aside from the slap she received from the young lady a couple of days ago, she had never endured such humiliation. Even the mother of General Gu should not have struck her without discernment. What wrong had she committed? Madam? Baiyu looked at Madame Chao in astonishment, covering her face with a mix of grievance and inquiry. What is the meaning of this? Had Shen Wanyin truly arrived, Madame Chao would not have dared to adopt such a demeanor. She merely intended to assert dominance over those around Shen Wanyin, but regrettably, her ire was misdirected. After delivering that slap, a portion of Madame Chao's pent-up frustration subsided. What does your young lady mean by sending someone from the fabric shop to demand payment? Making it public knowledge? Is she intent on ruining her future in-laws? Baiyu had come to the Gu residence to deliver a warning upon hearing that her mistress had instructed the fabric shop to collect debts. And upon hearing Madame Chao's remarks, She finally grasped the reason behind the slap. She had indeed been wronged. Madam, our young lady truly wishes to annul her engagement with General Gu. Madame Chao's expression faltered at Bai Yu's declaration, yet instinctively, she found it hard to believe. When her son was nothing, Shen Wanyin had been utterly devoted to him. Now that her son had become General Jinghua, how could she bear to let him go? Impossible. She wishes to break the engagement? Why does she have to do so? Is she a fool? Madame Chao's incredulity manifested in a series of 3 rhetorical questions, to which Bai Yu had no answers. She too could not comprehend why their young lady would wish to abandon such a commendable General Gu. Madam, you must think of a solution. Perhaps you could send the general to the Shun residence to appease our young lady. She adores General Gu. With some flattery, she is sure to relent. Madame Chao, with a stern countenance, contemplated Bai Yu's words. On one hand, she considered having Guo Yi visit the Shun household to placate Shen Wanyin. On the other hand, she wished for Guo Yi to take the opportunity to discipline Shen Wanyin's haughty demeanor. If Guo Yi were to go to the Shun residence merely to soothe her, would it not embolden her arrogance? How would she establish rules for her once she married in a family? Yet what if that little wretch were to be serious? If Shen Wanyin refused to marry her son, how could the Gu family legitimately benefit from the Shen family in the future? Would the household expenditures henceforth rely solely on the rewards earned through her son's sacrifices on the battlefield? For instance, the fabrics they discussed today could have cost them not a single coin. Moreover, the shoe brocade that her daughter desired could have been delivered for her selection without any expense. Her son had endured countless hardships and faced death to achieve military merit. Yet this monumental victory had only earned them 20,000 taels of silver. 20,000 taels was indeed a substantial amount. But if they would maintain their previous lifestyle of wearing shoe brocade, consuming bird's nest, and spending extravagantly, then this sum would scarcely suffice for their needs. Upon contemplating this matter, Lady Chao felt a surge of anxiety and found herself at a loss as to how to proceed. She wondered whether this Shen Wanyin was deliberately trying to frighten them, and how this wretched girl, being Shen Wanyin's foremost maid, could possibly come to the Guo residence with such alarming news. Noticing Lady Chao's scrutiny, Bai Yu discerned her thoughts and hastily interjected, "Madam, I am loyal to the general. The young lady's insistence on breaking off the engagement was something I overheard, and it is undoubtedly true." Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Lady Chao ceased to doubt her and instead felt a swell of pride for her son, realizing this girl was clearly smitten by him. Given her son's illustrious status, it was no surprise that numerous women were eager to vie for his affection. It was only natural for Shen Wanyin's maid to entertain such thoughts, especially since, once Shen Wanyin entered the household, her maid would be expected to serve her son. In affluent families, it was not uncommon for the mistress to allow her dowry maid to assume a secondary role, and it seemed this girl had come to relay the message out of such intent. "I understand. When the general returns, I shall speak to him about this matter. You may return now," she instructed. With Guo Yi absent, Bai Yu felt a sense of urgency. She hoped he would learn of this matter promptly and hasten to the Shun family to offer his apologies, perhaps salvaging the situation. Covering her swollen cheek, Bai Yu trudged towards the Shun residence, preoccupied with her thoughts. Even though her face still burned with discomfort, the absence of Guo Yi left her feeling unsettled. Suddenly, a horse-drawn carriage barreled down the road, nearly colliding with the distracted Bai Yu. It was only when she was scolded that she regained her composure, glancing up just in time to see that the carriage belonged to Su Yuran. Upon recognizing Miss Su's carriage, Bai Yu felt a spark of hope. "Misu, Misu," she called out eagerly, nearly forgetting that Miss Su shared her desire for their young lady to wed General Guo. Perhaps she could persuade Miss Su to speak on their behalf. Hearing the commotion, Su Yuran lifted the curtain of her carriage to peer outside. Surprised to see Shen Wanyin's maid, her face swollen, pursuing her carriage. Intrigued, she ordered the driver to halt. Bai Yu hurried to the front of the carriage, her excitement palpable. "Miss Su, please urge our young lady to reconsider. Due to the recent rumors circulating, Su Yuran had refrained from visiting the Shun household and was unaware of the unfolding events." "What has happened?" she asked, observing Bai Yu's disheveled appearance. Her curiosity piqued. Could it be that something had transpired involving Shen Wanyin? our young lady. She is resolute in her decision to break off the engagement with General Guo. I heard it with my own ears. Su Yuren's expression faltered, disbelief creeping into her heart. Was it not true that Shen Wanyin was infatuated with Guo Yi? Surely, she was merely throwing a tantrum, and it could not be possible that she genuinely wished to sever their engagement. Is your young lady still merely upset? Bai Yu shook her head anxiously. The sentiments she had overheard did not resemble a mere fit of temper. Su, did you not also mention that it would be best for our young lady to marry General Guo? Please, do find a way to persuade her. A sense of irritation blossomed within Su Yuran. She indeed wished to visit the Shen family, yet she was currently besieged by scandalous rumors. Today, her purpose for venturing out was to meet His Highness the Crown Prince and seek a resolution to the slander. I understand. You may return now. Su Yuren's carriage made its way to the familiar courtyard, her anxiety mounting. The Crown Prince's temperament was notoriously capricious, and she could not ascertain whether he remained in a state of displeasure. After much effort to evade her grandmother's watchful gaze, with her mother's assistance, she had finally managed to escape. The persistent rumors had taken a toll. Not only would blind Shen Wanyin likely no longer desire her, but the noble families throughout the capital would also be loath to accept her. Therefore, it was imperative that she secure the favor of the Crown Prince. Chapter 33. General Guo and the Dog? Your Highness, Su Yuran cautiously approached, bending slightly to perform a modest bow, her voice laced with trepidation. Xie Yunjin stood with his back to her, hands clasped behind him, and only turned slowly upon hearing her voice. His gaze, profound and tinged with a hint of ferocity, made Su Yuren's heart clench, rendering her momentarily speechless, her words vanishing into silence. Suddenly, Xie Yunjin raised his hand high, and a chilling breeze brushed against her cheek, followed by a resounding slap. Su Yuran was sent sprawling to the ground. Disbelief etched on her face as she looked up at the man who had professed his love for her countless times in the intimacy of their shared moments, promising her a life of wealth and splendor. In that instant, it felt as though she had never known him at all. Su Yuran had anticipated that the Crown Prince would merely reprimand her. After all, their affair was bound to come to light eventually. Little did she know that he would unleash such fury. Your Highness? She stammered, her eyes brimming with grievance. Xie Yunjin remained unmoved, coldly observing her from his position, showing no intention of helping her rise. I have warned you numerous times to exercise caution. Have my words merely fallen on deaf ears? The weight of her unvoiced grievances intensified within her. She had not foreseen this outcome, believing she had been prudent enough. Your Highness, I too did not anticipate this turn of events. It was my maid who spoke indiscreetly, and I have already dealt with her. Su Yuran attempted to rise slowly, reaching for Xie Yunjin's sleeve. He shook her off, his disdain mingled with anger roiling in his eyes. Enough. From now on, do not come here unless necessary. I will find a way to suppress those rumors. You should go to the Shen family and clarify this matter. Her face reflected reluctance, and Xie Yunjin's words stung more than the slap she had just received. Our affair will inevitably become known. Since the situation has unfolded in this manner, why continue to conceal it? Moreover, Shen Wanyin is currently very sensitive, and I fear I cannot explain it adequately. Xie Yunjin's gaze narrowed as he fixed his eyes on Su Yuran, causing her voice to dwindle to a whisper. Before she left, her mother had urged her to seize this opportunity to persuade the Crown Prince to formalize their relationship sooner rather than later. However, witnessing the Crown Prince's demeanor, her heart plummeted. If he were to reject her, given her current reputation, securing a marriage with a prominent family would become exceedingly difficult. If you cannot clarify this matter, then find a way to do so. I have no fondness for foolish women. If you cannot handle such a trivial task, then there is no need for you to remain by my side. At this moment, Xie Yunjin would never risk openly alienating the Shen family for Su Yuran, as it could lead to suspicion falling upon him. The second prince was ever vigilant, waiting for a misstep, and he could not afford to be careless. Your Highness, I truly admire you and wish to be with you, Su Yuran suddenly declared, stepping forward to embrace the Crown Prince. The prince's face was marred by a hint of anger, yet he did not pull her away, nor did he wish to delay bringing her into the prince's residence. But at this moment, their entanglement would undoubtedly cast suspicion upon him regarding the Shen family's affairs. Surely, you would not desire for me to miss out on that esteemed position, would you? Su Yuren's sobs gradually diminished. She comprehended the true significance of that position. If, one day, His Highness indeed ascended the throne, what would become of her? Would she not then have her own place within the harem? With this thought, Su Yuren ceased her weeping, her lips nearly betraying her excitement with a smile. Was not the prince's discourse a consideration of their future together? Imagining a day when she might be favored above all others in the palace, if not as empress, then at least as a noble consort. She believed the prince would not neglect her for all she had done. Realization dawned upon Yuren. She would surely lend her support to His Highness, never allowing his grand ambitions to falter. Upon hearing Su Yuren's words, Xie Yunjin's expression softened considerably, the ruthlessness in his eyes gradually receding. He favored intelligent women, yet he preferred those who were obedient. Suddenly recalling her encounter with Baiyu, Su Yuren spoke with a serious demeanor. It seemed that Shen Wanyin was genuinely inclined to break off the engagement, and this was no jest. Xie Yunjin's gaze tightened once more as he slammed his palm on the table, startling Su Yuren into rubbing her cheek that had just been struck. Had that blow landed on her face, it might have ruined her countenance entirely. That fool Guo Yi, having just gained some merit in battle, was now courting disaster. Not only was there the issue with Shen Wanyin, but in recent days, Guo Yi's theft of the Shen family's carriage had sparked a torrent of ridicule. Just days ago, the populace praised Guo Yi as a valiant general, yet now they spoke of his behavior as unworthy of respect, questioning his character, suggesting he had merely capitalized on the spoils of others' efforts. The voices condemning him as ungrateful and treacherous were growing louder. Should such sentiments reach the emperor's ears, they would undoubtedly tarnish Guo Yi's reputation significantly. Foolishness. There is no need for His Highness to fret. Shen Wanyin once held great affection for General Guo, and this may merely be an act of pique. It now rests upon General Guo to win her back. Xie Yunjin nodded, instructing for a letter to be sent to Guo Yi, urging him to promptly visit the Shen residence to apologize. For it was imperative that Shen Wanyin's engagement not be dissolved. A Yu returned to Tinglan courtyard, recounting in full detail the events at the villa in the west of the city, which elicited suppressed laughter from Xing. While Yu might possess a somewhat cold disposition, her intellect was sharp, her schemes plentiful. There were matters she had yet to conceive that others had already executed. Indeed, she had managed to rid the street of a menace, for according to Yu, that large black dog was no good. Shen Wanyin could not help but smile and nod, acknowledging that the actions of those from Wutian Pavilion were indeed efficient and decisive. Just as in her previous life, Mo Xiaoyao was truly confined within the villa in the west of the city. In her previous life, she scoured the entirety of the Great Xia without discovering the whereabouts of Mo Xiaoyao, only to find that he had been right under her nose all along. Miss, now that you are aware of Mo Xiaoyao's location, why not hasten to rescue him for the benefit of the esteemed young masteress treatment? There's no rush, Shen Wanyin replied, a glimmer of cold amusement flickering in her eyes. The grand performance had only just begun. Merely half a day's time had elapsed, and the news of the illustrious General Zheng Guo consorting with another woman had spread like wildfire. The common folk had much to say. Some claimed the two had been caught in the act amidst the wilderness, while others suggested that their brazen display at the entrance was a deliberate provocation aimed at the young lady of the Shen family. There were even more scandalous tales, one of which depicted General Guo in a contest of bravado against a large black dog, assessing who could exhibit greater gallantry in the presence of women. Ultimately, General Guo was taken aback to find himself outmatched by the creature, leading to a dramatic conclusion where he struck the dog down. Such salacious gossip, while tarnishing Guo Yi's reputation, bore little real consequence. However, the most alarming incident occurred when the proprietor of the wine shop, having consumed 2 jugs of liquor, began to bellow raucously within the tavern. Chapter 34. Who let you disclose the matter of the token he boasted of selling an exquisite steed, a fine steed coveted by the renowned General Guo. He recounted how Guo Yi sought the Shen family's assistance in covering the horse's payment, and his own refusal, ultimately leading Guo Yi to helplessly pledge his general's token as collateral. The crowd listened with a mix of awe and dismay. After all, this token was a royal grant, and for General Guo to use it as a pawn was a blatant disregard for imperial authority. Whispers of gossip coiled around them like a sharp blade aimed directly at Guo Yi. At that moment, Guo Yi remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, feeling an unsettling premonition that something dire was about to transpire. The regret of having collateralized the token at the horse market weighed heavily on him, causing his head to throb and his mind to spiral into confusion. What was amiss lately? Why did everything seem to go awry? Not daring to delay further, Guo Yi hastily requested funds from Madame Chow in preparation for his trip to the horse market. Madame Chow, dizzy with disbelief, questioned how a horse could possibly cost over 10,000 taels of silver. With only 20,000 taels as a reward, over half would be consumed by a single horse. Indeed, the imperial city was a veritable den of extravagance. If the Shen family did not come to their aid, survival would become increasingly difficult. So, why not charm that girl from the Shen family and procure the silver from her? At his mother's suggestion, Guo Yi felt a stir of temptation. He had considered it, but after having spoken harshly to Shen Wanyin days prior, he felt too ashamed to approach her for money. Moreover, having the cloth shop demand payment from him was akin to humiliation. How could a man bow so low? It was supposed to be Shen Wanyin who yielded first, as she always had. Mother, I shall earn greater military honors in the future and will bring back more rewards. 10,000 taels is but a trifling sum that I shall recover soon enough. Madame Chow clutched the silver note, reluctant to relinquish it. But if you do not visit the Shen family soon, your prospects with that girl may very well diminish. Rest assured, you're unaware that on the battlefield, Shen Wanyin valued my life above her own, fearing nothing for my sake. How could she bear to break our engagement? Guo Yi asserted with conviction, firmly believing that Shen Wanyin would never want to part ways with him. He was certain that if he softened his stance, she would encourage him to abandon his pursuit of Ji Qian. Her heart was so small that it could hardly accommodate even a frail woman. However, as Madame Chow attempted to persuade him further, he, agitated, exited the room. Upon stepping into the courtyard, he encountered Guo Yi, whose face was marred with frustration. Brother, the princess's birthday banquet is in 2 days, and my shoe brocade has yet to arrive. Could you not visit the Shen family and retrieve it for me? The banquet is specifically in my honor. If I appear too shabby, it would reflect poorly on you. Guo Yi, his expression stern, shot Guo Yi an irritable glare. Having already procured an abundance of fabric from the Shen family's cloth shop, what more could she want? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind as he regarded Guo Yi. He might not go himself, but sending her would still provide Shen Wanyin with an opportunity to extend a gesture of goodwill. If she were a bit wiser, she would understand the importance of gracefully stepping down from this situation. Further disturbances would only deepen her heart's inclination toward Ji Qian. If Shen Wanyin continues to make a scene, it would place him in a difficult position with His Highness, especially since the prince had dispatched someone today to convey a message to him. Their marriage must proceed as scheduled, and there must be no thought of rescinding the engagement. Otherwise, one could simply approach the Shen family to demand her presence. Guo Yi had entertained this notion. Yet Madame Chow had originally intended for Shen Wanyin to come to the Guo residence to establish decorum. Unfortunately, she did not arrive. If Guo Yi were to take the initiative now, wouldn't that be tantamount to slapping her mother in the face and submitting? However, since her elder brother had already spoken up, what was there to fear? After all, it was worth a visit to the Shen family for the sake of donning beautiful attire. Very well, I shall personally go and demand it from her. Let us see if she still has the audacity to ask me for money. Guo Yi's tone was laced with resentment, for she had truly lost face yesterday. And how could she continue to hold her head high among her peers thereafter? The two of them nearly exited the main gate together, one heading towards the horse market and the other directly to the Shen residence. Clutching the banknotes in his hand, Guo Yi felt a wave of regret wash over him. He should not have acted impulsively and purchased that horse yesterday. The horse and accompanying carriage would cost at least 12,000 taels. Had he restrained his anger, once reconciled with Shen Wanyin, it was likely she would have willingly bought that horse for him. Reflecting on this, Guo Yi found himself unexpectedly tinged with melancholy. In truth, Shen Wanyin had always been sensible, having navigated perilous situations on the battlefield for his sake, nearly losing her life in the process. She genuinely cared for him, and he too held sincere feelings for her. Frankly, he should have discussed the matter of marrying Ji Qian with her beforehand. Yet, he had not anticipated her vehement reaction. She seemed a different person entirely, even disregarding his dignity to humiliate him publicly. This time, she had truly disappointed him. His mother was right. Women need to be molded, particularly the daughters of affluent families, whose pride must be tempered to ensure they can properly support their husbands and raise their children. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, he would certainly marry her, and he would take good care of her for General Shen. Contemplating this, Guo Yi's expression darkened slightly, momentarily revealing a fleeting look of regret. Unbeknownst to him, Guo Yi and Song Dahu had already arrived at the horse market. With Song Dahu still unaware that Guo Yi had pawned his general's insignia to acquire a horse. "Ah, General Guo has arrived." The shopkeeper greeted him warmly, instructing someone to bring out the carriage. The staff moved swiftly. Indeed, with money in hand, there was nothing that could not be accomplished. As he gazed upon the strong, glossy steed and the opulent carriage, Guo Yi's previously irritable mood lifted significantly. Zhao, standing beside him, was eager to try his hand at driving the carriage again. It had been days since he had taken the reins, and he felt as though the ladies had regarded him with disdain, as if he were merely a burden. This horse is truly robust, far superior to the one from the Shen family. Upon hearing Song Dahua's words, Guo Yi felt a portion of his frustration dissipate instantaneously. He slightly raised his chin, revealing a hint of a cold smile. One day, the Guo family shall undoubtedly surpass the Shen family. It is merely a matter of silver, and in the future, he will accrue even greater wealth. With an air of effortless grace, Guo Yi produced a banknote and handed it to the shopkeeper, who, in turn, respectfully retrieved the token and presented it to Guo Yi with both hands. To be honest, the moment he relinquished the token yesterday, regret had washed over him. Yet fortunately, it was now safely back in his possession. Although no one in the capital would dare misuse his token, the implications of such rumors could tarnish his reputation. Oh dear, isn't that General Guo, who pawned his token at the horse market? Indeed, General Guo has come to reclaim his token with silver. How absurd it is to put on a facade of prosperity. The murmurs surrounding him prompted Guo Yi to furrow his brows, and upon eavesdropping on a few remarks, he cast an indignant glare at the shopkeeper. Who allowed you to disclose the matter of the token? Chapter 35. Your temperament only suits the dog-tail grass. The innkeeper gazed at Guo Yi with a look of innocence. Am I not allowed to speak? You merely said not to lose the token. You never mentioned I couldn't discuss it. Guo Yi's eyes blazed crimson as he seized the innkeeper's collar. The innkeeper, already shorter and somewhat frail, found himself nearly lifted off the ground by Guo Yi's grip. Alas, General Guo is resorting to violence. As Guo Yi lifted him, the innkeeper cried out, instantly drawing the attention of those around. Feeling the weight of the gazes, Song Dahu could not help but swallow hard and step forward to restrain Guo Yi. Perhaps it would be best to let this go. Escalating further would only bring more shame. A flicker of irritation crossed Guo Yi's brow. He understood that he must temper his impulses. Yet Song Dahu's words left a bitter taste in his mouth. How could a mere coachman think it shameful for a dignified general of Zhangguo to act in such a manner? With a resentful glare at the innkeeper, Guo Yi reluctantly released his grip. The innkeeper stumbled backward, landing unceremoniously on the ground with a thud. Ouch! This exclamation drew countless gazes, painting a picture of the mighty general bullying the weak. Guo Yi, perplexed, reflected on how he had exerted minimal force. How could the innkeeper collapse so easily? I barely applied any strength. Guo Yi began to protest, but the innkeeper, quaking in fear, waved his hands dismissively. General Guo, I only mentioned your token in passing conversation. Please do not make things difficult for me. I swear I shall never do so again. Guo Yi's face flushed with anger, wishing he could simply knock the man unconscious. Enough. Here's your money. We shall take the carriage. With that, he instructed Song Dahu to retrieve the carriage, feeling an overwhelming urge to commit violence. Once outside the horse market, Song Dahu wore a grim expression, astonished that Guo Yi would temporarily pawn his own General's token for a mere horse. General, I must speak my mind. No matter how fond you are of that horse, you should never relinquish your token. What if it falls into the hands of someone with ill intentions? Guo Yi, already irked by Song Dahu's earlier remarks, felt his irritation deepen at his lecturing tone. This is not the barracks. Your concerns are unfounded. His voice carried an air of authority, silencing Song Du, who bit his lip in contemplation. He sensed a shift in Guo Yi. Perhaps he had never truly known him. Shun family's Tinglan courtyard Guo Chui had expected that, as before, her sister Shen Wanyin would generously bestow upon her anything that caught her eye. Sister Wanyin, this jade hairpin is exquisite, Guo Yi exclaimed, sitting before the mirror as she inserted the hairpin into her hair, turning to gaze at Shen Wanyin with a grin. Is it not beautiful? Guo Yi smiled broadly, revealing her teeth but not her eyes, fully aware that in the next moment, Shen Wanyin would proclaim it beautiful, and thus, this exquisite jade hairpin would naturally belong to her. Shen Wanyin toyed with the teacup in her hand, casting a half-smiling glance at Guo Chui, then subtly shook her head, her delicate lips parting to softly declare, not beautiful. Guo Chui's smile faltered for a moment. She almost thought she had misheard. What did Shen Wanyin just say? Not beautiful? Where could it possibly be lacking? Undeterred, Guo Chui pressed on, perhaps it is my attire today that doesn't match. If only I wore a set of shoe brocade, it would undoubtedly look splendid. Wouldn't it, Sister Wanyin? Miss Guo, some are suited to adorn themselves with silver, while others with jade. Some are even fit for the grass and weeds of a humble abode. Your temperament, dear, does not align with jade embellishments. It is not merely a matter of attire. These words left Guo Chui in stunned silence for a while, before she abruptly turned to Xing. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I am unworthy of jade, and only fit for silver? Jade signifies nobility. True aristocrats are almost entirely adorned with jade, while only those of lesser standing cling to gold and silver as treasures. Xing remained silent for a moment, at a loss for words. How could this foolish girl fail to grasp the nuances of flattery? Shen Wanyin cast a fleeting glance at Xing, suppressing a smirk, as Guo Chui's face flushed with indignation, turning to Xing as if demanding an explanation. Pray tell, what exactly is my temperament? Guo Yi suddenly approached Xing, her eyes glinting with a fierce intensity, as if she were ready to strike should Xing's answer displeased her. Xing maintained her composure, her lips curving into a respectful smile, her hands folded in front of her as she regarded Guo Chui. Yet somehow, it conveyed an air of provocation. You indeed possess a temperament befitting the grass and weeds. A burst of laughter escaped Shen Wanyin, unable to contain herself any longer. Was it possible for this girl to be any more amusing? You! How dare you speak to me in such a manner, wretched girl? Guo Yi shouted in fury, her face contorted with rage as she lunged at Xing. However, before her palm could land, Xing effortlessly grasped her wrist. Wretched girl, you dare to lay hands on me? Guo Chui struggled momentarily, and only when Xing released her grip did she stumble back a few steps, nearly falling to the ground. Guo Chui's patience finally snapped as she turned to Shen Wanyin, a tone of indignation laced with a hint of command. Sister Wanyin, you must quickly sell this little wretch. She has dared to lay a hand on her mistress. What wrong has she committed for you to demand her sale? Guo Chui stared incredulously at Shen Wanyin, who seemed almost unrecognizable today. She has laid hands on me. Can you not see that? Guo Chui's voice was laced with exasperation, her pretense of respect completely abandoned. Slowly, Shen Wanyin rose, leisurely walking to Guo Chui's side, before Guo Chui could react. The jade hairpin atop her head was swiftly snatched away by Shen Wanyin. His Guo Chui could not help but emit a sharp intake of breath, feeling as if several strands of her hair had been forcibly yanked away. She is mine, fiercely loyal, safeguarding my possessions. What fault lies in that? Yet there are those who, not owning something, dare to covet it. Guo Chui's mind momentarily blanked, incredulously turning to face Shen Wanyin. Shen Wanyin, what do you mean by this? Who do you look down upon? Shen Wanyin turned her back, casting a cold glance at Guo Chui, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. Here she was, seeking alms while putting on an air of superiority. Did she truly expect Guo to willingly offer her gifts, to beg her for favors? What audacity! Guo was once again taken aback, her pupils dilating. Shen Wanyin, how dare you treat me this way? Do you still wish to marry my brother? Chapter 36. What right does she have to treat her family this way? Who says I am to marry him? I have long declared my intention to break off the engagement. You, the Guo family, have simply placed too much importance on Guo Yi. Guo was momentarily silenced by Shen Wanyin's words, her disbelief palpable. Shen Wanyin truly intended to call off the engagement. She genuinely did not wish to wed her brother. But what was to become of her shoe brocade? A tempest of thoughts swirled within Guo's mind, the shock of Shen Wanyin's declaration overwhelming. Her demeanor was starkly different from before, no longer resembling a jest. But how could she possibly bear to break off the engagement? She had always been so fond of her brother. Guo took a step back, shaking her head softly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shen Wanyin cannot possibly break off the engagement. She must be attempting to frighten us. She is merely sulking over a quarrel with my brother. With this thought, Guo suddenly stepped forward, grasping Shen Wanyin's arm with urgency. Sister Wanyin, are you still upset with my brother? I will ensure he comes to apologize to you. All right? Please do not be angry. Shen Wanyin recoiled in distaste, perplexed by Guo's audacity. Her intentions were glaringly evident, yet Guo had the audacity to draw closer. Noticing Shen Wanyin's silence, Guo remained unperturbed, merely smiling more obsequiously. Sister Wanyin, have you received the invitation to Princess Yao and the county lord's birthday banquet? Yes, Shen Wanyin replied coolly. What will you wear that day? I have yet to decide on an outfit for the occasion. Shen Wanyin smirked coldly, realizing the girl still coveted the shoe brocade from the Shen family. Just days prior, Manager Bai had delivered some shoe brocade, and she had specifically crafted a dress from it to wear on that day. Guo's eyes sparkled with greed. She had been concerned that the Shen family had not procured any shoe brocade this year, only to discover that they had indeed acquired it. Thus, Shen Wanyin had intentionally withheld it from her. Sister Wanyin, Manager Bai hasn't sent me any shoe brocade this year. Did he forget? Guo pouted, shaking Shen Wanyin's arm with a hopeful gaze. Shen Wanyin chuckled lightly, her lips curving into a sly smile. Seeing Shen Wanyin smile at her, Guo mirrored her expression, as if awaiting a benevolent gift from the person before her. It was I who did not request it. Since I am breaking off the engagement with your brother, it is only reasonable that there be no gifts exchanged. If you desire the shoe brocade, I shall sell it to you for 2,000 taels per piece, considering our acquaintance. Guo's smile froze on her face, her mouth agape, rendered speechless for a moment. You dare to speak to me of money? Shen Wanyin let out a laugh, unable to suppress her mocking tone as she covered her mouth with a handkerchief. Otherwise, shall I indulge in sentiment with you? At this, the bitterness in Shen Wanyin's eyes involuntarily coalesced. In her past life, what had she gained from any sentimental dealings with Guo? She cherished her as if she were her own sister, sacrificing even her most coveted desires for her sake. Yet, what she received in return was a heartless mockery, a cruel derision as she witnessed herself being humiliated by Guo Yi. On that fateful day, her elder brother, aware of the disgrace he suffered at the Guo household, rushed there to demand an explanation from Guo Yi. However, due to a leg injury and prolonged emotional distress, he had become utterly incapacitated. Guo Yi wielded his whip mercilessly upon him. She yearned to intercede, yet was forcefully restrained, forced to kneel aside as she helplessly watched her brother being beaten to a bloody pulp. At that moment, having suffered a miscarriage, her frail body lacked the strength to intervene. With no one to turn to, she sought out Guo, only to be met with a barrage of verbal humiliation before she could utter a word. The final remark pierced her heart. What bond do we share? It is merely my brother's pity that leads him to care for you. That day marked the tragic demise of her brother at Guo Yi's hands. Suddenly, a fierce hatred ignited in Shen Wanyin's eyes, a chilling glare directed at Guo that made her involuntarily shudder. The scornful demeanor of Shen Wanyin transformed into something rather terrifying. Shen Wanyin, you shall not regret this, Guo stammered, her heart racing with fear. She dared not linger any longer and fled the room. The intensity of Shen Wanyin's gaze had been truly frightening, as if she were capable of murder. Even after escaping the Shen household, Guo Yi could not shake off her trepidation. This woman had truly lost her mind. She was genuinely intent on breaking off the engagement with her brother. Before she could reach the Guo residence, she encountered Song Dahu driving a carriage. Guo Yi recognized the driver immediately, and her earlier gloom dissipated. Her brother had mentioned he was going to buy a carriage today, and indeed, he had returned with one. Brother. Upon hearing her voice, Guo Yi lifted the carriage curtain to look outside. Seeing Guo Yi chasing after him, he instructed Song Dahu to halt the carriage. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why Guo Yi was walking back instead of being conveyed home directly, as was customary given Shen Wanyin's fondness for her. Furthermore, Guo Yi had mentioned seeking shoe brocade from the Shen household. Why had she returned empty-handed? Reflecting on Shen Wanyin's demeanor towards him recently, a sense of foreboding began to creep into Guo Yi's heart. Could it be that she? No, it was inconceivable. Shen Wanyin had always been eager to please his family, accommodating their every request. Before Guo Yi could ponder further, Guo Yi had already boarded the carriage, her excitement palpable as she examined the gleaming new vehicle. Guo Yi could hardly contain his curiosity about her visit to the Shen residence. Did you not say you were going to find Shen Wanyin for shoe brocade? Why have you returned empty-handed? As he spoke, an unexpected tension gripped him, his tone tinged with caution. The mention of this matter instantaneously altered Guo Yi's expression. Oh, do not even mention it. I was driven away. Brother, you must stand up for me. You are now General Zhenghua. How dare the Shen family act so arrogantly? Guo Yi's heart tightened as he looked incredulously at Guo Yi. Did she cast you out? Guo Yi hesitated for a moment. Although she was not directly expelled by Shen Wanyin, her recent demeanor had left her quite vexed. Indeed, I was cast out by her. She even stated that she had no ties whatsoever with our Guo family. Did she truly say that? Guo Yi's gaze suddenly tightened, filled with both anger and anxiety. He was infuriated by Shen Wanyin's treatment of his family. While he could comprehend her grievances towards him, and even her own frustrations, he could not fathom why she would direct such hostility toward his kin. Yet amidst his indignation, a sense of unease began to creep in. Shen Wanyin had altered her attitude even towards his family. What was her intention? Chapter 37. Unbearable words indeed. She said precisely that. She declared her intention to break off the engagement and urged you not to take yourself too seriously. A thunderous roar echoed in Guo Yi's mind, his eyes ablaze with disbelief. How could this be possible? After so many days, she still insisted on calling off the engagement. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Guo Yi's face, as if he were trying to reassure himself. This woman had certainly grown more temperamental. She must be hoping to provoke him into personally going to the Shen family to appease her. Seeing Guo Yi lost in heavy thoughts and silent, Guo Yi spoke up, her voice tinged with grievance. Brother, what kind of woman can't you find now? If Shen Wanyin is so ungrateful, then let her break the engagement. Let us see if she regrets it later. Guo Yi shot her an annoyed glare, too weary to engage in conversation with this foolish girl. She seemed to think that a marriage could simply be discarded. If the engagement were truly annulled, it would cost him far more than just the morale of the troops. Do not ever mention the words break the engagement again, Guo Yi commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Guo Yi, unwilling to concede, merely pouted in defiance. Oh, my brother is so devoted, yet she does not appreciate it. As Guo Yi's envious remarks echoed in his ears, Guo Yi felt a growing sense of frustration. He could not comprehend Shen Wanyin's extreme reaction. It was entirely at odds with the Shen Wanyin he thought he knew and left him feeling utterly perplexed. Given his understanding of Shen Wanyin, he was confident that he could persuade her to accept Ji Qian as a bride into the Guo family. In that scenario, he would entrust the management of the family's affairs to her, and Ji Qian, with her gentle disposition, would never compete with her. Upon entering the Guo residence, although Cao Shi felt pained at the thought of over 10,000 taels of silver spent, the sight of the brand-new carriage brought her joy. Does she think our Guo family cannot afford a carriage without the Shen family? We can certainly purchase a steed worth 10,000 taels. Cao Shi's declaration left Guo Yi in shock. She had not realized that such a horse cost that much. Brother, did you truly spend so much silver on a single horse? With that money, you could have given me 2,000 taels to buy a fine shoe brocade instead. Only then did Chao Shi recall that her daughter had gone to the Shen residence to request shoe brocade. Did Shen Wanyin not send you any shoe brocade? Gao Si in Guit, Su Pei. She did not even come when I sent for her. Now that Guo Chui has gone in person, could she still be sulking? What shoe brocade? I was thrown out. They said they wanted to break off the engagement with my brother, and from now on, our families will have nothing to do with each other. Guo Chui retorted indignantly, recalling Shen Wanyin's attitude towards her. She felt utterly vexed. After making the trip, she returned empty-handed and full of frustration. How dare she speak to you like that? Chao Shi was about to scold further, but stopped, intimidated by Guo Yi's grim expression. So, why not visit the Shen family and personally apologize to that little wretch? This marriage cannot be cancelled. Guo Yi remained silent, his face cold as he turned and entered the residence. Guo Chui muttered her dissatisfaction under her breath. Why can't one retract? After the engagement was called off, let us see who will ultimately regret it. Mrs. Chao, gazing at her daughter as if she were a fool, poked her forehead with a finger, expressing her frustration. Your mind, day in and day out, seems only occupied with eating. Now that you've severed ties with the Shen family, don't even think about obtaining such luxurious silks. You can forget about it. She tugged at the fabric of Guo Chui's clothing, then, weary of her daughter's presence, turned to counsel her son instead. In the room, Guo Yi was preparing to tend to the wounds on his calf, where the bites still throbbed faintly. Yesterday, while at the other residence, Ai Jiqian had summoned a doctor to treat him. Upon returning home, he refrained from mentioning the incident, primarily due to the embarrassment of being bitten by a dog. After all, he was a distinguished general of the nation. Moreover, the events with Ai Jiqian yesterday were far from honorable. Son, just as Guo Yi was applying medicine to his wounds, his expression momentarily tightened, and before he could lower his leg, Mrs. Chao pushed the door open. With no time to hide, his gruesome injury was laid bare before her eyes. Mrs. Chao's expression faltered, and she rushed towards Guo Yi, her heart aching. What happened to your leg? Who did this to you? Let me see. Why are you putting it down? She leaned down to inspect Guo Yi's calf, but he blocked her. Mother, it's nothing. I was just accidentally bitten by a dog yesterday. I wish to rest. Please step outside. Guo Yi spoke vaguely, urging Mrs. Chao out the door. He no longer had the energy to be angry about her barging in unannounced. Bitten by a dog? Mrs. Chao murmured, suddenly recalling overhearing whispers that morning about the general and a dog. At the time, she had connected it to her own family. She even found the scene they described rather exciting. However, when she attempted to eavesdrop further, those gathered dispersed at the sight of her, laughing awkwardly as they retreated. Having resided in the area for a long time, the neighboring families were familiar with the Guo family. Mrs. Chao often enjoyed mingling with the locals, seeking out gossip. Yet, since the day of the palace banquet, the onlookers had taken to avoiding her, as if she were a harbinger of misfortune. With her experience, she surmised they were discussing her family's scandal. Otherwise, why would they scatter before she even approached? Especially today, when she had overheard a few remarks. The crowd had turned pale and fled as if she were a plague. At that moment, she had assumed they were gossiping about someone else's romantic escapades. And when she heard about the general's contest with a dog, she couldn't help but laugh. Now, however, it dawned on her that they might have been referring to her own son. Were you seen at the other residence yesterday? Mrs. Chao began. But Guo Yi had already turned his face away in embarrassment. Nothing happened at the other residence yesterday. I was merely bitten by a dog on my way back. Since nothing has transpired, why then do the outside whispers allege that you were caught bare in the courtyard? Even suggesting that you... Guo Yi furrowed his brows and slammed his palm heavily upon the table. Just yesterday, he had distinctly threatened those individuals, forbidding them from spreading nonsense. To his astonishment, this rumor had already reached his mother's ears. Chao Shi trembled at Guo Yi's forceful gesture, casting a worried glance in his direction, her heart sinking at the realization that the gossip undoubtedly pertained to her son. What else did they say? Guo Yi asked through gritted teeth. They even claimed. They claimed you were with that dog. The subsequent words were so shameful that even Chao Shi, who had once been a shameless woman jesting in the village, found it difficult to utter. Yet Guo Yi could discern the implication behind those words. It was utterly absurd, intolerably offensive. Chapter 38. He personally sought out Shen Wanyin nonsense. Who could have possibly spread such rumors? I was clearly with Ji Qian, and Guo Yi faltered, unable to continue. The matter between him and AI Ji Qian had indeed been witnessed by others, and he could hardly fathom how yesterday's incident had been so fortuitously observed. Upon seeing Guo Yi's hesitation, Chao Shi immediately deduced what had transpired the previous day, and could not help but scold. That wretched girl is intent on ruining you. She is nothing but a seductive vixen. The moment a man approaches, he cannot help but be ensnared by her charms. Chao Shi had previously held a favorable opinion of AI Ji Qian, for she had called her aunt during their time in the village. The AI family had extended considerable assistance to her own family. With her sister having married well, their household had enjoyed a measure of prosperity, prompting them to reciprocate the kindness. However, after misfortune befell the AI family, her brother-in-law encountering bandits while conducting business and losing both life and wealth, her sister had been devastated by the news. Her health deteriorating rapidly until she could no longer endure, ultimately entrusting AI Ji Qian to their care. Guo Yi and AI Ji Qian had grown up together, sharing a bond of childhood affection. Had he not chosen to enlist, they might have long since been wed. Yet now, due to AI Ji Qian's actions, Shen Wanyin demanded an annulment of their engagement, which ignited a flicker of resentment within Chao Shi towards AI Ji Qian. If she possessed any sense, she should not have insisted on entering the same sphere as Shen Wanyin. Now, she had caused such a disgraceful uproar. Hearing his mother berate AI Ji Qian, Guo Yi expressed his discontent. "Mother, this has nothing to do with Ji Qian. It is my fault." As he spoke, his face flushed crimson, turning away in embarrassment. The events of yesterday had arisen from his impulsiveness. He had not anticipated losing control and ending up in such a situation with Ji Qian. Hands on her hips, disapprovingly stating, "What man ever considers such things? It is undoubtedly her fault. As a woman, does she not understand the importance of modesty?" Upon hearing Chao Shi's words, Guo Yi found a semblance of truth in her reasoning. Why had she not stopped him yesterday, allowing things to unfold half-heartedly? Would she have acted similarly with other men? This thought ignited a wave of doubt within him. During his 3 years in the military, had she truly been as innocent as she appeared? Yesterday, in their intimate moment, she had seemed so at ease. Although Shen Wanyin had spent 3 years in the barracks, Guo Yi was certain that she remained pure and untouched by impropriety. Her affection for him was evident, yet she had never crossed the line into excessive intimacy. Unlike AI Ji Qian, who had melted in his embrace, as if devoid of bones, clinging to him, Guo Yi quelled his thoughts, feeling a measure of clarity return. Remembering Ji Qian's tear-streaked face from yesterday, his heart ached with sympathy. How could he think of her that way? Surely, she had simply acquiesced to him out of longing. Now that the rumors had reached this place, how much worse would they be in the other courtyard? How could a young woman like her possibly navigate such turmoil? "Mother, I forbid you from speaking of Ji Qian any further. This matter has nothing to do with her." As Guo Yi rose to take his leave, he was halted by the voice of Lady Chao. "Where do you think you are going?" "I intend to visit Ji Qian. I am concerned about how she is managing these vile rumors alone." Lady Chao regarded Guo Yi with disapproval, her expression revealing her disdain for his naivety. "You still wish to seek out that wretched girl? Instead of addressing these slanders, you should consider your current standing. If these rumors reach the emperor's ears, what will he think of you? At that point, your engagement to the Shen family will be irreparably jeopardized." Lady Chao's words struck Guo Yi like a thunderbolt, awakening him to the gravity of the situation. He had forgotten the most crucial aspect: how the emperor would perceive him should these rumors circulate. Moreover, the crown prince would certainly not spare him if matters did not settle swiftly. Not only was the engagement with the Shen family at stake, but if the censors decided to report him due to this affair, he would find himself utterly humiliated before his peers. Guo Yi found himself at a loss. Despite his prowess on the battlefield over the years, he had never encountered such a dilemma and was momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. "You must hurry to the Shen residence and pacify Shen Wanyin. As long as she does not withdraw from the engagement and your relationship is restored, those malicious rumors will eventually dissipate. After a moment of contemplation, Guo Yi recognized the wisdom in Lady Chao's advice. If he and Shen Wanyin were to present a united front, publicly demonstrating their affections, it would naturally undermine the credibility of the disparaging rumors. You should not delay. That little minx is quite fond of you. A few kind words from you will surely appease her. Once you wed her, you will have the final say in your relationship, Lady Chao urged, her voice tinged with urgency and a hint of fierce determination. Guo Yi posed, sighing deeply. He would have to swallow his pride for Ji Qian's sake and first attend to the willful Shen Wanyin. Very well, I shall personally visit the Shen household. Upon hearing her son finally acquiesce, a sense of relief washed over Lady Chao's countenance. As long as Guo Yi was willing to make the effort, charming the obstinate Shen Wanyin should prove to be a trivial task. She had not anticipated that the usually obedient and respectful young lady would disregard her entirely, even when summoned by her future mother-in-law. It was a blatant affront to her dignity. Perhaps that little hussy is merely waiting for your arrival. It only requires a word from my son. Guo Yi regarded Lady Chao's self-satisfied expression with a touch of disdain. He remained skeptical that Shen Wanyin would truly sever their engagement. If she wished to create a scene, he would indulge her, but he would only allow such capriciousness this once. Before long, Guo Yi departed from the Guo residence, with Songdo driving the carriage toward the Shen household. As he made his way, Guo Chui reminded him once again about the shoe brocade. Now that you are personally attending to this matter, surely Shen Wanyin will not be so reluctant to part with those brocades. At the Shen residence, Shen Wanyin was idly toying with a delicate golden abacus on the table. Just as the crisp sounds of her tinkering faded, a maid approached to deliver news from outside. Miss, General Guo has arrived, and the eldest son has gone to greet him. Shen Wanyin curled her lips, revealing a knowing smile, as if she had anticipated General Guo Yi's visit to the Shen family today. Her elder brother had been pent up for quite some time. It was indeed time to allow him a release for his pent-up energy. After speaking, Shen Wanyin continued to fiddle with the abacus, her smile increasingly tinged with a hint of aloofness. As Guo Yi entered the Shen residence, he made his way unreservedly towards Shen Wanyin's Tinglan courtyard, only to be intercepted by Shen Jinyan before he reached her abode. Seated in his wheelchair, Shen Jinyan, burdened by his injuries, preferred to avoid the glaring sun and often remained indoors in a daze. The once robust man, with his sun-kissed skin, had become somewhat pallid due to his sheltered existence. Originally handsome, Shen Jinyan appeared even more gaunt after leaving the battlefield, his face chiseled like a blade, radiating a distinct aura of heroism, while his eyes grew increasingly piercing. The innate sense of authority and command that accompanied a general made Guo Yi, now the revered general of the state, involuntarily recoil for a moment. Chapter 39. A kind-hearted and passionate man. Guo Yi's heart surged with a hint of anger, the disdain in his eyes fleeting. The man before him, clearly a cripple, still dared to regard him with such an air of superiority. What was so remarkable about him? Was it merely his slightly higher birth? Apart from that, where did he surpass Guo Yi? Yet, during their time in the military, this man had always looked down on him. So what if he deemed him unworthy? Was he not now a pathetic cripple, while Guo Yi had ascended to a status he could never aspire to? In this lifetime, Shen Jinyan would be confined to a wheelchair, watching Guo Yi achieve great things, witnessing him gradually transform the Shen family army into his own. All the while, the entirety of the Shen family would ultimately belong to him. Brother, Guo Yi suppressed the surging ambition within, forcing a semblance of a disingenuous smile as he bowed slightly. Who is your brother? The esteemed General Guo has mistaken his identity, Shen Jinyan retorted through clenched teeth. Had it not been for his current leg injury tempering his disposition, he might have already taken action. A flicker of impatience crossed Guo Yi's face. What was the state of the Shen family now? How dare a mere invalid confront him with such insolence? Brother, I understand you are still upset about the incident at the palace banquet. My heart has always cherished Yinin above all else. I came today to explain things to her, to prevent any misunderstandings. Guo Yi had no desire to escalate matters with Shen Jinyan, instead biding his time, believing that soon Shen Wanyin would come out upon hearing of his arrival, and he would not even need to speak. She would dismiss the Shen family members herself. His reluctance to visit the Shen family stemmed from fear of encountering its members, especially the brutish Shen Jinyan. Guo Yi, you ungrateful wretch. How dare you humiliate Yining in front of so many at the banquet? What did you possibly explain? Guo Yi gritted his teeth, having lost all patience. Brother, I never intended to humiliate Yining. I simply wished to fulfill my responsibilities as a man. I grew up alongside my cousin. Marrying her is merely to ensure she has a secure place in the world. My heart has always belonged to Yining. Witnessing Guo Yi's futile attempts at justification, Shen Wanyin felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Had his leg not hindered him, Guo Yi would likely be lying on the ground by now. He was a man of simple nature, lacking understanding of romantic intricacies, but he knew that if one truly loved another, they would not wish to cause them even a moment of sorrow. What a kind-hearted and passionate man he was. Pray tell, if you do not marry that woman, will she be forever doomed to remain unwed? Is there truly no other man who could provide her with a secure future? Guo Yi faltered at Shen Wanyin's question, momentarily at a loss for words. Brother, I did not mean it that way. I only feel pity for her. As an orphan, she is truly. Shen Wanyin interrupted, suppressing his anger with a cold laugh. As an orphan, she is truly pitiable? Without you, she would find no man? Guo Yi's demeanor darkened with a hint of resentment as he retorted with displeasure, No, You merely pity her? Then go ahead and offer her your pity. Hurry and find her. We do not covet the affection of a man who shows pity to other women. Came the sharp retort. Guo Yi was taken aback by Shen Wanyin's unexpected eloquence, rendering him momentarily speechless. Brother, Guo Yi called out, his voice laced with suppressed fury, as he struggled to contain his impending outburst. I have stated that I only feel pity for her. My heart belongs solely to Yining. Moreover, I have never wronged Yining in any way. No one can replace her in my heart. Each word was almost forcefully articulated as his gaze shifted anxiously toward the space behind Shen Wanyin, perplexed by Shen Wanyin's prolonged absence. Was she perhaps hiding nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation? In an effort to mask his anger, he endeavored to appear more tender-hearted. Suddenly, Shen Wanyin erupted into raucous laughter, finding amusement in the audacity of the man before him. Previously, he had only perceived Guo Yi as narrow-minded and overly ambitious, unaware of the sheer thickness of his skin. Did Guo Yi truly consider the Shen family to be fools? Guo Yi, I may have a limp, but I'm not deaf. Do you think I am unaware of the rumors circulating outside? You were caught in a compromising situation with that woman, and now the entire city is aware of it. Yet, you still have the gall to claim you have not wronged Yining. Guo Yi's expression shifted drastically as he recalled the incident he had momentarily forgotten. He had merely wished to bypass Shen Wanyin and avoid further entanglement, but now he felt the weight of the gossip pressing down on him. The thought of his affair with Ji Qian being so publicly ridiculed ignited further ire within him. Finally, his patience wore thin as he stepped closer to Shen Wanyin, a storm of rage enveloping him. Brother, I respect you as Yining's elder brother and my own. The matters between Yining and me will be resolved by us. I will clarify everything with her and need not speak further. With that, Guo Yi attempted to bypass Shen Wanyin and enter the inner chamber, disregarding the furious expression on the face of the man seated in the wheelchair. Guo Yi, I have made it clear that our Yining does not desire a man like you, Shen Wanyin declared, and with that, his wheelchair unexpectedly lifted and pivoted. Guo Yi felt a gust of wind behind him, and before he could react, a forceful strike landed on his shoulder. He stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance, and turned back in disbelief at the man seated in the wheelchair. You, Guo Yi gasped, astonished that what he had perceived as a feeble individual could possess such formidable strength. Shen Wanyin, what do you intend to do? I am now the emperor's appointed general of Zhonggua. Do you dare to lay hands on me? Shen Wanyin rubbed his palm, surprised that the strength of his earlier strike matched that of his uninjured days. His sister was right. He was merely limping, not incapacitated, and he was still quite capable of delivering a blow. General of Zhonggua, it is merely a hollow title. How could you, a fourth-rank military official, surpass my esteemed position of fourth-rank civil servant? Guo Yi's pupils widened in an instant. Indeed, while the emperor expressed great satisfaction with his recent victory, he had only conferred upon him a fourth-rank title. The emperor's intent was clear. He is still youthful and must continue to hone his skills. Should he be excessively rewarded for a singular achievement, it would inevitably provoke discontent among the elder statesmen in the court. Thus, it appears that his official rank is still beneath that of Shen Wanyin. Although Shen Wanyin is recuperating at home due to his injuries, he retains his official title, a testament to the emperor's consideration for the Shen family. Yet, what difference does it make that his rank is inferior to that of Shen Wanyin? What can a mere cripple accomplish? The one truly burdened with a facade of honor is Shen Wanyin. Chapter 40, he found himself utterly humiliated by a cripple. Shen Wanyin, you are acutely aware of your own condition. You lack the strength even to stand. So how can you protect Yining? Entrust her to me. Who but I can safeguard her in the future? Both seemed to understand precisely which words would pierce each other's hearts. Upon hearing Guo Yi's words, Shen Wanyin's previously triumphant expression was instantly shrouded in frost. And if looks could kill, Guo Yi would surely be reduced to 1,000 pieces by now. Guo Yi, you despicable wretch. As long as I, Shen Wanyin, am here, Yining will never need the protection of a cur like you. Guo Yi's words hung like a threat in the air, insinuating that the Shen family would be incapable of safeguarding even a daughter. Indeed, the current Shen family lacked anyone capable of bearing the burden, which emboldened Guo Yi to act so brazenly before him. Seeing the sudden fury rise on Shen Wanyin's face, Guo Yi felt a modicum of satisfaction. The pain in his shoulder momentarily dulled. Just moments ago, Shen Wanyin had struck with lethal intent. Had he not been a martial artist, his arm might have been rendered completely useless. Brother, do not speak so confidently. The future will. Bang! Before Guo Yi could finish his sentence, a punch came hurtling toward him. In his arrogance, he had leaned closer to Shen Wanyin, eager to witness the despair on his face. He had intended to elaborate on the future, but this blow silenced him completely. Guo Yi cried out, clutching his nose. It must have been broken. The excruciating pain was accompanied by a throbbing ache that only intensified, rendering him momentarily unable to open his eyes, tears unwittingly pooling in his eyelashes. At that moment, Guo Yi realized just how formidable the man in the wheelchair truly was. The chasm between them was far greater than he had anticipated. Were it not for his current disability, perhaps the title of General of Zhenghua would not have eluded him. A torrent of hatred surged within Guo Yi, and in that instant, he regretted merely crippling Shen Wanyin instead of ensuring his demise. Shen Wanyin, you have gone too far. After uttering these words, Guo Yi suddenly lunged at Shen Wanyin. However, it seemed Shen Wanyin had anticipated his movement, effortlessly sidestepping the attack with a cold smile. Having already initiated an assault, Guo Yi cast aside all reservations. Today, should he strike, others would mock him for bullying the weak and attacking a disabled man. This had been the reason for his initial restraint. Yet, his forbearance had only invited further provocations from Shen Wanyin, who seemed oblivious to the danger he was courting. Grimacing, Guo Yi resolved that since he had thrown the first punch, there was no need for further restraint. He would teach Shen Wanyin a lesson, making it clear that those who recognize the times are the true heroes. As Shen Wanyin effortlessly evaded his punch, Guo Yi's strikes grew increasingly fierce, exuding an air that he was poised to deliver a devastating blow to Shen Wanyin at any moment. However, seated in his wheelchair, Shen Wanyin displayed a remarkable agility, moving with the grace of one unencumbered. Upon closer examination, each of his defensive maneuvers was followed by a swift and forceful counterattack. Initially, Guo Yi, in full assault mode, believed that after a few exchanges, Shen Wanyin would be begging for mercy. To his astonishment, after numerous exchanges, neither could claim dominance. In the realm of skilled combatants, distraction is a grave error. As Guo Yi lamented Shen Wanyin's formidable prowess, a sudden punch to his abdomen deflated his spirit, causing him to retreat a few steps. Useless, Shen Wanyin scoffed, not granting Guo Yi a moment to recover as he propelled his wheelchair forward once more. Guo Yi, already nursing injuries to his shoulder and nose, felt the fiery sting of the recent blow to his stomach, rendering him unable to stand upright. In the ensuing standoff, he found himself relegated to a purely defensive stance, devoid of any opportunity to strike back. After several more exchanges, Guo Yi unwittingly exposed his lower leg, where a wound from a previous encounter with a large black dog had yet to heal. When struck, blood seeped from the injury, and he could no longer endure the searing pain, collapsing to his knees before the wheelchair. At that moment, every injury from his nose to his calf tormented him, eliciting cold sweat as he raised his gaze to meet the disdainful eyes of the man in the wheelchair. Until now, he could hardly fathom the humiliation of being bested by a cripple. Shen Wanyin approached, the height of his wheelchair allowing him to meet Guo Yi's gaze directly. Guo Yi, even seated, I can render you toothless. Do you truly believe the Shen family cannot safeguard Yining? What do you amount to? Guo Yi clenched his fists, muscles taut, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Wanyin, veins bulging on his forehead, a wave of murderous intent surging within him. Suddenly, Guo Yi thrust his palm toward Shen Wanyin, infused with boundless hatred and fury, a cold smirk creeping into his eyes. Shen Wanyin, you taught me the art of feigned surrender. Today, I shall instruct you on the essence of humility. In the blink of an eye, Guo Yi's smugness transformed into astonishment as he was violently propelled backward, collapsing to the ground. Guo Yi, have you forgotten? Everything you have learned comes from the Shen family. Guo Yi's face contorted in agony, utterly devoid of the strength to rise again. In a corner of the courtyard, Bai Yu watched Guo Yi's beating with tears welling in her eyes. Like he, she had expected Shen Wanyin to rush out upon hearing of his arrival. But to her dismay, Shen Wanyin did not appear, even as Guo Yi was nearly incapacitated. Anxiously pacing, Bai Yu had considered running to Tinglan courtyard to find the young lady, but feared inciting her ire. However, witnessing Guo Yi's dire condition, she could no longer restrain herself and dashed to the door of Shen Wanyin's chamber. Miss, it's terrible. General Guo has been injured by the eldest young master. Please come and see. At this moment, Bai Yu felt she lacked the standing to enter the room, resorting instead to calling out with a quivering voice from the threshold. Shen Wanyin, still immersed in her ledger, slowly curved her lips upon hearing Bai Yu's voice. She was fully aware that her elder brother would not let her down. Had it not been for the relentless blows he suffered in the past, leading to his eventual physical decline, Guo Yi would not have been able to take his life so brutally. Let her brother unleash his fury. After all, Guo Yi owed him that much. This was merely the beginning. He had yet to perish. How could this be allowed? Shen Wanyin raised an eyebrow slightly, prompting a Xing to swiftly open the door, exclaiming in a stern voice, "What are you shouting about? The young lady is resting inside. Disturbing her slumber is something you must bear the consequences for." Upon seeing a Xing at the door, Bai Yu's heart instantly filled with resentment. It was once her privilege to stand in the room and serve the young lady. Yet this insolent girl had audaciously usurped her position. Chapter 41. You harbor no inappropriate thoughts towards Guo Yi. What are you? That you do not hasten to awaken the young lady? Should anything befall General Guo, do you comprehend the dire consequences? Beware, for if the young lady learns of this, your skin may be flayed. No wonder she has yet to emerge. It appears she has fallen into a deep slumber. How could she possibly be indifferent to the safety of General Guo? A Xing, with her arms crossed, surveyed Bai Yu from a superior perspective, a look of amusement upon her face. You, a mere third-rate maid, concern yourself with matters that do not pertain to you. What happens to General Guo is of no consequence to you. Truly, it is the emperor who is anxious while the eunuch frets. Yet it is your man who faces the repercussions. Bai Yu, stung by the truth of a Xing's words, suddenly looked up, her eyes wide with indignation as she retorted, "What utter nonsense! General Guo is the young lady's betrothed. As her maid, I must express my concern. If anything were to happen to him, what would the young lady do? The young lady is poised to break off her engagement with that Guo fellow. Why should she care? If he were to die, it would spare her the discomfort of encountering him in the future." Bai Yu, incensed by a Xing's nonchalance, stamped her foot in frustration. She could no longer afford to engage in a verbal spar with a Xing and dashed towards the room. Young lady, awaken. General Guo has been grievously harmed. You must save him. The eldest son has struck him fiercely. Please persuade the eldest son." After calling out twice and receiving no response, Bai Yu was taken aback. How could their young lady sleep so profoundly, undisturbed by such a commotion? The thought of Guo enduring torment filled her with anguish. Ignoring a Xing, who blocked the doorway, she shouted once more. Had it not been for Xing's obstruction, she might have already rushed inside. She intended to shove Xing aside, yet Xing stood steadfastly in her place, impervious to her efforts. Young lady, please awaken. General Guo is on the brink of death. He is being beaten to a pulp by the eldest son. I implore you, save him. Bai Yu's voice trembled with urgency, her desperation palpable. Her helpless, distraught demeanor revealed just how significant the injured man was to her. Just as she was about to speak again, Xing, unable to bear it any longer, raised her hand and struck Bai Yu. The sound of the slap echoed sharply, and Bai Yu felt a searing pain on her cheek. An instant silence enveloped the surroundings. She swayed unsteadily, the world spinning around her, threatening to topple her. How unlucky it is for you to wail before the young lady's door. It has been clearly stated that she is resting. Is this your intention? After a moment, Bai Yu regained her balance, her mind clearing somewhat. She had been momentarily stunned by the blow. Upon regaining her composure, a profound sense of humiliation washed over her. She glared fiercely at Xing, filled with a desire to tear her apart. You dare to strike me? Who do you think you are? I have grown up alongside the young lady. She is merely upset with me for the time being. Once I return to her side, I shall ensure she has you sold off. Xing cast a disdainful glance at Bai Yu, feeling a mixture of indignation and incredulity. How ungrateful she was. After having spared her life out of kindness, Bai Yu had the audacity to challenge her. If she had truly exerted herself, Bai Yu would have long since met her fate. Indeed, being a good Samaritan proved to be a mistake. Who are you planning to sell? A cold voice emanated from within the room, and Bai Yu felt a surge of hope. Ignoring the searing pain on her face and Shen Wanyin's inquiries, she called out eagerly, Miss, you are awake. You must see General Guo. Before Bai Yu could finish her sentence, Shen Wanyin had already approached the doorway, her gaze icy and piercing. Do you take my words lightly? Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the situation, when Xing suddenly began to sob beside her. Miss, you must stand up for this maid. She said she would sell me. Bai Yu looked up at Xing, who was weeping profusely, and was momentarily stunned. She had not been like this just moments ago. Miss, I did not. With Shen Wanyin's questioning gaze upon her, Bai Yu felt a twinge of anxiety regarding her predicament, unable to plead for Guo Yi's sake. You did not? Shen Wanyin advanced slowly, her imposing presence causing Bai Yu to falter and kneel. This maid, I was merely desperate, suddenly reminded of the slap she had just received. Bai Yu clutched at Shen Wanyin's sleeve, lifting her bruised cheek. Miss, look, this is the mark of her blow. I only spoke in haste. I came to call for you out of concern for your well-being, General Guo. Before she could finish, Xing interjected, her voice laden with feigned grievance. I already told you that the miss is resting, yet you insist on shouting and barging in. How can you claim to care for her? Who knows what your true intentions are? I had to act to prevent you from disturbing the Mississippi. Bai Yu glared at Xing with venomous resentment, unable to fathom how a mere newcomer could possess such cunning. Not only did she play the victim before the miss, but she was also remarkably articulate. Yet, to her dismay, the miss seemed to believe Xing's words over her own. Despite the fact that she had grown up alongside the miss and had always been regarded as her most trusted confidant. You, a mere third-class maid, are so ignorant of propriety. Knowing I am resting, you still dare to intrude upon my space. Do you think that your shared upbringing with me grants you the right to act so arrogantly? Is it your ambition to one day lord over me? Shen Wanyin smirked coldly, her expression inducing further panic within Bai Yu. No, that is not the case. This maid would never dare. I was only concerned about General Guo's safety, which prompted my boldness to call for you. Xing suppressed her glee at Bai Yu's predicament and suddenly exclaimed, Miss, I told you this girl must have feelings for General Guo. She seems more anxious for him than for herself. Startled by the probing inquiry, Bai Yu hastily shook her head, exclaiming, No, miss, how could I possibly entertain such unseemly thoughts? I am solely devoted to your well-being. Her voice grew increasingly frantic, as she struggled to comprehend how this insolent girl could discern her concealed emotions. For a fleeting moment, Bai Yu felt a pang of anxiety, only to dismiss it, rationalizing that the girl, having just entered the household, could not possibly be privy to her innermost sentiments. Surely, she was merely spouting nonsense to besmirch her character. Bu had always comported herself with utmost propriety in the presence of her mistress, never revealing even a hint of her feelings. Her previous interactions with General Guo were solely to relay messages on behalf of her mistress. Thus, it was implausible that her affections could be known. With this thought, Bu quelled her inner turmoil, straightened her back, and composedly raised her gaze to meet Shen Wanyin's. Shen Wanyin regarded her from a position of superiority, her tone seemingly playful. Yet her eyes glimmered with an unsettling clarity, as if they could pierce through to the very depths of her soul. "Oh, is that so? You truly harbor no inappropriate thoughts regarding Guo Yi?" Chapter 42. Please, call me Miss Shen. Upon hearing Shen Wanyin's inquiry, Bayu's previously maintained composure suddenly began to wane. Her once erect posture now slightly slumped. "I assure you, I harbor no improper thoughts towards General Guo." As she spoke, Bayu's voice lost its earlier conviction, now tinged with a growing sense of guilt. "Then swear it. If you ever entertain any improper thoughts about General Guo, may you suffer a most excruciating fate." A Xing interjected, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest, causing Bayu's complexion to pale. "What authority do you have to demand such a vow from me?" "The young lady." "Swear it." Shen Wanyin interjected, cutting Bayu off. Bayu stared at Shen Wanyin in astonishment, disbelief etched on her face. "Miss, do you truly doubt me?" It dawned on her that the young lady's attitude had shifted dramatically. Perhaps she had perceived something about Bayu's relationship with General Guo. "I never said I didn't trust you. I merely requested a vow." Is that so difficult? If she genuinely felt no desire for General Guo, making a simple oath would be effortless. Yet, the truth was, she was indeed infatuated with him, and he had promised that once the young lady married, he would elevate her to the status of concubine. Bayu hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Such a cruel vow, directed at oneself, was beyond her capacity to utter. She yearned to remain by General Guo's side every day. How could she wish for such a dreadful fate? "A Xing, why don't you make a vow for her to hear?" "Of course," a Xing replied with a smile, raising an eyebrow playfully at Bayu before adopting a teasing tone. "If I, a Xing, were to develop improper feelings for General Guo Yi, may I suffer the most grievous of fates." As she pronounced the final words, a Xing enunciated each syllable with a flourish, leaning slightly towards the kneeling figure before her, a radiant smile gracing her lips. "You see, such a simple phrase, effortlessly spoken. Is it truly that difficult? Or do you indeed harbor feelings for General Guo?" Bayu's complexion drained of color, panic rising as she clutched at Shen Wanyin's garment. "Mississippi, I dare not. I truly have no improper thoughts regarding General Guo." "Very well. If you swear it, I shall believe you and even accompany you to rescue Guo Yi." Though Shen Wanyin's smile remained, it only heightened Bayu's unease. At that moment, it seemed she had no other choice. After all, it was merely a vow, a single sentence that need not be taken seriously, she reassured herself internally. "All right, I swear, if I ever develop improper feelings for General Guo Yi, may I suffer a most dreadful fate." The utterance of this oath drained Bayu of her remaining strength, and as soon as she finished, a wave of dread washed over her. Oh heavens! She had been speaking nonsensically. It couldn't be taken seriously. Observing Bayu's terrified demeanor, Shen Wanyin's smile widened, yet it was still not sufficient. "Let's venture to the front yard and ascertain the situation." A hint of joy finally graced Bayu's face as she rose to lead the way, though concern still lingered, for she had been troubled by the prolonged absence of General Guo. Upon their arrival at the front yard, they beheld Guo lying on the ground, his face marred with bruises, seemingly devoid of the strength to rise. "General Guo," Bayu could not contain herself and cried out, rushing forward in an attempt to lift the fallen man. However, upon sensing the chilling aura emanating from Shen Wanyin, she recoiled as if electrocuted, her grip faltering. Guo Yi's head, recently raised, fell back to the ground with a thud. The impact sent stars swirling in his vision. His already foggy mind became even more clouded, and he shot a disgruntled glare at Bayu. Realizing her impulsiveness, Bayu hastily retreated a few steps, glancing at Shen Wanyin. "Miss, look, General Guo has been struck by the young master." Hearing Shen Wanyin's approach, Guo Yi turned his head with effort, having awaited her arrival. Believing that upon his arrival at the Shen residence, she would rush to greet him with excitement. Yet, to his dismay, she only appeared after he was nearly beaten to death. What could she have been doing in the backyard? Guo Yi did not entertain the notion that she was unaware of the events transpiring in the front yard in the past. She would have nearly met him at the doorstep before he even entered the Shen household. Inin, he began, wincing in pain as he gritted his teeth. Shen Wanyin had truly struck him with ferocity, and he swore he would not let this transgression go unpunished. Suppressing his rising anger, Guo Yi had originally intended to apologize to Shen Wanyin, but now he found himself on the receiving end of this brutal beating before he could even speak. If he were to confront her now, how could he still extend his apology? Such a beating would have been in vain. Inin, I am unharmed. Please do not blame my elder brother. He gazed at Shen Wanyin with deep affection, contemplating that perhaps she refrained from appearing in order to allow Shen Wanyin to teach him a lesson he had now endured. Yet, he devised a way to evoke sympathy from Shen Wanyin to make her regret not coming to his aid sooner. She loved him dearly. How could she bear to witness his suffering? Surely, she was already filled with remorse. Shen Wanyin furrowed her brows and regarded him coldly, failing to acknowledge his words. The way he uttered her name, Inin, only served to disgust her. General Guo, since we have mutually decided to annul our engagement, there is no need for such familiarity. You may refer to me as Miss Shen. Guo Yi frowned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Shen Wanyin. No, this was not the reaction he had anticipated. She should have been filled with concern, rushing to assess his injuries, and chastising Shen Wanyin for his actions. It felt as if something within him had slipped beyond his control, and anxiety tightened its grip on his heart. Inin, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I ever agree to an annulment? Guo Yi attempted to rise, but the excruciating pain thwarted his efforts once more. Inin, shall we speak privately? Allow me to explain myself, and should you still wish to annul our engagement, I shall not pursue you further. Shen Wanyin cast a glance at Guo Yi, her cool gaze imbued with a hint of disdain and mockery that he remained oblivious to. Were it not for her return to this life, she might have been swayed by his flowery words, believing that all his actions were beyond his control, that he was merely too kind-hearted, wishing to provide a refuge for that woman. A man so benevolent was certainly someone worth cherishing. Yet, the current Shen Wanyin harbored a desire to see the man before her shattered into countless pieces. She would no longer be deceived by Guo Yi's fabrications. Turning her attention to the radiant Shen Wanyin, whose spirits seemed buoyed after their recent altercation, she noted that he had once thought himself a useless individual. However, today, in the presence of Guo Yi, he appeared to have regained his confidence. It seemed that he would have the opportunity to deliver a few more blows to this young man, lest he squander his martial prowess. Brother, you should rest for now. Allow me to clarify matters with him. Chapter 43. Shen Wanyin cannot let go of him. Shen Wanyin cast a worried glance at his younger sister, Shen Wanyin, fearing that her innocence might once again be ensnared by the sweet words of this young man. However, upon witnessing the resolute glimmer in her eyes and the enigmatic smile upon her lips, he suddenly realized that his sister had undergone a transformation. Her spirit was now steadfast and courageous, impervious to the mere flattery of a man. In any case, with Guo Yi thoroughly defeated, there was little cause for concern. Very well, should anything arise, call for your elder brother, he finally conceded. Relieved by Shen Wanyin's approval to depart, Guo Yi felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Unencumbered by hesitation, he hurriedly approached Shen Wanyin, attempting to grasp her hand, only to be met with her retreating step. A flicker of impatience ignited in Guo Yi's eyes. The former Shen Wanyin would never have acted thus. He relinquished his hand, his tone growing colder. Wanyin, I have declared that you are of utmost importance to me. What more do you desire? Shen Wanyin let out a derisive laugh, recognizing that this man lacked the ingenuity to woo her, recycling the same phrases time and again. Guo Yi, how can I trust your words? Have you forgotten what you said 3 years ago when you came to propose to me and my family? Guo Yi's countenance faltered, for he had indeed vowed to marry only Shen Wanyin in order to align himself with the Shen family. Wanyin, circumstances have changed. You must be aware of Ji Qian's background. She is so innocent, so gentle and kind. I cannot disregard her. Innocent, gentle, and kind? Did Guo Yi misunderstand the essence of these terms? If this woman were truly innocent, she would not have orchestrated a scheme to exchange his hard-won accolades for her own position alongside him in the Guo family. Ai Qian understood Guo Yi all too well, effortlessly stirring his sympathy. Beneath her delicate and benevolent facade lay a heart that harbored malice. In her previous life, Shen Wanyin too had been deceived by Ai Qian's seemingly gentle demeanor, leading to her own downfall within the Guo household, becoming a casualty of their so-called steadfast love. She is gentle and kind. She is innocent. If you wish to take care of her, so be it. But what right do you have to impose upon me? Guo Yi's expression stiffened. Was it truly a sacrifice for him to bear some burden? Besides, she was fully aware that, given their respective standings, Ji Qian would never surpass her position. Wanyin, I have never intended to impose on you. You may not have intended it, yet your actions speak otherwise. You, who are bound to me by a marriage pact, sought to barter your achievements for union with Ai Ji Qian. Is that not a slap in the face to the Shen family, a humiliation to me, Shen Wanyin? Even an ordinary girl would find it impossible to disregard such public disgrace at the hands of her fiancé. What else more? I am the cherished daughter of the Shen family, showered with affection. My father, though no longer with us, was a formidable general whose exploits are still remembered by the people and esteemed by the emperor. My elder brother, though confined to a wheelchair, has never been treated lightly by the emperor. Should he desire, he could still return to the battlefield. Do you believe that my father's absence signifies the downfall of the Shen family, allowing you to humiliate me, Shen Wanyin, and relegating me to a life dependent on you? Shen Wanyin paused, her cold gaze fixed upon the derision in her eyes, causing his complexion to stiffen. Guo Yi, had it not been for my audience at the palace years ago, do you think you would have ever had the opportunity to lead troops in a battle? Everything you possess today is a gift from the Shen family, yet you repay our generosity with ingratitude, disregarding our dignity to humiliate me. And now, you audaciously claim you never intended for me to suffer. You speak sweetly, yet your actions are utterly shameful. How do you dare to cross the threshold of my Shen family again? The more she spoke, the angrier she became, her fury threatening to engulf her. She glared at Guo Yi, wishing she could rend him limb from limb. Guo Yi, all that I have once bestowed upon you will be reclaimed tenfold. Guo Yi, struck by Shen Wanyin's explosive words, felt his head throb with indignation, his eyes narrowing in anger as he glared back at her. He loathed the insinuation that his current status was merely a result of the Shen family support. He had never relied on them. His achievement stemmed solely from his own efforts. If not for his recent victory, how could he have earned the title of General of the State? Every accolade had been fiercely fought for. Shen Wanyin, I am surprised you would think so little of me, to assume that my success is solely due to your family. Her mocking laughter echoed in response. Guo Yi, do you truly believe that without my assistance, you would have triumphed so resoundingly at Qianqing Pass? Guo Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he clenched his fists, as if on the verge of unleashing the pent-up rage within him. Indeed, every detail of the battle tactics and troop movements at Qianqing Pass had been orchestrated by Shen Wanyin, while he had merely charged into the fray. Even if he wished to disregard it, he could not deny that half of his military achievements were attributable to her, perhaps even more. Yet they were already betrothed. They were meant to be united. Should not all her efforts serve to elevate him? As a woman, her role was to manage the household and raise children. What need had she for martial glory? He had assumed that by appearing before Shen Wanyin today, she would yield, but to his astonishment, she remained obstinate, even meticulously accounting for the accolades. Her words were a clear testament to how vital she deemed herself to his existence. In truth, it was she who could not afford to be without him, yet she insisted on portraying an unwavering front, concealing the turmoil beneath. He acknowledged that Shen Wanyin had aided him considerably in the past, but that did not justify her attempts to manipulate him. Had he committed some unforgivable act? He merely sought to marry a delicate woman. Why could she not accept that he desired Ji Qian? If he acquiesced to Shen Wanyin's demands today, would he not be compelled to heed her in all matters thereafter? Would she not leverage her status as the legitimate daughter of the Shen family to dictate terms? Guo Yi's eyes were increasingly filled with a tumultuous blend of confusion and anger. He could not fathom why Shen Wanyin had suddenly transformed, why she no longer catered to his every whim as she once did. His gaze was piercing as it fixed upon her. He felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave at that moment. Deep down, he was convinced that Shen Wanyin could never truly relinquish him or genuinely desire to annul their engagement. Yet, he dared not take that gamble. Should Shen Wanyin persist in her resolve to break off their betrothal, he was certain that the Empress and the Crown Prince would not spare him from their wrath. Furthermore, without the support of the Shen family, the Guo family was indeed facing trying times. Taking a deep breath, Guo Yi endeavored to compose himself, striving to view the situation from Shen Wanyin's perspective. Perhaps he had erred. He had not anticipated that this matter would provoke such a profound reaction from her. As the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, it was indeed natural for her to uphold her dignity and pride, considerations he had overlooked when he impulsively sought the Emperor's approval for their union in the Grand Hall. Chapter 44. What he desired was her life. He could have taken a step back. There was no need for such tension between them. Suddenly, the hostility emanating from Guo Yi dissipated significantly. He stepped forward, placing his hands on Shen Wanyin's shoulders, compelling her to meet his gaze. I acknowledge that I was remiss in my considerations during the palace banquet. I truly did not anticipate your profound anger. At the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, I shall publicly declare that I will wed only you. As for Ji Qian, I can bestow upon her the title of concubine later. Surely that will suffice. Guo Yi believed he had made a monumental concession, thinking that Shen Wanyin would no longer sulk. Even now, he regarded her with a hint of impatience. The Guo family shall have but one general's wife, and that is you, Shen Wanyin. Are you satisfied now? Shen Wanyin was left both amused and exasperated. Guo Yi's arrogance was truly astonishing. Did he genuinely think she coveted the title of general's wife in the Guo family? With a cold smirk, she shrugged off his hands, unable to suppress a flicker of disdain as she brushed her shoulders. Her expression and actions were entirely contrary to Guo Yi's expectations. He had anticipated she would at least be moved or weep in his embrace. Instead, her demeanor suggested a palpable aversion to him. Was his touch truly so repugnant? Guo Yi, if your mind is troubled, seek a physician in the palace. Do not act irrationally in my Shen residence. Guo Yi furrowed his brows in confusion. He had yielded, yet she still demanded more. What do you mean? What more do you wish to provoke? Shen Wanyin sighed wearily, reflecting on how she had once been blind to the absurdity of her affection for such an egotistical man. Guo Yi, do you truly believe that a single military achievement elevates you to a desirable match? Do you think those noble ladies who praise your bravery would genuinely consider marrying a destitute general with no standing in the imperial city? Such words are merely flattery, and you believe them? Go ahead, inquire of those noble women. They may speak sweetly, but if faced with the prospect of marrying you, they would flee faster than a rabbit. Guo Yi, what a poor general he was. Yet he had been awarded 20,000 taels for his recent military service, though he hailed from humble beginnings. Shen Wanyin, of all people, should not be the one to humiliate him. What do you mean by such words? Guo Yi demanded, his voice tinged with incredulity. General Guo, does our young lady's intention not seem clear? She implies you are unworthy of her, interjected a Shing, unable to contain herself any longer. Her words immediately drew Guo Yi's ire, causing him to turn sharply towards her. Guo Yi posed momentarily. Taken aback by this outspoken girl he had never encountered in Shen Wanyin's company. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, standing cautiously to the side, was garbed in the attire of a lowly maid, trembling and too intimidated to speak, merely standing there nervously. What do you think you are, when your master speaks? How dare you interject? Guo Yi thundered, seemingly intent on unleashing all his fury upon a Shing. He then turned to Shen Wanyin and questioned her. Why must you assign Bai Yu, who has served so well, to be a mere maid, and seek out someone so uncouth? Bai Yu, standing to the side with tear-streaked eyes, felt a rush of emotion as Guo Yi spoke for her. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she gazed longingly at him, wishing she could rush into his embrace. Shen Wanyin disregarded Guo Yi's furious inquiries and coldly retorted, The maids in the Shen residence are arranged by me. It is not your place to meddle. If you think highly of Bai Yu, shall I send her to you right now? Guo Yi's expression faltered momentarily as he turned to glance at Bai Yu, who was gazing at him with a dazed expression. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, and he shot a displeased glare at her, which seemed to snap Bai Yu back to reality, prompting her to suppress her emotions. Inin, what are you saying? How could I have any other thoughts about the maid beside you? Could it be otherwise? Shen Wanyin countered, further unsettling Guo Yi. I certainly do not. He stammered. Shen Wanyin turned to Bai Yu with a mocking smile. See, Bai Yu, General claims he has no other thoughts about you. You can rest easy. Guo Yi's eyes widened as he looked at Bai Yu, seemingly questioning her about what she had divulged to Shen Wanyin. Had Shen Wanyin's anger arisen from discovering their secret meetings? Bai Yu hastily shook her head and fell to her knees. General, I would never presume to have such thoughts. I have never spoken such words. Seeing her flustered explanation, which appeared sincere, calmed him somewhat. He had never engaged in any impropriety with Bai Yu. There was nothing for him to fear. Even if Bai Yu had expressed some imprudent sentiments, it was merely her unrequited feelings. It was natural for maids to develop affections for someone as remarkable as himself, yet he bore no fault in that. How could I possibly be interested in the maids around you? With you present, how could they capture my attention? There is no comparison. If it troubles you, I shall not cast a glance at your maids again. Bai Yu's expression stiffened, casting a hurt look at Guo Yi, yet she dared not utter another word. Very well. You may leave. Shen Wanyin spoke coldly, no longer wishing to engage with this man, deeming further conversation a mere waste of breath. Guo Yi clenched his fists in frustration, aware that Shen Wanyin was still upset over the matter concerning AI Jiqian. His patience was fraying, and the pain from his injuries was excruciating, yet Shen Wanyin continued to provoke him with her words. Inin, what do you truly want? I have already stated my willingness to take her as a concubine. Can you not even accept that? Shen Wanyin inhaled deeply, her expression one of impatience as she replied. Guo Yi, how many times must I say it? I wish to break off our engagement. Whether you choose to have her as a wife or a concubine is of no concern to me. You may even make her your mother, if you wish. However, I, Shen Wanyin, will never marry you, Guo Yi. The final words of Shen Wanyin emerged almost syllable by syllable, akin to a delicate whisper escaping through clenched teeth. Her resolute demeanor left Guo Yi momentarily stunned, as he stood frozen in place. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reacted, a semblance of incredulous laughter gracing his features. Ha! Wanyin, what nonsensical talk is this? If you won't marry me, then whom will you choose? Just because I failed to consult you regarding that incident, you are harboring such immense anger? Do you no longer desire me? Even though Guo Yi's tone was tinged with panic and desperation, he remained unconvinced that Shen Wanyin's recent declarations were sincere. Surely, such words could not reflect her true feelings. Shen Wanyin shook her head, never having felt so speechless. Did he truly believe she was merely sulking? To hell with sulking. She did not wish for him. What she craved was his very life. Chapter 45. Deceive in the purchase of a horse? Indeed, I shall reiterate. I wish to annul our engagement. By this time tomorrow, please have General Guo ready with the exchanged marriage tokens. I shall send someone to retrieve mine, and simultaneously return yours. With that, Shen Wanyin turned and strode towards the courtyard. Guo Yi attempted to pursue her, but was intercepted by a Xing fuming. Guo Yi glared at a Xing, contemplating violence. Yet as he stretched forth his hand, she effortlessly seized it with one hand. His injuries flared with pain at the slightest exertion, and he found himself compelled to exert force against this girl, who, in a mere moment, proved too formidable for him. A flicker of astonishment coursed through Guo Yi's mind. This girl was unexpectedly skilled. Reluctantly, he abandoned the notion of chasing after Shen Wanyin. With a resigned sigh, Guo Yi lamented his purpose for coming today. It seemed he was merely inviting humiliation upon himself. Given his current state, how could he possibly exit the Shen residence without incurring further ridicule from onlookers? Moreover, he had yet to mention the shoe brocade that Guo Chui desired, having not even had the opportunity to bring it up. As Shen Wanyin's figure neared the corner, Guo Yi could not suppress a shout. Please grant a piece of shoe brocade to Xiao Chui. She has been yearning for it for days. A Xing widened her eyes in disbelief. She had never encountered someone so shameless, still demanding after having endured a beating. General Guo, do you possess such audacity? That piece of shoe brocade is worth at least 1,000 taels. How can you dare to make such a request? Guo Yi seethed inwardly, vexed by this insolent girl. Where on earth had Shen Wanyin found such a wretched servant? Be silent. This is none of your concern. You are not my master, and I shall not be restrained from speaking in your presence. A Xing interjected, her demeanor exhibiting no fear. How dare you? You, a mere servant, speak to General Guo in such a manner? Should Miss marry into the Guo household, he will be your master henceforth. With Shen Wanyin gone, Bai Yu felt liberated from restraint. Witnessing a Xing's attitude towards Guo Yi, she could no longer tolerate it. The general was a hero in her eyes. She could not abide such disrespect from a lowly maid. Enough. She has already declared she will not have you. Why persist in your shamelessness? A Xing scoffed disdainfully and crossed her arms, casting a glance at the two that seemed to convey that Guo Yi and Bai Yu were of the same ilk. Guo Yi's eyes burned with rage. As a dignified general of the nation, how could he be equated with a lowly servant girl? Yet before he could unleash his wrath, a Xing turned her back and walked towards the courtyard, denying him the chance to speak. Enraged, Guo Yi stumbled, nearly losing his balance. General, are you all right? Bai Yu inquired with concern, wanting to assist him, but was brusquely shaken off. Guo Yi shot her a look filled with disdain, lowering his voice to a cold whisper. Did you say something to your mistress? Why has she reacted in such a manner? In a state of panic, Bai Yu glanced at Guo Yi and hurriedly shook her head. No, I haven't said anything. The young lady cannot possibly know about us. Silence. There is nothing between us. Guo Yi interrupted Bai Yu with a tone laced with anger, slowly closing the distance between them, his expression dark and threatening. Let me make this clear. If your young lady truly calls off the engagement with me, you won't even be able to become a mere concubine in my military household. After delivering this statement, Guo Yi cast a disdainful glare at Bai Yu before preparing to turn and leave. Stumbling a step forward in an attempt to follow him, Bai Yu halted, too frightened to approach further. Watching Guo Yi's retreating figure, her heart swelled with a mix of resentment and anxiety. Everything had been arranged so perfectly. Once the young lady married General Guo, she would have the opportunity to become his woman. Why did General Guo insist on marrying that AI Jiqian? It was all because of her that the young lady was incensed. Turning around, she caught sight of a Xing strutting towards Ting Lan courtyard, filled with self-satisfaction. It was she who had once held the utmost trust of a young lady, only to find herself usurped by this unknown little wretch. The audacity of this little minx was infuriating. Bai Yu touched her painfully swollen cheek, a surge of hatred rising within her. Having sustained injuries, Guo Yi had yet to exit the Shen residence when suddenly, two guards sprang forth from behind, seized him, and unceremoniously hurled him out the main gate. With a thud, he landed on the ground, feeling as if his backside might burst. Damn it! Guo Yi shouted in anger, forcing himself to rise slowly, only to find the curious gazes of passers-by fixed upon him. He hurriedly lowered his head, fearful that someone might recognize the disheveled figure as the renowned general of Jinhua. To minimize the chance of being seen, he gritted his teeth against the pain and made his way briskly to the horse carriage. Just as he was about to mount, an all-too-familiar voice that filled him with disdain echoed behind him. General Guo? Guo Yi's brow furrowed tightly. Instinctively, he wanted to feign ignorance and board the carriage. However, he could not, for the voice belonged to Prince Yan, the notorious Xie Yunshin, who was known for his disregard for propriety. Taking a deep breath, Guo Yi turned to bow respectfully towards the head that emerged from the carriage. Your Highness, Prince Yan. He kept his head lowered, striving to conceal the injuries on his face from Xie Yunshin's view. He believed that, as they were not well acquainted, a mere greeting would suffice. Oh, what a coincidence to encounter General Guo here. Ah, General Guo, I see you have procured a carriage. Indeed, it is a fine steed. Xie Yunshin spoke with an overly familiar tone that made Guo Yi's fists clench involuntarily. Were it not for the prince's meddling in his affairs with Shen Wanyin, the officials of Shuntian Prefecture would not have dared to issue such a notice, and he would not have had to spend 1,000 taels of silver to purchase a horse out of spite. This Xie Yunshin was simply a troublemaker, as if he thrived on chaos. Guo Yi continued to keep his head down, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. Indeed, I recently acquired a horse from the market, a truly remarkable steed. As Guo Yi spoke of this horse, a hint of pride colored his voice. Was it not the case that the Prince of Yin mocked his humble origins? Did he truly believe that Guo Yi was incapable of purchasing a fine horse? TSK. It is indeed commendable, though it pales in comparison to my own steed. General Guo, is your horse valued at 5,000 taels? Guo Yi's expression faltered. 5,000 taels? His horse had cost him 1,000 taels, if not more. Your Highness, I fear you may have misjudged, he asserted. This horse was procured for no less than 10,000 taels. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Xie Yang's eyes as he stifled a chuckle, choosing not to respond, which only served to deepen Guo Yi's discomfort. Had he truly overpaid? General Guo, while your horse may look admirable, it is somewhat lacking in substance. It is indeed worth only 5,000 taels. Look upon our prince's steed, a true treasure from Persia, which would fetch at least 50,000 taels at market. After Zhao Da's remarks, he turned to Xie Yang, raising a thumb in commendation. Your Highness, you are undoubtedly a connoisseur of horses, discerning their true worth at a glance. Those horse traders shall not deceive me into thinking I am a fool. Chapter 46, Utterly Helpless. Xie Yanqin slightly raised his head and let out a soft hum, seemingly in a splendid mood due to the praise. In stark contrast, Guo Yi, with his head bowed, felt tempestuous turmoil within. He yearned to raise his voice in furious rebuke. You are the fool. Yet he could not deny that he had been deceived. He, a seasoned horse trader, had been tricked while purchasing horses. How utterly wretched. The phrase hollow and superficial struck him as profoundly discomforting, as if it were a deliberate jab at his character. He wished to cease any further conversation with Xie Yanqin, fearing that continued discourse would drive him to the brink of fury. Your Highness, if you have no further matters to attend to, I shall take my leave, Guo Yi stated as he prepared to bow and exit. However, Xie Yanqin had no intention of letting him go so easily. Oh, Xie Yanqin suddenly exclaimed, startling Guo Yi, who hastily looked up only to meet Xie Yanqin's eyes, glimmering with a feigned smile. Guo Yi internally lamented, let all perish, let all be obliterated. He closed his eyes in resignation, realizing that the prince was deliberately toying with him. What has happened to General Guo's face? Who has dared to strike you? In the entirety of the great Xia? Who possesses the audacity to reduce you to such a state? Guo Yi gritted his teeth to suppress an outburst of rage. It was merely a minor accident. I merely bumped into something, he replied, dismissing the bruises adorning his face. How could Xie Yanqin so brazenly refer to him as a pig's head? Was there no decorum left in his speech? No wonder the crown prince disregarded him. He was indeed a frivolous scion unworthy of esteem. Such a person, even if bestowed with a throne, could never rule. Merely a minor bump, you say? Xie Yanqin remarked, suddenly reaching out to grasp Guo Yi's waist. Guo Yi, unprepared for such an audacious move, had been looking down, oblivious to Xie Yanqin's intentions. By the time he registered the action, Xie Yanqin's hand had already made contact. Hey, Your Highness, what are you doing? Guo Yi exclaimed as Xie Yanqin pinched his side, causing him to cry out in pain. The injury on his waist was indeed severe. Even without contact, it throbbed painfully, let alone being suddenly twisted by Xie Yanqin. Was this man out his mind? Guo Yi stumbled back, arms crossed, gazing at Xie Yanqin in disbelief, puzzled by this unexpected aggression. I merely noticed the severity of your injuries and was concerned, hence my examination, Xie Yanqin stated with a smile, retreating to his carriage. However, that smile was magnified in Guo Yi's perception, who could only interpret it as one thing, shamelessness. Guo Yi felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate, yet he failed to notice that his earlier exclamations had drawn the attention of passers-by. They, unable to recognize Xie Yanqin's identity, turned their gaze to Guo Yi, their interest piqued by the commotion. When Guo Yi returned victorious, he rode through the streets from outside the city to the palace gates. And it had not been long since. Naturally, the townsfolk recognized his visage. Observing his recent actions, passers-by gazed at Guo Yi with astonishment, which soon morphed into a sense of glee akin to that of spectators awaiting a spectacle. Good heavens, what had they just witnessed? What was General Guo engaged in moments ago? What was the meaning of that cry? It did not resemble the sound one would expect from a valiant general. You must be jesting. That sound truly made my legs tremble. Did your legs tremble alone? Ah, did you not feel elsewhere? Hearing the hushed whispers, Guo Yi's expression darkened, resembling the soot of a blackened pot. He turned to the gossipers, who immediately fell silent in fear. Only when Guo Yi cast a sidelong glance did they notice the bruises marring his face. This was it the work of the Shen family, or was it the result of his earlier antics? "Let us depart," came a voice from within the carriage, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. As the carriage rolled away, it left Guo Yi standing there, bowing in farewell. With the carriage's departure, the injuries on his face became even more conspicuous to the onlookers. Even as he deliberately lowered his head to hide them, it proved futile. Guo Yi quickly turned and hastily entered the carriage, his heart brimming with animosity towards Shen Wanyin. He could not fathom why he was so unfortunate, always encountering Prince Yan at the most humiliating moments. The prince's presence only compounded his misfortune. Once the prince's carriage had completely exited the Shen residence, Zhao De, seated at the front, could not suppress his laughter. The prince must be at ease now. It appears General Guo has suffered greatly at the hands of the Shens. It seems Miss Shen truly intends to call off the engagement with General Guo. Indeed, the prince's rounds at the Shen residence were not in vain. Inside the carriage, Shen Wanyin appeared to be in fine spirits. Upon hearing that Guo Yi was coming to the Shen house in person, he had felt a twinge of unease, fearing that Shen Wanyin, who had once held such affection for Guo Yi, might forgive him with just a few words. He anxiously instructed the driver to circle the Shen residence, worrying with each passing moment that Guo Yi would not emerge. It was only when he saw the bruised and battered visage of Guo Yi being unceremoniously expelled from the Shen household that his heart finally found peace. "Ah, to the palace we go." "To the palace?" Zhao De murmured in surprise, taken aback, for their prince generally loathed visits to the palace. Was today an anomaly? Perhaps an indication of homesickness? The tone from within the carriage shifted, infused with a mix of amusement and nonchalance. "To the palace. To summon a physician to attend to General Guo's injuries at the Guo residence." Zhao De. What had prompted such unexpected kindness from their prince? He regarded the situation with suspicion, narrowing his eyes. Something felt amiss. The prince's actions were likely cloaked in deeper motives. Let us observe. Let us continue to watch. Upon returning to the Guo household, Guo Yi's countenance had grown exceedingly grim, bearing a pathological pallor. He had already endured a severe beating from Shen Wanyin, and upon stepping outside, he was further vexed by the ire of the Prince of Yin, which subjected him to a dual assault on both body and spirit. The journey back was fraught with the jarring motions of the carriage, leaving him on the verge of nausea. With a pale visage, he alighted from the carriage and shot a displeased glare at Song Dahu. "How do you drive this thing? It's nearly tossed me to my death." Song Dahu wore an expression of innocence, explaining that he had only recently taken the reins of this carriage a few times and needed to become accustomed to it. "The horse is newly acquired and doesn't yet heed my commands. It simply requires more practice," he added, observing the bruises on Guo Yi's face, which were accentuated by his mortified expression. Song Dahu felt a chill of fear. He refrained from further defense, muttering a quiet complaint instead. The mention of the horse only deepened Guo Yi's frustration. He had initially hoped to gain some semblance of prestige from it, only to find himself duped. It was utterly humiliating. Chapter 47. He is truly capable indeed. Those who engage in business are often cunning merchants, devoid of virtue. With a deep sigh escaping his lips, Guo Yi lowered his head and made his way towards the estate, wishing to shield his mother and younger sister from the sight of his injuries. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly chatter incessantly, especially since he had boasted before leaving that all of Shen Wanyin's problems would be resolved upon seeing him. However, the outcome had diverged significantly from his expectations. Not only did he fail to persuade Shen Wanyin, but he also endured a brutal beating from Shen Wanyin. Even before his own mother and sister, he could not afford to lose face. With trepidation, Guo Yi cautiously returned home, anxious to avoid encountering Chao Shi and Guo Chui. At last, he managed to evade several precarious situations and safely reach his room, shutting the door behind him. His mind remained in turmoil. incessantly replaying Shen Wanyin's resolute declaration that she would never marry him. How had it come to this? Guo Yi ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, only to wince in pain as he did so. His scalp throbbed, a testament to the fact that not a single part of him was unscathed. What a pitiful state to be in. He had allowed a cripple to reduce him to such a condition. In agony, Guo Yi inhaled sharply, unable to suppress a furious curse. Shen Wanyin, I shall remember this day. Just as he intended to lie down and rest, a knock echoed from outside. Son, are you back? How did things go with the Shen family? Chao Shi's voice brimmed with delight. She could hardly believe that her son had personally intervened, and that Shen Wanyin would still dare to insist on breaking the engagement. When will Shen Wanyin come to apologize to me, her future mother-in-law? I had someone personally invite her the other day, yet she refused to come. How can I tolerate such disrespect? If this continues, how can I, as an elder, establish any rules for her? I don't care. You must tell her to bring an ample gift to atone for her behavior, or I shall never forgive her. Listening to Chao Shi's incessant prattle outside, Guo Yi felt exasperated. Did she truly expect Shen Wanyin to apologize, or to bring gifts? He chuckled bitterly to himself, too apprehensive to open the door, opting instead to feign sleep and remain silent. Oh, why aren't you opening the door? Open up. After a while, Chao Shi, noticing the lack of response, assumed Guo Yi must be asleep and eventually departed in frustration. Once he heard her footsteps fade away, Guo Yi caught a glimpse of Guo Chui's voice outside, inquiring about the delivery of the shoe brocade. The mother and daughter had convinced themselves that Guo Yi had successfully secured Shen Wanyin's agreement during his visit. Chao Shi had merely mentioned that Guo Yi was asleep, which relieved Guo Chui of any further attempts to disturb him. As the sounds outside gradually diminished, Guo Yi let out a slow breath of relief. For the next few days, he resolved to keep his distance from them until the bruises on his face became less conspicuous. As I pondered in this state of semi-consciousness, on the verge of slumber, a sudden, urgent knock resounded at the door, jolting Guo Yi awake. Son, are you injured? Is it serious? Let mother take a look. Chao's anxious voice echoed from the threshold, her relentless knocking heightening her worry. Guo Yi had remained silent moments before, and now her mounting anxiety made her fear that something dire had transpired within his quarters. With a resigned sigh, Guo Yi felt a tumult of frustration. Who had spoken out and revealed his injury to his mother? He had hoped to keep a secret. Mother, I am fine. I merely wish to rest a bit. Please stop knocking. Hearing his voice from within, Chao finally breathed a sigh of relief, but her tension persisted. You must see a physician for your injury. What if there are internal wounds that could lead to lasting consequences? Why do you keep the door closed? Open it so I can see. As Chao continued her relentless insistence at the door, Guo Yi could no longer contain his exasperation. Mother, I assure you, I'm truly fine. Can you please cease your knocking and allow me some peace? Yet, Chao remained anxious, her desire to enter overshadowed by the arrival of someone from the palace. Son, it is not that I wish to intrude. The imperial physician has come to treat you. What? Guo Yi exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. How could the physician from the palace have arrived at Guo's residence? How did they learn of his injuries? As Chao persisted in her knocking, Guo Yi swiftly opened the door, causing her to stumble forward and collapse into his embrace. Ouch! Guo Yi gasped, the sudden movement eliciting a sharp pain. Startled, Chao quickly rose, only to be met with the sight of Guo Yi's battered face, marred by bruises. Heavens! She gasped, astonished at the severity of his injuries. His once handsome visage was now disfigured. Who did this? Who struck you? This is a deliberate attack on your face. Guo Yi clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Though it was said that one should not strike a face, Shen Wanyin had relentlessly targeted his. I am fine. Where is the physician? Recognizing the urgency, Guo Yi could not afford to be negligent. Noticing his furrowed brow and pallid complexion, Chao refrained from further inquiries, merely stating that the physician awaited him in the front hall. As Guo Yi made his way, he pondered who might have summoned the physician on his behalf. Could it be the Empress or the Crown Prince? But how could they have learned of his injury in such a short span? Perhaps it was the Emperor himself? Given the Emperor's status as the sovereign of the Great Xia, it was not beyond reason that he might take an interest in Guo Yi's well-being. The swift arrangement of a physician indicated the emperor's regard for him. With this thought, Guo Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him, a faint smirk of disdain appearing on his lips. Shen Wanyin's previous humiliation lingered in his mind. She had deemed him merely a destitute general with no foundation. He certainly lacks a solid foundation and does not come from an illustrious lineage. However, he possesses remarkable abilities that enable him to attain everything he desires through his own merit. With his talents and capabilities, he is not without those who recognize and appreciate him. The esteem in which His Majesty holds him serves as the finest testament to this. With this thought in mind, Guo Yi's steps suddenly became much lighter, and his countenance brightened considerably, even causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift slightly. Yet at that moment, Guo Yi's expression appeared even more alarming to Lady Chao. The initial bruising on his face had now swollen in several areas, rendering his injuries increasingly severe. The mere twitch of Guo Yi's lips produced a smile that was rather unsettling. The two swiftly made their way to the main hall, where Physician Wen promptly approached to pay his respects. Upon noticing the injuries on Guo Yi's face, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath in shock. Chapter 48. This general emerged from the Shun family, who possesses the audacity to inflict such injuries upon the illustrious General Zhenghua, who dares to wield such power. Physician Wen, a venerable figure in the Imperial Medical Bureau, is renowned not only for his exceptional medical skills, but also for his penchant for gossip that has earned him a reputation in the palace. He is well informed about the peculiarities of various princesses and the hidden ailments of concubines, even privy to the clandestine affairs of the emperor's chief eunuch, Lord Fu, and a certain palace maid. How did General Guo sustain these injuries? Physician Wen approached, scrutinizing the wounds on Guo Yi's face, and noticed the faint purplish hue at his neck. It was merely an accidental fall. A fall? Physician Wen was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such severe injuries resulting from a simple tumble. Lady Chao, too, wore a look of astonishment. Had he not gone to the Shen family? How could he return in such a state, as if he had fallen from his carriage and landed face first? Allow me to check General Guo's pulse first to ascertain if there are any internal injuries. Guo Yi nodded in agreement and cooperatively extended his wrist, genuinely curious about any internal damage he might have sustained. Since his return, he had felt a persistent heaviness in his chest, as though his meridians were obstructed. As Guo Yi rolled up his sleeves and lowered his arms, he suddenly heard another gasp from Lady Chao. Looking down, he saw Physician Wen's furrowed brow and the bruises on his arm. He hastily pulled his sleeves down to conceal the discoloration, leaving only a small portion of his wrist exposed, forcing a somewhat awkward smile. The bruise on my arm is not very painful. Oh, Physician Wen feigned indifference in his response, yet his mind was racing with thoughts. Whether your arm is injured or not is inconsequential. Why attempt to hide it? As if fearful that others might discover your wounds? Those unaware might even think you encountered misfortune before a widow's door. Physician Wen took Guo Yi's pulse, closing his eyes, his brow furrowing deeply as he remained silent for an extended period, causing both onlookers to grow anxious. Physician, is my son in any distress? Lady Chao inquired with concern. Guo Yi, too, watched Physician Wen nervously, fearing he might truly be afflicted with some ailment. At last, Physician Wen opened his eyes and withdrew his hand, his voice gravely solemn. There appears to be no significant issue. However, General Guo, might your lower back also be injured? May I examine the extent of the injury? Guo Yi furrowed his brow, a hint of hesitation crossing his face, yet he marveled at the physician's acumen. Merely by taking his pulse, he could discern that Guo Yi had sustained an injury to his back. But how could he reveal the extent of his injuries to the physician? It was simply too embarrassing. Noticing Guo Yi's reluctance, Physician Wen expressed mild surprise. They were both men, yet why was General Guo behaving so bashfully? General, do not shy away from seeking medical attention. Injuries to the back and abdomen can easily lead to internal damage. Allow me to assist you in examining it. Lady Chao, standing nearby, also voiced her concerns. My dear son, allow the imperial physician to examine you. After all, your health is of utmost importance. Should you sustain an injury that lingers, it could affect you for a lifetime. She knew her son well. At times, he was overly proud and concerned about appearances. After such a severe fall, it was likely that he felt embarrassed, which was why he hesitated to seek the physician's assistance. Noticing the physician, Wen, gazing at him with an earnest expression, as if a glimmer of light danced in his eyes, Guo Yi hesitantly pulled aside the upper portion of his garment. "Huh?" Chow exclaimed, raising her hands, unsure of where to touch his injury. "My son, where exactly did you fall?" "Mother, please step outside. Let physician Wen attend to my wounds." Chow, filled with maternal concern, found it difficult to leave her son in such a state. It was only when Guo Yi cast an impatient glance at her that she reluctantly exited, casting glances back as she departed. "The injuries you have sustained are severe, yet you refuse to allow me to examine them. Regardless of your status as a general, you are still flesh and blood. How can you disregard your own well-being?" Hearing the physician's words, Guo Yi offered a faint smile. He was about to recount the myriad of injuries he had acquired on the battlefield, dismissing this minor wound as inconsequential, when one continued, "Fortunately, His Highness, the Prince of Yin, informed me beforehand that your critical injuries are located in the lower abdomen, which is why I insisted on an examination." Guo Yi, what? The Prince of Yin had informed him? So, it was His Highness who summoned this physician. He had thought the physician possessed exceptional skill, able to discern the location of his injury merely by taking his pulse. But it turned out that it was all relayed by the prince. "Is it His Highness who sent you?" Chapter 49. The Favor of the Prince of Yin. Can he decline it? Guo Yi remained somewhat hesitant, pondering the true intentions of the Prince of Yin and whether his kindness was genuine. It was reported that upon encountering him being carried out by members of the Shen family, His Highness felt that his injuries must be severe, prompting him to send an official to examine Guo Yi's condition. As the physician, when spoke of the incident, he struggled to suppress a smirk, aware of the ruckus surrounding the Shen family affairs, who claimed the Shen family was devoid of influence. They had managed to beat Guo Jiangjun to such a state. Observing the extent of Guo Yi's injuries, it was evident that the assailant possessed considerable skill. After all, even the esteemed general of Zhenguo was not invincible. Guo Yi's expression stiffened, a flicker of anger directed at Wen. "I walked out of the Shen residence," he retorted. Wen merely smiled, choosing silence, thinking that it mattered little whether Guo Yi had been carried out or had walked out on his own. He still believed the words of His Highness. One could not fathom why Guo Yi was so agitated. Was it possible he was moved by the thought that the Prince of Yin had summoned a royal physician on his behalf? Indeed, Guo Jiangjun had achieved remarkable success, rising to prominence in the imperial city, and it was likely that before this, he had not been well known among the nobility. Now, even the indifferent Prince of Yin, known for his disinterest in court affairs, showed such concern for him. How could he not feel touched? "General Guo, you are young and accomplished. To be favored by the court, and even to be valued by His Highness, truly signifies a boundless future." Guo Yi pondered. Could he truly dismiss such recognition from the Prince of Yin? Upon learning that the royal physician had been summoned by His Highness, Guo Yi's countenance darkened further. One, hastily preparing to leave, prescribed some medicine for bruises, bemused by Guo Yi's apparent ingratitude, which perhaps explained his unfortunate predicament. Before departing, one could not resist inquiring, "Might I ask how you acquired such injuries, General Guo? Were you involved in a fall?" Guo Yi's already unsightly expression turned even more fearsome. One, perplexed, found himself on the receiving end of an unexpected question. He was genuinely curious about the identity of Guo Yi's assailant. Yet, it was clear from Guo Yi's demeanor that these injuries were not the result of a mere stumble, but rather an altercation of significant intensity. In the midst of the stifling tension, Wen suppressed his inquisitive nature and hastily exited. Once Wen departed, Chao Shi, waiting at the entrance, eagerly entered the room. "So, what on earth happened to you? Weren't you at the Shen residence? How did you end up like this?" At that moment, Chao Shi was no longer inclined to accept the explanation of a simple fall. Could one truly sustain such injuries from a tumble? The path from the Guo family to the Shen residence was well trodden. It was implausible that he had simply fallen. Guo Yi displayed evident impatience, resolute in keeping the truth of his encounter with a certain cripple secret. "Mother, please don't ask. I told you I fell," he asserted, attempting to rise and leave, but was abruptly restrained by Chao Shi. Her eyes burned with concern, unwilling to let Guo Yi depart so easily. Was it someone from the Shen family who harmed you? Inform your mother that she should seek an explanation from that wretched girl. Upon hearing this, Guo Yi immediately grew anxious and pulled back Chao's hand. Mother, do not speak foolishly. There is no connection with the Shen family. Shen Wanyin cares for me deeply. How could she bear to see me harmed? Indeed, at that moment, Guo Yi firmly believed that Shen Wanyin's words were merely expressions of her temper. His injury was entirely due to Shen Jinyin's assault, which Shen Wanyin had not witnessed at Tinglan courtyard. Had she been present, she would undoubtedly have intervened to prevent such a beating. Chao's expression was one of skepticism. Based on her understanding of Shen Wanyin and the Shen family's regard for Guo Yi, they would not resort to such actions. But you must tell me, who exactly inflicted this injury upon you? Guo Yi was reluctant to disclose the truth, for he found it too humiliating to admit. It was no one. Please do not worry, he declared, turning away and fleeing, leaving no opportunity for Chao to inquire further. Upon hearing that Guo Yi had gone to the front courtyard, Guo Shui bounced over, only to find that Chao was the sole occupant of the space, with Guo Yi having vanished. Oh dear, where has my brother gone? Why is no one here? Guo Shui, completely unaware of the unfolding events, had only heard that someone from the palace had arrived, prompting her brother's visit. Could it be that the emperor has sent some rewards? She asked excitedly, grasping Chao's arm. Rewards? Chao, with a stern expression, smacked Guo Shui on the back of her head. Rewards? All you think about are rewards. Do you realize that your brother risks his life on the battlefield to earn those rewards? Guo Shui was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden reprimand. Mother, what is the meaning of this? I merely asked a question. Chao, seething with frustration, seized the opportunity to chastise Guo Shui further. I ask you, did you order the dishes from Baik Xiangju and the pastries from Jinsman today? Just as Chao had been pushed out of the room by Guo Yi, a servant had come to report that another had arrived seeking payment. Upon discovering that they had not received their due from the Shen family, Chao's head swam with confusion. Wasn't her son supposed to be at the Shen residence, charming Shen Wanyin? Guo Shui raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat guilty as she subtly distanced herself from Chao. Daughter, I merely wish to indulge in a meal. I ordered a few dishes. It has been ages since I last enjoyed a proper meal. Chao glared at her with disdain, raising her hand to strike her, causing Guo Shui to dart several meters away in fright. Oh, mother, what are you doing? It was just a few dishes from Baik Xiangju. Must you react so strongly? Must I? Do you have any idea how much silver those dishes and pastries cost? Guo Shui dismissively retorted. It was just a few dishes and some pastries. How much could they possibly cost? My brother's rewards amount to 20,000 taels. Please do not be so miserly as you were back in the village, akin to a stingy old hen. You wretched girl. Do you dare suggest that my mother is a miser? Chao, feigning anger, was about to advance with the intent to strike. Yet her movements were not as swift as Guo Shui's, who had already fled elsewhere before she could approach. Is it not true? With such a significant sum of silver, what harm is there in my indulging a little? Am I not entitled to savor some delicacies? Must you react in such a manner? Unable to seize her, Chao simply plopped down, meticulously arguing her point. You have no idea of the costs associated with daily necessities when you do not manage the household. The dishes and pastries you ordered today amounted to over 100 taels. Guo Shui was taken aback. Indeed, over 100 taels was no small sum, and she had never realized those items were so expensive. In the past, she had frequently made such orders. But as she had always kept track of the Shen family's accounts, she had been oblivious to the true expenditures. Did you not keep track of the Shen family's accounts? Did not my brother go to find Shen Wanyin today? Chapter 50. Have the 20,000 taels already been spent? Guo Shui spoke with a hint of unease. Chao Shi frowned, perplexed by the situation. Her son had visited the Shen family, yet it appeared no issues were resolved, and he returned with injuries. Chao Shi could never believe that Guo Yi had been beaten at the Shen residence. Noticing Chao Shi's silence and stern expression, Guo Shui approached with a feigned cheerfulness. Oh, mother, even if the Shen family does not provide the money, over 100 taels is still a trivial sum for our Guo family, so please do not be upset. Trivial sum? Do you realize your elder brother's monthly salary is but a fraction of that, hardly enough to cover a single meal at Baik Xiangju? Guo Shui was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled Guo Yi's reward. Oh, while the salary is modest, didn't my brother receive a reward of 20,000 taels? Chao Shi sighed heavily, her brow furrowed in worry. That 20,000 taels has nearly vanished. What? Now Wei was truly astonished. How could it be gone? When did it disappear? How was it spent? Chao Shi shot her a glare, exasperated with her daughter's ignorance. How, you ask? Did you not spend 4,500 taels on fabric? Your brother purchased a carriage for 12,000 taels, and there were 2,000 taels paid to Shantian Prefecture. Do the math and see what remains. Guo Yi could certainly perform simple arithmetic, but the realization that these expenses had accumulated to such a staggering amount left her bewildered. So, my brother's reward of 20,000 taels has hardly any balance left? How is that possible? How could it be spent so quickly? This money seems to vanish at an alarming rate. Chao Shi remained silent, equally astonished by how swiftly the funds had depleted. Previously, such expenses were never a burden on the Guo family, but now, faced with the reality, they comprehended just how extravagant life in the capital could be. Suddenly, Guo Yi remembered her earlier concern and approached with curiosity. Mother, didn't my brother go to the Shen family? What transpired? Did he manage to retrieve my shoe brocade? Shoe brocade, you say? Your brother nearly returned home, beaten to a pulp. Before the Xianju staff came to demand money, I had hoped he would have smoothed things over with Shen Wanyin. However, the staff mentioned they went to the Shen residence, only to find that the Shen family completely disavowed the debt, compelling them to seek payment from our Guo family. It is clear that your brother's visit to the Shen family did not yield any favorable outcome. Forget the shoe brocade. It seems the Shen family is genuinely considering calling off the engagement, Chao Shi uttered anxiously. Guo Yi could hardly wrap her mind around it. How could this be? How is it even conceivable? Shen Wanyin must have lost her senses. My brother is now a general. Surely she cannot bear to let him go. Chao Shi shared her confusion, unable to fathom Shen Wanyin's reasoning. Having spent 3 years in the military, should she now call off the engagement? Which noble family in the capital would ever consider her? In a village, such a fate would condemn her to a lifetime as an old maid. She would rather remain an old maid at home than marry her long-engaged general fiancé. One might question her sanity. The more Chao pondered this, the more her anger simmered within her. She was uncertain whether her son's injuries were indeed inflicted by the Shen family. If they were, she vowed to create a scene right at the gates of the Shen residence. If Shen Wanyin truly wished to break off the engagement, she would ensure Wanyin's reputation was tarnished, compelling her to live as a lifelong spinster. What face would she have to show in public thereafter? Early the next morning, Guo Yi donned his court attire, ready to attend the morning assembly. Since his victorious return to the capital, the emperor had graciously permitted him to rest at home. Today marked his official return to court, yet his countenance, the more Guo Yi contemplated, the more infuriated he became. It was a well-known adage to refrain from striking the face, something even a 3-year-old would understand. Yet, Shen Wanyin had left his visage in such a disfigured state. How could he present himself before the emperor? If questioned, how would he respond? To admit the truth would surely provoke the emperor's thoughts. How could a fully capable general be bested by a cripple? Conversely, fabricating an excuse could lead to accusations of treason should the emperor discover the deception. The more Guo Yi ruminated, the more agitated he grew, failing to conjure a suitable explanation even upon entering the palace. With his head bowed, he felt as though it weighed heavily, rendering him unable to lift it. Strangely, the more he lowered his gaze, the more he sensed the palace attendants and guards glancing at him, as if they were whispering about him. He longed to glare back at those observing him, but lacked the courage to raise his head. Upon reaching the grand hall for the morning assembly, several officials greeted Guo Yi with enthusiasm. Ah, it is General Guo coming to court. Have you been recuperating well at home? Guo Yi returned the salutation while still keeping his head lowered, his heart pounding with anxiety, fearful that the officials would notice the injuries on his face. Despite his efforts to shield it, an approaching official soon spotted his condition. Oh dear, what has happened to General Guo's face? Has someone assaulted you? The speaker was none other than Minister Tian, who had previously been at odds with the old General Shen. Their past encounters had often been marked by mutual disdain and sarcasm. Since the incident involving General Shen, Minister Tian had been notably subdued in court, appearing somewhat deflated. Yet today, Upon seeing Guo Yi, several senior officials rushed forward, their eagerness evident. Logically, as a fourth-ranked general, Guo Yi, despite his recent triumph, was not of a rank to warrant such attention from these senior officials. A few of them exchanged puzzled glances at Minister Tian, particularly the senior official Fan, who sensed that Tian harbored ulterior motives today. I am grateful for Minister Tian's concern. It is merely a minor scrape, nothing of consequence, Guo Yi deflected, ultimately failing to reveal the true circumstances of his injuries. Even an ordinary person with a modicum of perception would recognize that the individual in question did not wish to engage in further discourse, rendering any further inquiries superfluous. Yet, it appeared that Lord Tian had grown increasingly intrigued, remaining steadfast in his position and refusing to depart. General Guo, dignitary of the court, had sustained such injuries within the capital. Even if they were merely superficial, they could not simply be overlooked. As Lord Tian articulated this concern, a number of onlookers among the officials were drawn into a state of curiosity. Not only was General Guo a court official, but he was also renowned for his formidable martial prowess. It was said that he could single-handedly vanquish 100 foes on the battlefield, leaving no enemy unscathed. Who, beneath the imperial city, possessed the capability to inflict harm upon General Guo? Lord Tian, like an inquisitive child, continued to press for answers, while Guo Yi could only feel overwhelmed by the mounting inquiries. Chapter 51. The Prince of Yin approaches him earlier. He had discerned the discord between the Minister of Rights, Lord Tian, and General Shen, even before he had the opportunity to attend court. Logically, Lord Tian should not have displayed any cordiality towards him. Thus, he found it perplexing that today he expressed such extraordinary concern for him. Was it not within his rights to disregard him entirely? The elder statesmen, who stood nearby, indulging in gossip, were instantly intrigued by Lord Tian's inquiry and began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, who possesses such capabilities? I have heard that General Guo's injuries extend beyond his face, manifesting across his entire body. What transpired? Who was the assailant? It remains unclear if it was a beating or something else. I have heard that the adversary was a man even more robust than he. What? Is that so? No wonder Miss Shen has called off the engagement. It seems this young man harbors such proclivities. As the whispers reached Guo Yi's ears, he was taken aback. What nonsense was this? He had been struck by Shen Wanyin, yet the rumor twisted into something entirely different. Moreover, who had spread such absurd tales? If he were to be misconstrued in this manner, he would prefer to candidly admit that he was bested by a cripple. Unable to endure the gossip any longer, Guo Yi turned to the gossipy officials. Esteemed lords, I assure you, I do not possess such inclinations. You have misunderstood. My injuries are a result of an unfortunate fall, not what you might presume. Before the venerable officials, Guo Yi dared not be impudent, nor did he presume to refer to himself as a general. His tone carried a hint of impatience, yet he regarded them with utmost seriousness. The elder statesmen, somewhat embarrassed, straightened their posture and offered him warm smiles. General Guo has misinterpreted. We are merely relaying idle gossip, nothing to be taken seriously. Upon hearing their reassurances, Guo Yi nodded, his expression softening somewhat. Just as he was about to speak, he noted that their gazes had shifted towards the Prince of Yin, causing him to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Oh dear, am I seeing correctly? Is that not His Highness, the Prince of Yin? He has actually come to court. Indeed, it was a remarkable sight, as if the sun had risen in the west. The elder statesman regarded the prince, who strolled in with a languid demeanor, as if perusing a market, and promptly approached him to offer their respects. Upon realizing that the prince had arrived, Guo instinctively felt a twinge of anxiety. An intuition informed him that the prince seemed to be coming towards him. Subconsciously, he adjusted his attire. The emperor has arrived. At the announcement of the emperor's presence, all officials instantly stood at attention, refraining from any semblance of impropriety. Long live our emperor. All my loyal subjects, please be seated. The emperor spoke in a somewhat languorous tone, his gaze inadvertently drawn towards Guo Yi, who was attending court for the first time, revealing a glimmer of inscrutable intent in his eyes. Do any of you have matters to report? Upon receiving the emperor's permission to speak, Several officials presented the issues faced by the common folk in various regions. The emperor listened attentively, engaging in discussions with his ministers to devise solutions. Overall, there were no significant issues during today's morning court session, though several minor problems arose. However, these trivial matters were insufficient to dampen the emperor's spirits. Guo Yi let out a sigh of relief. Seated upon the dragon throne, His Majesty seemed oblivious to the wound on Guo Yi's face. Furthermore, these issues appeared to bear little relevance to him, allowing him to simply hunker down and wait patiently for the court to adjourn. As the discussions drew to a close, Guo Yi exhaled deeply, only to be startled by a sudden voice rising from the assembly. Your Majesty, I wish to impeach General Guo Yi. As an official of the Great Xia, he has committed 3 major transgressions within mere days of returning to the capital, bringing disgrace upon the court and shame upon the populace. Guo Yi, who had just begun to relax, widened his eyes in astonishment, looking up at the young man who had stepped forth from the ranks of officials. Tall and slender, the figure exuded an air of elegance, and even from behind, the crimson official robes suggested a refined, gentlemanly demeanor. Guo Yi recognized him instantly as the infamous imperial censor, Ouyang Jing, a figure whom officials in the court generally sought to avoid. The Ouyang family, the foremost aristocracy of the capital for over a century, had Ouyang Jing as its most distinguished heir. Gifted with exceptional talent from a young age, he had firmly established himself within the court by the age of 20. Adhering to his family's strict principles, Ouyang Jing possessed a maturity that often surpassed even that of his 80-year-old grandfather, earning him a reputation for being stern and uncompromising among the officials. Since assuming the role of imperial censor, very few officials had escaped his scrutiny. The position of censor was not one to be taken lightly. Offending the powerful could lead to severe repercussions, even endangering one's life. Thus, censors required immense courage and resolve in fulfilling their duties, as they faced potential backlash from influential figures while enduring pressure and risks from various quarters. When the emperor appointed Ouyang Jing as censor, he believed that the Ouyang family's considerable power would offer protection. As the most promising heir, Ouyang Jing was cherished like a prized possession. The emperor thought it prudent to assign him to such a role, assuming that a young man would not exhibit the same rigidity as the elder statesman, who often unhesitatingly criticized even the emperor himself. However, since taking office, Ouyang Jing had proven to be even more zealous than his elder counterparts, frequently bringing forth issues that the emperor would prefer to overlook. He would not shy away from addressing matters pertaining to the private affairs of officials, even admonishing them for poor household management. Consequently, the emperor found himself in a quandary. While he wished to rein in Ouyang Jing's fervor, he recognized that the censor was merely fulfilling his duties, and the officials being impeached indeed warranted scrutiny for their failings. Yet, the emperor could not bring himself to commend Ouyang Jing, fearing that praise might embolden the young man to target even his sovereign for reprimand. Emperor Xia furrowed his brow, casting a displeased glance at Ouyang Jing. How could he tarnish the reputation of the court and bring shame upon the common folk? Guo Yi had only just arrived in the capital a few days prior, having recently returned with military achievements. How could he possibly be accused of sullying the court's name or earning the disdain of the populace? Was this not somewhat of an exaggeration? Oh, were the 3 major transgressions you speak of, Ouyang? The emperor inquired nonchalantly. Upon hearing the emperor's response, the elder officials exchanged glances, their eyes communicating unspoken intrigue, as if they were eager for the unfolding drama. The emperor's reaction belied ignorance. Having maintained his position on the throne for so many years, his methods were undoubtedly astute, and the court was rife with informants. Rumors circulating in the capital had likely reached his ears long before. Yet, the emperor, still valuing Guo Yi's recent accomplishments, was reluctant to broach the subject of those rumors. However, the impetuous Ouyang, unwilling to let the matter slide, pressed on. Meanwhile, the crown prince, standing at the forefront, wore a grave expression and turned to glare at Guo Yi without uttering a word. Receiving the crown prince's piercing gaze, Guo Yi felt a momentary freeze. His heart raced with trepidation. He harbored a profound fear of the crown prince, who seemed genuinely enraged. Surely, The crown prince had learned of the Shen family's determination to withdraw from the engagement, which was the source of his ire. He had no time to consider what accusations Ouyang might level against him. He was solely preoccupied with how to elucidate the matter of the Shen family's withdrawal to the crown prince. He had originally promised the crown prince that he would mend a relationship with Shen Wanyin, but recent events had proven far more complex than he had anticipated. Just as Guo Yi was consumed by worry, he failed to notice the emperor's scrutinizing gaze fixating upon him, reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction. From his elevated position, the emperor observed every subtle movement of the officials below. In that moment, Guo Yi's terrified eyes remained fixed on the crown prince. Chapter 52 is His Highness the Prince of Yin, indirectly implying that General Guo has a thick skin. Guo Yi's complexion turned slightly pale, and after calming his emotions somewhat, he cast a displeased glance at the retreating figure of Ouyang Jing. He had achieved such great military accomplishments through relentless struggle and sacrifice. How could he be accused of tarnishing the court's reputation and earning the disdain of the common people? On what grounds could such a statement be made? A mere word from him could condemn Guo Yi. Does he not comprehend the fierce winds and heavy snows beyond the borders, nor the hardships endured in the military camps? For 3 arduous years, he had risked life and limb, battling through countless life and death situations to return victorious. Yet on this first day in the court, a young aristocrat who had never ventured beyond the capital, basking in the tranquility and prosperity of the era, dares to point fingers at him. Lord Ouyang, I have spent 3 years in the frigid lands of the border. I wonder when I ever provoked you, that you would enumerate 3 major faults against me just days after my return to the capital. Guo Yi's words served as a reminder to the emperor and the assembled ministers of his contributions to the royal family and the court. He had not only won battles, but had also steadfastly defended the harsh frontier for 3 years. Ouyang Jing maintained a calm demeanor, slightly turning his head to smirk at Guo Yi. General Guo, let us discuss matters objectively. The emperor has already rewarded you for your military achievements and your sacrifices. Have you not spent the silver granted to you? Now, you wish to bring up the difficulties faced on the battlefield, as if you believe the emperor's rewards are unworthy of your accomplishments? Or do you feel wronged for fighting for the daxia and its people? I recall that it was you who persuaded Miss Shen to enter the palace and beseech you to lead troops into battle. Otherwise, given your status at that time, you may not have had the opportunity to command troops, let alone achieve such military honors. Boom! Guo Yi's eyes widened, and his simmering anger threatened to burst forth. He was at a loss for how to express his fury, unsure of which statement to counter first. The insinuation that he felt wronged for fighting on the battlefield, or that the emperor's rewards were insufficient, was entirely unfounded. Furthermore, Miss Shen's plea for him to lead the troops was due to his own capabilities. Even had she not sought the decree, he would have risen to prominence through his own merit. Observing Guo Yi's vexation and helplessness, several older ministers who had previously been close to General Shen could not help but give Ouyang Jing a thumbs up. Though this young man's tongue could be irksome at times, today he spoke directly to their hearts. Minister Tian even turned back to cast an appreciative glance at Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing squinted slightly. He recalled that just days prior, he had nearly incited Minister Tian to call for a physician during court due to his frustration, and now today, Tian was giving him such a look. Your Majesty, this is unjust. I am willing to dedicate myself entirely to the daxia. Even if it means dying on the battlefield, I would not feel wronged. Lord Ouyang has misinterpreted my intentions. Guo Yi suddenly knelt, his face filled with indignation as he looked towards the emperor. The emperor finally cast an impatient glance at Guo Yi, clearly displeased by his earlier remarks. Ouyang Jing sneered, unjust? What have I said? I haven't even listed your transgressions yet, and you're already crying foul? General Guo's lament seems somewhat premature. Guo Yi's expression faltered as he witnessed Ouyang Jing bowing respectfully before Emperor Xia. Your Majesty, I must report that General Guo, disregarding military regulations, has disgracefully placed his military insignia upon the marketplace for the sake of a fine steed. This act is a profound disrespect toward your Majesty and the Great Xia, which can be deemed as disloyalty. Despite the prior engagement, General Guo has chosen to disregard the agreement by simultaneously marrying another woman through his military accomplishments and engaged in an illicit affair with her in broad daylight, witnessed by the common folk. This is an act of injustice. General Guo once received the benefaction of General Shen, and later, through the honor of the Shen family, he sought an opportunity from Your Majesty to lead troops. Yet, after achieving military success, he displayed ingratitude, even intruding upon the Shen household in a fit of rage to confront Major General Shen, engaging in a violent altercation. This is an act devoid of humanity. Such disloyalty, injustice, and inhumanity tarnish the court's reputation and bring shame upon the populace. Ouyang Jing's words rendered the hall momentarily silent. Guo Yi's countenance froze as the litany of accusations left him speechless. The emperor's profound gaze turned colder as it fell upon Guo Yi, noting the bruises upon his face. General Guo, what has befallen your visage? Guo Yi, unable to conceal the truth any longer, revealed his anxiety, his voice tinged with guilt. It was General Shen Wanyin who did this. The declaration sparked surprise among the elder officials present, who exchanged glances in astonishment. Shen Wanyin? Everyone knew he was crippled. Who would have thought he could so thoroughly incapacitate Guo Yi? The murmurs of the court echoed with mocking tones, and the crown prince clenched his jaw, drawing a silent breath. Regardless of Shen Wanyin's prowess, a cripple could never take to the battlefield. Thus, Shen Wanyin's condition would not hinder Guo Yi's current standing within the military. This was precisely why Shen Wanyin felt secure in allowing her elder brother to take center stage, untroubled by any potential jealousy from the crown prince towards the Shen family. Nevertheless, this beating, while not affecting Guo Yi's military position, would render him a laughingstock throughout the capital, revealing that even the formidable general of the realm could not best a crippled adversary. It became evident that General Guo's martial prowess pales in comparison to that of General Shen. Mr. Tian spoke with palpable sarcasm. Those present, being astute, understood the implications behind his words. Were it not for General Shen's disability, this military achievement would never have been attributed to Guo Yi. Yet, one cannot entirely dismiss the fact that General Shen's fury regarding Miss Shen naturally compelled him to strike harder. And it was inconceivable for General Guo to genuinely engage in combat with General Shen. An elder official standing beside the crown prince interjected, prompting Guo Yi to raise his gaze in gratitude, hastily clarifying, "Indeed, General Shen now relies on a wheelchair for mobility. I would never dare to engage him in combat. Moreover, considering his evident anger towards me." Guo Yi's words trailed off, suggesting that he was not incapable of defeating Shen Wanyin, but rather was merely being considerate of his opponent's disability. This explanation seems quite reasonable, and it portrays him as magnanimous, not holding a grudge against the other party. However, does this prince not recall that General Guo was cast aside by the members of the Shen family? Moreover, I have heard that if one is truly adept in combat, it is inconceivable for an opponent to land a blow upon one's visage. The bruises adorning General Guo's face do not suggest a person who is skilled in handling such situations. Rather, they indicate a pitiful inability to defend himself. Having been thoroughly beaten, the Prince of Yin, deep in thought, pinched his chin, approaching a few steps forward, feigning a scholarly interest in Guo Yi's injuries. Alas, it seems that without a good 10 or 15 days of care, he shall not recover from such a grievous state. Such a robust face reduced to this. General Shen's fists are truly formidable. The Prince of Yan's sentence trailed off as he pouted and gestured a thumbs up. Guo Yi. He knew the Prince of Yan was undoubtedly targeting him. Guo Yi endeavored to steady his breath and closed his eyes, needing a moment to compose himself. Ha! Someone could not contain their laughter, prompting others in the grand hall to join in, the restraint causing their mirth to sound somewhat absurd. Is His Highness the Prince of Yin subtly implying that General Guo possesses a thick skin? One cannot overlook the fact that he also praised General Shen's formidable punches. The crown prince, with a darkened expression, finally could not resist casting another glance at Guo Yi. That gaze, laden with disappointment, sent a jolt through Guo Yi's heart. How utterly useless he was, unable to best even a cripple. And he had once harbored such grand expectations for this Guo Yi. Lack of martial prowess is simply lack of martial prowess. He could not win, yet still insisted on portraying himself as loyal and righteous, enduring blows without retaliation. Chapter 53. Guo Yi's Demotion. I did not. A voice, uttered in secret, stirred Guo Yi into a state of agitation, causing him to stammer in his defense. At last, the cacophony within the grand hall was quelled by a commanding voice. The emperor, gazing at Guo Yi, who knelt there in confusion, displayed profound disappointment and impatience upon his countenance. General Guo, are all the matters presented by Lord Ouyang indeed true? The imperial presence weighed heavily upon the room, an unseen barrier of majesty pressing down with relentless force. Guo Yi's face, already pale, turned an ashen hue. Should he dare to further obfuscate his actions, it would amount to treason against the throne. Your Majesty, I indeed temporarily pledged the command token to the horse market, but I retrieved it shortly thereafter. The emperor's gaze deepened, and Xie Yunjin recognized this as a harbinger of his father's ire. What a fool! Does he not comprehend the gravity of his actions? Today, he has pledged the general's token for the sake of a horse. Will he not, in the future, betray me and the great Xia for trifling gains? At this pronouncement, Guo Yi felt his heart shatter with terror, bowing his head forcefully to the ground with a resounding thud. Your Majesty, I would never dare. I swear to defend the great Xia with my life and would never betray your Majesty or the realm. Guo Yi's voice trembled with desperation, fearing that one misstep could transform him from a general into a prisoner. The emperor cared not for whom Guo Yi had fought or who had struck him. His concern lay solely with the loyalty of his officials, the fidelity of his generals, and the allegiance of the populace. The act of pledging the token was an affront to imperial authority, an insult to the very identity he had bestowed upon Guo Yi. Were it not for the impending conflict with the Western Zhou, he would have been inclined to execute Guo Yi as a stark warning to those who dared to disregard imperial dignity. As the emperor remained silent, the oppressive aura above seemed to intensify, rendering Guo Yi's breath labored and his body weak. Your Majesty, I was momentarily blinded by foolishness. Taunted for my humble origins, I prioritized pride over wisdom, leading to this grievous mistake. Even if I were to face a grave fate, I would never show disrespect to your Majesty or disloyalty to the great Xia. Guo Yi spoke with heartfelt lamentation, unwittingly exposing the wounds he most wished to conceal, laying bare his vulnerabilities before the emperor in a plea for mercy. The officials exchanged disapproving glances, shaking their heads in disdain. Pride? Dignity? After today, will he possess either? The emperor had no intention of meting out severe punishment to Guo Yi, yet witnessing his tearful display and woeful expression only served to amplify his annoyance. How embarrassing! What would the common people think upon seeing the newly appointed general of Zhenghua in such a state? Was there truly no one else in the great Xia? Enough! The emperor's voice thundered once more, silencing Guo Yi, who had been desperately pleading for clemency. I shall spare your life, for you have returned from the battlefield with merit. But while death may be averted, the consequences of your actions remain inescapable. You have unlawfully pledged the general's token, disregarding military regulations and national laws. Thus, you are to receive 50 strikes and be demoted to the rank of a 5th-grade general of Ningyuan, with a year's salary forfeited. What? Guo Yi abruptly lifted his head. Incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at Emperor Xia. Just a few days prior, the sovereign had hosted a grand banquet in his honor at the Taiha Hall. And now, in such a short span, the emperor was stripping him of his position and salary. He could scarcely fathom that his punishment would be so severe. After all, he was the renowned general of the great Xia. Did his valor at the Qianqing Pass truly pale in comparison to these trivial matters? 50 strikes could render an ordinary individual severely injured, if not dead. But for Guo Yi, a martial artist, it would merely mean enduring another bout of physical hardship. However, the demotion was something he found difficult to accept. He had always believed that a 4th-grade rank was already unworthy of his accomplishments and prowess. And now the emperor sought to further diminish his status. What was a 5th-grade general worth? How could he face his subordinates and the soldiers under his command with any semblance of dignity? Your Majesty, I, your humble servant, Express my gratitude for your great benevolence. Guo Yi nearly pleaded for clemency, but upon catching sight of the emperor's icy gaze, his indignation was swiftly quelled. Having resigned himself to his demotion, Guo Yi began to lament the loss of a year's salary. Such a sum represented a considerable amount of silver. Now, without the support of the Shen family and devoid of his salary, how would the Guo family manage? The expenses incurred during his recent return to the capital had already illuminated the significance of wealth in the city. Was he truly prepared to continue bowing to Shen Wanyin for the sake of a few pieces of silver? In the Shen residence, Miss, I heard that during today's morning court, General Guo received 50 strikes and was demoted, ultimately being carried away to his carriage. Bai Zhu grinned broadly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Not only did the eldest master wish to punish General Guo, but she too felt compelled to land a few blows. Shen Wanyin was polishing her treasured sword, its blade glinting sharply, reflecting the cold light that danced in her gem-like eyes. A cold smile curled her lips as she let out a soft huff. Guo Yi believed the battlefield to be the harshest of realms. Utterly oblivious to the intrigues of the court, the emperor had lured him into a state of blissful delusion with a celebratory feast, leading him to mistakenly perceive the sovereign as benevolent. Historically, no emperor has ever disregarded their dignity. Did Guo Yi truly think that a mere handful of military exploits would earn him the emperor's unreserved favor? Without his supporters by his side, Guo Yi's naivety was almost laughable. However, the emperor was indeed reluctant to act harshly against him, lifting him high only to gently set him down again. This punishment was hardly severe. Had it not been for the previous day's admonishment from his elder brother, 50 strikes would have been inconsequential for Guo Yi. Nevertheless, the combination of old and new injuries would certainly test his endurance. As Xing hurried into the room, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Shen Wanyin. Miss, that woman from the western villa has indeed ventured out toward the cherry blossom grove. Shen Wanyin nodded slightly, issuing her command. Prepare the carriage. We are heading to the cherry blossom grove. Yes. As spring graced the city with its bloom, the cherry blossom grove became a dazzling spectacle, attracting many young ladies from the capital to admire its resplendent blossoms. Among those who ventured to the cherry blossom grove today were the soon-to-be birthday celebrant, Princess Yao. And Yao He, in her past life, AI Zhiqian cunningly approached Princess Yao on this very day, employing a barrage of sweet words that enchanted the princess, causing her to be deeply moved by the romance between AI Zhiqian and Guo Yi. Simultaneously, this led to a misunderstanding that implicated Shen Wanyin as the true interloper in their relationship. During Princess Yao's birthday banquet, she went to great lengths to make Shen Wanyin's experience difficult for AI Zhiqian's sake. The Shen family, already in decline, found themselves the target of many who sought to take advantage of their misfortunes. Observing the princess's treatment of Shen Wanyin, onlookers eagerly seized the opportunity to curry favor with the princess while reveling in the spectacle. On that day, Shen Wanyin became the laughingstock of the entire gathering, leaving in a state of disgrace. From that point onward, the populace believed that Shen Wanyin had leveraged the Shen family's influence to usurp Guo Yi, forcibly separating the lovers. Some even claimed she was unworthy of marrying into the Guo family alongside AI Zhiqian, destined instead to be merely a concubine. Meanwhile, AI Zhiqian, having ingratiated herself with Princess Yao, found her path to power and prestige smooth. After marrying Guo Yi, she naturally ascended to the role of the mistress of the Guo household. In the carriage, Shen Wanyin abruptly opened her eyes, her recollections halting. She wished to forget the subsequent events, as each memory tore at her heart, suffocating her with pain. Miss, we have arrived at the cherry blossom grove. A Xing called from the front, eagerly leaping down to assist his illustrious mistress as she disembarked. Drawing back the carriage curtain, a delicate hand, as translucent as jade, emerged, followed by a slender, fair wrist. The Shen family's carriage was a rare sight in such a locale, instantly attracting the attention of many young gentlemen and ladies who had come to admire the blossoms. Chapter 54. Insights into AI Zhiqian's schemes. The mere sight of a wrist captivated many men, who gazed in wonder to discern the countenance of the person within the carriage. Since the founding of the Great Xia, the economy has flourished and material life has become increasingly abundant, leading to a relative openness in social customs compared to previous dynasties. Women no longer needed to venture out with the same trepidation, veils obscuring their faces. Shen Wanyin gracefully alighted from the carriage, her white gown billowing softly in the breeze. Taking on a delicate arc, her understated makeup seemed to accentuate her beauty perfectly, akin to the ethereal cherry blossoms swaying in the grove. As she stepped down, the gazes around her converged, some appraising, others astonished, and a few enviously whispering. A celestial being had graced the cherry blossom grove. Surely, she was the legendary cherry blossom fairy. Two young men walking together could not contain their admiration upon spotting her from afar. Meanwhile, a few curious ladies began to speculate about Shen Wanyin's identity, gossiping about which noble family could produce such a remarkable young woman. It was not long before someone in the crowd recognized her, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Shen family, who had spent 3 years in the military camp. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively reacted. So was the young lady who intended to annul her engagement with General Guo. No wonder her beauty was akin to that of a deity. Why should she subject herself to such indignity? Indeed, how could General Guo be so blind? Shen Wanyin possessed both exceptional beauty and grace. It was inconceivable that he would allow her to endure a marriage with an ordinary woman, entering the Guo household as mere equals. If I were in her position, I would have confronted him immediately. A few young ladies expressed their indignation, sharing the pride of their noble lineage and naturally rallying in support of Shen Wanyin. However, there were also those who deemed her presumptuous and excessively proud. Regardless, she was already betrothed to Guo Yi. For a woman, marrying into her husband's family was customary. General Guo's military accolades simply meant he could take another wife. It was a trivial matter not worthy of such scrutiny. Even if she entered the household alongside that other woman, a lowly individual would never surpass her. To withdraw from the engagement over such trivialities appeared somewhat envious and petty. If she truly annulled the betrothal, regret would surely follow. The cherry blossom grove was teeming with visitors today, and the cacophony of voices nearly rendered Xing's ears calloused. Several times, she nearly succumbed to the temptation of confronting those whispering nearby. Yet, her lady maintained an air of calm, as if she were utterly unfazed by their mocking words, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. "My lady, are you not the least bit angry?" Shen Wanyin smiled lightly, her delicate fingers plucking a petite cherry blossom and bringing it to her nose for a gentle sniff. What do their words matter? In her past life, she had heard far harsher criticisms. As long as she governed her own strategy well, when victory was hers, the world would cheer for her. Xing, somewhat bewildered yet understanding, responded with a soft "oh," just as a voice called out from ahead. "The Princess of Yao, he has arrived." Shen Wanyin lifted her gaze toward the sound, an icy glimmer flashing in her eyes. She had come. At that moment, not far away, Ai Jiqian gazed in astonishment at Shen Wanyin standing there. Shen Wanyin had also come? How could she have the leisure to stroll through the cherry blossom grove? Wasn't she utterly infatuated with Guo Yi? Even now that Guo Yi was preparing to marry her, how could it not sadden her? At this time, Ai Jiqian was unaware of Guo Yi's injury. Having been dealt 50 lashes, her mind was preoccupied with orchestrating a grand scheme. If her plans succeeded today, she could enter the mansion alongside Shen Wanyin without having to feign submission or live in her shadow. Contemplating this, a hint of triumph flickered in Ai Jiqian's eyes, mingled with jealousy and disdain as she glanced at Shen Wanyin. Jealousy stemmed from Shen Wanyin's noble birth, and yet the heavens had bestowed upon her a visage as enchanting as a lotus flower. But so what? Even if she was as exalted as a celestial being, she could never capture Guo Yi's heart, which belonged solely to Ai Jiqian. She would forever remain unmatched. With a cold smirk, Ai Jiqian turned and melted into the crowd. In this game, who was the true hunter? Shen Wanyin looked on with a sneer at Ai Jiqian disappearing into the throng. As Ai Jiqian scrutinized her, Shen Wanyin was equally fixated on her. "Let us proceed. The grand performance is about to commence." Princess Yaohe was the legitimate daughter of the current prince of Ningnan. The prince of Ningnan was the younger brother of Emperor Xia, and due to his compliance and lack of particularly outstanding heirs, the emperor had allowed the prince's estate to remain stable. The prince of Ningnan, recognizing his position, had long adopted an air of retirement, never meddling in court affairs. As the legitimate daughter, Princess Yaohe was naturally favored by her father. Moreover, both the emperor and the empress showered her with affection, cultivating her haughty and overbearing nature. While her arrogance was one matter, her lack of intelligence was a stark reality. Had she not been protected by her royal status, she would have likely been devoured by AI Zhiqian, leaving nothing but scraps. Behind Princess Yaohe, a throng of attendants served her cautiously, while those admiring the cherry blossoms respectfully cleared a path. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emanated from several directions, drawing attention towards the center. Initially, the crowd merely heard the noise without discerning its source. Gradually, the sound grew louder, and the flickering objects converged into one direction. "Ah, bees! So many bees!" a startled voice exclaimed, and soon, the swarm of bees was seen heading towards the revered Princess Yaohe. "Quickly, protect the princess! They're coming for her!" The sheer number of bees incited panic among the crowd. Princess Yaohe, having never encountered such a scene, was aware that bees could sting. With her birthday banquet approaching, the thought of being stung and marred was unbearable. "Protect me, protect me!" Princess Yaohe screamed in terror, witnessing the mass of bees surging towards her. Yet, despite the multitude of attendants, they were unable to fend off the impending swarm. A swarm of bees buzzed incessantly, seemingly heading straight for Lady Yao. Despite her desperate cries for help, the servants around her were in a frantic state of confusion, unsure of how to respond. If it were an assassin, they could at least offer their bodies as shield for the lady. But this swarm of bees was beyond their control. Should any harm befall her today, their return to the palace would be fraught with dire consequences. If they escaped with their lives, they would surely face severe punishment. The others nearby, equally terrified, scattered in all directions, instantly filling the cherry blossom grove with a cacophony of rising screams. AI Zhiqian hid nearby, cautiously observing the unfolding scene. She had cleverly sprinkled a special fragrant powder on the lady's gown, which was now attracting the bees. Their target would solely be Lady Yao, leaving others powerless to intervene. AI Zhiqian felt a thrill of excitement. She could not yet reveal herself. Once the bees alighted upon Lady Yao and stung her, instilling a memory of pain, that would be her opportune moment to swoop in and offer her assistance. This would surely cultivate a sense of gratitude within the lady towards her. "Oh, it hurts! Someone help me! They are stinging me! Ah, my face! I've been stung on my face." As she pondered, the air was suddenly pierced by Lady Yao's more frantic screams. A cold smile spread across AI Zhiqian's face, growing more pronounced as she witnessed Lady Yao nearly topple over in her attempt to evade the bees. In a sudden display of concern, AI Zhiqian rushed forward, her expression feigning worry. She ran swiftly, her eyes fixated ahead, as if she were pursuing a trove of alluring treasures. Greed gleamed in her gaze. Suddenly, a figure in white flashed past like the wind. Before she could discern who it was, she was seized from behind and thrown to the ground. Chapter 55. Her achievements were stolen by Shen Wanyin with a thud. AI Zhiqian fell face first to the ground, the intense pain eliciting a muffled groan, leaving her too weak to scream. The side of her face that met the earth was so painful that she could barely open her eyes. Tiny pebbles had embedded themselves into her flesh, and she could sense the faint trickle of blood seeping from her wounds. However, at that moment, she was too preoccupied with her injuries to dwell on them. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she lifted her face and beheld a figure standing beside Princess Yaohe, who was waving her sleeves, causing a swarm of bees to gradually disperse. As soon as she recognized the outrageously beautiful yet infuriating face, AI Zhiqian's eyes widened, her expression tightening in disbelief. It was none other than Shen Wanyin. A suffocating rage welled up within her, as if she might expel blood from her chest. The effort she had expended, risking everything to orchestrate her plans, had been usurped by Shen Wanyin. "Miss, are you all right?" The maidservant who had been attending to AI Jiqian hurried over after having been momentarily dismissed. She found AI Jiqian sprawled on the ground, her expression quite alarming. The maid attempted to assist her, but was met with a fierce reprimand. "Get away!" Startled, the maid quickly bent at the waist, standing nervously to the side as she watched AI Jiqian. When AI Jiqian attempted to rise, she felt an excruciating pain in her knee, having fallen while running. The impact had been severe. Gritting her teeth against the agony, beads of sweat soon dotted her forehead. After a few futile attempts to rise, her anger intensified, and she turned to the maid, shouting, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and help me up." The maid, startled by her sudden outburst, complied hastily, approaching cautiously to assist her. AI Jiqian, in considerable pain, could scarcely move, and the maid gritted her teeth in effort as she helped her to her feet. Once upright, AI Jiqian noticed the disdainful gazes of numerous onlookers directed at her. Whispers of scorn filled the air. Whose daughter behaves so rudely? She fell on her own and takes it out on her maid. Indeed, this is in public. One can only imagine her true nature at home. AI Jiqian's face darkened as she turned to the crowd, her complexion flushing with indignation. What had she done? Had she not merely scolded her own maid for a moment? The maid, whom she had purchased with her silver, deserved to be reprimanded. Yet, despite her internal grievances, AI Jiqian dared not raise her head to defend herself. The last thing she wanted was for her identity to be recognized, for she could only imagine the unflattering tales that would reach Guo Yi's ears. Lowering her gaze, she sought to hide her face from prying eyes, resigning herself to suffer this silent humiliation. Isn't that the woman who was seen in a compromising situation with General Guo just a few days ago at the villa in the west of the city? After the exclamation, a mischievous glint flickered in Xing's eyes as she crossed her arms, observing with amusement the stark pallor that washed over AI Jiqian's face. So this is the woman whom General Guo has been yearning for. Her appearance is rather ordinary, certainly not comparable to Miss Shen. Indeed, General Guo claimed she was gentle and virtuous, yet just now, with that grimace, where is the gentleness to be found? And how can one consider her virtuous? Alas, gentle and virtuous. How could she engage in such activities under the bright light of day with General Guo? I have heard that General Guo has shown submission before that great black dog. Ha ha ha. The moment these words were uttered, everyone instantly grasped the situation. Such rumors are indeed tantalizing, yet for AI Jiqian, they are truly malicious. These rumors have confined her to her home for several days now, and at her doorstep, people have taken to throwing vegetable scraps and rotten eggs. Sigh. If that is the case, she and General Guo are indeed a match made in heaven. You haven't heard about the events at court today, have you? Someone recounted the tale in detail, and AI Jiqian, unable to lift her gaze, was engulfed in disbelief. General Guo was reprimanded by the emperor and demoted, his salary reduced. How could this be? He had just achieved military acclaim. How could he have angered the emperor? If that is the case, then any hope for the emperor's blessing in marriage is utterly dashed. Without the emperor's favor, her status will forever remain inferior to Shen Wanyin's. The turmoil in her heart, coupled with the ache in her knee, rendered AI Jiqian profoundly aggrieved, and disregarding the peculiar stares around her, tears brimmed in her eyes. The sight of a beautiful woman shedding tears is typically one of sympathy, yet, due to AI Jiqian's swollen and battered cheeks, the entire scene appeared somewhat alarming. Witnessing the disdainful looks cast upon her, AI Jiqian felt utterly crushed, unable to comprehend how her carefully laid plans had unraveled so dramatically. And what had transpired just moments ago. She had been running perfectly well before suddenly being tripped. Who was the one responsible for her fall? She had been so focused on what lay ahead that she had failed to notice anyone approaching her. Did you see who tripped me? AI Jiqian's voice was cold as she spoke, striving to suppress her anger amidst the whispers surrounding her. The frightened maid shook her head, explaining that AI Jiqian had already been on the ground when she arrived. She had only recognized her mistress after carefully examining the fallen figure. Useless. AI Jiqian muttered under her breath in frustration, causing the maid to shrink back, already anticipating a severe reprimand upon returning. Miss, your knee is bleeding." The maid exclaimed in horror prompting AI Jiqian to realize that the area around her knee was soaked with blood. No wonder it hurt so much. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that some parts of her garment were torn. The fall had indeed been severe, as she felt as if she had been lifted by a great force before being forcefully slammed to the ground. As if the fall were not enough, her body had skidded forward over a distance, leaving her feeling as though her very insides had been jostled. Stop calling out. Just help me back. AI Jiqian felt as though her knee might shatter. Even the slightest movement sent sharp pains coursing through her. With great effort, she managed to rise to her feet. Yet she could not help but glance back at the direction of Yao and the princess. At that moment, it seemed that the swarm of bees had dispersed, revealing Yao and the princess embracing Shen Wanyin, both appearing quite flustered. She could easily envision what Yao would do next, expressing gratitude to Shen Wanyin for her bravery in coming to her rescue. And even the entire Ningnan Wangfu would join in this gratitude. These accolades should have rightfully been hers. She had intended to use this opportunity to forge a connection with Yao and subsequently the Ningnan Wangfu. In doing so, she could gradually infiltrate the noble circles of the imperial city. Clenching her teeth, AI Jiqian cast one last resentful glance behind her before limping away from the cherry blossom grove. Surrounded by the entourage from the Nanping Wangfu, Shen Wanyin inadvertently caught sight of that disheveled figure departing. Did she think this matter would end here? How naive. Sister Wanyin, thank you. If it weren't for you, my face would have been ruined, and I wouldn't be able to hold the birthday banquet the day after tomorrow, Yao exclaimed excitedly, grasping Shen Wanyin's hand with an affectionate fervor. She was quite the extrovert, now holding Shen Wanyin's hand with remarkable warmth. In her eyes, the person who had risked everything to save her was nothing short of a lifesaver. For women, maintaining their beauty is often deemed more crucial than preserving their very lives. The affectionate address of Sister Wanyin caused a fleeting moment of embarrassment for Shen Wanyin, as in her previous life, Yao had often treated her with disdain. Influenced by AI Jiqian's insidious provocations, the memories of her past life felt as fresh as yesterday, and it was unsettling for Shen Wanyin to witness such a friendly demeanor today. It's nothing, I didn't think too much of it. I simply learned some methods of repelling insects during my time in the rugged military camp, she replied. Chapter 56. Who is it? Who seeks to harm this noble lady? Previously, Lady Yao and many other young women shared a voyeuristic interest in the affairs of the Shen and Guo families. Particularly, Shen Wanyin's audacity to reside in the military camp for 3 years became a source of ridicule. They believed that a woman should neither bear burdens nor wield weapons, and that she, in pursuing military affairs, was merely a jester seeking attention, disregarding all for the sake of a man. However, upon witnessing Shen Wanyin's remarkable descent and her act of salvation, they realized the superficiality of their previous judgments. What they had perceived was merely a projection of their own biases. In truth, there existed women of courage and resilience, whose movements flowed with grace, rivaling those of men. She was indeed the legendary heroine, a paragon of beauty. Sister Wanyin, do you often practice martial arts while in the military camp? Lady Yao inquired, her curiosity evident. Shen Wanyin smiled gently and nodded. Yes, I must practice diligently every day. The battlefield demands it. On the battlefield, every life holds equal value. Death does not discriminate based on one's identity, whether one is male or female. As Shen Wanyin spoke, Lady Yao's eyes seemed to reflect a newfound respect. Wasn't the training arduous in the military camp? Lady Yao continued, her inquiries seemingly endless, testing Shen Wanyin's patience. When you consider the icy spear piercing your chest, spilling your blood, the training pales in comparison. Enduring hardship can save your life. Our soldiers have it so tough, Lady Yao exclaimed. Since you are well now, you should return to rest. That injury on your neck requires immediate attention. Shen Wanyin feigned looking down at the swollen sting on Lady Yao's neck, which had developed into a significant bump. Typically preoccupied with her appearance, Lady Yao now seemed less concerned. After all, what was a mere bump compared to the countless injuries borne by soldiers who risked their lives? It was nothing more than a bee sting. Thank you, Sister Wanyin, for today. I shall express my gratitude again in the future. Before Lady Yao could finish her sentence, Shen Wanyin suddenly widened her eyes, scrutinizing her shoulder. She gently touched the fabric of her garment and spoke coldly. No, someone has sprinkled a powder on you. It is known to attract bees and similar insects. Ah, Lady Yao gasped, realizing that today's events were not a mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate attempt on her life. Who? Who seeks to harm this noble lady? She cried out, causing her attendants nearby to kneel in alarm. Did you bring a spare dress for the lady? Shen Wanyin inquired calmly. One maid, kneeling on the ground, quickly looked up and replied, Yes, it is in the carriage. Shen Wanyin nodded and turned towards Lady Yao. You should go change your clothes at once. At this moment, Princess Yao felt a genuine sense of trepidation. While a blatant attack may be evaded, a concealed threat is far more daunting. How could she not be fearful when she was being targeted for harm? Sister Wanyin, will you accompany me? Of course, Shen Wanyin graciously replied, allowing Princess Yao to breathe a sigh of relief. After the morning court session, Guo Yi was carried back to the Guo residence. Madam, the general has returned. A servant, his legs trembling, rushed to report, nearly collapsing before Lady Chao. What are you flustered about? Where's your decorum? Madam, the general, he is covered in blood. Just as Lady Chao felt the urge to slap the servant, her body jolted, her eyes widening in shock. What do you mean, covered in blood? By the time she finished her question, her words choked in her throat as she dashed toward the entrance. Son, my son. Upon reaching the entrance, she indeed beheld Guo Yi, blood-soaked, draped across the back of Song Dehu. What happened? It was now Lady Chao's turn to feel weak in the knees as she beheld the gruesome sight of her son, his rear and a horrific mass of blood and flesh. Had her son violated some divine decree? How could he return home so gravely injured? It seemed he had either been bitten by a dog or had suffered a terrible fall, returning in such a ghastly state. At this moment, Guo Yi appeared to have lost consciousness. Quick, summon help. Song Dehu, limping with one leg and bearing Guo Yi's weight, was nearing his limit, while Lady Chao continued to inquire about the situation. What happened? This is all his own doing. How dare he wager the general's token? A beating is the least of his punishments. Soon, Guo Yi was laid upon a couch, gradually regaining consciousness. Son, let your mother summon the doctor. Guo Yi, his face pale with pain and his lips bloodied from biting them, nodded weakly while lying on the couch. Suddenly, Lady Chao recalled something and exclaimed with excitement, No, call for the imperial physician, hurry. Just as she cried out for the physician, Guo Yi grasped her hand with a sudden urgency. Do not summon the physician. His words were strained, his pain rendering him unable to speak further. He felt unworthy of such a privilege. The previous day's physician, one, had merely been a jest orchestrated by Prince Yen, not a genuine act of royal compassion. Unable to delay any longer, Lady Chao resorted to calling for a common doctor. As the physician attended to, Lady Chao turned to Song Dehu to ascertain the details of the incident. What? Guo Yi has been demoted? And fined a year as salary? At that moment, Lady Chao did not deem the 50 lashes too severe. What truly pained her was the knowledge that her son had not only been demoted, but also penalized with a year as salary forfeiture. A year as salary. How much silver would that amount to? Moreover, they had yet to return to Qinghe County to boast of their achievements. How could they now revel in their misfortune? Lady Chao felt as though the sky had fallen. The 2,000 taels of reward had already been nearly spent, and she sensed the household's financial strain growing ever tighter. Guo Yi's salary constitutes the sole source of income for the household, and the thought of an entire year's worth of wages hanging in the balance is quite overwhelming. Upon hearing the news, Guo Chui hurriedly made her way over, having just returned from the jewelry shop of the Shen family. She had hoped to replicate her previous success of simply taking what she fancied, but to her dismay, the shop assistants treated her with disdain, without silver. She could hardly expect to leave with even a minuscule piece of gold. To add to her frustration, the gossip surrounding her elder brother had escalated. Particularly regarding his association with AI Jiqian, the comments were utterly unbearable. As a young woman, she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Upon returning to the Guo residence, she was further disheartened to learn that her brother had been punished during the morning court session and demoted. It felt as if madness were closing in on her. With the birthday banquet of Princess Yao and June approaching in just 2 days, she could hardly bear the thought of appearing resplendent before the crowd, let alone the fear of being the subject of ridicule by those attending the festivities. Chapter 57. AI Jiqian's disfigurement with her elder brother demoted and besieged by a torrent of malicious gossip. Guo Yi found herself wishing, for a fleeting moment, that she were not Guo Yi's sister. What was her brother thinking? Did he not comprehend the gravity of his actions, leading to such a disgrace? I can hardly bear to step outside. Lower your voice. Be cautious lest your brother overhears, came the caution from within the room, where a physician was tending to Guo Yi, who winced in pain and let out anguished cries. Fully conscious, he could not help but overhear the commotion at the door. Clenching his teeth, his eyes burned with resentment, all directed at Shen Wanyin and the Shen family, who had orchestrated his current plight. Had it not been for her incessant provocations, none of these calamities would have transpired. If he had not acted out of anger and sought out Jiqian, their impulsive encounter would never have occurred. And as for Shen Wanyin, if he had not been so brutally beaten the previous day, he would not have been left in such a dire state from just 50 lashes. Contemplating the incident with the carriage, he mused that had Shen Wanyin not insisted on reclaiming it, he would not have been compelled to venture to the market for a new one. Now, having suffered so grievously, was she truly satisfied? Shen Wanyin, I shall ensure that your recklessness bears consequences. Meanwhile, Guo Yi, undeterred by Chao's admonitions, only grew more incensed. What have I said that is erroneous? Were it not for his foolishness in the hall, forcing AI Jiqian and Shen Wanyin to marry into the Guo family, he would not have faced such a disgrace. And what of AI Jiqian? What audacity she possessed. Even before marrying my brother, she engaged in such shameless behavior. How is it that they can act without shame, while I still possess a semblance of dignity? Guo Yi harbored no sympathy for Guo Yi, having vented her frustrations. She stormed out. Where are you going? Chao, equally vexed, acknowledged the truth in Guo Yi's words. This situation was indeed intertwined with AI Jiqian. I am going to confront AI Jiqian. I must inquire whether she possesses any sense of shame. Chao understood her daughter's tempestuous nature, but refrained from intervening. It was high time that the wretched girl faced some consequences. After much effort, AI Jiqian finally returned to the western villa, where she summoned a physician. Upon unveiling her garments, she revealed a knee marred with a gruesome layer of flesh and blood, an evidently grave injury. In comparison to the wound on her knee, the injuries on her face seemed relatively minor, yet it was evident that even if healed, they would likely leave faint scars. Upon hearing the physician's assessment, AI Jiqian gasped in disbelief. What? How can I endure a scar on my face? The physician, sympathetic to her distress, understood the historical preoccupation women have with beauty. Even the slightest imperfection can evoke profound concern. Miss, the wounds on your face are caused by tiny grains of sand embedded in the flesh. Though the lacerations are not deep, achieving a complete restoration to your former visage will be challenging. However, with diligent care and time, 3 to 5 years, the skin may regenerate, and the scars will gradually fade to near invisibility. AI Jiqian's countenance darkened at the thought of 3 to 5 years. As 3 to 5 years pass, she will be of considerable age, and this moment is paramount for her. She cannot afford to wait. Her beauty pales in comparison to Shen Wanyin's, and should she bear any scars upon her visage, the disparity would be even more pronounced. No, she cannot wait for 3 to 5 years. I must restore my face to its former glory. AI Jiqian glared discontentedly at the physician. The doctor silently rolled his eyes, accustomed to encountering such unreasonable clients each month. If the young lady wishes for her scars to fade entirely, there exists a remedy known as jade ointment. For injuries of this nature, with its application, she could expect a near-complete recovery within half a month. AI Jiqian's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Then please procure that jade ointment for me. I would spend any amount of silver to heal the wounds on my face." However, the jade ointment is not something that can simply be purchased with silver. It is a secret remedy of the royal court, bestowed only upon meritorious subjects. It is not clandestinely sold in the marketplace. A single vial commands a price of several thousand taels. Recently, someone auctioned a vial that reportedly fetched 5,000 taels. AI Jiqian's expression twisted in dismay. 5,000 taels? For just one vial of medicine? The harsh reality struck her that even with silver, acquiring it was not guaranteed, leaving her face's condition seemingly hopeless. Yet, she remained undeterred. She recalled that Guo Yi had recently received a reward of 20,000 taels for his military achievements. He holds a fondness for her. Surely, 5,000 taels would not be a burden for him. Where might I procure that medicine? The doctor, lowering his voice, revealed the black market in the North City. AI Zhiqian's gaze darkened. She was resolute in her determination to avoid any scars marring her countenance. The doctor examined her knee injury, confirming that while her leg was not broken, the damage to her knee was severe, necessitating at least half a month's bed rest, devoid of any vigorous activity. Upon hearing the need for extended bed rest, AI Zhiqian began to voice her grievances to the doctor once more. The doctor, exasperated, nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens and retorted coldly, "My lady, if you cannot abide by the necessary precautions, why did you insist on falling?" Realizing the doctor was equally perturbed, AI Zhiqian fell silent, wary of provoking him further lest he administer the wrong treatment, prolonging her recovery. Once the doctor departed, she unleashed her pent-up frustration upon the two maidservants attending her. Had her leg permitted, she might have acted more forcefully. The two maidservants, thoroughly chastised, fled the room in tears. They lamented their misfortune at serving such a tyrannical mistress, who, when angered, directed her ire solely at them, while maintaining an appearance of gentility and grace in public. As the two maids complained, they heard someone storming into the room, cursing loudly, without the door attendant intervening. "Is it Miss Guo?" One maid attempted to report back, but was halted by another, recognizing Guo Chui's ill intent, likely spurred by recent rumors. "Hurry! We may soon face her wrath." Guo Chui burst into the room, her demeanor brimming with hostility as she made her way to AI Zhiqian's quarters. "AI Zhiqian, come out. How dare you be so shameless? Is it your nature to pounce on every man you see? You have brought my elder brother to this state. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I will not spare you." Inside the room, AI Zhiqian was just about to take a short nap when she heard the sound of scolding from outside. Upon opening her eyes, she recognized it was Guo Chui's voice. Previously, AI Zhiqian maintained a relatively amicable relationship with Guo Chui, largely due to her efforts to curry favor with her. Aware of Guo Yi's engagement to Shen Wanyin, she knew that to win Guo Yi's affection, she must ingratiate herself with his family. In truth, AI Zhiqian harbored a deep-seated disdain for Guo Chui. They were of similar age, with Guo Chui being a few months her senior. However, since arriving in the capital and with Guo Yi's connection to the Shen family, the Guo family had established a firm foothold in the city, leading Guo Chui to adopt an air of superiority, often looking down on her. Consequently, AI Zhiqian had no choice but to maintain a subservient demeanor around Guo Chui, carefully appeasing this future sister-in-law. Yet, while Guo Chui typically displayed arrogance in her words, she had never before spoken to AI Zhiqian in such tone. Chapter 58. She would never leave Guo Yi unless she encountered someone better. AI Zhiqian was lost in thought when the door was suddenly kicked open. AI Zhiqian barely had time to conceal the injuries on her face before Guo Chui rushed in. "What happened to your face? Have you been disfigured?" Guo Chui exclaimed recklessly, causing AI Zhiqian's expression to darken further. Though she was seething with anger, she could only tally another grievance against Guo Chui in her heart. I was accidentally hurt in the cherry blossom forest today." Upon seeing the wounds on AI Zhiqian's face, Guo Chui felt a twinge of schadenfreude. She frowned, her expression revealing a mix of delight and disdain as she scrutinized AI Zhiqian's face. "Alas, that face of yours is bound to scar, making it impossible for you to seduce my brother again." "Xiao Chui, how can you say such things? We grew up together. Do you really not know me?" Guo Chui, visibly displeased, huffed in response. "I know your true nature well enough. You have often played the victim in front of my brother, compelling him to scold me on your behalf. Your tricks are merely a means to deceive him." I have not. From a young age, Guo Chui had harbored a dislike for AI Zhiqian, as the two were frequently compared, one gentle and soft-spoken, the other brash and loud. The assessments were indeed polar opposites. In the eyes of their relatives, Guo Chui could never measure up to AI Zhiqian. Even her elder brother favored AI Zhiqian. Upon arriving in the capital, AI Zhiqian had to rely on the Guo family's favor for survival, Thus she dared not defy her openly, treating her with a modicum of courtesy. Yet, should AI Zhiqian's actions jeopardize the Guo family's interests, Guo Shui would show her no mercy. You Haven T, have you not seduced my brother in broad daylight and enticed him to seek the emperor's permission for marriage? Typically loud and seemingly oblivious, Guo Shui's mind was remarkably sharp at this moment. Ever since her brother had petitioned the emperor for a marriage arrangement at the palace banquet, it felt as though all the Guo family's fortune had shifted unfavorably. AI Zhiqian lowered her head, her heart racing with trepidation. Given Guo Shui's stature, she feared that a single word more might provoke Guo Shui into physical aggression. Guo Shui glared at AI Zhiqian, hands on her hips. But as she continued to gaze at the injuries on AI Zhiqian's face, her anger gradually subsided. This is your retribution for attempting to seduce my brother. I warn you, AI Zhiqian, if you continue to incite my brother to marry you, jeopardizing his engagement to the Shen family, I will not spare you. Since Guo Yi had been rewarded for his accomplishments, Guo Shui had felt that even if Shen Wanyin withdrew from the engagement, it would not matter. After all, with her brother in the family, their lives would only improve, and the wealth he earned would suffice for their needs. Yet, upon discovering that her brother's reward of 20,000 taels had nearly been depleted and that he had been demoted with a year's salary forfeited, a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. She had believed that her elder brother, having achieved military merit, would bask in glory indefinitely. Little did she anticipate that the emperor's rewards and punishments could swing to such extremes within mere days. That illustrious military achievement could not outweigh a minor transgression. More critically, her visit to the Shen family's shop yielded nothing of value, implying that henceforth, any desire for fine things would necessitate the expenditure of the Guo family silver. At this moment, she realized that without the Shen family support, returning to her previous life of spending freely was utterly impossible. Thus, her brother's marriage to Shen Wanyin must not be retracted. As AI Zhiqian lowered her head, absorbing Guo Shui's threats, a chill crept upon her lips. Was it conceivable that she would encourage Guo Yi to marry her? Only if she found someone better than Guo Yi. Her visage was already marred, and she awaited Guo Yi's financial assistance for her treatment. Yet, confronted by the arrogant Guo Shui, she dared not be audacious, resorting instead to a demeanor of feigned sorrow. Xiao Shui, I genuinely admire my cousin, but I never intended to be his legitimate wife. I am aware of my humble standing and feel unworthy of him. I only wish to be by his side to care for him. You might as well save that line for my brother. With your current appearance, you'll hardly entice him. Perhaps you should start contemplating where to seek a living once you leave the Guo family. Guo Shui retorted dismissively, pulling her hand away from AI Zhiqian's grasp. AI Zhiqian paid no heed to Guo Shui's words. As long as Guo Yi he did not cast her aside, no one in the Guo household could sway her fate. Yet, she was troubled by the rumors she had heard outside today. Had her cousin truly been penalized and demoted? At the mention of this, Guo Shui's temper flared. How dare you even ask? It's all because of you. If you hadn't seduced him, how could he have been impeached over this matter? Your own disgrace drags my brother down with you. AI Zhiqian's complexion paled momentarily. She had doubted the gossip she heard earlier. But he had just achieved military success, and he had not yet leveraged that triumph to seek a marriage with her. How could he have been demoted? They say that to accompany a monarch is akin to walking with a tiger, and it seemed profoundly true. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Might this incident lead Guo Yi to waver in his resolve to marry her alongside Shen Wanyin? If so, what would she do? Upon returning to the residence, Shen Wanyin allowed Buzhu to assist her in changing into a new dress before she heard a Xing cheerfully recounting the morning court session. It is said that General Guo was penalized today, thanks to His Highness, the Prince of Yin, who exposed Guo's disgrace. Not quite. It was Lord Ouyang who brought forth 3 major accusations against General Guo that led to his punishment. They say Lord Ouyang performed exceptionally well during the morning court. Earning the admiration of the elder statesman, Buzhu chimed in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Everyone spoke of the eldest son of the Ouyang family as being as gentle as jade, a breath of fresh air. No unwed lady in the capital could resist the allure of becoming the Ouyang family's mistress. Wouldn't it be splendid if our young lady could be with Lord Ouyang? They would indeed be a match made in heaven. What connection does it have with Lord Ouyang? Had it not been for His Highness the Prince of Yin attending the morning court today, that individual surnamed Guo would undoubtedly not have faced such severe punishment. This credit belongs entirely to His Highness the Prince of Yin. Xing grew somewhat anxious. She had finally seized the opportunity to extol the virtues of the prince in front of the young lady. Yet this girl could not seem to keep silent. Baizhu, completely oblivious to Xing's intentions, proceeded to compare Ouyang Jing with the Prince of Yin, ultimately concluding that Lord Ouyang was akin to a celestial being, while His Highness the Prince of Yin was merely the most notorious dandy in the capital. Very well, Lord Ouyang is admirable. But what connection does he have to our young lady? Xing, hands on her hips, cast a defiant glance at Baizhu, leaving Baizhu utterly bewildered. Her eyes widened in confusion as she looked at Xing. So what connection does His Highness the Prince of Yin have with our young lady? Of course, there is a connection, Xing replied, though she could not divulge the details. Realizing her earlier reaction had been somewhat excessive, she awkwardly chuckled twice. Of course, there is no connection. How could a dandy possibly be worthy of our young lady? Once Xing finished speaking, Shen Wanyin's puzzled gaze finally shifted away from her. Xing silently swallowed hard, thinking, Your Highness, my reproach is not delivered in earnest. When Ouyang Jing was mentioned, Shen Wanyin's expression deepened in contemplation. In her past life, the Ouyang family had been annihilated 3 years later for treason, leading to the swift downfall of a century-old lineage. However, on the day the Ouyang family was investigated and seized, Ouyang Jing had narrowly escaped disaster by evading capture during Yin Cheng's thorough investigation of the illegal salt trade, and thereafter, he was rescued, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 59. Why Shen Wanyin did not arrive. It is rumored that he later sought refuge with the Western Zhou dynasty, and the Ouyang family was confirmed to have committed treason. Beyond that, she was unaware of what transpired. In the subsequent days at the Guo residence, her life turned tumultuous, as the successive departures of her family members caused her to lose all affection for Guo Yi, fearing that she might take drastic measures. Guo Yi confined her within the confines of the Guo household, leaving her with only a fragmented understanding of many subsequent events. The accusation of treason against the Ouyang family is utterly ludicrous. The Ouyang family has stood as the foremost lineage for centuries in the Great Xia dynasty. Why would they betray their country and risk annihilation? What could they possibly gain from such an act? Reflecting on this, Shen Wanyin's gaze sharpened further. The Shen family had maintained a cordial relationship with the Ouyang family, and her father often praised their strict and upright family values, befitting a century-old clan. She trusted her father's discernment, yet Guo Yi was the only one who had led them astray. First, it was the Guo family, then the Ouyang family. It seemed as if a hidden hand was gradually eliminating those influential figures capable of stirring turmoil within the court. All signs now pointed to the crown prince as the mastermind behind these events. The turmoil surrounding the Shen family was indeed orchestrated by the crown prince, and Ouyang Jing's investigation into the illicit salt trade in Yin City was also linked to him. Such an evident connection could not have gone unnoticed, even by her alone. Did the emperor truly remain oblivious to these machinations? The current ruler of Xia appears benign, but is, in truth, suspicious and astute. How could someone so shrewd fail to perceive the intricacies at play? Yet he seems indifferent, allowing events to unfold, fully aware of the innocence of both the Shen and Ouyang families. Thus could the true puppeteer be the emperor himself, manipulating the entire game while the hidden hand belonged to another? And who then is the mantis? Shen Wanyin clenched her fists, no matter the cost. She must protect the Shen family and ensure her father's safe return. If she lacked the power to control the game, then it would be better to upend the entire board, leaving no one to emerge victorious. Ouyang Jing, Shen Wanyin murmured softly, contemplating the possibility of preemptively securing an ally. However, there was another pressing matter at hand that she could hardly wait to address. She needed to retrieve Guo Yi's engagement token and summon the steward. Upon hearing the instructions, Baizhu was overwhelmed with joy. The young lady was indeed determined to annul the engagement with the Guo family. Once the engagement tokens were exchanged, this union would be irrevocably dissolved. When the engagement was first arranged, the Guo family was destitute, and it was the young lady who prepared even the most basic betrothal gifts for them. Now, the only thing she could return was this engagement token. Before long, the steward arrived in the courtyard, and Shen Wanyin instructed by Zhu to hand the engagement token to him. This is General Guo's engagement token. Please deliver it to the Guo residence and exchange it for our family's token. The steward nodded in agreement. As the young lady had already expressed her desire to annul the engagement, and both the lady of the house and the two young masters supported this decision. He had nothing further to add, but he inquired, "Miss, since General Guo's former residence was also provided by the Shen family, should we reclaim it?" The steward, however, had not forgotten this matter. On that day, the young lady had indeed mentioned that it was he who had purchased the courtyard for her, allowed the Guo family to reside within it. How could such ungrateful wretches deserve to inhabit a property belonging to the Shen family? Shen Wanyin scoffed, a glimmer of calculation flickering in her eyes. "Collect it," she declared. "Not only must we retrieve it, but we shall do so with great fanfare. First, exchange the decree. The main event is yet to come." Observing the determined expression on the young lady's face, the steward promptly acquiesced, eager to witness the spectacle of the Guo family being disgracefully expelled. After being administered medication, Guo Yi lay on the bed, listening to the incessant ramblings of Lady Chao. Overwhelmed by pain, he felt utterly drained, his complexion pale. Even though he wished to dismiss her reproaches, he lacked the strength to do so. "I told you it was wrong to return yesterday. It was clearly the Shen family who assaulted you, yet you claimed it was an accident. How could that shameless Shen Wanyin bear to see you suffer so? She has treated you this way, and you still choose to protect the Shen family." Lady Chao had her suspicions about Guo Yi being beaten by the Shen family, but recalling Shen Wanyin's previous affection for her son made such a possibility seem utterly implausible. It was only when Guo Yi was brought back, amidst the uproar outside, that she realized her son had indeed been assaulted by the Shen family, specifically by that limping Shen Jinyan. Had Guo Yi not been so gravely injured, she would have already confronted the Shen family for an explanation. "Mother, could you please step outside?" Guo Yi finally could not endure it any longer. His eyes, filled with rage, glared at her as he choked out the words. Immediately, Lady Chao's tirade was silenced. "Madam, someone from the Shen family has arrived," reported a maid in haste. Guo Yi, who had appeared listless, suddenly regained a semblance of vitality, his head lifting with excitement, but he inadvertently strained his wound. Though the pain shot through him, a hint of disdain curled his cracked, pale lips. He knew well that Shen Wanyin had no desire to annul their engagement. Barely had he been punished than she was already eager to visit him. Today, he resolved to show her the consequences of her actions, ensuring she could not continue her brazen behavior. Lady Chao sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "That impertinent girl! How dare she come here? If it weren't for her, how could Yi have suffered such punishment?" With that, she strode toward the door, and though Guo Yi observed her actions, he refrained from stopping her. It was only right that a lesson be imparted to her, considering her recklessness had brought him such misfortune, tarnishing his reputation and diminishing his position. It was certainly not something that could be brushed aside lightly. Yet, as he watched Lady Chao prepare to leave, he could not help but call out, "Mother, do not go too far." Lady Chao snorted dismissively, casting a disapproving glance at Guo Yi. Her son was far too soft-hearted when it came to matters involving women. They should not be indulged in such a manner. Once Lady Chao exited, Guo Yi returned to his resting place, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Should Shen Wanyin seize her rebelliousness, he would still consider granting her an opportunity for forgiveness. As Ms. Chao approached the entrance, she encountered the butler of the Shen family along with several guards, yet there was no sign of Shen Wanyin. Driven by a desire for retribution for the harm inflicted upon her son, she was determined to confront Shen Wanyin and exact her vengeance. Even at this moment, Ms. Chao harbored the belief that Shen Wanyin was cowering in the carriage, too afraid to make an appearance. However, upon surveying her surroundings, she soon realized that the carriage in question was not one typically used by the Shen family. She isn't he come?" The butler, bowing respectfully, replied, "Madam, our young lady is not present. She has merely instructed me to deliver a package. Before he could finish, Miss Chow erupted in fury. She hasn't come? Is it that she dares not show her face? Or is she simply too ashamed? How could she bear to witness her own husband being so brutally beaten by her brother? What is she thinking? How could she side with her family against her own husband? Isn't that akin to betrayal? The butler and the guards exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions indicating disbelief at Miss Chow's words. After all, their young lady had not yet married into the Guo family. Even if she had, how could her brother be considered an outsider? Marriage did not equate to relinquishing one's own kin. Chapter 60. Regardless, Ji Qian's status will never surpass hers. Madam, our young lady has not wed General Ge. What you say is merely a matter of time. Before the steward could finish his words, Mrs. Chow interrupted, her face brimming with smugness. If Shen Wanyin truly wished to avoid marrying her son, would she have sent the steward from the Shen family to deliver gifts today? It is likely she is too afraid to come herself, hence the dispatch of some precious medicinal herbs and fine supplements. Enough. I have no time to squabble with you. Just place the items down and leave. Return and inform your young lady that the blood swallow and donkey hide gelatin have run out these past 2 days. She should send more over, or else my son may not find it so easy to forgive her. The steward. Does the Guo family still believe that their young lady does not genuinely wish to break off the engagement, but is instead using the threat of it to intimidate them? The Guo family is truly overestimating themselves. A general who has just achieved military merit only to be demoted? They really do think highly of themselves. Seeing Mrs. Chow's commanding demeanor, the steward hastened to call out to her as she turned to leave. Madam, what was delivered today is not precious medicinal herbs nor supplements, but rather, as the steward spoke, he prepared to produce Guo Yi's engagement token. Mrs. Chow halted her steps, turned back, and furrowed her brow at his actions, a flicker of delight suddenly igniting within her. It is not a delivery of valuable herbs or supplements. Could it be that Shen Wanyin has finally come to her senses and sent over silver notes? Just as she was about to reach out to take it, she noticed the steward extending a crimson gold piece instead. Mrs. Chow's expression froze, her features smoothing out as her eyes widened in disbelief. She knew all too well what this was. 3 years prior, the Shen and Guo families had written a marriage contract, exchanging engagement tokens for Shen Wanyin and Guo Yi, thus formalizing the engagement. This is General Guo's engagement token. I implore you, madam, to take it back and return our young lady's token. The engagement between our families is hereby dissolved. The steward maintained a respectful demeanor. Having served the Shen family for many years, he had encountered numerous figures, both significant and trivial, including individuals like Mrs. Chow, and had developed a unique approach to dealing with such matters. At this moment, his increasing politeness only served to infuriate the other party. Indeed, upon hearing the calm declaration of the engagement's dissolution from the Shen family steward, Mrs. Chow erupted in fury. Dissolving the engagement? On what grounds does Shen Wanyin presume to break off the engagement? What right does she have? My son is now the general of the Zhenghua, and she dares to terminate the engagement? After Mrs. Chow's outburst, the steward calmly corrected her, stating General Guo is no longer the general of Zhenghua, but rather the general of Ningyuan now. Mrs. Chow took a deep breath. Had the messenger been a mere servant from the Shen family, she might have already resorted to violence. I demand to see Shen Wanyin. Let her come here in person. How dare she send a servant for such a significant matter? Chow's family had never received that letter, and although she maintained an air of arrogance, a palpable anxiety flickered in her eyes. Beside her, the guard from the Shen household could no longer contain himself and spoke with a tone laden with discontent. Our young lady does not refrain from coming. Rather, this trivial matter does not merit her presence. Chow's teeth ground in a mixture of fury and disdain as she shot a furious glance at the guard. What do you think you are, a mere dog? That grants you the right to speak here? However, her words faltered as she beheld the guard's formidable stature, which appeared even more robust than that of Guo Yi. The guard, with a stern expression, flexed his biceps, prompting Chow to swallow hard. If his son, a martial artist of considerable prowess, had been defeated so pitifully by the Shen family, what chance did she, a frail woman, stand? In any case, this letter is of no consequence to us. If the marriage is to be annulled, Let Shen Wanyin come and speak for herself. With that, Chow turned on her heel and rushed through the grand door, offering no opportunity for the steward to respond, slamming the door shut behind her. "Oh, madam." The steward stepped forward, his tone imbued with a mix of indignation and frustration. He had never encountered such shamelessness. Did they truly expect their young lady to come here for this? Bang! The door slammed with a thunderous noise, leaving the members of the Shen household standing outside in silence. "Steward, what shall we do?" Several guards clenched their fists, eager to dismantle the Guo family's door. The steward waved his hand dismissively, exhaling a sigh of indifference. Their young lady had anticipated this outcome long ago. The wicked would only continue to be wicked. Chow, having lost her usual composure, dashed towards Guo Yi's chamber after closing the door. Son, trouble is brewing." It had been a long time since Chow had found herself in such a state of panic. Since arriving in the capital, she had constantly reminded herself of her changed status, no longer the coarse woman of the village, and had made every effort to temper her demeanor. Guo Yi felt a flicker of excitement within him. The thought that Shen Wanyin would finally come to him in humility was almost unbearable, and he struggled to suppress a smile. He was certain that her affection for him was profound. How could she possibly renounce the engagement? How could she let him go? He was utterly convinced that from the very first moment he had appeared before her 5 years ago, he had captivated her heart. That day, Shen Wanyin had graced the military camp's training ground, accompanying Shen Weifeng like a celestial being, drawing the gaze of every soldier wherever she went. It was on that very day that he too had been entranced by her beauty. In a bid to capture her attention, he had fought with fervor, defeating all challengers in the training grounds. When he stood victorious amid the cheers of the soldiers, he felt assured that the enchanting maiden was indeed watching him. Reflecting on this, Guo Yi could not help but curve his lips into a smile. In truth, among the two of them, it was he who had first succumbed to the allure of love. Of course, he had afforded Shen Wanyin the chance to harbor feelings for him. He knew he possessed the talent that would one day elevate him to great heights. He permitted Shen Wanyin to harbor her admiration, which was the greatest gift he could bestow upon her. He would elevate her to the status of a general's wife, and the lost favor of the Shen family would be reclaimed under the auspices of the Guo family. Suddenly, the anxious and flustered voice of Lady Chow interrupted Guo Yi's reverie. He frowned in displeasure, suppressing his discomfort as he laboriously lifted his head. "Mother, I have told you countless times that henceforth you shall be the general's esteemed matron. Why then do you still speak and act with such impatience?" "No, my son, something is amiss," Lady Chow exclaimed breathlessly, finally arriving at Guo Yi's bedside. Not seeing Shen Wanyin's figure, Guo Yi felt a slight pang of surprise. "Where's Wanyin?" Realizing that Shen Wanyin might be avoiding the room of a man for propriety's sake, Guo Yi spoke gently. "We are to be wed shortly. There is no need for excessive caution. Allow her to enter." How could she not come in and witness the gravity of his injuries? If she remained unaware of their severity, how could he evoke a sense of guilt within her? This time, she had indeed overstepped her bounds. He was determined to admonish her today and offer her a promise that would assuage her fears. Regardless of circumstances, Zhiqian's position would never surpass hers. Chapter 61. Marrying to cultivate the land? No, it cannot be. Shen Wanyin did not come. Guo Yi's expression visibly darkened. She had not appeared. Despite his injuries, she chose to remain absent. For a fleeting moment, Guo Yi's face froze, only to be replaced by a surge of anger in his eyes. Was she still sulking? Was this issue to remain unresolved indefinitely? How long did she intend to make a scene? If she was not coming, then there was no need for the gifts she sent. They could simply be returned. It was no surprise that mother and son thought alike. Both believed that even in her absence, Shen Wanyin would send over fine medicine and supplements. Alas, that was not the case. The Shen family had sent nothing but his marriage certificate back. Guo Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily forgetting the pain in his backside, nearly rising from the bed. What? What did you say? He thought he must have misheard. The marriage certificate? His marriage certificate? How dared she? Did she not realize that once this certificate was returned, their marriage would truly be over? Did she not wish to marry him anymore? How could that be? Apart from marrying her, what other choice did she have? Who else could she marry? Suddenly, Guo Yi lifted his gaze towards Chao Shi. You retrieved the marriage certificate? Chao Shi quickly shook her head. No, I simply closed the door and kept the Shen family's people outside. At this moment, Chao Shi was still trembling with fear, as if locking the Shen family out was the safest option. Outside the grand door, several women were being escorted by the Shen family's guards, dressed in vibrant attire. Their voluptuous figures adorned with large, striking red flowers on their heads. They were the renowned matchmakers of the capital, two of whom were particularly well-known officials. Upon reaching the entrance of the Guo residence, they immediately began to shout, drawing a crowd of curious onlookers. Oh dear, General Guo, since the Shen family wishes to annul the engagement, it would be best for us to part amicably. Wouldn't it? Indeed. Why make such a spectacle? Isn't this merely inviting ridicule from the common folk? Not only inviting laughter from the populace, but if this reaches the court, who would be the subject of mockery then? The matchmakers continued to shout, attracting even more spectators. The Guo residence had become quite the lively place these past few days, with drama unfolding every other day, and the crowd buzzed with inquiries about the happenings. The matchmakers, without a hint of restraint, spoke once more. Upon hearing, the crowd began to understand. It turned out that the young lady from the Shen family sought to withdraw from the engagement, and the Shen family had returned the marriage certificate, while the Guo family refused to meet them. General Guo was indeed quite the character, having earned his military accolades. He still clung to the young lady from the Shen family. Was this not sheer obstinacy? Indeed, it seemed he believed that his military achievements made him a desirable catch, and that Shen Wanyin would not dare to break the engagement. Lord Ouyang remarked that General Gu is indeed a man devoid of benevolence and righteousness, lacking in gratitude. And furthermore, he publicly humiliated Miss Shen. The crowd gathered at the entrance grew increasingly large, and Gu Chui, returning from the Western Villa, was oblivious to the unfolding events, only hearing the sounds of ridicule from the onlookers. What are you doing? Who permitted you to be here? Several matchmakers, brazen and loud, showed no fear of the suddenly approaching Gu Chui. Oh, is this the sister whom General Gu brought back from the village? I hear you have benefited greatly from the Shen family over the years. Your expenses for food, clothing, and daily necessities surpass that of the noble ladies in the capital. All thanks to Miss Shen's generosity. As the saying goes, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Now that Miss Shen no longer holds your previous expenditures against you, you should persuade General Gu to return the marriage contract. Initially bewildered, Gu Chui finally grasped the situation upon hearing the matchmaker's words. She was astonished that Shen Wanyin would go to such lengths, actually intending to reclaim the marriage contract and even gathering so many gossipy women to shout at the door. During her time in the village, Gu Chui learned that the opinions of the matrons held significant sway. Even if her elder brother were furious, he could do little against these few women. Yet their tongues were sharper than a grinding stone, relentless in their chatter. Enough of your nonsense. If there is to be a broken engagement, it will be my elder brother's decision. What right does Shen Wanyin, as a mere woman, have to call for a breakup? Upon seeing Gu Chui's haughty demeanor, matchmaker Zhao scoffed, having previously been the one engaged by the Chao family to assist in the courtship of the Shen family. When she advocated for this match, her heart was filled with trepidation. Miss Shen was akin to a celestial being, while General Gu was nothing in the military at that time. She had never anticipated the union would come to fruition. She had secretly scorned the Gu family, thinking them presumptuous for thinking they could aspire to such heights. Yet Miss Shen did not seem to mind his humble origins and agreed to the marriage. Who would have thought? The audacity of such a heartless creature. Having lived half a lifetime, she had never encountered anyone with such a thick skin. When you requested my assistance in approaching the Shen family, General Gu clearly stated before both families that he would take only Miss Shen as his wife and would never take a concubine. Now, having just achieved military success, he already entertains another heart. It is not merely a matter of taking a concubine. He demands that the other woman enter alongside Miss Shen, which is nothing short of an affront to her. How ironic that the fault lies with the man. Yet the woman seeks to break the engagement and reclaim the marriage contract, and the younger sister of the man's family behaves so arrogantly and unreasonably. What kind of family is this? Alas, I, the matchmaker. Now find myself too ashamed to face Miss Shen. And which young lady would dare trust a matchmaker like me in the future? Matchmaker Zhao concluded, her expression one of self-reproach, as if the very thought of having facilitated this match was repugnant to her. Alas, there is little to be done when faced with such circumstances. One can only lament the unfortunate fate of Miss Shen, who finds herself entangled with such a family. A corpulent matchmaker feigned an approach to console Madame Zhao. Yet, after uttering her words, she cast a scrutinizing glance at Guo Yi, surveying her from head to toe. With a contemptuous pout, she turned her attention to her fellow matchmakers. I advise you all not to focus solely on General Guo. I find that the general's sister is not particularly admirable either. Future matchmakers should tread carefully regarding their family. Upon her remarks, the other matchmakers began to assess Guo Yi. Oh dear, with the situation surrounding General Guo, which family would dare to wed a daughter of the Guo clan? They seem to be perpetually seeking to profit, and besides, with such looks and stature, who would want to bring her home to toil in the fields? Chapter 62. I will not annul my engagement with Shen Wanyin. Upon hearing the words of the old woman, Guo Yi was instantly thrown into disarray. You, whom are you saying will be married off to till the land? As she spoke, she attempted to confront the old woman, but being an unmarried young girl, she was no match for the experienced matchmaker. Before she could lay a hand on her, the old woman swiftly seized her hair. Ah! Guo Yi cried out in pain. But she was not one to be easily intimidated. She bit down hard on the old woman's arm. Ouch! You little wretch! The already chaotic scene erupted into further turmoil, filled with shouts and confusion. Guo Yi, outnumbered by several older women, quickly found herself overwhelmed, banging on the door and calling for those inside to let her in. The doorkeeper of the Guo family dared not open the door, having received explicit instructions from Mrs. Chow. Inside, Mrs. Chow and Guo Yi were contemplating their next course of action. Guo Yi was increasingly anxious, unable to comprehend how matters had escalated to such an irretrievable state. Unfortunately, his injuries rendered him incapable of stepping outside. Otherwise, he would have sought out Shen Wanyin to inquire about her intentions. She had already stated her willingness to let Ji Qian become a concubine. Why then was he being relentlessly pressured? Was he truly to be denied the right to take a concubine in the future? As a man, and not just any man, how could he avoid the matter of multiple wives? Why was she so obstinately narrow-minded about it? Mrs. Chow paced back and forth in distress. Judging by the butler's demeanor from the Shen family, it was evident that this engagement annulment was no trivial matter. What did you say when you visited the Shen family yesterday? Did you not apologize to Shen Wanyin? Logically, considering Shen Wanyin's fondness for her son, as long as Guo Yi was willing to lower his head just a little, this matter should have been resolved. However, why had it escalated to this point? Guo Yi's expression stiffened. Apologizing to Shen Wanyin felt like an unbearable humiliation. He had thought that merely visiting the Shen family would provide her with a significant concession, perhaps rendering an apology unnecessary, leading her to cease her stubbornness. Yet, not only had he been beaten by Shen Zhijing yesterday, but he had also sincerely apologized to Shen Wanyin, stating that he would only allow Ji Qian to be a concubine. Still, she remained resolute in her decision to annul the engagement. At that moment, Guo Yi began to doubt whether Shen Wanyin truly loved him as much as she appeared to. For how could she be so calculative even regarding his intentions to take a concubine? I've already apologized to her and made it clear that I would not allow Ji Qian to enter the household alongside her. Ji Qian will only be a concubine in the Guo residence. You have said all this, and she still did not agree? Mrs. Chow was taken aback. She had thought that her son's severe beating at the hands of the Shen family was due to his insistence that both Shen Wanyin and Ji Qian enter the household together. To her surprise, Shen Wanyin was so stubborn this time that even the notion of her son having a concubine was unacceptable. How exceedingly jealous she was. Seeing Guo Yi remain silent and downcast, Mrs. Chow's heart burned with frustration. She yearned to rush out and tell the Shen family that if an annulment was to occur, then they, the Guo family, would not tolerate such a jealous and unreasonable woman. However, upon reflection, this matter can be set aside. Breaking off the engagement with the Shen family is absolutely out of the question. Now, not only has my son been demoted, But he has also been penalized with a year's worth of salary forfeiture. Without the Shen family support, how could they possibly sustain themselves in the future? That little vixen truly does not appreciate her circumstances. If the engagement were genuinely severed, she would be the one to weep. Who else would desire her if not you? After spending 3 years together in the military, they have undoubtedly crossed many boundaries. If she were to break off the engagement, which man would ever want her afterward? In Chao's eyes, Shen Wanyin and Guo Yi had long been betrothed, having spent 3 years in the military together, during which time it is likely that certain intimacies had already transpired. Otherwise, how could the Shen family have cared for them so attentively? This was also the reason she had such unwavering confidence that Shen Wanyin would never break off the engagement. Once a woman has lost her purity, who would want her except for her own son? Mother, these words must not be uttered again. Between her and me, nothing has transpired. As he spoke of nothing having occurred, Guo Yi's tone faltered momentarily. He felt a tinge of regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently in the military, abstaining from such self-restraint. If, as his mother suggested, they had indeed shared something, Shen Wanyin would not be so resolute in wanting to sever ties with him today, for that would leave her with no avenue of retreat. Contemplating this, a shadow of regret flickered in Guo Yi's eyes, mingled with a hint of unwillingness. He would not break off the engagement with Shen Wanyin, absolutely not. Upon hearing Guo Yi's words, Chao's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a canvas of incredulity. You two have been together for so long, and yet nothing has transpired? She could hardly fathom that her son, a spirited young man, had spent 3 years with this woman without making any advances. She was torn between chastising Guo Yi for his naivety or rebuking Shen Wanyin for her feigned modesty. You have only just returned, and already you are entangled with that wretched girl. While you spent 3 years with Shen Wanyin, and she offered you nothing. I see that this little vixen was never sincere with you from the very beginning. Guo Yi pressed his lips together. He firmly believed that the earlier Shen Wanyin had been genuinely devoted to him. The only change had been since that day before the palace banquet. Suddenly, Guo Yi's eyes widened in alarm. Could it be that Shen Wanyin had discovered his actions? He quickly dismissed the thought, shaking his head in worry. If Shen Wanyin truly knew anything, she would not be so composed in confronting him. And as for Shen Wanyin, he was not merely inclined to give him a beating. He would not hesitate to take his life. With this thought, Guo Yi secretly exhaled, his expression softening somewhat. He found himself with no other option. The crown prince had long set his sights on the Shen family, and even if he did not assist the prince, others would surely intervene. Shen Wanyin's marriage to him was her best refuge. Otherwise, her fate would be no different from that of Shen Wanyin and Shen Jiyun. Thus, Shen Wanyin ought to be grateful to him for saving her, rather than harboring resentment for his past actions against General Shen and Shen Jiyun. Everything he did was for her. Shen Wanyin would not break off the engagement with me, nor would I ever do so. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall marry her. Guo Yi's gaze was resolute, as if he were Shen Wanyin's very salvation. Just as he had boasted moments ago, the doorkeeper hurriedly came to report. Madam, something is amiss. The young lady has been assaulted outside. What? Madam Chao hastened to the entrance. What transpired? Who dares to strike her? At the threshold of the Guo residence, she could hardly fathom who would be audacious enough to lay a hand on the young lady of the Guo family. It was a group of matchmakers sent by the Shen family, who had been hurling insults at the entrance. Upon hearing their vitriol, the young lady had engaged them in a scuffle. Upon learning that it was the Shen family once again, Madame Chao was incensed and began to stomp her feet in frustration. Will they never cease? Are they determined to compel my son to abandon that little vixen? As she spoke, she rushed toward the main gate, while Guo Yi, in a state of anxiety, could only grimace at the pain in his backside, which caused him to break into a light sweat with the slightest movement. Madame Chao had initially thought to prevent the Shen family from entering by closing the main gate. Hoping to stall for time, she believed that if she could just hold them off, the day would pass without incident. She could not bring herself to believe in Shen Wanyin's resolve to break off the engagement and remained confident that her son's charm would ultimately sway Shen Wanyin's heart. Chapter 63. Are you truly here to annul the marriage? With a resounding crash, the door swung open, revealing a disheveled Guo Chui. Her hairpin had been yanked apart, and her attire was torn in several places. The woman who had assaulted her was robust, while another matron seemed to side with the aggressor, leaving Guo Yi with the unsettling feeling that she had been discreetly pinched multiple times. Upon seeing Madame Chow, Guo Yi let out a wail and collapsed into her embrace. "Mother, you must stand up for me. Beat them. Quickly, beat them to death." Seeing her daughter in such distress ignited a furious blaze within Madame Chow. To strike her daughter, the young lady of the general's household. How audacious these people were. Who granted them such audacity? You dare to act with impunity against the daughter of the general's household? The group of matrons dismissed her outrage with a casual flick of their handkerchiefs, displaying an air of elegance. "Madame, you yist. It was clearly Miss Guo who bullied us common folk. We had no choice but to retaliate. Indeed, it was Miss Guo who initiated the altercation. We could hardly separate her. She is simply too brazen. If her temperament does not change, she may find it challenging to attract a suitable match in the future." Guo Yi had never suffered such humiliation before. Even during her previous skirmish with Miss Pan, she had not endured such severity. Now, she felt a burning pain throughout her body, not knowing which matron had struck her fiercely, particularly on the tender flesh of her inner thigh. You! Madame Chow, infuriated, glared with indignation, yet she refrained from escalating the situation further, aware that it would only bring disgrace to the Guo family. "Oh dear, madam, do not be angry. We have no ulterior motives. We merely wish to exchange the engagement token of Miss Shen and General Guo. Since General Guo has already found his favored one, why cling to Miss Shen?" At that moment, Madame Chow recognized the speaker as the matchmaker Zhao, who had previously facilitated their courtship. She immediately retorted, "I paid you a significant sum to arrange this marriage, and now you align yourself with the Shen family?" Zhao, with a look of disdain, addressed Madame Chow. "You assured me in front of your son and the elders of the Shen family that he would treat Miss Shen with kindness. Yet, now your son seeks to trade his military achievements for another woman. This is simply unacceptable. The Shen family has approached me. I must now account for my actions." Zhao spread her hands helplessly and turned to the onlookers. "What do you think, everyone? Indeed, how can one expect fairness when they themselves are unjust? It is remarkable to witness such audacity. Since General Guo has found his beloved, why must he ruin Miss Shen? Exactly. Why should Miss Shen have to endure this indignity?" Upon hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Madame Chow's expression darkened as she glared in their direction. "She is not suffering at all. My son is now the general of the nation. It would be her fortune to marry into the Guo family." Madame Chow, in a fit of hysteria, wished to confront and tear apart the individual who had spoken. Yet, her obstinacy seemed only to incite further dissatisfaction among the populace. As her words fell, taunts and scorn echoed around her. What unmitigated arrogance! General Zheng Guo is merely a fifth-rank general of Ningyuan, yet he truly perceives himself as a significant figure. Upon hearing such remarks, the crowd erupted into laughter, drawing even more onlookers to the scene. As the throng gathered at the Guo family entrance, Madame Chow suddenly remembered to send a servant from the estate to disperse the crowd. Several women were ushered down the steps, and matchmaker Zhao persistently urged Madame Chow to reconsider the engagement, but she paid no heed. If she wishes to break off the engagement, she must come forth herself. Otherwise, the Guo family will not acknowledge it. Just as Madame Chow finished speaking, the sound of hooves echoed from behind the crowd. It was the carriage of the Shen family. Madame Chow looked up just in time to see the carriage come to a halt. Her eyes widened with fury as she glared at it, recognizing it as Shen Wanyin's carriage. Following closely behind were two detachments of the Shen family guards, approaching with an imposing demeanor. A flicker of hope ignited within Madame Chow's heart. Could it be that Shen Wanyin had finally realized her error and was coming to apologize to see Guo Yi? Meanwhile, Guo Yi, lying on the couch, heard of Shen Wanyin's arrival and was eager to rise, only to be thwarted by the pain in his backside, forcing him to remain prone. "Quickly, let Miss Shen enter. I wish to meet her," he commanded the attending maid. However, just as she stepped out, she was halted. "No need to go." A renewed confidence gleamed in Guo Yi's eyes. He could not believe that Shen Wanyin would truly be so heartless. The notion of breaking off the engagement must have been orchestrated by her family. Her presence at this moment was undoubtedly due to being constrained by the Shen family, as she would never wish to sever ties with him. "Let Miss Shen come in on her own," he declared, certainty radiating from his expression. Upon hearing of Shen Wanyin's arrival, he felt as if the pain in his injury had lessened considerably. Outside the grand entrance, Shen Wanyin peeked through the lifted curtain of her carriage and beheld the gathering crowd, unable to suppress a smirk. A little commotion would be delightful. The more people, the more lively it would be. Guo Yi desired face, did he? She was determined to rub his pride into the ground. Intentionally, she had instructed the steward to bribe a few brazen matchmakers to create a ruckus at the Guo family's doorstep, all to attract more onlookers. In a short while, she planned to present yet another farcical spectacle involving the Guo family. As Shen Wanyin gracefully descended from her carriage, the townsfolk politely parted to make way for her. She advanced with measured steps, exuding an air of regal elegance, her aloof demeanor making Madame Chow feel as though Shen Wanyin had transformed into a different person. Since the palace banquet, she had not seen Shen Wanyin, and little did she expect that in just a few days she would appear so haughty before her. Madame Chow's expression darkened, anxiety swelling within her. Could it be that Shen Wanyin truly intended to confront her about the engagement? "Shen Wanyin, are you truly here to break off the engagement?" Madame Chow inquired, her voice trembling. Shen Wanyin replied with a serene smile, "I have come for other matters today." Hearing this, the weight of uncertainty lifted from Madame Chow's heart. Indeed, she had known that Shen Wanyin could not possibly bear to part with her son. How could she ever wish to end their engagement? "I could hardly summon you, and now you truly disregard me as your elder." Upon concluding her statement, Lady Chow raised her chin with an air of triumph and let out a cold huff, seemingly reveling in the attention of the onlookers. "Behold, it is not the Guo family that refuses the marriage, but rather the young lady of the Shen family who cannot bear to part." After this, she attempted to turn away, impatiently adding, "Come inside, let us converse properly, and do not provoke Yi further, for he will not forgive you." Shen Wanyin cast a cool glance at Lady Chow, remaining steadfast in her position. "Since the engagement is to be annulled, I shall not enter. I have previously stated that my purpose for visiting today concerns other matters and is not to pay a call on General Guo." As Lady Chow was about to step through the grand entrance, she nearly stumbled over the threshold upon hearing those words, regaining her balance before turning back to regard Shen Wanyin with incredulity. "You, what nonsense are you spouting? If you wish to cause a scene, at least do so without such baseless claims in front of so many outsiders." Shen Wanyin maintained her composed demeanor, her smile unwavering as she observed Lady Chow's flustered reaction. Chapter 64. Reclaiming the manor. I am not speaking frivolously. If the Guo family refuses to cooperate with the dissolution of the engagement today, then we shall wait for the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, where the Emperor will take charge of the matter. However, it will be General Guo who faces humiliation before the Emperor at that time. Chow's face paled slightly. Indeed, during the palace banquet, the Emperor had stated that they would make a final decision at the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. Should Shen Wanyin insist on breaking the engagement, he would no longer intervene in the affairs between the two families. Let us thus wait for the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, where the Emperor will witness your inability to appreciate your status as a noble daughter of a prominent family, being discontent with such a marriage. Shen Wanyin understood that the Guo family was reluctant to sever the engagement. It was vital to address the matter in front of the Emperor, for he had previously mentioned it. To unilaterally dissolve the engagement would indeed provoke his discontent. Her brazen insistence today was intended not only to embarrass the Guo family, but also to convey her resolute intent to annul the engagement, thereby drawing out those who stood behind Guo Yi to take action. "Shen Wanyin, if you are not here to see my elder brother, then what is your purpose?" Guo Yi inquired. "Do you not realize that your actions only serve to give Ai Zhiqian an opportunity to capture my elder brother's attention and make him increasingly disdainful of you?" Guo Yi was skeptical of Shen Wanyin's claims. She wondered what other purpose Shen could have aside from visiting her elder brother. Could Shen Wanyin cease this pretense? It was evident that she harbored deep affections for him, yet she insisted on appearing indifferent. Guo Shui felt anxious on her behalf. Shen Wanyin fixed her gaze upon Guo Shui, causing the latter to feel a chill run down her spine. Suddenly, Shen Wanyin smirked mockingly and spoke nonchalantly. I have come to reclaim the manor. At this proclamation, all present were taken aback. Chao and Guo Shui were stunned, as were the onlookers. Reclaim the manor? What manor was she referring to? Could it be? A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Could it possibly mean that the grand residence in which the Guo family currently resided was bestowed upon them by the Shen family? Chao and Guo Shui's faces gradually morphed into expressions of horror, unable to fathom that Shen Wanyin's words harbored such implications. How could she be so ruthless? If the manor were taken back, where would they reside? Shen Wanyin, what do you intend to do? Guo Shui could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. In a calm tone, Shen Wanyin replied, You have lived in this manor without cost for many years. Now that both our families are set to dissolve the engagement, it is only logical that you should no longer benefit from it without recompense. Chao, intending to point an accusatory finger at Shen Wanyin, faltered and nearly stumbled as she raised her hand. Mother, Guo Shui hastily steadied her, while Chao pressed her hand to her chest, appearing as though she were on the brink of collapse from indignation. Shen Wanyin, do you truly intend to be so merciless? At this moment, Chao no longer viewed Shen Wanyin as merely throwing a tantrum, but rather as genuinely resolved to break off the engagement with Guo Yi before the throng of witnesses. Shen Wanyin stood there, her gaze unflinching and devoid of warmth, as if the person who had once sought to please her was not the same individual before her now. In fact, she discerned a glimmer of disdain in Shen Wanyin's eyes. Did Shen Wanyin truly no longer harbor feelings for her son? How can one be labeled as ruthless merely for reclaiming the residence of the Shen family? Is it truly so? Does Madame believe that after residing here for an extended period, it has somehow become her own? Guo Shui glared at Shen Wanyin with an intensity that suggested Shen Wanyin was a most heinous transgressor. Shen Wanyin, how can you be so petty? This residence was initially offered to us by you. On what grounds do you reclaim it? Though Guo Shui's words were sharp, her hands trembled slightly as she supported Lady Chao. Where could they possibly go from here? The meager savings left by her elder brother would scarcely suffice to acquire such a grand estate. She had no desire to be relegated to some filthy, cramped quarters. In a hushed tone, she murmured to Lady Chao, Mother, what shall we do? I do not wish to leave this place. Lady Chao's mind was also in turmoil. She too was reluctant to depart. Where would they go? Everything had transpired so abruptly. Shen Wanyin observed Guo Shui's underlying panic with disdain. Excellent. She relished this disquiet. On what basis does she presume to reclaim it? Such a question from Miss Guo would leave even the most impudent speechless. The estate of the Shen family can be reclaimed at any moment. After declaring this, Shen Wanyin's expression hardened as she turned to the steward and commanded, Commence at once. The steward nodded and proceeded with a group of guards toward the entrance. Suddenly, Lady Chao was no longer dazed, and she no longer required Guo Shui's support. Quickly, hurry inside and inform your elder brother of this matter. Yes, yes, mother, you must stop them, Guo Shui exclaimed before hastily rushing inside. Elder brother, it's madness. Shen Wanyin has gone mad. Guo Yi lay on the couch for an extended period, yet Shen Wanyin's figure remained absent, causing a flicker of anxiety to rise within him. Surely, it was because mother was angry with her, deliberately making things difficult by not allowing her to enter. He contemplated sending a servant to convey a few words of reassurance, but hesitated, believing that mother ought to discipline Shen Wanyin. A trace of worry etched itself onto his face as he finally spoke. Please inform Madame that she should not be overly harsh with Miss Shen. The current Shen Wanyin is not the same as before. I cannot allow Chao Shi to behave as she did previously. No sooner had Guo Yi finished speaking than a cry rang out from outside. Elder brother, help. We're doomed. This time it's truly the end. Guo Yi frowned in displeasure as Guo Shui dashed to his door. What are you doing? Making such a commotion is most unbecoming. Guo Shui gasped for breath. Her expression filled with panic and fear. Seeing her in such a state made Guo Yi's heart race. What has happened? Shen Wanyin has lost her senses. She intends to reclaim this estate and evict us. Guo Yi fell silent for a moment, seemingly recalling how they had come to reside in this estate. It truly seemed to belong to the Shen family, a gift bestowed upon him by Shen Wanyin. What? How could this be? Guo Yi murmured, suddenly lifting his head, hope flickering across his face. She wouldn't do such a thing. She must be jesting with you all. Is it that her mother is preventing her from visiting me, which has caused her anger and led to her harsh words? Please, urge her to come over so I can speak with her. She will surely calm down. Guo Shui dares not venture outside, as she fears the icy gaze of Shen Wanyin. Brother, please come to your senses. She is not jesting. Not only does she wish to break off the engagement, but she also intends to sever all ties with our family. She aims to completely dissociate from the Guo clan. Guo Yi's hope remains unwavering, yet the pain in his backside compels him to retreat back onto the bed. With gritted teeth and a tone tinged with desperation, Guo Yi implores, let her come, let her approach. If I speak with her, perhaps she will reconsider. I possess the means to win her back. Guo Shui rushed in, eager for Guo Yi to devise a plan, but at this moment his sole idea is to invite Shen Wanyin inside for a personal conversation. However, Guo Shui also wishes for Shen Wanyin to enter, yet Shen Wanyin is unlikely to heed her request. Chapter 65. It turns out the pain is most profound when inflicted upon oneself quickly. Go. Guo Yi urged Guo Shui to leave. At that moment, outside the door, Madame Chow stood defiantly, hands on her hips, resolutely blocking the entrance to the Shen family estate. If you wish to enter this house today, you must first step over my dead body. Madame Chow drew upon the tactics of the village shrew, refusing to believe that, as a general's wife, the Shens would dare to take action against her. Madam, are you attempting to act unruly? Shen Wanyin regarded Madame Chow with an ironic smile, reflecting on how foolish she had been in her past life to associate herself with such a rogue family. Madame Chow merely rolled her eyes, standing firm with her hands on her hips. What of it if she was being unruly? She was indeed being unruly. Unperturbed, Shen Wanyin turned and commanded, go report to the authorities, have the officials from Shentian Prefecture come to witness this. If anyone dares to obstruct the Shen family from reclaiming their estate today and injuries occur, it will be entirely their own doing. Upon hearing this, Madame Chow's face paled momentarily. Summoning the officials would escalate matters significantly. The reputation of the Guo family was at stake. Attracting the attention of the authorities was no trivial matter. Once the officials arrived, she would be powerless to stop them, for they would not grant her the luxury of acting unruly. Do not summon the officials. Shen Wanyin, why must you make this so absolute? Your family does not lack for silver. Shen Wanyin let out a light laugh, retorting, if our family is not in want of silver, should we allow your Guo family to greedily drain us without consequence? I have a dog that knows to wag its tail when given meat. The onlookers felt as though they were witnessing a splendid performance, and upon hearing Shen Wanyin's words, they echoed in agreement. Indeed, they have wealth. Why should they be at your mercy? Yes, just leave already. I've never seen such shamelessness. General Guo has enjoyed years of easy living, and now he has become a general. What a bargain. Laughter erupted among the crowd. In the midst of their mockery, Guo Shui dashed out of the door once again. Upon seeing her, Madame Chow's face brightened. What did your elder brother say? Guo Shui's expression was one of disappointment, and she spoke in a subdued tone. Elder brother said to let Shen Wanyin in to see him. He will persuade her. Hope flickered in Madame Chow's eyes, but quickly turned to rigidity. It was uncertain whether Guo Yi could persuade Shen Wanyin. Indeed, even getting Shen Wanyin to enter was no easy feat, for she was now utterly unyielding. Yet, it seemed there were no other options. What could be done for her injured son? Madame Chow raised her gaze to Shen Wanyin, her demeanor finally stripped of arrogance. Wanyin, you have a betrothal with Yi. Your bond extends beyond 3 years. Now that he has been gravely injured because of you, do you not wish to see him? I do not wish to, Shen Wanyin interjected, cutting Madame Chow off before she could finish. Firstly, I intend to annul the engagement with General Guo, thus rendering a meeting unnecessary. Secondly, General Guo's punishment bears no relation to me. The reasons are well understood by you, so do not cast this blame upon me. Seeing Shen Wanyin's resolute refusal, a flicker of resentment and malice sparked in Mrs. Chow's eyes. Shen Wanyin, you have spent 3 years in the military camp, entangled with my son in every conceivable way, and now you wish to break off the engagement? I wonder which gentleman would still desire you." Mrs. Chow's tone dripped with schadenfreude. She understood that even if Shen Wanyin and her son had not truly crossed any lines, no one would believe it. No young man in the capital would want a tarnished woman. Upon hearing her words, the onlookers visibly displayed expressions of amusement, as though they were eager spectators to a scandal. Even though they had already conjectured the implications of Shen Wanyin's 3 years spent alongside Guo Yi in the military camp, especially under the pretense of engagement, they found it hard to accept that nothing had transpired. Yet, to lay such insinuations bare made the situation all the more awkward. "Is this what Guo Yi has told you? That everything happened during our time in the camp?" Shen Wanyin retorted, her voice cold yet commanding a chilling authority. Mrs. Chow's expression faltered. While Guo Yi had asserted their innocence, Mrs. Chow could not afford to let that hinder her agenda. If she did not speak up, they would have to leave this place today. "Indeed, he has shared everything with me. For 3 years in the camp, you slept in his tent every night." Although Mrs. Chow's tone was assertive, it could not conceal the trepidation in her eyes. To ruin a woman's reputation is akin to extinguishing her very life. Mrs. Chow believed that by uttering such words, Shen Wanyin would be rendered unmarriageable forever. Her only option was to marry her son, which she deemed the most favorable outcome. "Do you understand the gravity of slandering another and tarnishing their reputation? What punishment might you face for such transgressions?" Shen Wanyin inquired, her tone remarkably composed, devoid of the fury Mrs. Chow had anticipated. This calm demeanor struck even more fear into Mrs. Chow. Why was she so unperturbed? Did she truly not care about these accusations? "I speak nothing but the truth. I have not sullied anyone's reputation." Mrs. Chow, unperturbed by such claims, reasoned that such matters could not be substantiated, and even if she refrained from saying so, the public had long since formed their own beliefs. It was precisely this mindset that empowered Mrs. Chow to brazenly slander. Creating falsehoods may seem simple, easily articulated, yet for the accused, proving their innocence is a formidable challenge. However, Shen Wanyin felt no need to exert herself in self-justification. She had no intention of remarrying in this lifetime. "Inin," a frail voice suddenly echoed from the entrance. Guo Yi, supported by others, finally emerged with great difficulty. Having awaited Shen Wanyin's presence for an extended period, anxiety gnawed at him, compelling him to endure the pain and step outside. Each movement sent waves of agony from his injuries. The pain of being punished with a rod was far more excruciating than he had anticipated. He recalled how, after punishing Shen Wanyin, she had still managed to lead her troops the following day, her face pale. He had thought her strong enough to endure, urging her not to be overly sentimental. It was only now, experiencing the pain firsthand, that he understood the true depth of suffering. In a moment of reflection, Guo Yi had already stepped out the door to face Shen Wanyin. Today, Guo Yi appeared utterly disheveled. Had it not been for the pressing circumstances, he would never have ventured out to meet anyone. "Wanyin, if you have something to say, please come into the residence and refrain from causing a scene at the entrance," Guo Yi implored, his tone that of a patient elder attempting to reason with a willful child. It was rare for Guo Yi to exhibit such patience towards her, leaving Shen Wanyin somewhat astonished. However, she had long seen through the beastly heart hidden beneath his human facade and would not allow herself to be deceived any longer. With her chin slightly raised, she scrutinized the disheveled Guo Yi before smirking disdainfully and directly addressing him. "Guo Yi, I ask you, during my 3 years in the military, have we ever engaged in any behavior that could be deemed overly intimate?" Chapter 66. Ruining her reputation. Guo Yi furrowed his brow, perplexed by Shen Wanyin's inquiry. He cast a bewildered glance at Lady Chow beside him, who was making exaggerated gestures, as if urging him to affirm the accusation. Could it be? A sudden realization struck Guo Yi, and he cast a disapproving look at his mother. How could he recklessly tarnish Shen Wanyin's reputation with baseless claims? They had done nothing wrong. He simply could not. "Son, you must speak up. Tell the truth. Have you two been sharing a tent in the military every day?" Lady Chow urged, shaking Guo Yi with a sense of urgency, as if fearing he might lose his clarity. A conflicted expression emerged on Guo Yi's face. He understood his mother's intentions. Should he concede to her wishes, Shen Wanyin would be left with no choice but to marry him. Yet he could not betray his own heart. As the turmoil within Guo Yi became evident, Shen Wanyin's demeanor gradually shifted to one of coldness. Guo Yi, let me witness just how despicable you truly are. Is this question so difficult to answer, General Guo? Shen Wanyin's relentless questioning only deepened Guo Yi's internal struggle. We haven't. Before he could stammer out the words, Lady Chao interjected. Son, think carefully. Do you truly wish to proceed with this marriage? Guo Yi seemed to awaken suddenly, looking up at Shen Wanyin with a resolute determination. This engagement could not be rescinded. It was imperative he retain it at all costs. The implications of breaking the engagement would not only affect the Guo family's future, but would also leave him unable to provide an explanation to the crown prince and the empress. More importantly, he did not wish to cancel the marriage. He had genuine feelings for her. He had always treated her well, never intending to neglect her after marrying Ji Qian. Why was she so ungrateful? He had even promised to take Ji Qian as a concubine only. Why then? Did she insist on escalating the situation? If she failed to comprehend, he would not hold back any longer. She simply needed time to realize his intentions. Once they were wed, she would come to understand his motivations. With this resolve, Guo Yi no longer hesitated and firmly declared to Shen Wanyin, yes. During our time in the military, Miss Shen resided with me. As soon as the words left his lips, Guo Yi perceived disappointment and disdain reflected in Shen Wanyin's gaze, sending his heart plummeting. How could she look at him with such contempt? The once admiring and gentle Shen Wanyin now regarded him with such animosity. Her thin smile, laced with scorn, suggested she had anticipated his confession all along. Gasps erupted from the crowd surrounding them, confirming the gravity of the situation. Lady Chao smirked triumphantly, as though she had finally regained her footing. Shen Wanyin, having spent so long with my son, you still wish to cancel the engagement? If you break it off, you shall never marry again in this lifetime. My son, now a celebrated hero, is a fortune for you. Do not create more trouble. Be sensible and marry him, lest you become the laughingstock of the entire city. Her words elicited nods of agreement from many onlookers. Both individuals have already crossed the threshold of intimacy. So what is there left to quarrel about? Miss Shen has lost her virtue, and even if she were to marry again, she could hardly aspire to a prestigious family. It is not only the nobility, but even ordinary families that would hesitate to wed a woman of unblemished reputation. Aixing, observing the smug expression on Mrs. Chao's face, felt a surge of indignation. Although she had only been beside Shen Wanyin for a few days, she was certain that Shen Wanyin was not the type to be frivolous. She could not believe that during her time in the military, she had shared a tent with Guo Yi every night. Miss, they are utterly despicable. Allow me to teach them a lesson. Shen Wanyin remained unfazed, raising her hand to halt Aixing's impulsive response. There is no need. They are gravely mistaken if they believe this will force my compliance. Their words will soon rebound upon them. Guo Yi, you truly make me feel nauseated. Shen Wanyin's light remark drained Guo Yi's face of color, for simply standing there had already exhausted all his strength. Her words struck him like a dagger to the heart. She claimed he repulsed her, yet everything he did was for her sake. Did she truly have better options than him? Shen Wanyin, do not go too far. I'm only looking out for your best interests. Guo Yi's tone betrayed a hint of impatience and panic as he questioned whether he had truly erred. The expression on Shen Wanyin's face was not what he had hoped for, and it instilled within him a sense of uncontrollable fear, as if he were on the verge of losing her. Inin, Guo Yi spoke again, his concern palpable. Seeing his gaze, imbued with feigned affection, Shen Wanyin felt an even deeper chill of disdain. Hypocrite. Guo Yi's heart raced. He was not a hypocrite. Everything he did was for her benefit. Shen Wanyin turned, her demeanor commanding as she surveyed the onlookers. Her piercing gaze exuded calmness and an undeniable authority, silencing the crowd with its weight. This aura was not that of a mere superior, but rather the steadfast spirit forged through years of battlefield experience. In that moment, Shen Wanyin appeared more like a victorious general than Guo Yi. The onlookers could not help but feel a surge of respect. recalling that the young lady of the Shen family had spent 3 years in the military, contributing to the safety of the borders of Daxia. I, Shen Wanyin, hereby vow that if I have ever engaged in any intimate relations with General Guo during my time in the military, let me be struck down by heaven and never find peace in the afterlife. Each word resonated with strength, and her face radiated confidence and integrity. The crowd was left in a state of shock, but none were more astounded than Guo Yi and Mrs. Chow, particularly Guo Yi, who had not anticipated Shen Wanyin would make such a pledge publicly. Did she possess no sense of shame? Shen Wanyin, how can you still have the audacity? Women typically shun such matters, yet you dare to invoke them in a vow. You all have the audacity to slander me with such shameless words. So why should I not defend myself? General Guo, do you dare? Guo Yi's expression faltered, as if he could not comprehend Shen Wanyin's words. Yet a hint of guilt surfaced within him. What do you mean? He asked, fully aware that the inquiry was directed at his courage to swear an oath akin to hers, affirming the truth of his assertions. For a fleeting moment, Guo Yi's complexion paled, and he stumbled slightly. Chaosher looked at him with concern, harboring intense resentment towards Shen Wanyin's aggressive demeanor. Shen Wanyin, you wretched person. If you wish to swear, then do so. Why must we also partake in such an oath? Following Shen Wanyin's declaration, the public's sentiments had already begun to sway in her favor. Now, upon hearing Chaosher's frantic tone, they perceived this mother and son duo, as Shen Wanyin had claimed, to be despicably casting aspersions upon her character. You may choose not to swear, yet that only signifies your own trepidation. Chapter 67. Shen Wanyin, do you truly wish to be this ruthless? Shen Wanyin shrugged nonchalantly. I can testify that Miss Shen never shared a tent with General Guo during her time in the military. As her words fell, a youthful voice emerged from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. It belonged to a tall and robust young man. Despite his dark complexion, he possessed strikingly handsome features and a pair of bright, spirited eyes. When Shen Wanyin glanced at him, he looked at her with palpable excitement. Chief Husan, a flicker of joy appeared on Shen Wanyin's face. That time, when she and Husan, along with 100 soldiers, fell into a trap set by a small enemy force, they were surrounded. In a daring act, they entrusted their backs to the enemy and fought fiercely to break free. It was after that incident that she developed a deep admiration for this brave and astute young man. Husan, Vice Commander Shen. Upon hearing Shen Wanyin call his name, Husan eagerly pushed his way through the crowd. However, Guo Yi's expression darkened upon seeing Husan. The young man had a habit of seeking various excuses to approach Shen Wanyin during their time in the military. Although Guo Yi was confident that Shen Wanyin would never develop feelings for Husan with him around, witnessing their lively conversation stirred a twinge of jealousy within him. Husan, why are you here instead of on duty in the military? Guo Yi's tone was unfriendly, implying that if Husan misspoke, he would face consequences for violating military regulations by being absent without leave. Reporting to the general, today is my day off, and I happened to pass by and witness this spectacle, Husan replied, cupping his hands in a salute. His tone, though seemingly respectful, dripped with sarcasm. Guo Yi felt a surge of frustration, but remained composed. My matters with Vice Commander Shen are none of your concern. There is no need for your interference. Guo Yi stood atop the steps, looking down at Husan with an air of authority, his voice laden with menace. After all, he was a fifth-rank general, and he doubted that a mere chief would dare oppose him. Guo Yi's gaze narrowed as he regarded Husan, his eyes warning of the consequences. Yet, contrary to Guo Yi's expectations, Husan showed no signs of fear or a desire to avert his gaze. He held his head high, maintaining a mocking expression, while the glint in his eyes hinted at a turbulent undercurrent, seemingly undeterred by Guo Yi's intimidation. I can no longer tolerate this. What? Guo Yi was momentarily perplexed by Husan's words. Reporting to the general, I cannot bear to hear your slander against Vice Commander Shen. Boom! Guo Yi felt a surge of anger rush to his head. Husan, do you realize what you're doing? Do you still wish to remain in the military? Guo Yi stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Husan, his voice lowered. He could hardly believe that Husan would audaciously challenge him, as if he were courting disaster. General Guo, Could you raise your voice a little and reiterate your previous statement? Are you suggesting that if I assist Deputy General Shen in proving her innocence, you will bar me from the military camp? Husan deliberately spoke loudly, and Guo Yi widened his eyes. Were it not for his current injury, he would have been unable to restrain himself from striking Husan. The common folk, upon hearing Husan's voice, turned their gaze toward Guo Yi with expressions filled with disdain. What a despicable and shameless General Guo, willing to tarnish a woman's reputation for his own selfish gain. This mother and daughter truly lack any sense of shame. Indeed, were I Miss Shen, I would never marry into such a family. Observing that the townspeople sided with Shen Wanyin, believing her to be innocent, Husan disregarded Guo Yi's murderous glare and continued. I can attest that Miss Guo has lived alone in her tent during these 3 years in the military camp, and I have never witnessed her engage in any improper behavior. Furthermore, during these 3 years in the camp, Miss Shen dined and trained alongside the soldiers. Although a woman, she fought bravely in battle and strategized with the best of them, proving herself a paragon for us all. Husan's voice resonated powerfully, each word imbued with conviction. After finishing, he turned to Shen Wanyin, the admiration in his gaze nearly overwhelming. The townspeople, hearing Husan's words, looked at Shen Wanyin with newfound respect. They had always assumed that as a woman, she would not need to fight on the battlefield, nor receive special treatment in the camp. However, they were astonished to learn that as the eldest daughter of the Shen family, she was capable of enduring hardships and stood shoulder to shoulder with men. Truly deserving of her lineage as the daughter of General Shen, a warrior in her own right. Shen Wanyin smiled at Husan. Thank you, Husan. She had not anticipated that he would stand up for her, especially since he was merely a centurion. And offending Guo Yi would likely make his life in the camp quite difficult. He could have simply stood among the crowd, a silent observer of the spectacle. No need for thanks. I have little tolerance for hypocrites who, in pursuit of their aims, resort to unscrupulous methods. Such individuals are unworthy of leading troops in a battle. And I, Husan, will not heed their commands. Husan's words were not softly spoken. They clearly reached Guo Yi's ears. Guo Yi gritted his teeth, silently vowing to make Husan pay for his insolence, especially upon seeing Shen Wanyin smile and converse with Husan. Guo Yi felt a surge of jealousy that nearly drove him mad. She had turned coldly away from him, disregarding her reputation to sever their engagement. Yet here she was, smiling radiantly at a mere centurion. For a moment, Guo Yi questioned whether Shen Wanyin had truly changed her affections, believing that the fault lay not with him for wishing to marry Ai Jiqian, but rather with a woman who lacked the propriety to propose an annulment. Shen Wanyin, I will not annul our engagement. Abandon any such hopes. Guo Yi spoke through clenched teeth, his gaze toward Shen Wanyin rife with obsession and malice, as if she were his possession, subject to his whims. Shen Wanyin regarded Guo Yi with a cold stare. Guo Yi, the matter of the engagement dissolution is not solely within your purview. Should I resolutely choose to annul our betrothal, this union shall not endure. Guo Yi sneered with a hint of obsession. Shen Wanyin, the emperor has not consented to the annulment. And do you intend to defy his decree by proceeding unilaterally? At this moment, it appeared that Guo Yi had lost any leverage over Shen Wanyin, resorting only to the emperor's words to exert control over her. With more than half a month remaining until the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, he was determined to devise a means to win back Shen Wanyin's affections. In truth, Shen Wanyin was not in a rush to dissolve the engagement. Her deliberate uproar was merely a ploy to tarnish Guo Yi's reputation. Very well, let us await the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. At that time, I shall once again petition the emperor to uphold the annulment. As Shen Wanyin's words lingered in the air, the two exchanged a silent glance, their unspoken grievances intertwining in the atmosphere. Guo Yi clenched his teeth, realizing that he had reached the limits of his endurance. Very well, let us discuss this further at the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. With that, Guo Yi turned to depart, only to be halted by Shen Wanyin's call. General Guo, please wait. I have another matter to address today, and I kindly request the cooperation of you and your esteemed family. Chapter 68. The gaze of Miss Shen was evidently laden with ulterior motives. It seemed that Mrs. Chow had finally come to her senses, turning to admonish Shen Wanyin sternly. Shen Wanyin, do not overstep your bounds. We have inhabited this courtyard for several years. We shall not depart. Guo Yi abruptly halted, astonished as he looked at Shen Wanyin. Why must she act so ruthlessly while he was injured? Could she not wait until after the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration? Mrs. Chow suddenly burst into tears. This wretched girl intends to seize our residence and expel us. Upon hearing Mrs. Chow's words, Guo Yi's heart filled with despair as he gazed at Shen Wanyin. Do you truly wish to be so heartless? You gifted me this courtyard originally. With a roar of anguish, he staggered a few steps, nearly losing his balance. Saved only by the support of Mrs. Chow and Guo Yi. Son, are you all right? Mrs. Chow looked at Guo Yi with concern, then turned her fierce gaze back to Shen Wanyin. Shen Wanyin, given Guo Yi's severe injuries, do you not fear that you will truly chill his heart to the point that he agrees to break off the engagement with you? Shen Wanyin coldly observed Mrs. Chow's display of feigned victimhood, disdain dripping from her voice as she uttered 4 words. I could not desire more. Having spoken, Shen Wanyin did not spare Guo Yi another glance, instead turning to the guards of a Shen residence behind her. Aside from their clothing, no belongings from this courtyard are to be removed. Understood, the guards responded in unison, and then 2 teams surged into the courtyard. While supporting Guo Yi, Mrs. Chow wept and reached out in a futile attempt to grasp the intruders, her demeanor pitiful. Yet, despite her plight, none of the onlookers expressed sympathy. Instead, they vocally condemned the Guo family for their misfortune. Seeing that no amount of wailing or lamenting would sway Shen Wanyin, Mrs. Chow, in a fit of rage and despair, retorted, Shen Wanyin, do you possess no compassion? Even if you and Guo Yi share no bond after these years. As strangers, you should not cast us out at such a time. Before Shen Wanyin could respond, Husan could no longer contain himself, his expression one of derision as he regarded Mrs. Chow, as if she had uttered the most absurd joke. Compassion? Madam, have you forgotten how just moments ago you and your son conspired to malign Miss Shen's reputation in the most vicious manner? Destroying a girl's honor is akin to taking her life. You just thrust the sharpest of daggers into her heart, and now you dare to accuse her of lacking compassion? What audacity! Aixing could not help but give Husan a thumbs up, urging him to continue speaking. Indeed, how many benefits have you received from our young lady over the years? You have resided in this house for so long, gifted to you by her. Even those devoid of compassion would fare better than you, who are utterly without conscience. The surrounding crowd echoed their agreement, exclaiming, You wretched girl. Very well, Shen Wanyin. May you not regret this. Break the engagement. Let my son end the engagement, and allow her to remain an old maid for life. Mrs. Chow, in a fit of rage, directed her words at Guo Yi. At this moment, Guo Yi was barely sustaining himself, his gaze fixated on Shen Wanyin, yearning to discern a hint of regret, panic, or struggle in her eyes. Yet there was none. Her demeanor suggested that she was resolutely determined to call off their engagement and expel him without the slightest trace of sentiment. Inin, his voice, frail and seemingly caught in his throat, went unheard by Shen Wanyin, who appeared indifferent to Guo Yi's plight. In the wake of her disregard, Guo Yi ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Son, my son, the anguished cries of the Chow family echoed through the streets as their possessions were gradually cast out. The servants of the Guo family had also been dismissed, and Song Dahu, limping, led a fine steed out only to be met with a flicker of anger upon seeing Shen Wanyin. He opened his mouth to scold her, but fell silent under the piercing gaze of Husan. Guo Chui, unwilling to leave, pleaded as she tugged at Shen Wanyin's sleeve, only to be halted by Xing's sister Wanyin. You used to care for me the most. How can you be so cruel as to cast me away? Where are we to go? Shen Wanyin regarded her with a steady gaze, and Guo Chui cautiously revealed a glimmer of hopeful smile. Indeed, I once cherished you the most. But how have you spoken of me behind my back? At Shen Wanyin's words, Guo Chui's expression faltered, guilt washing over her. It was precisely because the former Shen Wanyin was easily manipulated that they deemed her somewhat dim-witted. Who could have anticipated her sudden transformation? As if she had become an entirely different person? Sister Wanyin, it was my ignorance before. I genuinely I hold you in great affection and wish for you to be my sister-in-law. My brother truly loves you." Shen Wanyin, uninterested in further discourse, turned to leave. All of the Guo family's belongings had been expelled, the servants dismissed, the matter was settled, and she found no reason to linger. Seeing Shen Wanyin's intent to depart, Guo Chui became frantic. "You cannot leave, Wanyin. You cannot treat me this way. You will regret not marrying my brother." Shen Wanyin, without even a glance back, departed resolutely. "Deputy Shen, may I trouble you for a moment of your time? Let's converse at the tea house." Husen spoke nervously, aware that the atmosphere in the capital differed markedly from that of the military camp. Despite their camaraderie in the barracks, he dared not act recklessly in the city. Unlike Guo Yi, he would never resort to vile tactics to tarnish a girl's reputation. After speaking, Husan awkwardly scratched the back of his head, suggesting they avoid a private room, believing the bustling tea house would shield them from malicious gossip. "Very well, I also wish to express my gratitude," Shen Wanyin replied readily, and the two made their way to the nearby tea house. A Xing followed closely behind, her eyes sparkling as she scrutinized Husan repeatedly, ultimately concluding that he was undoubtedly suspect. Should she report this individual's existence to the prince? The way he gazes at Miss Shen is clearly driven by ulterior motives. A Xing felt an overwhelming urge to approach and knock him unconscious, especially upon witnessing his foolish grin directed at Miss Shen. If not for his relatively decent behavior moments ago, she would have certainly acted on that impulse. At a corner of the tea house, Shen Wanyin and Husan settled down. At that moment, the storyteller on stage was recounting the tale of the Guo and Shen families. However, the names had been altered, likely to avoid repercussions from either family. The patrons sipping tea were thoroughly engrossed, occasionally hurling insults at Guo Yi, calling him heartless and ungrateful. Shen Wanyin found it rather surprising. It seemed as though the storyteller was being deliberately guided, or perhaps someone had orchestrated the content for him to narrate. That guiding presence appeared to be aligned with her interests, aiming to tarnish Guo Yi's reputation and render him a laughingstock throughout the capital. Chapter 69. She would not allow him to perish so easily. Deputy General Shen. I have heard that General Shen expelled Guo Yi from the Shen residence in a fit of rage. Husan's question interrupted Shen Wanyin's reverie. She raised her gaze to him, and he averted his eyes, lowering his head slightly. Were it not for his slightly tanned complexion, one might have mistaken his flushed cheeks for those of a monkey. Shen Wanyin regarded the bashful Husan with some surprise. What could have transformed this lad? She recalled their first meeting, when he had been unwilling to meet her gaze, deeming it absurd for a woman to venture into a military camp. However, after collaborating on several occasions, his attitude towards her had gradually softened, and he sometimes even referred to her as a brother. Yet, upon returning to the capital, it was her first encounter with him again, and she was taken aback to find him transformed from his usual boisterous self to someone so shy and reserved. Yes, my brother's temperament is rather impulsive. He momentarily lost control. Shen Wanyin could only subtly defend Shen Jinyan, unable to openly declare that her brother's actions were justified. He deserves to be taught a lesson for betraying trust. Otherwise, he will remain oblivious to his own shortcomings, Husan remarked, a hint of derision etched upon his features. During their time in the military, he had always taken issue with Guo Yi, who was excessively arrogant, taking all the credit for victories while blaming his failures on others. All the soldiers in the camp knew that every battle over the past 3 years had been orchestrated with Deputy General Shen's strategies. Yet all accolades had fallen to Guo Yi. Shen Wanyin's silence was an implicit acknowledgement. Guo Yi not only deserved punishment, but also death. However, she would not allow him to meet such a fate so easily. After venting his frustrations about Guo Yi, Husan looked up at Shen Wanyin again. But upon locking eyes with her, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered his head once more. The deputy general looks truly beautiful in women's attire. Shen Wanyin. Upon realizing the impropriety of his words, Husan's head dipped lower, internally lamenting how his tongue had betrayed him, revealing his unguarded thoughts. Beside them, a Xing's expression turned icy. She had known all along. This person was indeed no good, a lecherous scoundrel. A chill ran down Husan's back as he turned, only to find the deputy general's maid glaring at him intently. His heart raced. He had merely complimented the Deputy General's beauty, yet the maid regarded him as though he had insulted her. Hastily, he sought to divert the conversation. General Shen is truly admirable. Had he not been injured, the accolades would not have been bestowed upon Guo Yi. He had often found the Deputy General's armor to be striking, but that admiration was devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. Yet today, clad in women's attire, the Deputy General appeared as if descended from the heavens, her beauty so radiant that it daunted him, making him hesitant to gaze directly upon her, lest his admiration tarnish her exquisite allure. In Shen Wanyin's eyes, there flickered a trace of regret. Indeed, her elder brother surpassed Guo Yi in every conceivable way. Had she discovered the issues earlier in her previous life, her brother would not have succumbed to anguish and indignation. Noticing the somber shift in Shen Wanyin's gaze, Wutian realized he had misspoken yet again. Why did he have to bring up the sorrowful topic concerning Vice General Shen? I apologize. What I meant to convey was, may I have the opportunity to visit General Shen? I seek his guidance. Observing Wutian's nervous demeanor, Shen Wanyin found it somewhat amusing. Of course, that would be perfectly acceptable. I am certain my brother would be delighted to see you. Presently, her brother was despondent due to his inability to return to the battlefield, feeling like a burden. If Wutian were to visit him, it might help restore his sense of purpose and alleviate his desolation. Just wait a little longer. Soon she would be able to heal her brother's leg. That would be splendid. My brother will undoubtedly be overjoyed to see you. After Shen Wanyin and Wutian departed, the guard of the Shen family unceremoniously expelled the Guo family members. Guo Yi, now completely unconscious, was lifted onto a horse-drawn carriage, while a group of Guo family servants followed the carriage to the villa in the western part of the city. The only place that Chao Shi could think of was the villa where Ai Zhiqian resided. It was because of her and Guo Wanyin that Guo Yi had ended up in such a predicament, and naturally, she intended to confront that little wretch. Since Guo Chui's departure, Ai Zhiqian, despite the injuries on her face, had scolded her for quite a while, only succumbing to exhaustion and falling into a deep slumber afterward. She never imagined that upon waking, she would be informed by a maid that the Guo family had arrived. The Guo family? Ai Zhiqian momentarily felt bewildered. Is Miss Guo back again? She cursed Guo Chui silently, thinking that the insolent girl just wouldn't know when to stop. It's General Guo and his wife who have come, said the maid. Chao Shi entered the courtyard, her expression immediately darkening. A moment before, the doorman had attempted to stop them at the entrance, which only incited Chao Shi's ire, leading her to berate him thoroughly. The doorman dared not obstruct them any longer. Once inside the courtyard, Guo Chui pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. This courtyard is far too small. I refuse to stay here. If you don't want to stay, then leave and find somewhere else, Chao Shi retorted dismissively, continuing deeper into the premises. The courtyard where Ai Zhiqian resided was not small by any means. It was quite well kept. It was indeed smaller than the one the Guo family had previously occupied. However, there was little room for complaints now, as they were fortunate to have any courtyard at all to reside in. The unconscious Guo Yi was also carried into the courtyard. Chao Shi began surveying the layout of the courtyard. She had only visited once before and was not well acquainted with the premises. Yet, since she was here now, the courtyard would henceforth be under her authority. Upon hearing that the Guo family had arrived, Ai Zhiqian felt somewhat perplexed. Wasn't Guo Yi punished? Why had they come here instead of attending to him at the residence? Particularly troubling was the fact that her aunt had also come. She felt a swell of anxiety at the thought of encountering her. Her aunt had always been the most fond of Guo Yi, and now that he had been harmed, would she not direct her grievances toward her in the same manner as Guo Chui? What if, in a fit of anger, she forbids Guo Yi from marrying her? Ai Zhiqian's anxiety deepened with every passing thought. She could not fathom why Shen Wanyin insisted on escalating matters to this extent. Why had she suddenly transformed, shattering her plans? Previously, Ai Zhiqian had been utterly confident that Guo Yi could manage Shen Wanyin. Not only could she smoothly enter the Guo residence alongside her, but she could also secure Guo Yi's favor, ensuring he would grant her more respect. However, now, with Shen Wanyin's intention to withdraw from the engagement, not only was her dignity at stake, but Guo Yi's reputation was also at risk. As these thoughts raced through her mind, AI Zhiqian hurriedly stepped outside. The moment she emerged from the courtyard, she was taken aback by the sea of dark heads gathered in the yard. She had initially assumed it was just Chao Shi, but this spectacle suggested that even the servants of the Guo family had arrived. Moreover, there was Guo Yi being carried. Chapter 70. A disheveled return to the western villa. AI Zhiqian was truly bewildered. Aunt, what is happening? Upon seeing AI Zhiqian, Mrs. Chao could not conceal her displeasure. The thought that it was because of her that they had ended up in such a predicament ignited a desire to berate the young woman. She struggled to suppress her anger. Noticing the injuries on AI Zhiqian's face and her knee, which appeared to be hurt as well, she watched as the maid assisted her to walk over, albeit with great difficulty. Mrs. Chao, uninterested in inquiring about the cause of her injuries, coldly commanded, "From now on, we shall reside here. You will vacate your courtyard for a year and arrange a more suitable courtyard for my accommodation." Guo Yi interjected with dissatisfaction. "What about my place? You said you wouldn't stay there." In front of AI Zhiqian, Mrs. Chao made no effort to hide her displeasure towards Guo Yi. At that moment, Mrs. Chao was seething. She had no desire to appease anyone. AI Zhiqian felt as though Mrs. Chao's words struck her like a bolt from the blue. Where am I to live? All the good courtyards are being allocated to them. Am I to be relegated to the auxiliary courtyard? I have resided here for 3 years. Why do they have to force me to move? If it were merely Guo Yi moving in, she might have welcomed it. But why had the entire family come? At this moment, AI Zhiqian was utterly perplexed. Was her aunt truly planning to relocate here? This courtyard could not possibly compare to the comfort of the Guo family residence. Surely, her aunt would find it difficult to adjust. Tentatively, AI Zhiqian inquired, sensing Mrs. Chao's foul mood, which had rendered Guo Yi silent. Taking a deep breath, Mrs. Chao was acutely aware that this courtyard paled in comparison to the one gifted to them by the Shen family. Yet, what choice did they have? They had been cast out. The look in Mrs. Chao's eyes filled AI Zhiqian with trepidation. Just uttering that single sentence seemed to provoke a glare that could consume her. At that moment, Guo Yi, who had been carried, slowly regained consciousness. Still prone, he surveyed his surroundings. Where is this? Although he recognized the western villa, it appeared he was struggling to accept the reality that he had been expelled from the grand estate by Shen Wanyin. Hearing Guo Yi's voice, AI Zhiqian wanted to approach. But as she remembered the severity of her own injuries, she hesitated, merely responding from a distance, "Cousin, how are you?" Upon hearing AI Zhiqian's voice, Guo Yi seemed to come to terms with the situation. This was indeed the western villa, and he had truly been ousted by Shen Wanyin. Suddenly, it was as if all his strength had been drained. The man who had just awakened now appeared utterly dejected. She is so heartless. She disregards the bond we have built over the years. Seeing Guo Yi in such a despondent state, AI Zhiqian felt a surge of anger. It was evident that he was referring to Shen Wanyin. Had he not claimed to harbor no feelings for her? His attentiveness towards Shen Wanyin was merely a means to secure his own future. Indeed, one could hardly trust a man's words. At that moment, AI Zhiqian began to grasp the full extent of the situation. Perhaps the entire family had been expelled from that residence by Shen Wanyin. Chao instructs someone to escort Guo Yi to AI Zhiqian's current residence, and AI Zhiqian dares not voice her objections. She reluctantly allows her belongings to be collected and ensures that Guo Yi is well attended to. Logically, given Guo Yi's current injuries, this would be an opportune moment for her to showcase her merits. However, her appearance is so disfigured that she cannot bear to present herself before him. She resolves to restore her beauty as swiftly as possible and to discuss the matter of the jade dew ointment with Guo Yi at the earliest opportunity. Despite the Guo family being cast out, Guo Yi has been granted a bounty of 20,000 taels. As long as there is silver, there is little to fear. AI Zhiqian reassures herself that she is destined to marry Guo Yi, so she views her current situation as merely a prelude to living with her future mother-in-law and sister-in-law, which conveniently allows her to curry favor with her aunt. AI Zhiqian obediently seeks out a secluded courtyard to reside in. With an injury to her knee, she struggles to walk, assisted by a maidservant, and finally settles down in the courtyard. At the entrance, a maidservant of Chao's summons her, requesting her assistance in tidying up the courtyard. AI Ziqian's complexion pales momentarily. Her aunt has clearly noted her leg injury, and it is a considerable effort for her to walk, let alone assist in cleaning. Is this not an intentional slight against her? AI Ziqian understands that due to Shen Wanyin's decision to withdraw from the engagement, Chao must be furious with her. Now, having been expelled from the grand residence by Shen Wanyin, her anger is undoubtedly magnified. With no outlet for her frustration, it is certain that today, it shall be directed at AI Ziqian. Realizing there is no escaping the situation, AI Ziqian steels herself and allows the maidservant to guide her to Chao's courtyard. Within, Chao is seated at a table, sipping tea while the servants busily arrange the furnishings, make the beds, and clean the floors. As Chao surveys the size and arrangement of the room, she cannot help but feel that it is vastly inferior to her previous accommodations. Even now, she struggles to accept that her home is lost. She had grown accustomed to that place, which had become her estate. Yet today, she finds herself relocated to such a meager dwelling. The more she looks around, the more her resentment brews, and the more she feels that AI Ziqian is a vixen, a bane to her family. From a young age, AI Ziqian has brought misfortune to her parents, and now, even before marrying her son, she has caused him to face demotion and punishment, as well as forcing her to move from the grand estate to this dilapidated courtyard. AI Ziqian arrives just as Chao's resentment reaches its peak. She deeply regrets not having thwarted this scheming girl from ensnaring her son in the first place. Blinded by AI Ziqian's flowery words, she had mistakenly believed her to be virtuous. How wrong she was. This girl is nothing but a calamity. Aunt AI Ziqian, though injured, still kneels in greeting, her demeanor so demure that it invites no criticism. Chao glances at her, then lowers her gaze, indicating no intention of inviting her to sit. Without permission, AI Ziqian dares not take a seat, recognizing that the person before her is her future mother-in-law. She must find a way to please her, yet she cannot afford to offend her. Look around my courtyard. Much of what you see is quite old. Once the servants have selected the items, you are to replace them with new ones and have them returned. AI Ziqian furrows her brow at this request. Who will bear the cost of these new items? AI Ziqian lifted her face, adorned with a warm smile, and with great effort, took a few steps forward. Her aunt would be residing here, and naturally, all these items needed to be replaced with new ones. How could she allow her aunt to use the old? Upon hearing AI Ziqian's words, the expression of Mrs. Gao Sopten So Mewat, AI Ziqian's stay here was entirely funded by the wealth of Guo Yi. She herself possessed very little silver. Previously, Guo Yi had reaped considerable benefits from the Shen family, during which time Shen Wanyin would indeed provide him with silver notes. Consequently, her life had been quite comfortable. To be frank, ever since Shen Wanyin expressed her intention to break off the engagement, it had been quite some time since AI Ziqian received any silver from Guo Yi. Currently, she was spending the remnants of her previous savings, and soon her funds would dwindle to nothing. AI Ziqian clenched her palms nervously. She dared not mention the matter of silver just yet, but rather observed how many items needed to be replaced. If the silver was insufficient, she would cover the cost for now and later seek reimbursement from Guo Yi. Before long, she noticed the servants bringing out a considerable number of items, and Mrs. Chao meticulously counted each one, finding that indeed, all of them required replacement with new ones. Chapter 71. The coercion of the Chao family. These items have all been used. I cannot possibly continue to use them. It is unsettling to even think about it. Let us replace everything. Additionally, I have instructed someone to tidy up ERS courtyard, and the items within it must also be changed. AI Ziqian's complexion turned ashen, nearly causing her to falter. How could the Chao family demand replacements for perfectly good belongings? How much silver would that require? She simply could not afford it. Forcing a slight smile, AI Ziqian found it impossible to stand any longer and sank into a chair beside the table. Chao cast a sharp glance at her, frowning. What happened to your injuries? I accidentally fell while in a cherry blossom grove yesterday. AI Ziqian responded softly, seemingly attempting to elicit sympathy from Chao. Unfortunately, Chao had neither the inclination nor the capacity to feel pity for her, being too preoccupied with her own grievances. It seems you have been living quite comfortably. Has certainly not mistreated you these past few years. Mistreated? I have waited 3 years for Guo Yi. How many 3-year spans does a young woman possess? Why should Guo Yi mistreat me? Zhiqian's heart was steadfast. Her feelings for her cousin were genuine, as were his for her. If you truly cared for him, you would not place him in such a predicament. Look at what you have done. You have disrupted his prospects with the Shen family. Does this bring you comfort? Chao declared, slamming her teacup down upon the table. Zhiqian's face blanched, and she cast a pitiful glance toward Chao. Aunt, I never intended to disrupt my cousin's engagement with Miss Shen. I have stated that I do not care for reputation. I only wish to be by my cousin's side. Very well. Then you may accompany without any title or recognition. Even if Zhiqian were to remain by Guo Yi's side, without a name or status. It cannot be permitted to hinder the engagement with the Shen family. If Shen Wanyin is indeed concerned about your existence, then even Guo Yi's proposal for you to become his concubine is out of the question. Thus, this is the only solution. Initially, when Shen Wanyin was unaware of Zhiqian's presence, there were no issues. Therefore, Chao believed that all troubles stemmed from Zhiqian. Zhiqian was momentarily stunned. To remain by Guo Yi's side without recognition? On what grounds? Her aspiration was to be the general's wife, not even a concubine. Gao, observing Zhiqian et vit et pasino, discerned her internal conflict and let out a cold laugh. Are you unwilling now? No. Zhiqian denied, her face stricken with sorrow. I can accept it. It is just that my cousin, Zhiqian, wished to convey that the decision was not solely in Chao's hands. If Guo Yi wished to marry her, none could stand in his way. Chao, incensed, glared fiercely at Zhiqian. Was once confused. Now he has suffered great losses. Look at the chaos you have caused. His well-deserved accolades have turned into punishments, resulting in demotion and public lashing. Do you truly believe he would unreservedly choose you now? Zhiqian fell silent, realizing the truth in Chao's words. How could someone as astute as she had not contemplated this matter? Today, when Guo Yi arrived, he was still murmuring Shen Wanyin's name. He had pursued Shen Wanyin for the sake of his future, and he could very well forsake her once more for the same reason. Yet, how many 3 years did she have left to wait for him? And, although the Shen family is no longer as it once was, Shen Wanyin's strong-willed nature suggests she may not submit to cousin's authority and could even show you disrespect. Since she wishes to dissolve the engagement, it might be better, since Shen Wanyin cannot tolerate her under any circumstances. She actually hopes that the engagement between Shen Wanyin and Guo Yi is annulled outright. Chao abruptly slammed her hand on the table, causing Zhiqian to flinch in fright. You speak so lightly of severing ties with the Shen family. Can your family support itself? Zhiqian struggled to comprehend how, with Guo Yi's current capabilities, earning a few more military merits would not allow him to match the former General Shen. After all, wasn't it merely the case that the residence was reclaimed by Shen Wanyin? The Guo family possesses wealth. They could easily purchase a new, grand estate. Aunt, cousin is ambitious and capable. Why must you insist on his subjugation to a woman? If it were me, I would certainly serve him well and never humiliate him publicly. Chao snorted coldly, casting a glance at Zhiqian. You may wish to serve Guo Yi, but you must consider whether you possess the qualifications to do so. Do you truly believe that without the Shen family, you can continue living in such comfort? Let me tell you, should Shen Wanyin truly break off the engagement with you will never set foot in the Guo family again. Zhiqian was consumed by hatred, her fists clenched tightly at her sides. However, the Shen family must dissolve the engagement. We have no means to prevent it. Chao suddenly stood and faced Zhiqian. How can there be no means? You shall personally go to the Shen family's doorstep and plead for forgiveness. Just say that was seduced by you into expressing a desire to marry you. As long as she does not break off the engagement, you shall never appear before her again. Zhiqian's eyes widened in shock. This was surely the purpose of Chao's summons. Once again, she was being asked to renew the household's furnishings and to remain by Guo Yi's side, without any official recognition. It was all a scheme to coerce her into pleading with Shen Wanyin. If she truly followed Chao's instructions and sought Shen Wanyin's forgiveness, it would only serve to fulfill Shen Wanyin and Guo Yi's union. Would she still have any dignity left? How could she possibly remain in the capital after that? AI Qian felt a chill run through her. Was this woman truly her own aunt? How could she be so cruel? Aunt, AI Qian called out, her voice laden with grievance as she looked at Chao with sorrowful eyes. Are you trying to drive me to despair? Chao was displeased with AI Qian's reaction. Did you not claim to desire no official title? Rest assured, once Shen Wanyin and Yi are wed, I will find a way to elevate you to a concubine. You shall not have to endure this humiliation indefinitely. She was willing to sacrifice her own reputation, to be scorned by the entire capital, merely to become a concubine of the Guo family. It was inconceivable. AI Qian would have to be out of her mind to agree to such a thing. However, if that were the case, her reputation would be utterly ruined. How could she ever face anyone again? Not to mention that the incident with Guo Yi had already caused her to avoid going out for many days after being seen by that widow. If she truly went to the Shen family to humiliate herself and claimed to have seduced Guo, she would likely be ridiculed every time she stepped outside. Upon a mention of her reputation, AI Qian suddenly pondered a thought. Why must her honor be tarnished, and not that of Shen Wanyin? If things were to proceed as before, it would have been entirely feasible for Shen Wanyin to obediently marry Guo Yi alongside her. Aunt, I have conceived a brilliant plan, AI Qian exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with fervor as she turned to face Madame Chao. What other scheme could you possibly devise? Madame Chao responded, her tone laced with skepticism. As long as we ensure that Shen Wanyin loses her virtue, she would have no choice but to wed our cousin. At that point, you would hold the reins of her fate, determining when and how she marries. Initially dismissive of AI Qian's words, Madame Chao now found a semblance of logic within them. Chapter 72. The audience remains untrapped, yet the actors have fallen, and how did she not realize this? Today, Shen Wanyin's audacity was precisely because during her time in the military, nothing untoward had transpired with Yi. She remained pure and unblemished. A glimmer of frenzy ignited in Chao's eyes as she resolved to seek out Guo Yi to discuss this matter. Guo Yi had just settled down, and although he was awake, he lay on the bed like a living corpse, motionless. No matter how conceited he was, he understood that Shen Wanyin no longer harbored any affection for him. She had ceased to care for him. Not only had she lost her fondness, but he even detected a hint of disdain in her gaze. The notion that Shen Wanyin would never abandon him had become an absurdity. Yet at this moment, he realized that he could not possess Shen Wanyin. He had foolishly allowed what he once deemed insincere affection to blossom into genuine attachment and love for her. He loved Shen Wanyin deeply. He could not envision life without her. "Here, how are you feeling?" Chao approached Guo Yi's bedside, surveying the room's decor with a degree of satisfaction. "Mother, I wish to see Shen Wanyin. Please find a way to inform her to visit me, would you?" Guo Yi's voice was almost pleading, a sentiment he had never experienced to such depths of helplessness. This feeling was more painful than any defeat in battle. Throughout the years, even before Guo Yi joined the military, he had never felt so vulnerable before Chao. Chao's face flushed with indignation. Her son had always possessed a proud spirit, and to witness him suffer such humiliation was intolerable. "My son, do not despair. There is no formal dissolution of your engagement. That little wretch, Shen Wanyin, still has the chance to marry into our Guo family." Upon hearing that the engagement had not been annulled, Guo Yi's sorrowful expression softened. Indeed, he had not yet been released from his vows. He still had a chance. He was convinced he could sway Shen Wanyin's heart. Yes, he need not worry. Their betrothal still stood, and they were destined to be together. Chao's face brightened at her son's words. "Thus, we must devise a means to ensure that Shen Wanyin dares not withdraw from the engagement." "Dare not withdraw?" Guo Yi echoed, looking at Chao with a perplexed expression. "Indeed, as long as we can ensure that before the Empress Dowager's birthday, Shen Wanyin experiences the consummation of marriage with you, how could she possibly retract her promise?" Guo Yi's confusion deepened. Consummation? Would that not require? Considering Shen Wanyin's resolute demeanor and her current aversion towards him, how could anything transpire between them? Noticing the pallor on Guo Yi's face, Chao understood his concerns. "We seek only this outcome. The means to achieve it need not be scrutinized, regardless of the method employed. Your union with Shen Wanyin can only be salvaged through this approach. Guo Yi comprehended his mother's intent immediately, caught in a dilemma of whether to oppose or acquiesce. Some matters, indeed, as his mother had stated, need not dwell on the process. The end result suffices. Shen Wanyin was destined to be his. She inherently belonged to him. Once she married him, she would realize that choosing him was her most prudent decision. Madam, the young lady from the Su family has arrived, requesting to see the general. Chow, unfamiliar with Miss Su, was taken aback, yet Guo Yi instantly recognized that it was Su Yuran. He had been aware of her dealings with the crown prince from the very beginning, including how she had drugged Shen Jiyun. Please, allow Miss Su to enter. Guo Yi commanded, ushering Chow out. A sense of unease washed over him. It was remarkable that Su Yuran had managed to find this place so swiftly. Surely the crown prince had learned of today's events. The courtyard of General Guo was indeed picturesque, albeit rather small. Even before she stepped through the door, Su Yuran's voice echoed, laced with a playful tone, yet to Guo Yi, it dripped with sarcasm. Here he was, a distinguished general, confined to this modest dwelling due to a woman. How utterly absurd he felt. Miss Su, I am afraid I am injured and can only speak with you from my bed. I hope you will excuse me, Guo Yi stated, although he held a disdain for Su Yuran. He recognized they were both under the crown prince's influence and thus extended her a modicum of courtesy. In truth, both he and Su Yuran had harmed the Shen family. Yet he found her cunning and malicious, particularly for the way she had treated Shen Jiyun. Despite his own transgressions against the Shens, he would never lay a hand on Shen Wanyin. Not to worry, I have come on behalf of the crown prince to inquire about your next course of action. Su Yuran replied. Guo Yi's expression momentarily stiffened. He was uncertain what to do next. Was it truly, as his mother suggested, that he should contrive a situation with Shen Wanyin to ensure her unwavering commitment to him? I will find a way to make Wanyin marry me. Guo Yi finally managed to utter after a lengthy pause. Su Yuran's face betrayed a hint of impatience. Guo Yi's foolishness had turned a straightforward matter into a convoluted mess. Did he truly believe a mere statement would placate the crown prince? Were it not for the lack of capable military figures in court, the crown prince might have already abandoned him. However, Su Yuran was indeed surprised by Shen Wanyin's reaction. She had once been so enamored with Guo Yi, yet now, over a single woman, she had taken such drastic measures. Su Yuran found herself questioning whether Shen Wanyin was genuinely intent on breaking off the engagement. Yet the situation had escalated to a point where she could no longer afford to doubt it. Guo Yi had previously assured the crown prince with unwavering confidence. Yet here they were, provoking Shen Wanyin to the brink of a broken engagement. If he could not secure her, others certainly would. Guo Yi's eyes widened in indignation as he glared at Su Yuran. Wanyin is mine. I will not allow anyone to have designs on her. Su Yuran scoffed, regarding him as if he were a simpleton. The actors were ensnared in their own performance while the audience remained unentangled. The crown prince has no interest in your ramblings, she retorted, her voice tightening, her cold gaze fixed upon Guo Yi, his face contorted with turmoil. He did not wish to act in such a manner. Yet he felt cornered. I have already devised a plan. Guo Yi promptly recounted the words spoken by the Chow family to Su Yuran. Upon hearing Guo Yi's account, a cold smile graced Su Yuran's lips, for it indeed represented the most viable course of action at present. She turned her gaze towards Guo Yi, her tone laced with authority. The birthday banquet of Princess Yao in June is merely a few days away. Perhaps that day may hold promise. Guo Yi furrowed his brow, though such thoughts crossed his mind. The mere notion that Shen Wanyin might eventually uncover his machinations left him at a loss for how to face her. Sensing the turmoil etched upon Guo Yi's face, Su Yuran spoke with a chilling tone. What is the matter? You don't truly believe that you would feel any remorse for this, do you? Guo Yi remained silent, his brow knitted in contemplation, prompting Su Yuran to continue. Consider the actions you have taken against the Shen family. Any one of those transgressions could incite a profound hatred in Shen Wanyin towards you. Yet, I have not observed any signs of guilt from you before. Her words struck Guo Yi like a heavy stone lodged in his chest. Chapter 73. The birthday feast of Princess Yao. The matters he had previously buried deep within his heart were ones he dared not confront. as if by doing so he could erase their existence entirely. When Shen Wanyin was by his side daily, he felt no anxiety. Everything remained within his control. Yet now, circumstances seemed to slip from his grasp, leaving him in a state of unease and trepidation. I am fully aware of my actions. No reminders are necessary. Guo Yi spoke coldly. Su Yuran scoffed. Very well, General Guo. Take care of your health. You must attend Princess Yaoha's birthday feast in 2 days. Otherwise, this performance cannot proceed. I shall assist you in persuading Shen Wanyin, but do not disappoint His Highness the Crown Prince. With that, Su Yuran departed, leaving a chilling laughter in her wake. Once Su Yuran had left, Chao Shi, who had been lurking outside, rushed in, having overheard much of the conversation. Son, is that woman sent by His Highness the Crown Prince? Guo Yi, who had always kept his private affairs from Chao Shi and Guo Yi to prevent loose tongues, shot her a sharp glare. There is no Crown Prince. I have had no dealings with him. You must have misheard, mother. The irritation in his voice reflected his astonishment at her eavesdropping. But mother heard her speak of the Crown Prince's orders. And what does it mean regarding the Shen family? What have you done to wrong them? Chao Shi, unable to contain her curiosity, felt as though she had stumbled upon a secret. Yet the implications left her in a state of discomfort. Silence. Guo Yi suddenly roared, his face contorted in anger. I have never harmed the Shen family. Never. Chao Shi was taken aback by her son's fierce demeanor and quickly raised her hands in surrender. All right, you haven't done anything. I won't ask any more questions. Yet Guo Yi's vehement reaction only fueled her suspicions. She believed her son must have done something to the Shen family, as his vehement denial suggested a hidden truth. Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, Guo Yi sought to regain his tranquility. Summon Xiao Cui. I have matters to discuss with her. Chao Shi, sensing the urgency, hastily sent for Guo Yi. Guo Yi resided in a lesser courtyard, where she was currently venting her frustrations. The best quarters had been allocated to Guo Yi and Chao Shi, leaving her with this inadequate space. The small courtyard was not even half the size of her previous residence, and she found herself unable to move freely within it. With the birthday feast of Princess Yaoha approaching, she had been unceremoniously displaced by Shen Wanyin to this dilapidated courtyard. In just a few days, her acquaintances would surely learn of her expulsion, and before long, the entire capital would be abuzz with the news. She dreaded the thought of how she would be ridiculed at the feast. Guo Yi had envisioned countless times her grand entrance at the banquet. Yet now all her beautiful dreams had dissipated into thin air. She felt no anticipation whatsoever for Princess Yaoha's birthday celebration and had no desire to attend. Why should she subject herself to ridicule when her presence would only serve as a jest? Resolving her thoughts, Guo Yi firmly decided that she would not attend the princess's birthday. Miss, the lady requests that you visit the general, came the message. Very well, I understand, Guo Yi replied reluctantly, rising to head towards Guo Yi's courtyard. At that moment, her heart brimmed with dissatisfaction towards Guo Yi, and her tone reflected her displeasure. What does my elder brother want with me? Chao Shi furrowed her brow and reproached her. What kind of attitude is this when speaking to your elder brother? Guo Yi had already endured a day of Chao Shi's rebukes, and having missed out on the 2 best courtyards only heightened her grievances, which now erupted. What is wrong with my attitude? I have been holding back. If it weren't for my elder brother's insistence on marrying a first wife and taking concubines, would we be in this predicament? She could have resided in the grand estate, adorned in silk from Shu, indulging in the finest delicacies. Yet all those pleasures were now stripped away. You ungrateful wretch! If it weren't for your elder brother risking his life on the battlefield, you'd still be in the village, cutting pig grass. Do you not understand gratitude? Chao Shi retorted. With a sudden cold laugh, Guo Yi turned to Chao Shi. Gratitude? Does our family possess such a thing? Who among us has it? I have only learned to be as heartless as a wolf and as ungrateful as a dog. She glanced between Chao Shi and Guo Yi, rendering them both silent. The Guo family knew not of gratitude, only the treachery of the heart. Enough. Guo Yi's voice rang out sharply. Then he turned to Chao Shi, saying, Mother, please step outside. I need to discuss something with Guo Yi. Angered by Guo Yi's words, Chao Shi left the room with a cold expression. How could they be regarded as treacherous? Was it not simply because her son desired to take another wife that matters had escalated to this point? Her son was a great general. Having multiple wives was perfectly normal. It was Shen Wanyin who was ungrateful. Indeed, it is she who is ungrateful. Guo Yi spoke in a low voice within the room. In 2 days, I will accompany you to Princess Yaohe's birthday celebration. Guo Yi was taken aback. Her elder brother, so severely injured, intended to attend the banquet. Moreover, he had not previously indicated his desire to go, and the princess had not invited him. Why? She exclaimed. I do not wish to go. It would be too humiliating. Princess Yaohe was 18 and of marriageable age. However, she was notoriously willful and, coupled with her noble status, few men were deemed worthy of her. Those who matched her status could rarely tolerate her capriciousness. Thus, the protracted indecision regarding the marriage remains unresolved to this day. Although the upcoming celebration marks the birthday of Princess Yaohe, it is well known throughout the capital that the Prince of Ningnan has organized an extravagant banquet, inviting numerous esteemed young ladies and noble gentlemen. The underlying objective, of course, is to facilitate the selection of a suitable husband for Princess Yaohe. It is anticipated that nearly all prominent families in the capital will attend. Even those not interested in the princess's match will seize the opportunity to forge connections with influential households. Guo Yi summoned Guo Yi merely to inform her, not to seek her counsel. His dissatisfaction with her words had already taken root, as he had previously regarded his sister as merely headstrong. To his dismay, he now perceives her as selfish, preoccupied solely with her own feelings. Why has everyone changed? Guo Yi feels as though even Guo Yi has transformed. Chapter 74. I am the legitimate daughter of the Shen family. Shen Wanyin on the day of Princess Yaohe's birthday celebration. Guo Yi's injury had yet to heal. Each step he took was a torment. For the past few days, he had been lying down to rest, and even to eat, with his wound merely ceasing to bleed. Additionally, his leg had suffered from the harsh punishment he received, and the physician warned that some injuries to tendons and bones required careful attention. Otherwise, they could lead to lingering ailments or, in severe cases, even slight disabilities. Nevertheless, he was determined to attend the Ningnan prince's residence today. He had to see Shen Wanyin. He simply must see her. The purpose of this banquet at Ningnan prince's residence was fundamentally a grand matchmaking event. In the past, Shen Wanyin had never participated in such gatherings. Yet ever since she learned from Guo Yi that Shen Wanyin had not only accepted the invitation to Princess Yaohe's birthday feast, but had even specially crafted an outfit from shoe brocade, it was evident that she placed great importance on this occasion. Since that day at the palace banquet, had she truly resolved to break off their engagement? Enduring the pain, Guo Yi climbed into the carriage, while Lady Chao expressed her concern beside him, urging Guo Yi to take good care of him. Internally, she cursed Shen Wanyin for being ungrateful, contemplating that if Shen Wanyin were to enter their household one day, she would ensure to vent her frustrations from today. At the Shen residence, Bijou was busy styling Shen Wanyin's hair. With nimble fingers, she skillfully crafted various fashionable hairstyles popular among the young ladies of the capital. However, Shen Wanyin had spent most of her time in the military camp. Even upon her return, she had not paid much attention to her appearance, typically opting for simple attire. Today, Shen Wanyin finally afforded Bijou the opportunity to showcase her talents, which left her exceedingly thrilled. Their young mistress, possessing a celestial beauty, would undoubtedly captivate the attention of countless talented youths in the capital once properly adorned. As Shen Wanyin sat before the mirror, gazing at her flawless, rosy complexion, the joy of her rebirth washed over her once more. In her previous life, she had married Guo Yi at this tender age, filled with delight and hope, only to find herself plunging into an abyss of despair. In this life, she would reserve that abyss for Guo Yi. He must experience the feelings of hopelessness and regret that she had once endured. After having her hair styled and changing into her attire, even a Xing, who spent her days by Shen Wanyin's side, was left in awe. No wonder the prince was constantly thinking of Miss Shen. Even a woman like herself found her extraordinarily beautiful. This was no longer her young mistress. She was truly a celestial being descended to earth. A Xing, known for her wit, uttered this compliment not merely as a clever remark, but as an honest exclamation from her heart. You do have a sharp tongue, Shen Wanyin teased, a hint of barely noticeable amusement glimmering in her eyes. Seemingly in sync, Xing suddenly clutched her stomach and cried out, "My stomach! Oh, it hurts so much! Miss, I must use the restroom. I can't accompany you to the banquet." With that, Xing dashed off to the lavatory, clearly in considerable discomfort, unable to join Shen Wanyin. Seeing Xing leave, Bijou spoke up with concern. "Shall I accompany you, my lady? I promise to remain vigilant and not cause any trouble." With a cold expression, Shen Wanyin feigned displeasure and remarked, "At a critical moment, you faltered. Today, we are visiting the Ningnan prince's residence. Your usual lack of cleverness in handling matters could lead to a collision with the noble figures within. My lady, I can accompany you." Baiyu interjected suddenly, hastening a few steps to kneel before Shen Wanyin. She seemed to have prepared for this moment, donning attire typically reserved for first-ranked maidservants and styling her hair with meticulous care. Shen Wanyin regarded her from a position of authority, an icy veneer settling in her gaze. Baiyu felt a momentary panic at the scrutiny, sensing that her secret collaboration with Miss Su might have been uncovered. Just as she worried that Shen Wanyin would refuse to take her along, the latter spoke softly from above. "Very well, you may accompany me." Upon hearing this, Baiyu breathed a sigh of relief, her face brightening with joy as she promptly rose to follow. The fact that her mistress had invited her along implied that she had not suspected anything. After all, how could anyone discern her brief encounter with Miss Su? If she adhered to Miss Su's plan, today could lead to an opportunity to join her mistress at the Guo residence. However, just as she was about to ascend the carriage, Shen Wanyin's voice rang out, halting her. "What do you think you're doing? Who permitted you to board?" Baiyu, confused, looked up at Shen Wanyin, fear washing over her face, dreading that her mistress might deny her the chance to go. "My lady, you shall walk behind the carriage." After a moment of realization, Baiyu comprehended Shen Wanyin's intent, leaving her in a state of mixed emotions. The good news was that she was still allowed to accompany her, yet the bad news was that she had to follow on foot, which would undoubtedly tire her. It seemed her mistress was intentionally subjecting her to this trial. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, Baiyu reluctantly acquiesced and obediently stepped away from the carriage, trailing behind it. Thankfully, the journey to the Ningnan prince's residence was not particularly long. However, the carriage's rapid pace forced her to jog to keep up. By the time they arrived, she would likely be exhausted and must remain vigilant for the opportunity to execute the tasks assigned to her by Miss Su. As soon as Baiyu disembarked from the carriage, she heard Shen Wanyin calmly instruct, "Drive faster. Do not delay our schedule." The coachman promptly complied, urging the carriage forward and leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Baiyu, grimacing as she brushed the dirt from her face, hurried to catch up. The entrance to the Ningnan prince's residence was unusually bustling that day, with luxurious carriages from various houses lined up at the grand gate. Having not attended such gatherings of noble families since the palace banquet, Shen Wanyin immediately drew the attention of several onlookers as soon as she alighted from the carriage. Many are speculating about her identity, while others are captivated by her appearance and attire. Her naturally radiant face, accentuated by exquisite shoe brocade, exudes an air of nobility. As she dismounts from the carriage, gasps of astonishment fill the air. "Who are you?" a young lady exclaims. Shen Wanyin turns towards a voice, revealing a gentle smile as she stands gracefully, her poise impeccable, and introduces herself in a soft tone. "I am Shen Wanyin, the legitimate daughter of the Shen family." Several young ladies, who had never before encountered Shen Wanyin, display expressions of surprise. This is the very Miss Shen who has been ridiculed. When General was sought to win another's hand in marriage in the Grand Hall, many had claimed it was due to Miss Shen's lack of beauty and coarse demeanor. Yet, upon their first encounter today, how far from the truth those claims are. Her every gesture radiates an ethereal elegance and beauty. Chapter 75. All along, it was his fault. Are you the Miss Shen who intends to break off the engagement with General Guo? Several young ladies remained incredulous, their perceptions of Shen Wanyin starkly contrasting with reality. Shen Wanyin, undeterred by their skepticism, merely smiled and nodded before proceeding towards the grand entrance of the Ningnan Wangfu. The chatter among the ladies persisted in the background. "Goodness, am I the only one who finds Miss Shen truly enchanting?" "You are not alone. I too believe she is remarkably beautiful and possesses an elegant demeanor, entirely contrary to the rumors. Could it be that the woman General Guo spoke of is even more exquisite than Miss Shen? Upon hearing this, one young lady scoffed derisively. The woman General Guo mentioned? I have seen her, and she is decidedly mediocre, far inferior to the exquisite Shen Wanyin. What? Is General Guo perhaps blind? I heard that the woman possesses some skills in flirtation. Their public displays of affection must have been quite scandalous. Oh, a burst of laughter from outside caused the occupants of the carriage to clench their fists in frustration. Guo Yi longed to burst forth and confront those gossipy ladies. When had he ever engaged in such scandalous behavior in public with Ji Qian? It was sheer nonsense. In fact, Guo Yi had arrived just as Shen Wanyin was about to disembark from the carriage. To avoid disrupting the day's plans, he refrained from approaching her directly, instead watching as she gracefully stepped out and entered the venue. Today, Shen Wanyin was indeed stunning, captivating to the point that he could not tear his gaze away. She was fully aware of the company that would grace the banquet, yet chose to adorn herself so flamboyantly. Was she so eager to attract the attention of other men? That wretched Shen Wanyin, unwilling to gift me the shoe brocade, had the audacity to present herself so beautifully. Whom did she intend to seduce? Be quiet. She is to become your sister-in-law. How dare you speak of her in such a manner? Guo Chui was startled by Guo Yi's reprimand and looked at him with confusion. I have often spoken of her in such terms without your objection. Now that she has treated you this way, you seem to side with her. You, Guo Yi, exasperated, struggled to respond, realizing that his mother and sister had indeed often criticized Shen Wanyin behind her back. Until now, he had never questioned their grievances, believing that Shen Wanyin must have done something to warrant their discontent. Surely, it was her perceived superiority that led to their dissatisfaction. In this moment, he recognized the absurdity of his previously unyielding beliefs. It was his mother and sister who were ungrateful, consistently benefiting from the Shen family's generosity, yet remaining discontented. All along, it was his fault. Should I ever hear you speak ill of Shen Wanyin again, I will not forgive you. Understood. Guo Chui rolled her eyes and prepared to exit the carriage. Guo Yi sighed, leaning against the carriage, realizing that this girl had indeed been spoiled by him. After a considerable effort, Guo Yi managed to assist Song De down from the carriage, only to hear a familiar, yet slightly unfamiliar voice call out to him. His body tensed instinctively, prompting him to feign ignorance and proceed towards the main gate. Hey, General Guo, why are you in such a hurry? Fan Zhizhi quickly stepped in front of Guo Yi, her face adorned with an expression of bashful charm. To Guo Yi, it felt as though a formidable black bear had suddenly appeared before him, obstructing his path. Faced with her obstruction, he could only offer a brief bow. Miss Fan, he acknowledged. Ever since their first encounter, Guo Yi had been plagued by the sensation of being watched by her. Following their last meeting, he had developed an aversion, and now, being halted by Fan Zhizhi felt akin to facing a formidable adversary. General Guo, I trust you are well? Fan Zhizhi twirled her handkerchief, exuding a captivating allure, causing Guo Yi to instinctively take a step back, his nerves getting the better of him. I am well. I must take my leave, he stammered, attempting to sidestep Miss Fan and make his escape. Guo Chui shot a disdainful glance at Fan Zhizhi, filled with contempt. She wished to express her thoughts about Fan's audacity to pursue her brother, but considering her brother's recent emotion, she refrained, merely glaring at Fan Zhizhi before scuttling away. Oh, General Guo, I only wish to converse with you. Why do you flee so swiftly? Fan Zhizhi exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration as she witnessed Guo Yi hastily retreating despite his injuries. Stay close. Today, he shall not evade my grasp, she muttered with determination. On the other hand, Su Yuran had arrived early that day. Ever since entering the Nanan Wangfu, her demeanor had been less than cheerful. Recent rumors regarding her relationship with the Crown Prince had spread like wildfire. Even though the Crown Prince had employed various means to suppress the gossip, the truth was difficult to conceal. Each noble lady who greeted her harbored a glint of mockery in their eyes, often indirectly probing about her connection with the Crown Prince. Su Yuran could only vehemently deny these claims, asserting that they were mere rumors and that she had no relationship with His Highness. She yearned to acknowledge their bond. Yet the crown prince forbade it, leaving her powerless. What troubled her most was the predicament of distancing herself from the crown prince while contemplating how she could later enter the prince's residence without losing face. Just as Su Yuran was fatigued from managing the situation, she noticed the crowd's attention drawn to a figure in the distance. Her eyes widened in astonishment at the breathtaking beauty before her. Shen Wanyin, usually clad in understated garments, had today donned an exquisitely vibrant attire, drawing all eyes. Wanyin, Su Yuran thought, reflecting on how she hadn't visited the Shen family nor seen Shen Wanyin since the scandal involving her and the crown prince had surfaced. Now, seeing Shen Wanyin, she felt a pang of guilt. Shen Wanyin turned to Su Yuran, her expression remaining serene and composed, revealing no hint of the underlying tension. "You've arrived quite early, Yuran," remarked Shen Wanyin, her demeanor unchanged. Su Yuran felt her worries dissipate slightly, allowing her to display her usual smile. "I had intended to visit the Shen family with you, but..." Su Yuran hesitated, a sorrowful expression crossing her face. "I apologize, Wanyin. The rumors circulating outside are simply too vile. I do not know how to confront you. Since they are mere rumors, why take them to heart? Both my brother and I unequivocally believe in you." Belief is a curious thing, Shen Wanyin thought, struggling to suppress the resentment bubbling within her. "Do you truly trust me?" Tears still glistened in Su Yuran's eyes, and upon hearing Shen Wanyin affirm her belief, a flicker of excitement lit up her face. "What a fine actress you are." Shen Wanyin couldn't help but admire her counterpart's performance. "Of course, having grown up together, how can we not know your true character?" Su Yuran lowered her head, a cold smile forming on her lips. She was well aware that the Shen family remained as foolish as ever, having disguised herself so effectively for years. How could they be swayed by mere slander instead of trusting her? Chapter 76. Miss Su is truly magnanimous within the Wangfu of the Southern Prince. An exquisite landscape of rockeries and flowing waters unfolds, with long corridors and verdant willows gracing the scene. Male and female guests are separated by a slender lake, elegantly connected by a delicately constructed arched bridge. The springtime radiates with boundless vitality, and the tranquil waters reflect a vibrant tableau of life. This Southern Prince, being the emperor's own brother, boasts a level of opulence within his estate that is unparalleled throughout the capital. Guo Yi followed closely behind Guo Yi, feeling the sharp gazes of several onlookers directed at her as they entered the Wangfu. With her head bowed, she muttered her dissatisfaction. "I told you I did not wish to come. Look at how they mock me." Guo Yi's gaze was fixated on Shen Wanyin in the distance, oblivious to the scrutiny they faced. However, upon hearing Guo Yi's words, he too began to perceive the stares as mocking. A flush of heat crept across his face. In truth, both of them were overly sensitive, for at that moment, nearly all eyes were drawn to Shen Wanyin by the lakeside, and even those who glanced their way did not recognize them. The etiquette of the day dictated that the male guests remained on one side, while the female guests gathered on the other, following the direction indicated by a servant. Guo Yi spotted Shen Wanyin alongside several esteemed young ladies, all admiring the scenery. Guo Yi secretly harbored a desire to accompany Guo Yi to the other side. Before leaving home, Madame Chow had urged her to make a good impression, suggesting that she might attract a young master of high standing, paving the way for a future as the matriarch of an illustrious household, enjoying a life of unending wealth and glory. Yet, recognizing the decorum required within the Southern Prince's residence, even Guo Yi understood that visiting the Wangfu necessitated adherence to its rules. This was no place for her to misbehave. Obediently, she made her way to the area designated for female guests, and from a distance, she observed Shen Wanyin engaged in conversation, her charming smile illuminating the gathering. Clad in resplendent shoe brocade that shimmered in the sunlight, the garment was tailored to accentuate her slender waist. From a side view, her fair neck, adorned with golden hairpins, appeared even more elongated, and her dignified demeanor stood out prominently among the noble women, making the others seem merely her backdrop. A flicker of resentment ignited within Guo Yi. If it were not for Shen Wanyin, she would not find herself in such an embarrassing predicament today. It felt as though every gaze was mocking her, leaving her too ashamed to lift her head and meet their eyes. Suddenly, driven by impulse, Guo hastened to Shen Wanyin's side. Shen Wanyin, have you found satisfaction in my plight? Shen Wanyin calmly turned to regard the approaching Guo, an expression of derision evident in her eyes. What do you mean by that, Miss Guo? Guo's outburst attracted the attention of several onlookers. Why are you feigning ignorance? Why did you drive us away? My brother has already declared his intention to take Ai Ziqian as a concubine. Why do you persist in your obstinacy? What do you truly desire? Guo could no longer contain the resentment festering within her. Her recent days spent in the western villa had been uncomfortable, lacking the comforts she was accustomed to. As soon as Guo's words fell, the crowd erupted into chatter. Isn't that the countryside sister of General Guo? I thought it was someone else. I wondered how a young lady from such a family could appear so unrefined, exuding an air of rustic simplicity. Indeed, I heard that the Guo family had lost their estate to the Shen family. How could she still dare to attend the birthday banquet of Princess Yao? As the whispers surrounded her, Guo felt her face burn with humiliation and cast a resentful glance at Shen Wanyin. Had she known that no one recognized her, she would have remained silent. She had thought that since these people would mock her anyway, she might as well boldly chastise Shen Wanyin, letting her share in the ridicule. One cannot entirely blame General Guo. After all, it is not uncommon for men to have multiple wives. General Guo merely wished to take another wife, which is hardly a grave offense. Suddenly, someone spoke up, a young lady from an unknown family, casting a scornful glance at Shen Wanyin before discreetly exchanging a look with Su Yuran. With her words, others nodded in agreement, as if it were indeed a matter of merely adding another woman. Why should Shen Wanyin be so jealous and calculating? Shen Wanyin cast a cold smile at the speaker. What you say is quite true. I wonder which esteemed family you hail from. I rarely attend such gatherings, so your face is somewhat unfamiliar to me. The young lady, taken aback by Shen Wanyin's directness, hesitated. Why was she being asked for her identity? A sudden sense of unease washed over her as she met Shen Wanyin's gaze. She was reluctant to reveal her name, yet withholding it in front of so many would seem exceedingly impolite. I am Su Xinhui, daughter of Lord Su, the Minister of Rights. Shen Wanyin stepped closer, a smile playing on her lips as she approached Su Xinhui. So you're Miss Su. Your mother must truly be an excellent educator to have raised such a broad-minded daughter. I have heard that your fiancé, young Master One, already has 2 children outside. He is merely waiting for you to marry him so he can bring those women into the household. With such generosity of spirit, Miss Su surely wouldn't mind this little detail, would she? After all, it is merely a matter of one woman, and she has already borne 2 children for young Master One. A lady as understanding as Su Xinhui would undoubtedly joyfully embrace her marriage, perhaps even welcoming those 3 women to serve her. Su Xinhui's fingers suddenly tightened, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at Shen Wanyin. How did she know about this? She had only just learned of it herself. Shen Wanyin's revelation struck her. She had caused quite a commotion at the Wen household upon discovering this, but their stance remained firm. Wedding plans were to proceed as scheduled, and those women would never be brought back. She had reluctantly agreed to the marriage, though she was aware that the one family claimed they would not bring anyone back. She feared that once she married, they would eventually find a way to introduce those women into the household. Yet, she lacked the courage to break off the engagement. If she did so, her reputation would surely suffer, making it difficult for her to find a suitable match in the future. In recent days, her hatred for Wen Qing had intensified. How could he have deceived her? All those sincere affections had been naught but a ruse to ensnare her. He pretends to be deeply affectionate while simultaneously fathering children with other women. It is utterly absurd. Thus, she contemplates that once she marries into the Wen family, she will devise a means to deal with those 3 women outside, for she is resolutely determined not to allow them into the estate. Chapter 77. It seems that the enemies you have slain do not surpass the count of Miss Shen. Surrounded by mocking gazes, Su Xinhui felt as though she were treading on needles. Had she known that Shen Wanyin was aware of this matter, she would have certainly avoided provoking her. Now, she had become the subject of gossip among the crowd. Perhaps tomorrow, the affairs of Su and Wen families would be the talk of the town, leaving her with no face to show in public. Oh, if it is not, then why the distress, Miss Su? After all, you are quite magnanimous. Entering the gate on the same day as the concubine is hardly a matter of great significance. Upon uttering these words, Shen Wanyin elicited a chorus of laughter from those nearby. Su Xinhui seemed to take a moment to gather her thoughts before attempting to retort. Miss Shen should tend to her own affairs and refrain from meddling in the matters of others. Those very words I could extend to you. Shen Wanyin's lips curled into a smile. Yet Su Xinhui sensed a chill in her demeanor, causing her to involuntarily step back. She dared not speak further. Shen Wanyin's gaze seemed to pierce through her, igniting her frustration as she turned to look at Su Yuran. To her dismay, Su Yuran had not spoken a word in her defense, merely watching as the crowd ridiculed her. Su Yuran herself was astounded that Shen Wanyin was privy to such information. Even she was unaware of Su Xinhui's predicament and had been momentarily taken aback. Moreover, she feared the inquiry regarding her own relationship with the crown prince, for such a confrontation would surely drive her to madness. It was best for her to remain inconspicuous, like a quail, avoiding any attention. Su Yuran grasped Shen Wanyin's arm and, in a hushed tone, expressed her embarrassment. How did you come to know about the young master of the Wen family, keeping a concubine? There's a saying, if you wish for something to remain unknown, you must not engage in it yourself. Shen Wanyin smiled again, her words rendering Su Yuran pale, stripping her of the courage to inquire further. Guo Yi had initially relished the misfortune, hoping to witness someone chastise Shen Wanyin on her behalf. However, seeing Su Xinhui's humble demeanor, she too lost the courage to provoke Shen Wanyin any further. Standing nearby, Bu exchanged glances with Su Yuran, lowering her eyelids to conceal her panic. She could hardly suppress the tremors in her legs. Observing Bu's anxious state, Shen Wanyin inwardly rolled her eyes. Bu had displayed such audacity in her schemes against her. Yet she had remained oblivious to it all. Was it due to Bu's skillful concealment, or was her own intellect truly lacking? Meanwhile, Guo Yi, bearing wounds that astonished the male attendees, drew their attention. Guo, General Guo? One individual recognized him instantly, despite the bruises and swelling marring his countenance. And his unexpected presence left many bewildered. Guo Yi offered an awkward smile and bowed slightly. In truth, he could not identify which young master had recognized him. However, he was aware that anyone present at Princess Yao's birthday celebration was far from ordinary. Upon hearing the name of the individual before them, a wave of astonishment and derision swept through the crowd. General Guo, a true hero of the battlefield, had recently endured a punishment of 50 strikes from the emperor. Yet today, he was permitted to attend the birthday banquet of Princess Yao. Indeed, how could his formidable presence not instill dread in his adversaries? It was said that even the infamous black dog quailed before General Guo. The speaker, adorned with a mocking expression, had barely finished his sentence when laughter erupted from several onlookers. Guo Yi's pallid countenance flushed crimson in an instant. He clenched his fists, casting a steely glance at those who laughed, suppressing the bitterness that simmered within. He silently vowed to repay this affront tenfold. Those who mocked him would undoubtedly face retribution. Observing Guo Yi's stern demeanor, the young master of the Ningnan Wangfu, Xiao Linma, quickly adopted a cordial stance to welcome him. General Guo, please take a seat. Guo Yi approached a grand pavilion adorned with several smooth, intricately carved stone tables, almost fully occupied by guests. Only 2 seats remained unclaimed. Xiao Linma, aged 15, disinterested in both scholarly pursuits and martial arts, was notorious as one of the city's debauched youths. Guo Yi held a particular disdain for such frivolous science, emboldened by their lineage, squandered their potential while living recklessly. Much like his greatest disdain, the Wang of Yin, a figure of utter incompetence who, due to his heritage, persistently impeded Guo Yi. Had it not been for the Wang status, Guo Yi believed he would have long since left him battered and bruised. Thus, when Xiao Linma pulled him towards the remaining seats, Guo Yi's expression bore little joy, even questioning whether his own accomplishments warranted such a personal greeting from a young master. He understood that, as a recently celebrated general, the courtesy extended to him by Xiao Linma was appropriate. However, should he grant an ounce of respect to a mere wastrel, it would only be out of necessity. While lost in contemplation, he was abruptly thrust onto a stone bench. Guo Yi could not suppress a cry of pain. Rising abruptly, clutching his rear, gritting his teeth to stifle further exclamations. The sound of his distress incited a chorus of laughter from the assembly. Xiaolinma, who had feigned politeness moments before, now laughed the loudest, clutching his abdomen as if he were in agony from mirth. I had thought General Guo to be a paragon of iron will. It appears his rear is unlike any other. Laughter echoed. So it seems this iron-willed hero is merely putting on a brave face. Guo Yi's complexion faded back to a ghastly white as he glared at Xiaolinma, wishing to deliver a blow to this insolent scion. Yet, within the walls of the Ningnan Wangfu, he could only stifle his fury. He had fought valiantly, shedding blood on the frontiers, only to be met with the merciless mockery of such frivolous youths. Xie chuckled, asserting that he, like any general, was indeed flesh and blood, having sustained countless injuries on the battlefield where blades and swords are merciless. General Guo incessantly boasted of his martial exploits, as if he feared others were unaware of his battlefield endeavors. Yet, as far as this young lord is concerned, it seems that the enemies you have personally vanquished pale in comparison to those defeated by Miss Shen, does it not? Guo Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Xiaolinma, a mixture of confusion and indignation flickering within them. How did Xiaolinma come to know of their battlefield exploits? These matters would only be divulged by Shen Wanyin herself. How could anyone else bring them to light? Over the past 3 years, it is true that Shen Wanyin has led troops in a battle far more frequently than he has. Yet in the past, she never sought to claim glory for herself, always attributing her achievements to him instead. Chapter 78. How did you end up here? Guo Yi momentarily felt a surge of anxiety before composing himself, feigning calmness. Xie had never set foot on a battlefield. How could he possibly grasp the intricacies of warfare? As the commander, it was only natural for all soldiers to heed my orders. The valor of those who slay more enemies than others is evident on the battlefield. Moreover, military achievements are not solely derived from engaging in combat. The ability to strategize and mobilize troops is the fundamental skill of a general. This implies that his role is one of command rather than mere participation in battle. Ha ha ha. With Guo Yi's words, a wave of laughter erupted among the crowd. What a master of troop deployment and strategy. One might mistake General Guo for a military genius. Guo Yi scoffed. Was he not indeed a military prodigy? If not, how could they have achieved such a resounding victory in the Battle of Qiangqingwen? Suddenly, Guo Yi's eyes widened as he turned towards the source of a familiar voice. Husan, what are you doing here? Guo Yi exclaimed in surprise, his face instantly darkening with a hint of anger. He understood now why these people were privy to the happenings within the military camp and how they knew that Shen Wanyin had claimed more enemies than he. It was Husan. He must have been the one to inform them. Husan leisurely approached, a cold smile gracing his lips. General Guo, we meet again. Guo Yi gritted his teeth. I demand to know why you are here and not at the military encampment. You claimed you were on leave that day. Why the deviation today? Why have you abandoned your post? Husan let out a derisive laugh. Naturally, I am here to attend the birthday banquet of Princess Yao in June. At that moment, Guo Yi seethed with resentment towards Husan for speaking ill of him in front of so many people, oblivious to the fact that Husan appeared strikingly different today. Sans his armor, Husan donned an opulent purple robe, adorned with a crown of platinum and red rubies, complemented by a black and gold embroidered sash around his waist. His imposing stature and elegant attire exuded an air of grandeur, making him strikingly handsome and formidable. How audacious! This is no place for you. How did you manage to infiltrate here? Disregarding your duties, where do you place military discipline? Husan could not suppress a laugh. Military discipline. This question is better directed at General Guo himself. Guo Yi's expression faltered, feeling even more incensed by Husan's audacity to retort, deliberately highlighting his own failings. He was a general, while Husan was merely a lowly centurion. What right did he have to contend with him? Husan, cease your deflection. How did a mere centurion like you gain entry? You ought to leave at once, lest you attract the attention of the Ningnan prince's household and face punishment. At that point, I cannot guarantee your safety. With Guo Yi's proclamation, Laughter erupted once more among the onlookers, while Hussein regarded him with a disdainful smile. Guo Yi, however, looked perplexedly at Shen Wanyin, bewildered as to why he remained so composed despite being recognized. General Guo, who exactly infiltrated here today? I believe you are more aware than I. Guo Yi gritted his teeth. He indeed followed Guo Chui inside, yet Guo Chui had genuinely received an invitation, unlike Hussein. Hussein, cease your pretense and depart at once. I shall pretend I have not seen you, lest you provoke further calamity. A hearty laugh erupted from Xiao Linma, who regarded Guo Yi with the derision one might reserve for a fool. Could it be that General Guo perceives us all as simpletons? Upon witnessing Xiao Linma's laughter, others joined in, their mockery nearly igniting Guo Yi's suppressed fury. He felt certain that Hussein had whispered something to incite their derision. Hussein reveled in Guo Yi's humiliation, his impotent rage eliciting satisfaction. He mused that if Deputy General Shen were to witness Guo Yi's current expression, it would surely delight him. At last, someone could no longer contain themselves. General Guo, the Hussein you speak of is none other than the future young lord of the loyal and brave Marquisate. Do you truly believe he lacks the merit to attend today's banquet? At this, Guo Yi abruptly turned to Hussein, finally noticing his splendid attire, which was indeed beyond compare, a stark contrast to his own garb. How could this be? How could one of such lineage enlist in the military, ascending from a mere soldier to the rank of a 1,000-man commander? Guo Yi pondered, incredulous. Hussein could certainly revel in opulence within the capital, leveraging connections for a leisurely bureaucratic position, living a life of indulgence. Why would he endure the hardships of military life, risking his very existence on the battlefield? Guo Yi was well aware of Hussein's prowess. His rise from private to commander was earned through each battle fought. He had never relied on any connections, and only now did Guo Yi grasp Hussein's true identity. You? How is it possible that you chose military service? Guo Yi exclaimed in disbelief. He had previously regarded the scions of the capital as frivolous wastrels, yet here emerged a figure who, without the backing of familial influence, had carved out a significant existence within the military. Once dismissive of Hussein as merely a lowly commander, he now found himself compelled to admire him. A sudden realization struck him. Had he not benefited from the Shen family's patronage, relying solely on his own merit, he might not even have achieved the standing of Hussein. Recalling Hussein's gaze upon Shen Wanyin, an alarm bell rang in Guo Yi's mind. He had once looked down upon Hussein, believing his background rendered him unworthy of competition. Yet now he questioned, why should I not enlist in military? I am a son of the great Xia. It is my duty to safeguard our nation and protect its citizens. General Guo's inquiry is rather peculiar. Do you presume that we, the young lords of the capital, are cowards, mere soft persimmons unfit for the fray? Hussein's words stirred the surrounding gentlemen, igniting their fervor. Indeed, we shall defend the great Xia and its people. We are no cowards. Do not think your presence on the battlefield elevates your stature. Whenever the great Xia calls, we shall answer. Each noble scion, despite their usual frivolity, was unwavering when it came to matters of honor and duty. When Guo Yi arrived and beheld them, his nostrils seemed to flare disdainfully, clearly displaying his contempt. While he might regard these young rascals as fools, he could not perceive them as blind. Their eyes were indeed quite sharp. Guo Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment at the words spoken, as though his innermost thoughts had been laid bare, coupled with a sense of indignation. Anyone can boast, yet among so many, only Hussein dared to enlist. I have never claimed that stepping onto the battlefield is something to be revered. The recent misunderstanding arose merely from my ignorance of Hussein's true identity. I kindly ask for your understanding and leniency. Even Guo Yi, not particularly astute, recognized that from the outset, young Master Xie had deliberately brought him here to mock him. Were it not for Shen Wanyin, he would have had no desire to attend this tiresome banquet and would have avoided encountering such imbeciles. He turned his gaze toward the lady's direction, eager to expedite his plans and swiftly depart from this place. Chapter 79. The greatest value of military achievements lies in their attribution to him upon the announcement of the arrival of the third prince. Guo Yi's countenance changed dramatically, for the individuals before him were already a source of considerable vexation. And now, the emergence of the most detested and troublesome third prince only added to his dismay. He had foreseen that Xie Yunqing would come specifically for him. Soon, Prince Yin, Xie Yunqing, approached with an air of nonchalance, a smile on his face that bore both frivolity and a hint of excitement. Guo Yi felt an overwhelming urge to vanish from the spot, as a profound sense of unease enveloped him. Xie Yunqing ambled over, and the young scions of noble families in the pavilion all bowed in deference. Guo Yi, caught amidst them, furtively lowered his head, fearful that Xie Yunqing might notice him. Yet, as fate would have it, before he could raise his gaze, Xie Yunqing had already addressed him. "Oh, is this not General Guo?" It appears that the 50 lashes dealt to the guards were somewhat lenient. Clearly, they showed mercy to General Guo. Guo Yi's expression shifted drastically. He pressed his lips together, uncertain of how to respond. Mercy? Those who had acted against him would have relished the chance to incapacitate him on the spot. Had he been an ordinary person, he would likely have already been buried in the ground. The third prince jests. There was no mercy involved. It is merely that I have spent years training in the military. Thus my physique is exceptional. Oh, Xie Yunqing feigned indifference, then continued. General Guo is indeed formidable. As soon as Xie Yunqing's words fell, a wave of suppressed laughter rippled through the crowd. The term formidable had originally been uttered by Xie Yunqing during a royal banquet in reference to Guo Yi. Now, however, it was tinged with absurdity. While Guo Yi's earlier ambition to marry 2 wives was indeed impressive, it was now overshadowed by the fact that Miss Shen had sought to annul their engagement and had expelled him from the residence bestowed upon him by the Shen family. That day, Guo Yi had been disgracefully carted off to a villa in the west of the city, an event that had become common knowledge throughout the capital. Now, the aura of his former prowess was utterly diminished. His teeth clenched in frustration. Guo Yi's jaws tightened with rage, and he regretted coming here today. There were surely other ways to approach Shen Wanyin without enduring the ridicule of these imbeciles. To redeem himself from the humiliation he faced today, he was determined to achieve his goal. Once he married Shen Wanyin, he would relish the day when these contemptible fools would no longer mock him. And what of this noble identity of Hu San? Ultimately, Shen Wanyin belonged to Guo Yi. No one else could covet her. Everyone, please take your seats. There is no need for such formality in my presence, Xie Yunqing said, prompting all to find their places, except Guo Yi, who felt utterly out of place standing there. Despite his desire to diminish his presence, he found himself unable to sit. Xie Yunqing lowered his head, resting his hand under his chin, concealing his glee. Yet to Guo Yi, it was a glaring humiliation. He seethed with anger. He knew that Prince Yin would seize every opportunity to humiliate him. Why not share with everyone about the battle at Qianqing Pass, General Guo? How did you orchestrate such a strategy that caused the enemy's 200,000 troops to disband within just 2 days? The question posed by Xie Yunqing sparked excitement among the others present. Although most were merely the idle sons of the wealthy elite in the capital, being men, they were nonetheless captivated by the strategic maneuvers of the battlefield. Indeed, General Guo, do enlighten us about that momentous occasion when your forces numbered merely 100,000 against the enemy's 200,000, and yet you achieved such a resounding victory. Noticing the eager expressions on the faces around him, Guo Yi felt a flicker of pride, albeit tinged with skepticism as he regarded Xie Yunqing, puzzled by the mention of his military exploits. Nonetheless, he was inclined to share his experiences with these sheltered heirs. Guo Yi finally masked his earlier embarrassment and allowed a confident smile to grace his lips. When the enemy's formidable army of 200,000 approached, we had only 90,000 troops ready to confront them. At this juncture, he artfully paused, observing the puzzled looks that ensued. Did I not mention 100,000? Why then 90,000? With a sly smile, Guo Yi continued, regardless of whether it was 100,000 or 90,000. Do you truly believe we stood a chance against the enemy's 200,000? The crowd shook their heads in unison, recognizing that even 100,000 would hold little promise of victory. This was precisely why Emperor Xia was so elated after the battle. Not only had they dealt a significant blow to the enemy, but they had also showcased the ingenuity of the Xia generals and the valor of its soldiers, who with merely half the enemy's strength had shattered their forces. Guo Yi's confidence swelled, and a sense of pride blossomed within him. The reason it was 90,000 is that we foresaw the futility of a direct confrontation, which would only result in devastating losses among our ranks. Thus, prior to the conflict, one contingent of 10,000 soldiers had already disguised themselves as ordinary civilians, some residing near the enemy encampment, while others posed as merchants. Captured by the enemy, these men had undergone special training. Upon their capture, they feigned helplessness. As the enemy commenced their assault on us, these infiltrators would swiftly regroup with those posing as civilians nearby. Some would engage the enemy directly, while others would seize the opportunity to incinerate their supplies, crippling their support lines. What a brilliant strategy, one of the listeners exclaimed. Yet, for such a plan to succeed, our commanders must have thoroughly understood the enemy's layout and anticipated the timing of their assault, an extraordinary feat for any individual. At this inquiry, Guo Yi's expression faltered momentarily, recalling that it was indeed Shen Wanyin who had originally proposed this battle strategy. Initially, he had harbored doubts about her judgment, fearing that should her calculations prove erroneous, their entire contingent would fall prey to the enemy's overwhelming force. Their disagreement had led to a day-long argument, but ultimately, several of his subordinates rallied in support of Shen Wanyin, compelling him to acquiesce to her plan. Lacking a superior alternative, his original thought had been to charge forth with his 100,000 troops, seeking a glorious death in battle, even if it meant perishing in the attempt. Unexpectedly, the victory in that battle was achieved with such remarkable finesse, and the accolades for the triumph fell squarely upon his shoulders. Guo Yi forced a smile. The arrogance that had previously adorned his face now dissipated. Indeed, it was no easy feat. A single miscalculation could lead to utter annihilation of the entire army. Thus, one must commend General Guo for his ingenuity, as he obliterated the enemy without leaving a trace. The accolades he received for this victory were truly well-deserved. However, someone's praise turned Guo Yi's smile into an awkward expression, as he began to feel that this glory should not solely belong to him, but rather. He dared not contemplate further, shaking his head as if striving to regain clarity. He and Shen Wanyin were united as one. Who conceived the battle strategy was of little consequence. For her, as a woman, these honors held no intrinsic value. It was only through him that their true significance could be realized. Chapter 80. Why do I feel that the primary credit for the victory at Qianqing Pass should actually belong to Miss Shen? General Guo, how did you predict the enemy's battle timing and the specific locations of their supplies? Whether one has been on the battlefield or not, it is widely understood that such information constitutes a vital military secret. Often, armies will disperse their supplies to create a diversion, leading the enemy to make erroneous judgments. Furthermore, the element of surprise and timing can frequently catch the opponent off guard. The reason for the resounding victory at Qianqing Pass lies in their ability to anticipate every move of the enemy, as if they had a thorough understanding of their strategies. This foresight allowed them to respond with remarkable composure when they deployed their forces. Guo Yi found himself at a loss for words. How could he possibly know? He was equally unaware of how Shen Wanyin had acquired such knowledge. He had never contemplated this matter. Since their triumphant return to the capital, he had been consumed by the exhilaration of victory, surrounded by accolades, and had entirely overlooked how Shen Wanyin had obtained this critical information and how she had managed to do so. Such intelligence is, of course, a military secret that cannot be casually disclosed. Guo Yi stumbled over his words for quite some time, ultimately resorting to the excuse of confidentiality in an attempt to deflect the inquiry. He exhaled a sigh of relief, believing that the matter had been sufficiently brushed aside. Confidentiality? What kind of secret was this? The numerous tea houses in the capital had already unraveled all the details of the battle at Qianqing Pass, as if Miss Shen's team had infiltrated the enemy's camp and gathered information piece by piece. What? To directly infiltrate the enemy's camp? How perilous that would be. If captured, the suffering for a woman would be more excruciating than death. Surely not. Miss Shen. She personally infiltrated the enemy camp? Wazti had said that her role was solely to care for General Guo in the military camp. Upon hearing that it was Shen Wanyin herself who led a team into the enemy's camp and uncovered these crucial pieces of intelligence, the crowd cast curious glances at Guo Yi, as if questioning the veracity of the tales spun by the storytellers in the tea houses. Guo Yi was uncertain how to respond. Previously, he had argued with Shen Wanyin over her unilateral decision to infiltrate the enemy camp. He feared alarming the enemy and was indeed concerned about a woman undertaking such a dangerous endeavor. But more so, he doubted her capabilities. However, now confronted with this revelation, he recognized that Shen Wanyin was far more exceptional than he had imagined. Even if he were to lead a team into the enemy's camp, it would be exceedingly challenging to return unscathed, much less to gather such significant intelligence without the enemy's awareness and deduce more of their secrets based on that information. It must be acknowledged that the victory at Qianqing Pass was indeed largely due to her contributions. Yet, she is still a woman. As long as she becomes his wife, her talents on the battlefield will not be overlooked. Together they could achieve even greater feats. She need not seek those accolades. Isn't the greatest happiness for a woman to support her husband and raise children, to be a virtuous helpmate to a man? Seeing that, Guo Yi remained silent. Dingyuan could no longer contain himself and spoke in a deep voice. Caring for General Guo? Is that what General Guo has conveyed to everyone? Guo Yi's expression faltered. He had never uttered such words to anyone. These were merely the rumors circulating among the common folk of the capital, with just a single phrase serving as an explanation. Guo Yi wished to refrain from elaborating further on this matter. If he was aware that the public's gossip was erroneous, why did General Guo not defend Miss Shen? After all, Miss Shen's contributions in the military were no less than those of any man. Guo Yi fixed Dingyuan with a stern gaze. This general is already betrothed to Miss Shen. Whether she tends to my needs or leads troops in a battle, it is all for me. This is a matter between us and does not require external justification. A woman need not seek the title of a valiant warrior. What she truly requires is the honor of being a virtuous partner. As soon as Guo Yi finished speaking, someone chimed in. So, what the storytellers claim is indeed true. Miss Shen's skills in the military, whether it be in troop maneuvers or combat, are on par with those of men. Guo Yi's assertions were so forthright that even a group of idle scions, often scorned by their families for their lack of responsibility, were left speechless. They might be dandy, but they had not sunk to such depths of shamelessness. Guo Yi's face was already clouded with impatience, yet he felt powerless against these individuals. Xie Yanqin, pouting, nodded in understanding. If that is the case, why do I feel that the credit for the victory at Qianqing Pass should rightly belong to Miss Shen? Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Guo Yi now laced with mockery. They believed that while they were indeed frivolous, there were still those who were even less deserving. The notion that being betrothed to Miss Shen exempted him from explanation, coupled with the fact that her hard-earned accolades seemed to be appropriated by him, was infuriating. It was no wonder that Miss Shen sought to break off the engagement. Clearly, this union had nothing to do with her desire for a husband who would take 2 wives. After all, to have one's hard-fought achievements so inexplicably credited to another, only to be dismissed as expected, would anger anyone. Indeed, what audacity to utter such words! How could one claim glory gained through a woman's efforts and then expect to bestow that honor upon another in marriage? If I were Miss Shen, I would have called off the engagement right then and there. Why wait a month? Miss Shen must possess remarkable patience. Enough. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Guo Yi could no longer endure and erupted in protest. You know nothing of the bond that has developed between Shen Wanyin and me. Everything she does for me is out of her own volition. Ah, such willingness. If that is the case, why then does Miss Shen wish to break off the engagement with you? Although Xie Yanqin still wore a casual smile, the intensity in her gaze conveyed an undeniable pressure that Guo Yi felt weighing upon him. It is merely her anger directed at me. I shall earn her forgiveness. We will certainly not terminate our engagement. Guo Yi's words were laced with fervor, and his expression bore an obstinate demeanor. This display of emotional distress only served to cultivate further disdain among those surrounding him. Today, the third brother exhibits a rather delightful disposition, rare in his engaging conversation with General Guo. Just as General Guo was on the brink of frustration, the voice of the crown prince restored his composure in an instant. He turned to face the approaching crown prince, allowing his body and mind to relax momentarily. With the presence of his highness, at least these individuals would no longer act with impunity. The Crown Prince, intent on utilizing his talents, would undoubtedly not permit him to endure humiliation and ridicule from these people. Chapter 81. Such a woman is indeed unworthy of Guo Yi. The Crown Prince smiled warmly as everyone rose to pay their respects, gesturing with his hand for them to refrain from excessive formalities. Xie Yonk moved slowly, not having performed any gestures of courtesy throughout the proceedings. Upon witnessing the Crown Prince's gesture of dismissal, he simply stood still, unmoving. A fleeting flash of irritation crossed the Crown Prince's eyes as he discreetly glanced at Xie Yonk's actions. Third brother, you are usually the most disinclined to attend such gatherings. It's quite rare to encounter you here today, the Crown Prince remarked teasingly, seemingly exasperated with his mischievous younger sibling. Isn't it obvious that the royal brother has been on my mind? Knowing you would undoubtedly attend today, I made a point to wait for you here, Xie Yonk stated, stepping forward a few paces to stand before the Crown Prince. He leaned in, taking an exaggerated sniff, resembling a rogue unfamiliar with decorum. Xie Yunjin's expression turned stern as he regarded the inexplicably protruding head. What are you doing? I'm merely taking a whiff, Xie Yonk casually replied, shaking his head as if to express his understanding of the situation. Xie Yunjin was left bewildered, a flicker of impatience crossing his face. What exactly are you smelling? Is there something peculiar about my scent? I'm just curious whether your aroma belongs to my eldest royal sister-in-law. The other day, she mentioned that I should keep a close watch on you to prevent those seductive vixens from ensnaring your heart, Xie Yunjin remarked. Xie Yonk. Even the third prince is swayed by the rumors circulating outside. Miss Su and young Master Shen have long been a couple. How could I possibly be involved with her? Oh, there is no need for you to explain, eldest brother. As men, we understand each other, Xie Yonk said, winking at the Crown Prince, inciting a desire within him to deliver a sharp reprimand. Having just quelled the rumors circulating outside, the Crown Prince found it hard to believe that Xie Yonk was entirely innocent of intent. Third brother, you must refrain from speaking recklessly. Yes, you. There is nothing between myself and Miss Su. Oh, Xie Yonk replied nonchalantly, his face suddenly displaying a hint of disinterest. If it's not Miss Su, then who could it be? After all, someone has seen you in a clandestine meeting with a lady. Surely, you are not keeping a mistress behind my sister-in-law's back? Xie Yunjin was thoroughly exasperated, his expression a mix of annoyance as he directed a glare at Xie Yonk. Third brother, you appear to have ample leisure time. Such nonsense should not be uttered lightly. Watching the Crown Prince's frustrated demeanor, Guo Yi felt a pang of concern in his heart. He had hoped for the Crown Prince's support, yet it seemed that he was not a match for the third prince's antics. Indeed, I have found recent days rather dull. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ventured here today. However, my presence here was not in vain, as I have uncovered a significant secret for our father, Xie Yonk said, his eyes widening with curiosity as he looked at Xie Yunjin, eager to learn what great secret he had discovered. What is it? Xie Yonk cast a glance at Guo Yi, who had been standing silently to the side, a clear hint of derision evident on his face. It turns out that the greatest credit for the victory at the Qianqing Pass should rightfully belong to Miss Shen, rather than General Guo. With those words, Guo Yi's expression shifted drastically as he glared at Xie Yonk. Your Highness, the Prince of Yan, should refrain from speaking recklessly in the presence of His Highness, the Crown Prince. Guo Yi is acutely aware of what the Crown Prince values in him, which is his prowess in warfare. Should he lack this capability, he would undoubtedly be cast aside by the Crown Prince without remorse, with potentially dire consequences. He understands the prince's methods all too well. The fate of the Shen family serves as the most poignant testament to this. Xie Yunjin maintained his composure, his demeanor unchanging, and bestowed a polite smile upon Guo Yi. There is no need for General Guo to be anxious. This commendation comes directly from His Majesty's decree. A sovereign does not jest. Your achievements are rightfully yours. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, Guo Yi's expression softened somewhat. The Crown Prince was correct, regardless of the circumstances. The matter of the commendation had already transpired. The common folk recognized him as the commander, and thus, his military exploits were undoubtedly the most significant, rendering the prince's words moot. Xie Yunjin let out a cold laugh. How enlightening this is! Is this not akin to filling the ranks with unworthy players? Today, He has unwittingly basked in the glory of others, but who knows if fortune will favor him again on the battlefield in the future. You, the Crown Prince, shot a glare at Guo Yi, who promptly stifled his retort. The Crown Prince turned his gaze toward Shen Wanyin with a smirk. Third Prince, you have always shown little interest in such matters. What has piqued your curiosity today? I merely worry that my days of affluence may be compromised. Should the specter of war arise again, and those who are all show and no substance take to the field, then Shen Wanyin hesitated, pouting and shaking his head. Though his words trailed off, the implication was clear. The others present nodded in agreement, expressing their disapproval of Shen Wanyin's concerns. Will General Guo take Miss Shen with him in a battle? If not, I must admit I feel somewhat uneasy. Indeed, while he may lack skill in warfare, he shows no hesitation in seizing credit. Guo Yi turned to Shen Wanyin with a look of desperation. Shen Wanyin's expression darkened as he shot Guo Yi a glare filled with disappointment. Guo Yi's heart raced momentarily. What did the Crown Prince mean by this? Just as the Crown Prince was about to speak, Shen Wanyin suddenly stepped forward, leaning in towards Shen Wanyin, causing her to pale and take a couple steps back in alarm. I have matters to discuss with my royal uncle. Please continue your conversation. With that, the Crown Prince turned and departed from the pavilion, fearing that remaining any longer would provoke ire between Shen Wanyin and Guo Yi. Guo Yi had once seemed a promising talent to him, yet he was shocked to find that he could not even manage a single woman. The daughter of the Shen family proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Alas, she was but a woman and would ultimately be of little use. Shen Wanyin began to reconsider his admiration for Guo Yi, realizing that should war erupt once more, this individual might prove inadequate for the task. If he could secure the support of Shen Wanyin, perhaps there would still be hope. As Shen Wanyin walked along the corridor, he glanced toward the women on the opposite side of the lake. One woman, with her ethereal beauty reminiscent of peach blossoms in March, radiant yet graceful, seemed to capture the attention of all who beheld her, standing out wherever she might be. Shen Wanyin could not help but narrow his gaze, pausing momentarily, contemplating whether he should have refrained from advancing Guo Yi's position. Her talents exceeded his understanding. Such a woman was indeed unworthy of Guo Yi. Just as Shen Wanyin lingered in thought, Guo Yi approached from behind in an exceedingly peculiar manner. "Your Highness," she remarked, following Shen Wanyin's line of sight and catching sight of Shen Wanyin's charming smile. A sudden tightening in his chest ensued. As a man himself, he could not possibly misinterpret the meaning behind that look. Chapter 82. Who is the General of the State Strength? "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." Guo Yi spoke again in a deep voice, his tone imbued with both dissatisfaction and a hint of probing. Upon hearing Guo Yi's voice, Shen Wanyin finally withdrew his gaze and cast a sidelong glance at him, his eyes filled with the intimidation and disdain characteristic of someone in power. It was also a look laden with threat, causing Guo Yi's heart to race for a moment, his breath momentarily stilled. He bowed his head in reverence, adopting the most devout posture, daring not to glance at the Crown Prince again. "Umph." Shen Wanyin let out a derisive chuckle, a glimmer of contempt flashing in his eyes as he turned away. Meanwhile, Princess Yaohe, adorned in splendid attire, appeared before the assembled young ladies, who greeted her with radiant smiles. "Happy birthday, Princess Yaohe. May you celebrate this day for many years to come. Thank you all. Today, His Majesty has specially instructed the palace chefs to prepare birthday pastries for me. Please enjoy and share in the joy." Upon hearing that the pastries were crafted by the palace chefs specifically for Princess Yaohe, the young ladies displayed expressions of envy. The maidservants, organized and efficient, placed platters of pastries on the table, while others cleared away the previous tea service and presented fresh tea. After speaking, Princess Yaohe began to scan her surroundings, seemingly in search of a particular individual. Just as her gaze fell upon Guo Yi, she received an excessively obsequious smile. "Your Highness, it is an honor for Guo Yi to attend your birthday feast. Thank you for this opportunity." Princess Yaohe raised an eyebrow, her intention to search for someone interrupted by Guo Yi, forcing her to turn her attention toward her. Guo Yi? Princess Yaohe could not recall any such person. The invitations to her birthday banquet had been arranged by the Princess of Ningnan, and she was unclear about who had been invited. "Which family do you belong to?" Upon hearing Princess Yaohe's inquiry, Guo Yi spoke with a touch of excitement. I am a sister of General Guo. Did you not have someone send me an invitation? The sister of General Guo? Princess Yao regarded Guo Shui with a face full of confusion, scrutinizing her closely, seemingly lacking any memory of both General Guo and the person before her. I truly do not know any General Guo. The invitation was not sent by me. It seems there has been a mistake by the person responsible for sending them. A mistake? Guo Shui's face flushed with embarrassment. She had reveled in the glory of receiving an invitation to Princess Yao's birthday feast for quite some time, eager to shine at the celebration. Now, however, the princess had stated in front of so many that it was a mistake. This implied that she had been inadvertently invited, suggesting she lacked the qualifications to attend such a gathering. Guo Shui's face flushed a deep crimson, feeling as though countless mocking gazes were directed at her. She sensed an overwhelming isolation, as if she had been encircled by a crowd, yet was left standing alone. It seemed that this incident would forever alienate her from such circles in the future. Although the princess may not know my brother, she must have heard of the recently acclaimed General Guo Yi, who has just been appointed as the General of the State's Strength by His Majesty. Guo Shui exclaimed excitedly. Princess Yaoha exhibited a momentary surprise before glancing at the person seated beside her. The General of the State's Strength? The individual beside her stifled a laugh, concealing his mouth with a handkerchief. What General Zhenghua? The former General Zhenghua has now been demoted by the Emperor to General Ningyuan, a mere fifth-rank junior general. It is quite understandable that the princess is unaware of such trivial matters. The exchange between them, along with the response of Princess Yaoha upon hearing about General Guo, swiftly illuminated the attitudes of the Ningnan Wangfu towards General Guo for the gathering of noble ladies. Their gazes towards Guo Shui grew increasingly disdainful and mocking, leaving Guo Shui feeling as if she were walking on needles, akin to receiving a slap in the face. She chastised herself for coming, questioning why she had heeded her elder brother's advice to attend, feeling utterly humiliated. Sister Wanyin, Princess Yaoha seemed to have finally found the person she sought. Spotting the seated Shen Wanyin at the back, she rose and made her way towards her with brisk steps. The crowd was taken aback by her calling out Sister Wanyin, astonished by the apparent closeness between Princess Yaoha and Miss Shen. As they witnessed the princess approach, each noble lady stood up eagerly to greet her. It was Princess Yaoha who hurried directly to Shen. Given that Princess Yaoha was aware of Miss Shen, it was impossible for her to be ignorant of General Guo. Thus, her initial reaction to General Guo's name was evidently intentional. Was she deliberately feigning ignorance to humiliate General Guo and, by extension, to avenge Miss Shen for the slight against her? Although it was Shen Wanyin who had initiated the annulment of their engagement, the stigma attached to such a decision, whether made voluntarily or not, remained unfavorable. While some sympathized with her for being wronged by Guo Yi, many uninformed observers regarded the Shen and Guo family affair as mere entertainment. Coupled with the current plight of the Shen family, their attitude towards Shen Wanyin was naturally one of avoidance, fearful of being tainted by negative associations. Princess Yaoha, happy birthday! Shen Wanyin rose and performed a respectful greeting. Thank you, Sister Wanyin. I was concerned you might not attend today. You specifically instructed me to ensure your presence. How could I not come? How is your neck injury faring? Just a small bruise, still a bit red. A little clothing will cover it. Were it not for you, Sister Wanyin, I fear I would not have been able to attend my own birthday banquet today. My mother mentioned that once she finishes greeting the guests, she wishes to express her gratitude to you. Shen Wanyin shook her head, her tone calm and unassuming. It is a mere trifle. No need for the princess to make such a fuss. Upon hearing their exchange, the crowd realized that Shen Wanyin had indeed saved Princess Yaoha, which explained the latter's warm demeanor towards her. Guo Shui, who had just been ridiculed, stood by watching the affectionate interaction between Princess Yaoha and Shen Wanyin, her eyes widening in anger. She had suspected the princess's disdain towards her stemmed from something else, and now became clear that it was all because of Shen Wanyin. Surely, Shen Wanyin must have spoken ill of her to Princess Yaoha, prompting such deliberate humiliation. Shen Wanyin cast a sidelong glance at Guo Shui, whose expression was fraught with exasperation, and a triumphant smile played upon her lips, brimming with provocation. Guo Shui clenched her fists, her countenance reflecting an even greater sense of agitation. Indeed, it was evident that Shen Wanyin was being deliberately antagonistic. Princess, has Shen Wanyin spoken ill of my brother and me? You must not take her words at face value. She is nothing but a narrow-minded and envious woman. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by her. Guo Yi suddenly interjected, as if determined to unveil Shen Wanyin's true nature before everyone present today. Chapter 83. She must raise the banner of the Shen army before Shen Wanyin could utter a word. Princess Yaohe turned sharply, glaring at Guo Yi, who was pointing a finger at Shen Wanyin. At just one glance, Guo Yi recoiled her finger, her anxiety evident as she cast a nervous glance towards Princess Yaohe. With a stern countenance, Yaohe spoke. Now pray tell, how has Sister Wanyin exhibited such narrow-mindedness and jealousy? Yaohe took several steps forward, her gaze upon Guo Yi fierce and accusatory. The previous disdain and contempt she had shown towards Guo Yi had transformed into palpable anger, instilling genuine fear in the latter. She drove us away from our previous residence, simply because, Guo Yi stammered, her courage faltering as she realized the weakness of her argument. In a moment of impulsiveness and indignation, she had spoken out. In the corner, Su Yuran could not suppress a cold smirk, observing Guo Yi as if she were a fool. She had never encountered someone so naive, truly a reflection of the siblings' folly. Did Guo Yi believe that today had not been humiliating enough, resorting to self-inflicted wounds? What was that? Princess Yaohe pressed on relentlessly, advancing towards Guo Yi, her icy demeanor intensifying the latter's trepidation as she felt compelled to respond. Because my brother merely wishes to take another wife, she creates difficulties for us at every turn. Guo Yi said, her voice trembling, casting a furtive glare at Shen Wanyin. Princess Yaohe suddenly let out a cold laugh. I have never encountered such shamelessness. You claim she creates obstacles for you? Yet, what I observe is your blatant exploitation of the Shen family's generosity. If your brother desires to marry another woman, let him. Sister Wanyin has not impeded him. What fault lies in her desire to break off the engagement and reclaim what belongs to the Shen family? How does that equate to narrow-mindedness? Guo Yi found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, she recognized her elder brother's misdeeds, yet the loss of their once prosperous days left her with an insatiable bitterness. She could only direct her resentment towards Shen Wanyin, for her brother had declared that Ai Zhiqian could become a concubine. Why then did Shen Wanyin insist on causing a scene? Why could she not treat them as before? Guo Yi acknowledged her own pettiness and lack of understanding. But she is already engaged to my elder brother, and she has served him in the military for 3 years. She is one of our Guo family now. Her possessions are ours, Guo Yi asserted through gritted teeth, voicing her innermost thoughts. Chao Shi had constantly reminded her that the Shen family no longer possessed any worthy men, and that their resources would ultimately belong to the Guo family. Thus, Guo Yi had long harbored such beliefs deep within her heart, and in a moment of desperation, she let them slip. Her words elicited scornful glances from the other young ladies present. What sort of reasoning is this? Just because you are engaged to them, does that mean the Shen family's possessions belong to you? The Guo family seeks to devour the Shen family's legacy? Indeed, this is truly despicable. No wonder Miss Shen wishes to break the engagement. If I were in her position, I would do the same. Associating with such a family is indeed a stroke of misfortune. No wonder General Guo so audaciously requested the emperor to arrange a marriage at the palace banquet. He truly believed that the Shen family no longer had any relatives to support Miss Shen, allowing him to humiliate her without restraint. The young ladies grew increasingly agitated as they spoke, their sympathy for Shen Wanyin blossoming, and the remaining prejudice in their hearts dissipated. They began to defend her, some even declaring themselves as her kin, vowing to be the first to stand against anyone who dared to bully Shen Wanyin. A sharp slap reverberated through the air, silencing the murmurs. Guo Yi let out a cry as the force of the blow nearly sent her crashing to the ground, incredulously turning to stare at Shen Wanyin. You dare strike me? Shen Wanyin coldly met Guo Yi's gaze, her silence aimed at forcing Guo Yi to voice her most despicable thoughts before everyone. What do you mean, I served your elder brother for 3 years in the military? Such a ludicrous statement. I, Shen Wanyin, have shared meals and training with my fellow soldiers, never once shirking my duties. Whether on the battlefield or risking my life to infiltrate enemy camps, I have never wavered. My armor has been stained with the blood of both foes and myself. The countless scars a testament to my sacrifices on the battlefield. Your mere claim of serving your brother erases all that I have endured. Do you not think I am justified in striking you? Which way? Intimidated by Shen Wanyin's piercing gaze that seemed to radiate with fury, stammered, her lips trembling, unable to utter another word. The assembly of noble ladies was similarly awed by the sudden aura emanating from Shen Wanyin. At that moment, she resembled a valiant general on the battlefield. Standing among them, Shen Wanyin spoke again with a resolute voice. As the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, I willingly entered the military as a woman, enduring hardships and risking my life for the peace and prosperity of our great Xia citizens, to ensure that those on the borders no longer suffer the trampling and humiliation by foes, and to uphold the honor and dignity that has been passed down through generations in my family. Even if my family lacks men to fight, I, Shen Wanyin, the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, can still raise the banner of the Shen army. A moment of silence followed her proclamation. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as astonishment, admiration, and even tears glistened in the eyes of those present. Well said, Miss Shen. You truly are a heroine among women. Such courage makes me, as a man, feel inadequate. The stunned crowd was captivated by the eloquent, magnetic voice. Shen Wanyin turned her gaze and beheld a face marked by refined elegance and striking beauty. Although she typically paid little mind to a man's appearance, she could not help but think of words like as handsome as jade and graceful brows to describe the gentleman before her. Ouyang Jing stood on the bridge, bowing toward Shen Wanyin and the assembly of ladies. His handsome visage, clad in flowing white robes, exuded an air of ancient elegance, his every movement reminiscent of a celestial being in a painting. "It is Lord Ouyang," someone exclaimed, causing the noble ladies to blush and turn their gazes toward him. Ouyang Gij, the princess of Yao, suddenly beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Ouyang Jing. "I knew you would come today." Ouyang Jing inclined his head slightly towards her, speaking in a calm tone. "Naturally, I must extend my congratulations on the princess's birthday. I hope that Princess Yao will always wear such a radiant smile." Upon hearing this, the princess's delight only intensified. "That is simple enough. As long as I can see Ouyang Gij every day, I shall be this happy daily." Ouyang Jing felt a moment of awkwardness. He had not anticipated such boldness from a young lady. He glanced inadvertently at Shen Wanyin before returning his gaze to the princess. "Princess, I advise you to be cautious with your words. Such remarks, if spread, could tarnish your reputation. I must take my leave now to pay my respects to the prince." With that, Ouyang Jing promptly turned away, not granting the princess another chance to speak. As he departed, the princess of Yao felt a surge of vexation. Turning to see which way, her mood soured further. Throw this treacherous and ungrateful woman out of the prince's residence. The Ningnan prince's mansion does not welcome such individuals. Chapter 84. Will you learn to seek help? Allow me to teach you. Guo Yi's expression changed dramatically as she hurriedly took 2 steps back. How could she be cast out? After all, she was the sister of General Guo, a newly favored figure in the court. When she had just received the invitation to Princess Yao's birthday banquet, she had proudly boasted about it in front of her friends. If today she were to be thrown out by the people of the Ningnan Wangfu, how could she ever show her face in public again? Wouldn't she be the subject of their ridicule? "Princess, please. I dare not speak out of turn again. Please spare me this once." Guo Yi pleaded incessantly, glancing around her. The gazes of those surrounding her had shifted from disdain to outright fury, as if each one bore a deep-seated grudge against her. Such a person could not be spared. Miss Shen had devoted so much for the stability of our great Xia, and was nearly undone by a single word from her. It was utterly intolerable. Casting her out would be a mere mercy. 2 matrons approached, seizing Guo Yi by her arms and dragging her outward. Perhaps Guo Yi was truly terrified by Princess Yao, for the person who was usually quite strong now seemed to lack any strength, being effortlessly pulled along by the matrons. She turned back towards Shen Wanyin, as if grasping at a flicker of hope, half threatening and half begging. she spoke. As long as you plead for me now, I shall ensure my brother does not hold your past actions against you. Suddenly, someone could no longer tolerate the scene and stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to Guo Yi's face. Having just received a slap from Shen Wanyin, her cheek was already swollen. Now both sides of her face were equally puffy. Ah! Guo Yi cried out in shock, staring at the young lady who had struck her, someone she did not even recognize. I can no longer remain silent. What makes your brother so special that Miss Shen must forgive him? Will you learn to seek help? Allow me to teach you. You seek forgiveness from Miss Shen for your brother and for yourself. After finishing her words, the young lady delivered another slap to Guo Yi. The impact left Guo Yi's head buzzing, and she heard the lady's voice grow more incensed as she suddenly demanded, "Answer me. Am I not correct?" Guo Yi, completely dazed by the blows, could only nod in fear. Then plead once more. Guo Yi hesitated for a moment, watching as the hand was poised to strike again. She then turned to Shen Wanyin. "Sister Wanyin, I beg you to forgive my brother and me. Please do not let Princess Yaohe cast me away." Shen Wanyin regarded Guo Yi with a cold stare, and seeing her pleading demeanor, her mood lightened considerably. She then glanced at the young lady before her, who stood ready to strike Guo Yi again. With a graceful appearance and a tall, slender figure, she was not a stunning beauty, yet possessed an air of elegance and freshness, with an undeniable spirit evident in her features. She exuded a refreshing and unrestrained personality, clearly not one to be trifled with. Before Shen Wanyin could speak again, another loud slap echoed as the young lady struck Guo Yi once more. Ah! The anguished cries of Guo Yi finally attracted the attention of several young gentlemen from esteemed families gathered near the pavilion. They rose in unison to gaze in this direction, only to witness two elderly women restraining a young lady while another girl delivered a series of sharp slaps to her face. Xiaolin Ma wore an expression of profound dismay as he glanced toward the unfolding scene. These young women were indeed fierce. The sound of those slaps echoed even from where they sat. The group, no longer inclined to sip tea and engage in idle chatter, stood up to observe the commotion. Ah, the girl who was striking seemed rather familiar. Was that not Miss Hu? Hu Dingyuan squinted, and upon closer inspection, realized that the girl wielding her hand with such ferocity was none other than his own sister, Hu Qingya. Just this morning, their mother had expressly advised her to maintain composure and embody the grace of a lady. Yet here she was, stirring trouble before the formalities of the banquet even commenced. The onlookers turned their gazes toward Hu Dingyuan, who could only manage a couple of awkward chuckles to ease the tension. Indeed, this girl needed a lesson. Without delay, Hu Dingyuan rushed forward to intervene. If his sister continued this way, she would jeopardize her prospects for marriage. As Hu Dingyuan departed, the others resumed their scrutiny of the victim, who was lamenting in exaggerated cries, yet none could ascertain her identity. Only Guo Yi, standing nearby, found a voice hauntingly familiar. After several attempts to discern the identity of the swollen-faced girl, his eyes widened in realization. It was Guo Yi. He hastened toward her, though the pain in his rear hindered his pace, eliciting laughter from the crowd behind him. Why did General Guo walk like a duck? Ha ha ha, and a rather plump duck at that. Ignoring the mockery, but he quickened his steps to catch up with Hu Dingyuan. Hu-san, your sister is bullying a family member. I must seek justice for her. Hu Dingyuan halted and turned to Guo Yi. In the military camp, you may refer to me as Hu-san, but here General Guo. It is more appropriate to address me as young Master Hu. There was no trace of deference in Hu Dingyuan's demeanor. An underlying chill emanated from him that momentarily unsettled Guo Yi. Indeed, he was a young master of the Marquisate, a future lord, not some mere sergeant whom anyone could reprimand at will. Guo tightened his gaze and fell silent, continuing onward. Just wait. Once they reached the military camp, he would ensure Hu Dingyuan faced the consequences. Hu Qingya delivered another resounding slap to Guo Yi and coldly declared, I speak on behalf of Miss Shen. There shall be no forgiveness, absolutely none. No sooner had her words fallen than a familiar, sharp reprimand rang out. Stop. Hu Qingya turned to find her elder brother glaring at her with fury. What are you doing? Hu Qingya, devoid of any anxiety, pointed at Guo Yi and retorted. She is spreading lies, maliciously undermining Miss Shen's accomplishments. The truth behind Hu Qingya's ire toward Guo Yi lay in the tale she had heard from Hu Dingyuan about Shen Wanyin's valor and prowess on the battlefield, fighting side by side with him. Initially, she merely listened and even thought her brother was somewhat exaggerating. However, upon hearing the various accounts from Shen Wanyin today, she realized that her brother's words were indeed true. Shen Wanyin epitomized the valiant female general and heroine in her heart. She deserved far greater honor and respect. Yet a few disgraceful remarks from shameless individuals overshadowed all her achievements, which was utterly abhorrent. The other indignant young ladies echoed her sentiments. Indeed, Miss Shen displayed far more courage and martial prowess in the military than those men. Why should she be disparaged as merely serving General Guo in the camp? It was despicable to think such words had been propagated. Guo Yi, who had just approached, heard these remarks, and his expression darkened instantly. These slanders were deliberately spread 3 years ago when he and Shen Wanyin first entered the military, as per the Crown Prince's instructions. Do not blame Qingya. Guo Yi deserves to be punished, as it was at my behest, declared Princess Yaohe, casting a glance at Hu Dingyuan. Princess Yaohe had a close relationship with Hu Qingya since childhood, and she was naturally familiar with this future young lord of the Hu family. Hu Dingyuan, initially unaware of whom his sister was targeting, now understood and felt no urgency. Since it was a matter involving the Guo family, let them face the consequences. They deserved it. Chapter 85. She actually exchanged glances with the prince of Yin, Your Highness. My younger sister has grown up in the countryside and is unfamiliar with many customs. If she has committed any impropriety, I humbly request your mercy and ask that you spare her this once. Yaohe, the princess, turned her gaze toward Guo Yi, her eyes brimming with undisguised disdain, as if she beheld something exceptionally repugnant. Guo Yi's expression froze, bewildered as to how Guo Yi had offended Yaohe to such a degree that even he, her brother, was met with such loathing. As he subtly raised his head, he noticed that nearly all the women present regarded him with the same contempt as Yaohe, as though he had transgressed some divine law. It was only when he caught sight of Shen Wanyin standing nearby, her eyes twinkling with amusement, that he suddenly realized the truth. It must have been her who had spoken ill of Guo Yi before Yaohe, leading to this targeted animosity. How could she be so cruel toward Guo Yi? They were family, and Guo Yi would still call her sister-in-law in the future. Guo Yi's anger flared as he glared at Shen Wanyin, the guilt he had previously felt dissipating in an instant. Shen Wanyin, how can you be so malicious? Guo Yi is still so young. She is merely straightforward in her demeanor and candid in her speech. How could you allow her to be humiliated before so many? Guo Yi nearly exclaimed that she was a wicked woman, his eyes filled with profound disappointment as he regarded Shen Wanyin. As his words fell, it seemed that the most composed individual in the gathering was indeed Shen Wanyin. The admiration they had previously held for the military general had now utterly shattered. How dare you? This is my banquet. Any punishment is at my discretion. Have you inquired what she has said that has disturbed my good mood? It is a light punishment to have her beaten and expelled. I am the one who struck her. It has nothing to do with Miss Shen. I simply cannot abide such ungratefulness from a heartless wretch. General Guo, without understanding the circumstances, hastily places the blame on Miss Shen. What a blind and foolish man you are. I truly wonder how you achieved your military accomplishments. Hu Qingya stood defiantly in front of Shen Wanyin, glaring fiercely at Guo Yi, unable to restrain her desire to strike him. If anyone were to reckon with him, it should be her. Miss Hu is quite correct. General Guo's military accolades are greatly inflated. Had it not been for Miss Shen's audacious infiltration of the enemy camp to gather intelligence, General Guo would likely never have had the opportunity to earn such renown. Indeed, the credit for this military success belongs to Miss Shen. Several young gentlemen from esteemed families, having joined the fray, could not restrain their cheers upon hearing Hu Qingya's words. Guo Yi's face turned ashen. He loathed these individuals who seemed intent on ruining his reputation. What did they know? Even if the achievements at Qianqing Pass were connected to Shen Wanyin, it was solely because he, Guo Yi, was the commander that she had risked her life to assist him. In her heart, he held a different significance, even if she sought to dissolve their engagement. It was merely a moment of emotional turmoil born from love's frustrations. Guo Chui, with a swollen cheek and blood at the corner of her mouth, looked up at Guo Yi with tearful eyes, pleading for rescue. All she desired was to leave this place at once. She could not endure another moment here. Guo Yi naturally comprehended Guo Chui's sentiments, yet he found himself unable to depart, for he had a significant matter to attend to that day. Shen Wanyin's attitude towards Xiao Chui stemmed from her own frustrations. However, after their grand wedding, she would no longer cling to such obstinacy, and in due course, she would compel an apology from Xiao Chui. Guo Yi could hardly bear to gaze upon Guo Chui's woeful visage, so he bowed his head respectfully to Princess Yao, acknowledging that the girl was indeed capricious and lacked proper guidance, and that the princess's punishment was justified, with gratitude expressed to Princess Xia for her oversight. After speaking, Guo Yi dared not look at Guo Chui, whose face was contorted in a fierce expression directed at him. Princess Yao let out a cold scoff. In her desire to avoid any repercussions to herself, she disregarded even her own sister. It was no wonder he would commit such heartless acts, for deep down, he was a selfish individual. Since General Guo had spoken, the princess felt it was her duty to properly instruct Miss Guo on the ways of propriety. Nevertheless, today was the princess's birthday celebration, and she did not wish for such an unrefined individual to mar her mood. Turning her attention to the two matrons who were escorting Guo Chui, she commanded them to expel her from the royal residence, declaring that henceforth, no such person would be permitted to step foot in the Ningnan Wangfu again. As she spoke, she flicked her sleeves with a look of disdain, a gesture that Guo Yi perceived as a slap in the face. He gritted his teeth and raised his gaze toward Shen Wanyin, who had not granted him a single glance throughout the ordeal. Guo Chui, weeping and dragged out like a wretched animal, cast a look of seething resentment back at Guo Yi, lamenting that had it not been for her elder brother, she would not have faced such humiliation today. As she was about to be unceremoniously cast outside the royal residence, her dear elder brother stood there unmoving, merely watching her disgrace. Guo Yi feigned composure, realizing that if he left with Guo Chui, he would never be allowed back into the Wangfu, rendering the humiliation he suffered today utterly pointless. Suddenly, Xie Yanqin, who had been watching the scene unfold, clapped his hands in approval. General Guo truly possesses a heart of stone. He is so ruthless that he disregards even his own sister. I had thought you were already formidable for enduring the excruciating pain in your rear to attend today's banquet. Yet General Guo proves to be even more merciless than I imagined. I cannot fathom what it is within this royal residence that holds such sway over General Guo, as he watches his own sister being expelled while remaining steadfastly here. The last two words, impressive, were emphasized, eliciting laughter from the onlookers, who found Guo Yi's lack of compassion astonishing. After all, she was his own sister, and he did not even make an effort to chase after her. Exhausted, Guo Yi inhaled deeply, closed his eyes for a moment, and then turned to face Xie Yanqin. Your Highness, my sister was indeed at fault and should face consequences. I intended for her to learn a lesson, to understand the importance of speaking with caution and discretion. The phrase speaking with caution and discretion was something Guo Yi wished to impart to the Prince of Yan. Today, the prince dared to be so audacious in his presence, and in the future, he would ensure that this wayward scion would pay the price. Perhaps the admonition to speak with caution and discretion should remain with General Guo himself. After the Prince of Yan spoke, he cast a subtle glance at Shen Wanyin. Upon receiving his gaze, Shen Wanyin boldly met his eyes, feeling as though beneath his seemingly careless demeanor lay the presence of another individual she recognized. As their eyes locked, the Prince of Yan donned a nonchalant smile, ultimately playfully winking at Shen Wanyin. Xie Yanqin observed the exchange, his fist clenched in irritation as he turned to glare at Shen Wanyin. What was she doing? Engaging in such flirtation with the Prince of Yan? No wonder she had undergone such a significant transformation in recent days. No wonder she insisted on breaking their engagement. The recollection of the Prince of Yan's appearance in Shuntian Prefecture due to the carriage incident, along with the peculiar misfortunes that seemed to intertwine with him, deepened Guo Yi's suspicions. Chapter 86. Her plan had just begun, yet it was already shrouded in suspicion. Shen Wanyin, how could you so willingly succumb to degradation? You once professed that your affection for someone transcended their identity. Guo Yi suppressed the raging fury within him and cast his gaze towards Su Yuran amidst the crowd. Today, success was the only option. He would employ force if necessary to ensure that Shen Wanyin would have no opportunity to leave him again. Shen Wanyin, all that I do is for you. It is your lack of propriety that has compelled me to act thus. Su Yuran instinctively shot a glance at the frightened Biu standing behind her. Witnessing Guo Chui's dire predicament due to mere words, Biu was indeed frightened, especially after observing Guo Yi's mercilessness toward his own sister. If Guo Jun could be so heartless to his sibling, what would he be like toward her? Noticing Su Yuran signaling her, Biu gradually regained her composure and subtly nodded. After Guo Chui was taken away, Su Yuran approached Shen Wanyin with a worried expression. Grasping her arm, "Are you all right? I never anticipated Guo Yi to be such a person, reprimanding you without discernment. I previously endeavored to bring you two together. It seems I was gravely mistaken." Shen Wanyin nodded, and in that fleeting moment of glancing back, she appeared to catch sight of Biu's subtle actions. A glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes as she turned to Su Yuran, her gaze seemingly conveying, "Do not rush. Now it is your turn." "Indeed, you are mistaken." And profoundly so, Shen Wanyin smiled at Su Yuran, yet her words stirred discomfort within her heart. The former Shen Wanyin would never have spoken to her in such a manner. Su Yuran felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss with Shen Wanyin, yet she could not pinpoint what it was, particularly the chilling undertone in her smile. Su Yuran was momentarily at a loss for words, managing only a forced chuckle as her genuine concern could no longer be concealed. "You must absolutely cancel your engagement with Guo Jun. Otherwise, you would truly be repulsing yourself." In her frustration, Su Yuran found her tone slipping beyond her control, tinged with a hint of hidden excitement. She was eager to see how Shen Wanyin would navigate the aftermath of this day. Even if she loathed Guo Yi, marrying him, the adversary of her family, seemed inevitable. She was curious to know how Shen Wanyin would feel upon discovering the truth. Would she come to despise herself? A cold smirk flickered in Su Yuran's eyes as she pulled Shen Wanyin to sit beside her. "Have a sip of tea. It is not worth getting worked up over such a person." Su Yuran lifted a cup of tea and offered it to Shen Wanyin, who merely smiled without taking it. A sudden tension gripped Su Yuran's previously cheerful demeanor. "What is it?" Shen Wanyin accepted the tea, bringing it to her nose and inhaling the delicate, fragrant aroma that wafted forth. "Good tea, though it is unfortunate it has grown somewhat cool." Beside them, Princess Yao hurriedly interjected, "Since it is cool, Sister Wanyin, you need not drink it. I will have someone bring fresh tea." With a wave of her hand, Princess Yao signaled the serving maids to remove the cool tea and prepare a new batch. Su Yuran anxiously watched the tea in Shen Wanyin's hands, her worry palpable. "The tea is not cold, is it, Yinin? Are you still upset with me? Which is why you refused to drink the tea I brought you." Just as the maid from the Ningnan Wangfu was about to take the cup from Shen Wanyin's hands, Su Yuran suddenly stood in front of her. "Yinin, please don't hold a grudge against me. If you drink this cup of tea, we will be reconciled. I promise I won't mention Guo Yi in your presence again." Shen Wanyin held onto the cup, looking at Su Yuran with a bemused expression. "Yuran, why do I feel something is amiss with you today? I'm not angry with you. Why are you so insistent that I drink this cup of tea?" Although Su Yuran tried to maintain an air of nonchalance, anxiety was evident on her face. At present, Shen Wanyin was regarded as a heroine by both Princess Yao and Hu Qingya, who gazed at her with admiration, while they also noticed Su Yuran's insistence on making Shen Wanyin drink the now-cold tea. "Miss Su, what is the matter with you? Miss Shen has already said that the tea is cold. Why must you compel her to drink it?" Hu Qingya couldn't help but interject, and Princess Yao approached, causing Su Yuran to nervously turn towards her, not wishing to meet the same fate as Guo Chui. I was just joking with Yinin. We've grown up together and often share such banter," Su Yuran stammered, glancing back at Shen Wanyin, her anxiety palpable. "Right, Yinin. You know I was only joking. Don't you?" Shen Wanyin smiled faintly at Princess Yao and Hu Qingya, expressing her gratitude. "It's merely a cup of tea. I shall drink it." With that, Shen Wanyin gracefully lifted the cup and drank the tea in one go. Seeing Shen Wanyin consume the tea, Princess Yaohe and Hu Qingya refrained from further commentary. Though their expressions towards Su Yuran were less than pleasant, they had witnessed the entire exchange. Shen Wanyin was far too accommodating. Although the tea was cold, she chose to drink it to spare Su Yuran's feelings. Sister Wanyin, some individuals may not be genuine in their friendship, even if you regard them as close sisters. Princess Yaohe took Shen Wanyin's arm, casting a possessive glance at Su Yuran. The more she observed her, the more discontented she became. Sister Wanyin, it would be best if you refrained from being such close friends with someone like her. A true friend would never force another to engage in something they dislike. That is sheer tyranny. Su Yuran, aware that Princess Yaohe was referring to her, grew increasingly anxious as she hastily defended herself. Your Highness, I was genuinely joking with Yinin. We've known each other since childhood, and I truly care for her. Hu Qingya stepped forward, standing beside Shen Wanyin, casting a cold glare at Su Yuran. Truly care for her? One might think you have poisoned the tea, fearing that Miss Shen would refuse and thwart your plans. Su Yuran's face drained of color. Her scheme had only just begun, and now she was under suspicion. Regardless of the outcome, Shen Wanyin would undoubtedly harbor doubts about her involvement. How could it be? I would never harm Yinin. Su Yuran's voice trembled slightly, betraying her unease, which only served to heighten the suspicions of Princess Yao and Hu Qingya. It is no wonder these two harbor disdain for Su Yuran. As the saying goes, where there is smoke, there is fire. Recently, rumors regarding her relationship with the Crown Prince have spread like wildfire, detailing every aspect of their encounters, where they met when she departed from the Shen family, and her clandestine rendezvous with the Crown Prince. It is simply implausible for them to believe that Su Yuran maintains an unsullied reputation with the Crown Prince. Furthermore, due to the gossip surrounding her and the Crown Prince, the previous association between Su Yuran and the second son of the Shen family has been laid bare for all to see. Anyone who has heard this tale understands that Su Yuran is far from virtuous. If she finds the second son of the Shen family unworthy, she ought to express her sentiments openly and sever the engagement. Yet, she outwardly displays a facade of unwavering devotion while secretly consorting with the Crown Prince. This woman is not only shameless, but also morally reprehensible. Chapter 87. Oh no, Miss Shen has fallen into the water. You better. Princess Yao coldly reprimanded before pulling Shen Wanyin to sit beside her. Sister Wanyin, do tell us again about your experiences in the military camp. Hu Qingya, her face brimming with curiosity, eagerly joined in. She longed to accompany her brother to the military camp, yet she lacked the courage to do so in reality. There exists a profound difference between mere thoughts and tangible actions. Her admiration for Shen Wanyin had grown immensely. Sister Wanyin, are you also skilled in equestrianism? A crowd of young ladies surrounded Shen Wanyin, each inquiring with enthusiasm about various matters. Next month, on the 14th, there will be an equestrian competition at the Royal Horse Grounds, and it is said that the Emperor will bestow lavish rewards upon this year's champion. Shen Wanyin's expression grew pensive. In her previous life, the winner of this equestrian competition had been Guo Yi. At the time, she had rejoiced for Guo Yi, never suspecting the underlying intrigue. In truth, Guo Yi's equestrian skills were mediocre at best. He had only learned to ride after joining the military. While for the scions of aristocratic families in the capital, horsemanship was a skill ingrained from a young age. It was precisely for this reason that the royal family hosted an extravagant equestrian competition annually. To triumph in such an event was undoubtedly a matter of great prestige. Thus, Shen Wanyin could not help but harbor doubts. She wondered if Guo Yi or the Crown Prince had employed some underhanded means to ensure Guo Yi's effortless victory, thereby garnering the Emperor's favor. A sly smile crept across Shen Wanyin's lips. This time, she would not afford Guo Yi the opportunity to shine. She was determined to claim the championship for herself. Observing Shen Wanyin surrounded by a throng of young ladies, Su Yuran felt a twinge of jealousy and urgency. Why had Shen Wanyin not shown any reaction since drinking that cup of tea? Beside her, Baiyu anxiously watched Shen Wanyin, wondering why Miss Su had claimed that the effects of the potion would manifest swiftly, yet their mistress appeared perfectly fine. just as the two grew increasingly impatient. Shen Wanyin rose and withdrew from the crowd, unnoticed by the engrossed conversation around her. Seeing Shen Wanyin's complexion slightly flushed, Baiyu's heart leaped with joy, realizing the potion was taking effect. "Miss, are you unwell?" Shen Wanyin gently shook her head and, leaning on Baiyu for support, weakly spoke. "Please help me to a quieter spot ahead. I feel a bit overheated." Baiyu, overjoyed, hurriedly assisted Shen Wanyin toward a nearby rockery. The moment Shen Wanyin departed, Su Yuran turned her gaze toward Guo Yi, who had been subtly observing the scene since Guo Chui's expulsion from the royal residence, awaiting a signal from Su Yuran. Upon seeing Su Yuran nod toward him, Guo Yi understood that the plan had succeeded. It was now his turn to make an appearance. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he looked in the direction Shen Wanyin had taken. He realized that he need not do much. As long as others witnessed Shen Wanyin, entranced and enamored, in his embrace, it would solidify the notion of their intimate connection, rendering her incapable of broaching the subject of annulling their engagement again. Guo Yi, enduring the pain in his rear, stealthily made his way along the lakeside, taking advantage of the absence of onlookers. This small lake within the Ningnan Prince's residence nearly traversed the entire estate, with exquisite arched bridges connecting at intervals of less than 100 meters. To avoid drawing attention, Guo Yi decided to follow the water downstream, aiming to reach the side where Shen Wanyin was situated by the next arch bridge. Shen Wanyin, accompanied by Baiyu, paused as they passed a rockery. Believing Shen Wanyin had lost her strength due to the effects of the medicine, Baiyu cautiously inquired, "Miss, how are you feeling now? Should I fetch General Guo to assist you?" Suddenly, Shen Wanyin, who had been swaying, came to a halt, lifting her lowered head to cast a side glance at Baiyu, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar, almost mocking clarity. Baiyu was taken aback, incredulous at how their young mistress seemed unaffected at that moment. "Who do you intend to call over?" Shen Wanyin's voice was cold, her smile devoid of warmth, radiating an eerie chill. "I merely thought you were unwell, miss, and wished to find someone to care for you," Baiyu stammered, her concern palpable. Shen Wanyin savored the panic etched upon Baiyu's face, having awaited this moment for quite some time. Their bond, forged over years of companionship, compelled her to wish for Baiyu's aspirations to be fulfilled in this lifetime. "I am quite well, no need for assistance, merely feeling a bit warm," Shen Wanyin stated, and, to Baiyu's astonishment, began to remove her outer skirt. Then, in a surprising turn, she draped it over Baiyu's shoulders. Seeing Shen Wanyin undress, Baiyu did not intervene, believing the effects of the medicine were taking hold and feeling a sudden sense of relief. A triumphant smile flickered in her eyes as she hoped for General Guo's swift arrival. This was indeed the opportune moment. Once the mistress married General Guo, she would follow her into the Guo family and no longer live as a servant. "Miss, are you truly all right?" Baiyu asked anxiously. "Of course I'm fine," Shen Wanyin replied, and with an unexpected, mischievous smile, she kicked at Baiyu. "Ah!" Baiyu shrieked as she tumbled directly into the lake. Meanwhile, Ashing had already handed Shen Wanyin the prepared outer skirt, which she donned before feigning panic. "Help! Help!" she cried out. Ashing, suppressing laughter, echoed the alarm. "Oh no, Miss Shen has fallen into the water." Dazed after the plunge, Baiyu barely processed the rapid turn of events before she surfaced, hearing cries for help from the shore. Only then did she realize the person in need of rescue was herself. Just as she grasped the situation, her body began to sink again, prompting her to thrash about in the water, shouting for assistance. Guo Yi, limping towards the commotion, immediately perked up at the sound of cries for help. Upon noticing the attire of the individual struggling in the lake, his eyes widened in disbelief. "It's Shen Wanyin. How did she fall into the water?" Guo Yi's first thought was that Shen Wanyin had jumped into the water to alleviate the effects of the aphrodisiac, so he did not doubt whether the person in the water was indeed Shen Wanyin. Moreover, Baiyu had just fallen into the water, her hair disheveled, rendering her features unrecognizable. "This is terrible. Miss Shen has fallen into the water." Upon seeing Guo Yi waddling towards the lake like a duck, Ashing urgently shouted, "Quick! Save her! Miss Shen is in the water." Inin, Guo Yi, filled with concern, rushed to the lakeside. He intended to dive in and rescue her, but hesitated at the thought of the injury on his rear. His body was currently weak. The doctor had already advised him to take good care of himself. His injuries were not limited to just his backside. The tendons and bones in his legs were also affected. If he were not careful, he might even incur a lasting ailment in his legs. Chapter 88. General Guo Yi has come to rescue you during Guo Yi's moment of hesitation. Figures in the distance had already begun to approach, drawn by the commotion. "Yin, do not be afraid. I will find someone to save you," whispered Shen Wanyin, who remained hidden, her anxiety palpable as she dared not approach the lake's edge, nor did she show any inclination to even stretch out her hand towards the water. A coldness began to emanate from her eyes, as she reflected upon the man she had fought so fiercely to protect on the battlefield. Despite her knowledge of his treacherous nature, a chill ran through her heart, and murderous intent surged within her. As the figures drew nearer, Guo Yi found himself increasingly conflicted, uncertain of how to proceed. If Shen Wanyin were to be rescued today, he would find it nearly impossible to get close to her again. The person in the water continued to thrash about, calling for help, their outer garments slipping from their shoulders, leaving their attire soaked with lake water. Guo Yi could barely discern the outline of a bodice beneath the flowing garment. "Has Miss Shen fallen into the water?" A group hastily approached from behind, and he could hear Hu Dingyuan's voice among them. Guo Yi's eyes widened in alarm as images of Hu Dingyuan plunging into the lake to rescue Shen Wanyin flooded his mind. He envisioned her nestled in Hu Dingyuan's embrace, clad in her sheer bodice. Guo Yi's breath hitched. If so many were to witness their skin touching, how could he ever hope to marry Shen Wanyin? Gritting his teeth, he leaped into the lake with a resounding splash, not waiting for the others to arrive. The temperature was that awkward transition between warmth and chill, the icy water piercing like 1,000 blades into the wound on his back. The pain was excruciating. He feared that after today, his injury would be difficult to heal. Through gritted teeth, he swam towards the struggling figure, who had nearly lost all strength. Sensing the presence of others, she clutched onto him desperately. "Help me." The weakness in her voice, perhaps from the shock, rendered it somewhat hoarse. Guo Yi noted the strangeness of her voice, feeling it did not resemble Shen Wanyin's. Yet before he could ascertain her identity, he was pulled under by her frantic grasp. Already weakened by pain, Guo Yi found himself nearly submerged by the force of her hold. He had no time to ponder her identity. All he could do was strive to drag her towards the shore. However, she clung onto him tenaciously, refusing to grant him a moment's respite. Frustration mounted within him, and for a fleeting moment, he contemplated casting her aside into the depths, fearing that they both might perish in the lake. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, Hu Dingyuan and the others finally arrived. Upon spotting the woman in the water, Hu Dingyuan's expression shifted momentarily to one of concern, before easing slightly. "That is not Vice Commander Shen," he observed, noting the faint scar on her right ear, a remnant of a sword's edge. It was subtle enough to be overlooked, yet unmistakably clear upon closer inspection. As Hu Ziyuan, who was on the verge of plunging into the water to rescue someone, regained his composure, he extended a hand towards Guo Yi, who was in the lake. Guo Yi, wary of Hu Ziyuan, had been apprehensive that Hu would jump in to save Shen Wanyin and usurp his achievement, jeopardizing his budding relationship with her. To his surprise, Hu did not leap into the water, but merely reached out a hand. Guo Yi smirked inwardly, questioning Hu's supposed concern for Shen Wanyin in the critical moment. It was evident that he alone would be the one to dive in to save her. With a disdainful glance, Guo Yi reached out to grasp Hu's hand. However, before he could secure it, a fearsome roar erupted from the crowd, akin to that of a wild beast. "Guo Jiangjun is coming to save you." Guo Yi's scalp prickled with dread, for the voice was chilling, as if the earth itself trembled. Several young ladies and gentlemen shrieked in terror, feeling as though they had been violently shoved aside by a colossal force. When they regained their footing, they beheld a large, robust woman suddenly leaping into the lake. The entire scene unfolded with bewildering suddenness, leaving even Hu Ziyuan, standing by the lakeside, momentarily stunned. As the icy lake water splashed upon him, he could no longer see Guo Yi's outstretched hand, but instead witnessed the daughter of the Pan family, Miss Pan, seemingly pinning Guo Yi beneath her. Fortunately, this occurred in the water. Had it been on solid ground, the fate of those below would have been dire. Miss Pan clung tightly to Guo Yi without releasing her grip, and Guo Yi, initially dazed from the impact of her weight, struggled to catch his breath only to find himself enveloped in her embrace once more. Gathering his strength, he lifted his head and was met with a large face grinning down at him. At that moment, he felt akin to a frail rabbit ensnared in the clutches of that grinning figure. Guo Yi's breath hitched, and he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. "Jiangjun, hold on. I will surely rescue you," Miss Pan exclaimed, shaking him as they began to sink again. Guo Yi was truly fatigued now, his eyelids growing heavier, teetering on the brink of losing consciousness. "First, save Miss Shen," ordered Princess Yao anxiously from the side, prompting the servants of the Wang residence to quickly pull Bai Yu to safety. Yet, when it came to hoisting Guo Yi and Miss Pan, they faced considerable difficulty. Miss Pan's substantial frame proved too heavy for several people to manage, especially since she was still clutching Guo Yi tightly. By the time they finally managed to pull the two of them from the water, Guo Yi's complexion was pale, his strength waning, and he barely clung to life. "Wanyin, are you all right?" Guo Yi gazed at the unconscious woman beside him, realizing that regardless of the circumstances, their joint plunge into the water and intimate embrace had forged an unbreakable bond. Miss Pan, having swallowed some water, had also lost her strength. As Guo Yi caught his breath, he forcefully pushed her away and moved to Shen Wanyin's side. He removed his already soaked outer robe and draped it over her shoulders, his voice weak but tinged with a hint of triumph. "Wanyin, rest assured, we are already betrothed, and now that we have shared this intimate experience, I shall certainly take you as my wife and be responsible for you." A triumphant smile flickered in Guo Yi's eyes. Though the journey had been somewhat tumultuous, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Hadn't Shen Wanyin claimed that nothing had transpired between them? Yet, here they were, caught in an embrace before the gaze of the public, their bodies drenched and entwined. While Guo Yi's words appeared directed at the unconscious woman on the ground, they were, in truth, meant for the onlookers surrounding them. Suddenly, Su Yuran dashed forward, throwing herself beside the unconscious Biu, her voice laced with anxiety. "Yinin, are you all right?" She then turned to Guo Yi, whose face was marked with concern. "General Guo, how could you hold Yinin in the lake before so many witnesses? Your actions could tarnish her reputation." Su Yuran questioned vehemently, her expression suggesting she was on the verge of striking Guo Yi. Chapter 89. Let us marry Miss Pan together upon witnessing this scene. The crowd felt that Shen Wanyin's hopes of calling off the engagement were utterly dashed. How could one rescind a betrothal after being embraced by Guo Yi for such an extended duration in broad daylight? Her reputation was irrevocably tarnished. What family would dare accept her now? Guo Yi feigned a look of dismay, yet his expression hinted at a sense of helplessness. However, in that moment, my sole concern was for her safety. If anything were to befall Wanyin, I would find no reason to continue living. Such a display of profound affection stirred the hearts of those around us. "No, my sister Wanyin has no desire to marry you. Do not presume that your act of saving her will earn her forgiveness." Princess Yao shoved Guo Yi aside and shot a glare at Su Yuran, delivering a sharp elbow to her side. Su Yuran, nearly toppled by the force of the blow, turned pale, silencing her tongue. "Indeed, cease your nonsensical chatter. General Guo merely embraced Miss Shen in a moment of necessity to save her. How can that possibly obligate her to marry him?" Hu Qingya positioned herself protectively in front of Bai Yu, still oblivious to the fact that the unconscious figure on the ground was not Shen Wanyin at all. Unfazed by Guo Yi's grim countenance, Hu Qingya hurriedly devised a plan with the other young ladies to rescue the person in distress. Guo Yi's face, already devoid of color, grew even more ashen with anger. What were these two women attempting to achieve? The matters between him and Shen Wanyin had nothing to do with them. "Princess, Miss Hu, are you intent on harming Wanyin? We have already shared an intimate bond. If you prevent us from being together, do you wish for her to live a life of solitude? No man would accept a woman who has been embraced by another man in broad daylight." Princess Yao could only express her disgust for Guo Yi. Such a man was unworthy of Shen Wanyin. "If you truly cared for my sister Wanyin, You would have kept your thoughts to yourself rather than publicly tarnishing her reputation with such declarations, as if his secrets had been laid bare. Guo Yi's anxious demeanor shifted as he spoke fervently. I did not. The relationship between Wanyin and me requires no intervention from others. I saved her, and that is the truth. Even if I remained silent, so many witnesses saw it. She is destined to marry me. Since General Guo is to be responsible for Miss Shen, he must also bear responsibility for Miss Pan. Hu Dingyuan stood idly by, arms crossed, reveling in the unfolding drama. Guo Yi faltered, casting a glance at the similarly unconscious figure of Pan Zhizhi, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Be responsible for Pan Zhizhi? Absolutely not. He had no intention of marrying that woman. He simply could not endure it. You jest, young Master Hu. Miss Pan and I share no engagement. And I was hardly conscious during the incident. I have no recollection of her at all. Why should I be held accountable? I witnessed it. Miss Pan was practically draped over you, her face mere inches from yours. Do you dare claim you bear no responsibility? Xiaolin Ma observed the unfolding situation with a tone of delight, remarking that if Miss Pan were truly to marry Guo Yi, then the esteemed Pan Tai Wei would surely be overjoyed enough to present him with a generous red envelope. After speaking, Xiaolin Ma quickly turned to his attendant, issuing a few instructions that prompted the servant to hasten towards the main hall in search of Pan Tai Wei. Guo Yi, feeling increasingly anxious, sensed that the day's events were spiraling out of control. Young Master Xia, you must not speak so recklessly. I cannot marry Miss Pan. I am already betrothed to Miss Shen. How could I possibly take Miss Pan as my wife? Hu Dingyuan let out a cold laugh, observing Guo Yi's panic while catching a glimpse of Shen Wanyin's flowing skirt. An idea seemed to dawn upon him. One wondered where Deputy Commander Shen was hiding to witness this spectacle. General Guo, you have previously taken a concubine alongside your wife. Why should this be any different? Just marry Miss Pan as well. The implication was clear. Miss Pan's affections for him were profound, having risked herself by plunging into the icy waters to save him. What an extraordinary sentiment she harbored for him, and he must not betray her earnest feelings. As Hu Dingyuan finished speaking, Hu Qingya was about to rise in protest when she caught sight of the figure emerging from beneath the water, her eyes widening in shock. It was not Miss Shen who had fallen in. Realizing this, she hastily nudged Princess Yao, who was ready to join in the rebuke against Hu Dingyuan, imploring her to ensure that Guo Yi wed Panji. Do not let him harm my sister Wanyin. Princess Yao, having been prodded, lowered her gaze and upon seeing the face on the ground, nearly burst into laughter. Yet, under Hu Qingya's urging glare, she stifled her amusement. If Guo Yi wished to marry, so be it. Let him marry both. No, what about the one he had loved for 3 years? He ought to take all 3. Indeed, after all, you've embraced and touched both. How can you claim only one? Guo Yi, intending to counter Hu Dingyuan's remarks, was taken aback when even the previously opposing Princess Yao suggested he take both women as his wives. Heavens, is this to be my undoing? If I were to wed Panji, I fear I could not support her. No, I cannot marry Miss Pan. I truly cannot. Wanyin would never agree to this. The crowd gathered by the lakeside erupted in laughter at Guo Yi's shameless excuse. Now you worry about Miss Shen's consent? Yet, when you sought the Emperor's blessing for marriage based on your military achievements, you showed no concern for her feelings. Exactly, General Guo. How can you be so biased? You've embraced Miss Pan, held her close. How can you now deny her? You cannot escape your responsibilities, General. The cacophony of voices left Guo Yi feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. Just then, Panji spat out water and began to cry, Wah, General Guo. I nearly sacrificed myself for you. Despite Guo Yi feeling utterly drained, he mustered the strength to leap back a few paces from Panji. Miss Pan, do not utter such nonsense. What bond do we share? With a soft splutter, Bai Yu finally expelled a mouthful of water and sat up, her expression vacant as she grappled with her identity and surroundings. Inin, he called out, attempting to maneuver his battered body towards whom he presumed was Shen Wanyin. But before he could act, a furious roar erupted from the back of the crowd. Zhizhi, my Zhizhi, who has done this to you? Pan Tai Wei rushed forward, nearly tumbling as he anxiously wiped the moisture from Pan Zhizhi's forehead. Father, it was General Guo. Without a moment's hesitation, Pan Zhizhi pointed at Guo Yi. But before she could finish her words, Pan Tai Wei had already lunged before Guo Yi, gripping his drenched collar with fervor. "How dare you bully my daughter? Guo Yi, you possess an audacity beyond measure." Chapter 90. Miss Shen did not fall into the water. Xiaolin Ma quickly stepped forward to restrain General Pan, who was acting far too impulsively. After all, this was his future half-son. There was soon to be family, and violence was out of the question. "Oh, General Pan, please do not act rashly. General Gu has not bullied Miss Pan." Overwhelmed by General Pan's fierce demeanor, Guo Yi cast a grateful glance towards Xiaolin Ma, for at that moment, he felt utterly incapable of resistance. The mere extension of a helping hand was something he deeply appreciated. However, just as he began to express his gratitude, he heard Xiaolin Ma continue. It was merely that Miss Pan, in her attempt to save General Gu, fell into the water alongside him. They have already shared a moment of intimacy, and everyone is discussing the marriage between General Gu and Miss Pan. Guo Yi, when did he ever agree to this marriage? When did he require their assistance in arranging such a thing? General Pan's expression faltered slightly as he discreetly glanced at his daughter, who was sitting on the ground. A glimmer of calculation flickered in his murky eyes. Ever since she had met Guo Yi, his daughter had spoken incessantly of him. In recent days, she had even reduced her meals to just 3 a day, visibly losing weight and looking increasingly haggard. If he could seize this opportunity to marry her off to Guo Yi, she would finally have her wish fulfilled. Although he had little regard for this young man, for the sake of his daughter, he could tolerate accepting him as a son-in-law. Just as General Pan was about to relent, Guo Yi, with a face full of resistance, spoke up. "No, General Pan, please listen to me. I have nothing with Miss Pan. I cannot marry her." General Pan's face darkened, and he nearly lifted the hapless Guo Yi off the ground. "What did you say? My daughter, a young maiden, has allowed you to hold her and kiss her, yet you claim you cannot marry her? Guo Yi, I believe you are courting disaster." General Pan's temper flared, and he appeared ready to throw Guo Yi back into the lake, prompting those around to intervene. Most of them were urging Guo Yi to accept his fate, suggesting that although Miss Pan might be a bit plump, General Pan's family was wealthy, with generations of high-ranking officials. Perhaps marrying Miss Pan would come with a generous dowry, including an entire estate. Upon hearing the mention of a grand estate, Guo Yi felt an uncontrollable flicker of interest, but it was fleeting. He shook his head vigorously, realizing no one was advocating for him. As General Pan pressed on, he found himself placing his hopes on Shen Wanyin. "I have a betrothal with Miss Shen, and I just saved her in front of everyone. She would never consent to my marrying another. Even if I were to marry again, it could only be as a concubine. Surely, General Pan would not want his daughter to occupy such a position." Seeing Guo Yi's staunch resistance, General Pan felt a twinge of anxiety. If his daughter were to marry Guo Yi and she was not treated well, she would be the one to suffer. Moreover, it was true that he had a betrothal. His daughter could not be a concubine. Just as General Pan hesitated, a clear and steady voice emerged from the crowd behind. "General Guo, whom do you claim to have saved in front of all these witnesses?" Upon hearing the voice, the crowd turned in unison to behold a familiar yet astonishing visage. "Is it Miss Shen? Miss Shen has not fallen into the water? Then who is that person on ground?" Guo Yi also gazed at Shen Wanyin in astonishment, questioning whether his injuries had rendered him hallucinating. "Sister Wanyin, General Guo insists that the person on the ground is you." "I knew it. How could Sister Wanyin fall into the lake when she is perfectly fine?" Su Yuran, who had rushed to the scene and stood at the back to witness the spectacle, now wore a look of disbelief. Just moments before, she had thought it wouldn't be so bad if he were to marry both Shen Wanyin and Pan Zhizhi, as it would surely irk Shen Wanyin. Who could have anticipated that the individual on the ground was not Shen Wanyin at all, despite the outer garment unmistakably belonging to her? Who was that dazed woman seated on the ground? Moreover, why did Shen Wanyin appear lucid, her complexion normal, showing no signs of poisoning? How could the effects of that drug dissipate so swiftly? Guo Yi stood frozen in place, his lips trembling as he looked at Shen Wanyin, unsure whether it was from the cold or sheer shock. Suddenly, he grasped the face of the person on the ground, desperate to confirm that the one he had rescued was indeed Shen Wanyin. But in the next moment, the unremarkable visage of Bai came into view. A thunderous roar echoed in Guo Yi's mind, followed by a void. His lips quivered, and he felt the pain in his body fade into numbness. You're not Wanyin. Why are you here? Why are you? Bai was taken aback by Guo Yi's frenzied demeanor. Why was it her? She too was bewildered, having no recollection of how she had fallen into the water or how she had been rescued. Guo Yi's shaking caused her head to throb painfully, but suddenly. Fragments of memory flooded back to her. It was General Guo who had plunged into the water to save her while she struggled helplessly. She realized her significance in General Guo's heart. He had braved his injuries to rescue her. General Guo, you saved me. I shall dedicate my life to repaying you, even if it means toiling like a beast. Did you not promise that when the young lady marries you, you would take me as a concubine? Once I arrive at the Guo residence, I will serve you diligently, never harboring any disloyalty. Having just emerged from the water, Bai's mind was still somewhat clouded, and in her moment of emotional overwhelm, she spoke without restraint. Ah, heavens! The muddled words of Bai were clearly heard by the crowd, inciting waves of astonishment. What had they just heard? They had not anticipated that Guo Yi had secretly entangled himself with Miss Shen's maid. This man was utterly shameless. I finally comprehend why Miss Shen insisted on breaking off the engagement. Just imagine, our betrothed fiancé, before even marrying, is already casting his eyes on the maid beside him. It's utterly revolting. When he proposed in the Grand Hall, he professed his deep affection for the young lady who had waited for him in the capital for 3 years. Yet in a mere moment, he became entangled with a young maid. Indeed, the saying rings true. One cannot rely on men. Even a sow could climb a tree. Upon hearing a lady utter such words, several young gentlemen became visibly unsettled. Ah, such a statement cannot be made lightly. It is a sweeping generalization. We, as a cohort of men, are all virtuous. Do not condemn us all for the transgressions of one. Overwhelmed by the mocking and scornful voices, Guo Yi felt as if he were on the brink of madness. He yearned to confront these gossips, to silence them once and for all. Turning to the still admiring and anxious Bai, his anger erupted in that very moment. Chapter 91. Bestowing her as your concubine, a crisp slap echoed through the air, silencing the crowd. Guo Yi, summoning nearly all his strength, delivered the strike. Ah, dreams of happiness were shattered as the slap brought clarity to Bai. You wretched girl, what nonsense are you spouting? When did this general ever meet you in private or express any intention of taking you as a concubine? Bai, her face turned from the blow, caught sight of Shen Wanyin, who gazed down at her with a faint smile. And miss, what are you doing here? You did not. Shen Wanyin stepped forward, her piercing gaze fixed intently on Bai. What do you mean did not? Bai, trembling and overwhelmed, shook her head frantically, her lips quivering. Why did the lady appear unfazed, standing there with an expression that seemed to know everything? I don't know anything, I swear. As Bai continued to shake her head in desperation, Shen Wanyin turned her cold gaze toward Guo Yi. Since General Guo is so fond of this girl, and you have shared a moment of intimacy today, I shall gift her to you. Whether she becomes your legitimate wife or concubine is for you to decide. No, Banjin. Listen to me. She is merely confused from falling into the water. You must not believe her words. You have to trust me. Guo Yi staggered forward, reaching for Shen Wanyin's sleeve, but she effortlessly stepped back. General Guo, our engagement must be annulled. There is no need for you to explain. Shen Wanyin's voice was devoid of warmth, her eyes regarding Guo Yi as if he were a stranger. Guo Yi's heart twisted painfully. The more indifferent her gaze became, the more anxious he felt. The woman he once knew, who had harbored such affection for him, seemed to have vanished. No, I refuse to annul the engagement. I will not. Before Guo Yi could finish his protest, Pan Zhizhi suddenly embraced him, her fragile form nearly collapsing. General, it's all right. If she wishes to end the engagement, I will marry you. I do not mind that you are the one being rejected. Hey, someone help me. A spurt of blood erupted from Guo Yi's mouth, and he collapsed into Pan Zhizhi's arms, losing consciousness entirely. Oh dear, the general has fainted. Quickly, call for the physician. Princess Yao cast a disdainful glance at Guo Yi. Why summon a physician? What a troublesome fool. He bled during my birthday celebration. Just send it back to the Guo residence and spare me any further annoyance. Indeed, hurry and remove him. Do not disturb the festivities of the princess's birthday banquet. The crowd, in agreement, recognized the logic. Who among them had the time to tend to him today? With a swift motion, Hu Qingya seized Bai Yu, unceremoniously pushing her out as well. And this little vixen, who dares to flirt with men on behalf of her mistress, shall go too. Bai Yu knelt before Shen Wanyin, weeping pitifully, hoping to evoke the lady's compassion. After all, she had been by her side for over a decade. How could the lady truly be so heartless as to abandon her? My lady, I was wrong. I was compelled by circumstances beyond my control. I have feelings for General Guo, yet I have kept this affection buried deep within my heart. Bai Yu realized that her plans had failed today and that the lady would likely never wed General Guo. Given the anger he had displayed towards her, she understood that even if she were to go to the Guo residence, without the lady's backing, she would have no standing whatsoever. With a sharp crack, Shen Wanyin, unable to tolerate Bai Yu's continued defiance, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. A cold smile graced her lips as she spoke in a low, measured tone. I have personally delivered you to the side of the general you so ardently desire. Are you not pleased? Why do you persist in this lamentation? Bai Yu looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be that today, as events had all been orchestrated by the lady? Glancing at a Xing standing beside Shen Wanyin and feeling the weight of the soaked shoe brocade dress draped over her, Bai Yu suddenly recalled the truth. It was the lady who had pushed her into the water. This entire affair was a scheme of Shen Wanyin's design. My lady, you knew all along that there was something in the tea. Indeed, I was fully aware that you had drugged my tea and that you harbored feelings for Guo Yi, wishing to become his concubine. Therefore, in light of our many years of companionship, I have fulfilled your desire, personally escorting you to the general you long for. Why? Why would you do this? Bai Yu cried out helplessly, begging for mercy. My lady, I was wrong. I shall never dare to repeat it. I only wished for your well-being. You are engaged to General Guo. If you do not marry him, whom will you wed? Despite Bai Yu's desperate pleas and struggles, she could not escape the grip of the palace servants, who dragged her away. Suddenly, Pan Zhizhi hurried over, a large shadow looming before Bai Yu. Before she could utter another word, 2 heavy slaps landed upon her. Ah! Bai Yu screamed, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. General Guo has been taken away. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and attend to him. Stunned and bewildered by the stinging blows, Bai Yu looked at Pan Zhizhi in confusion. What did this have to do with her? Whether she served General Guo or not was of no concern to Pan Zhizhi. What are you staring at? I shall be the mistress of the Guo household. You, who aspire to be a concubine, should obediently heed my words. Bai Yu's eyes widened in terror, her gaze towards Pan Zhizhi resembling that of a prey before a great beast. No! Before she could finish her protest, another slap struck her cheek. Due to the recent drenching, Bai Yu was already weakened, and with her spirit highly strained, she succumbed to a heavy slap, tilting her head and fainting instantly. Take her away, and return her to the Guo residence, Pan Zhizhi commanded before turning her gaze towards the esteemed General Pan. Father, you must take the matter of my marriage to General Guo seriously. General Pan, stroking his beard, looked at his daughter with a cheerful demeanor. Ah, my dear Zhizhi is finally to be wed. Naturally, I shall be attentive. I will ensure your wedding is splendid. I will go to the Guo residence now to tend to General Guo's injuries, so he can see me as soon as he awakens, Pan Zhizhi declared, lifting her damp skirt and preparing to dash forward. General Pan hurriedly followed, expressing his concern. Oh dear, why not return home first to bathe and change your clothes? We mustn't let you catch a chill. Their exchange prompted those around them to reflect deeply. Suddenly, they felt a pang of sympathy for General Guo. If he were to awaken and find Miss Pan seated before him, he might wish to remain in slumber. Xiaolin Mo furrowed his brow and playfully tapped the head of a nearby young man with his folding fan. What are you saying? Miss Pan is merely a bit plump and more genuine. I believe they're a match made in heaven, a destined couple. Chapter 92. Princess Yao and the poisoning. What began as a meticulous scheme had unexpectedly devolved into chaos, leaving Su Yuran in a state of disbelief. Ying, are you all right? Su Yuran approached Shen Wanyin, cautiously inquiring. She had personally served Shen Wanyin that cup of tea, having witnessed her consume it. How could she be unscathed while others suffered? Shen Wanyin turned to Su Yuran, her smile devoid of genuine warmth. Of course I am fine. I have long wished to sever my engagement with Guo Yi. Whom he chooses to marry is of no consequence to me. But you seemed a bit unwell just now, Su Yuran stammered, her voice faltering. What? Shen Wanyin replied, feigning indifference. Su Yuran, feeling a pang of guilt, lowered her gaze, forcing a faint, insincere smile. Princess, what troubles you? Please do not scare your servant. A sudden exclamation interrupted their conversation. Turning swiftly, Shen Wanyin beheld Princess Yao, her cheeks flushed and her gaze unfocused as she began to remove her outer garments, even tearing at the fabric over her chest. It's so hot. I am so hot. Take me to see Brother Ouyang. I must find Brother Ouyang. The onlookers, a mix of young ladies and gentlemen, were too stunned to approach, their eyes wide with disbelief at Princess Yao's audacity. How shameless could she be, behaving so recklessly in front of so many? Xiaolima hurried forward to grasp Princess Yao's restless hands, fearful that she might disrobe further. Yao, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind in front of all these people? Although Princess Yao was known for her capriciousness, she had never exhibited such outrageous behavior, leaving Xiaolima momentarily at a loss. Quickly, fetch the princess consort. Seeing Princess Yao in such a state, Su Yuran's heart raced. It was Shen Wanyin who had consumed the tea. Why then was Princess Yao exhibiting the symptoms of poisoning? Su Yuran's gaze shifted abruptly to Shen Wanyin, her fear intensifying. Guo Yi had been struck, Bai Yu had fallen into the water, Guo Yi had spat blood, and now Princess Yao. Before long, the princess consort of Ningnan arrived in haste, her keen eyes immediately discerning the situation. Who did this? Who? Xiaolima, still bewildered, struggled to restrain Princess Yao's flailing hands. What happened, mother? What is wrong with Yao? Why is she acting so strangely? The princess consort summoned the household physician and scanned the crowd with a piercing gaze that rendered everyone uneasy, their expressions faltering in confusion. As Su Yuran met the princess consort's fierce eyes, her legs weakened, and she quickly averted her gaze, feeling inexplicably guilty despite having poisoned no one. The matriarchs and maidservants of the Wang household hurriedly dragged Princess Yao into a room. Had they not held her, she might have stripped herself bare in her frenzy. She continued to call out for Ouyang Jing, her distressing state unbearable to witness. What had the princess consumed today? A few attending maidservants, upon hearing the news, immediately knelt on the ground and recounted everything that Lady Yao had consumed and drunk today. Investigate, retrieve all the pastries and teacups that the princess has used today. Yes, mother, has Lady Yao been poisoned? At the utterance of Xiaolima's words, panic swept through the crowd. Had Princess Yao truly been poisoned? It was no wonder she had behaved so erratically, resembling a wanton woman. The princess of Ningnan nodded and then looked at everyone, her face still adorned with a composed smile, yet the pressure in her gaze instilled fear in all present. She urged that the events of today remain unspoken once they leave the royal residence. Lady Yao's recent behavior had indeed been improper, but it was a consequence of being poisoned by vile individuals. The Ningnan royal house would surely identify the perpetrator. As the topic of identifying the poisoner arose, the princess's expression turned notably colder. Although she did not specify the consequences for the culprit, her gaze alone hinted that should the culprit be found, the outcome would be dire. The young ladies exchanged glances. Since Lady Yao had been with them the entire time, why had none of them been harmed if someone had indeed poisoned her? Your Highness, we were with Lady Yao just moments ago. The individuals with the greatest opportunity to act are among us. I am willing to accept any inquiries from the royal house and hope they swiftly uncover the poisoner to eliminate the threat and restore Lady Yao's reputation. Seeing Hu Qingya step forward, the princess of Ningnan nodded kindly. Hu Qingya had played with Lady Yao since childhood, so the princess had no reason to doubt her. She understood that Hu Qingya's intentions were to expedite the investigation into the true culprit. Indeed, as soon as Hu Qingya spoke, other young ladies followed suit. I too am willing to undergo questioning by the royal house. So am I. Several young ladies voiced their willingness. For those who were innocent felt no trepidation regarding the royal inquiries. Su Yuran stood nervously at the back, observing as the other young ladies approached the princess. She felt anxious and fearful, reluctant to submit to questioning, terrified that she might misspeak. Even a single word could arouse the princess's suspicion. Just as her anxiety peaked, Shen Wanyin stepped forward with a languid tone. I too am willing at this moment. Only Su Yuran remained isolated. Startled, she forced a smile that appeared more sorrowful than tears. I am also willing, observing Su Yuran's visibly anxious demeanor. The princess of Ningnan raised an eyebrow, her keen gaze sharp as a knife, making Su Yuran feel as though it were poised at her throat. Thank you, esteemed ladies, for your understanding. Shortly, I will arrange a few rooms for you to rest while we await the results of the investigation. The incident occurred so unexpectedly. I hope you will forgive any inadequacies in our hospitality. Soon, the servants of the royal house guided them to the designated area as arranged by the princess. Shen Wanyin walked confidently with the others, while Su Yuran trailed behind, her heart sinking further as she noted that no one among them voiced any dissent. Inin, we initially came as guests. Is it truly appropriate for the princess to treat us in such a manner? If you find it objectionable, why did you just assert that it was acceptable? Su Yuran was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to retort. She realized that the present Shen Wanyin spoke with a sharpness that pierced. Did I not observe that others were in agreement? Hence I consented. Yet, we have not poisoned Princess Yao. On what grounds does the princess of Ningnan treat us thus? Wouldn't you agree? Shen Wanyin scoffed, recognizing that Su Yuran still sought to manipulate her for her own advantage. Then you should confront the princess and inquire why she treats us in this manner. Su Yuran. Miss Su, your duplicity is quite impressive. If you disagree, then simply voice your objections directly to the princess. You just claimed it was acceptable, yet now you are inciting Miss Shan against the princess. Hu Qingya's derisive words fell, and the gazes of those present turned towards Su Yuran, including the sharp-eyed old maid beside the princess of Ningnan, who cast a scornful glance in Su Yuran's direction. Chapter 93. If the Shen family does not make some sacrifices, they can forget about allowing Shen Wanyin to enter the Guo family's doors. Su Yuran, taken aback, could no longer contain her frustration and turned to Hu Qingya. Hu Qingya, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever speak ill of the princess? Just now, Hu Qingya said calmly, unperturbed by Su Yuran's agitated demeanor. Everyone heard you. Do you think they're all deaf, standing this close? As Su Yuran noticed the crowd nodding in agreement with Hu Qingya, a profound sense of helplessness washed over her, prompting her to look to Shen Wanyin for rescue.